calms the nervous feeling, relieves heartburn, relieves the stuffy feeling, and relieves a headache. Better than any other antacid. Better than anything you can get without a prescription. Anything. Alka-Seltzer. It's the best. On any stomach.
When hay fever pollen invades your sinuses, brings runny nose, watery eyes, take Dristan. Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. That is, Dristan helps you breathe free and easy, as if you were far away from pollen or allergy irritation. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Helps dry, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes. You see, Dristan tablets shrink swollen, congested nasal and sinus passages which cause runny nose and watery eyes. So you breathe free and easy fast. So when pollen invades your sinuses causing hay fever miseries, don't wish you could be in sunny, dry Arizona. Just remember, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Get Dristan decongestant tablets.
People think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
Oh, Peggy, look at your bridesmaid's hair. And if I shampoo with this, it'll wash the body out.
Silly, don't wash out body. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It's got more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Dreamy body.
Looks like you're next.
Luster Cream, you've done it again.
Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard safety spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Mary Ann Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Write Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a hip-hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my nigga. Woo! He's a life changer, miracle arranger, born to the virgin mom in a manger. Water to wine, he's a drink exchanger, and he died for your sins. I preach the word, that's my gig, and I rhyme better than Notorious Big. All the other MCs, I wish them well, but if you live in sin, you burn in hell. Now I'ma pass the mic to my lovely wife. She's a fly MC and the light of my life. So to bust the rhyme without further ado, take it away, Mary Sue.
Jesus Christ is my nigga. He's the son of the original G. And he was sent to earth to elucidate the way that we should be. What? Like if another MC says you're a freak, you're a lame butt rapper and your rhymes are weak. I don't get mad and I don't critique. I forgive him and turn the other cheek. I don't blaspheme and I don't brag. I don't cuss and my pants don't sag. I do exude a little Christian swag and I'm proud to be an American.
Jesus Christ is our nigga. Let his light shine through ya. Let his love pop a cap in your butt and say hallelujah. Jesus Christ is our nigga. He's our homie MC, JC, you see. He's an honest, caring, peace-loving nigga like me. If you do drugs and you think you're cool, you need to come to Sunday school. Put those drugs in a garbage can. Stand up tall, you're a Christian man. Word up. I'm freestyling.
Hit me.
Rainbow Laser Force!
We're reclaiming the rainbow!
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force, the upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Caden, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
We don't tolerate different.
We're heterosexual overdance!
Yeah! Fighting evil in multicolored skin, tight car off suspended.
How?
I'm happy to wait.
I don't even need to masturbate.
I dare
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human. But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue. Touch your neighbors and say it's time to doubt. Here's a new kind of faith. It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart, or helps you deny reality, or only works seldomly. It's the kind of faith that's reliable, repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions, all biases, embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it. You can explain it. It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick. We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility. You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately? What has your faith done for society lately? Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years. But it was science that cured smallpox, measles, polio, and infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true. You can't fly. You can't walk on water. You can't raise the dead. Let's be humble. Let's be honest. Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning. Say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing. And yes to medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book or a pastor or a priest or a rabbi or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us. J. Pocket Locker BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh damn, I look good today. Oh shit, I look kind of good today. Hang on a sec. Oh, that blue bandana's kind of popping the mic. Sexy boy. You see that with the blue mic and the blue bandana? I'm not your boy. Shit, I'm sexy. Let's go. I make them hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. That mic flip though. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a very special Friday edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast, the one and only Dr. J. Bundy, a.k.a. David Blackman, a.k.a. Heartbreak J, a.k.a. the Most High Apostle of the Cult of the Flying Man, a.k.a. Mr. Black Darwin himself, a.k.a. the motherfucking United States Champion of Word Wrestling Entertainment, a.k.a. the motherfucking leader of the Four Horsemen and the motherfucking New World Order. That is right, we are taking over the internet, folks, and the revolution will not be televised, but it will be streamed live right here on Pocket Locker 86. And of course, as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Carrie Ann already knows what time it is. Give me the light. Get into the mode. It's time to catch a vibe. Folks, we got so much to get into on today's program, but let's catch a little vibe because we're going to have some fuck faces in here today. I can tell you it's a day we're going to be dealing with some fuck face. I feel a strong spiritual troll energy throughout the studio. I would grab the spirit meter 420, but I don't even need the spirit meter 420. I can just feel it in my spidey senses are telling me the fuck faces are gonna be strong in here today. So let's catch a vibe. Let's start with damn, I say we go BBVW. It's OG Roddy, the Essentials playlist, available in our motherfucking Discord. Speaking of Discord, y'all, I'm sick of YouTube. YouTube's pissing me off. They keep pulling the overnight streams. They keep suspending the casino. They pulled the stream from Hunter Biden's laptops. So tonight and from now on, we are going to be doing our overnight streams in the Discord. In the Discord and in the Gather. That's right. Carrie Ann's got a fucking computer and a tablet and shit. We're going to get her in the Discord and in the Gather. Fuck YouTube. We'll do our streams and then we'll do our overnight thing in the motherfucking Discord. And then for those of you that are really family and friends, y'all can come hang out in the compound. That way y'all can see and talk to each other, keep it real interactive. And we're going to do it like that. Fuck YouTube. We don't need fucking YouTube. YouTube is one of many platforms that we use to stay in touch with the community. We don't give a fuck about YouTube.
I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. I'm
gonna find my people everywhere.
Online, but the one that
yeah, we get you the verification, no worries.
The problem really is
we gotta get you one of them digital phones or whatever.
Hold up, my wife for your back.
Actually, what we'll do is we'll get you in email's pretty fast. Let me think, Carrie Ann. Email's pretty fast. Live chat's pretty fast. But what we got to do probably is, let me think about this. Because you don't have a phone. Because you live in the middle of the fucking Appalachia asshole. So yeah, we'll probably just do a email thing. And then Discord will probably send you like a verification shit or whatever. I might just verify it for you. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll link up through email. I'll get your Discord and shit set up for you. And then once I get it authorized, I'll probably just send over the shit. So we'll have to link up via email. Look at your email. I know you look at your email more than I do. So keep an eye on your email. And we'll link up. I'll get the account set up for you. And then I'll just email you your information. But yeah, I might have to get some information from you. But, and you got a phone coming. Joel and I try using his numbers. All right, you got one coming next week sometime. All right, we're going to get there, fam. We all right.
Hold up. The ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses. My girl, she loyal and lavish.
Catch a vibe, get some communion, and we going to get to work on their ass.
If she did it, wouldn't matter. She do her, and I do me. I met a shorty through a link. Now we linking for some drinks. Conversation kind of vacant. First day, last day was in the base. On some MySpace top H. Headshots her favor. The lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the games, babe. We getting no fucking lame shit. Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch verse wide. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch verse wide. 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 She know she the wife. She know she a bad bitch. We do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips so you know that we sightsee. Shorty the wifey. Don't even need diamonds and ices. I I cut off my side chicks. For her, I cut off my side chicks.
Yeah.
I'm up in the morning. My girl, she faithful and loyal. That's why she gets spoiled. But love, just keep it in
I
order.
can't
sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch verse life. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch verse life.
Bad with us. Y'all know Shot of Dirt's pull up is always the vibe. But look. Let's do this chameleon thing. Let's handle these priestly motherfucking duties. It's Friday. Niggas is like, oh, Jay, it's not fair. I'm still at work. Nigga, I'm still at work, nigga. Let's be at work, nigga. Hang on, man. Man, let's go ahead and be at work, y'all. Where we at, man? Where we at, man? Where we at on this compound, y'all? Where we at on this compound, y'all? Oh, Gather said it can't access my camera. Let's fix that. Fuck Restream. Also, James is testing out his StreamYard. We could go help James out in a sec. Let's go help James out, y'all. Hang on a sec. We at the university. See, I'm at the university working. Y'all don't know, man. I'm out here. Y'all be acting like I ain't out here, man. Y'all know I'll be out here and this guy, man, I ain't even going to my office, man. It's Friday, man. I'm coming with y'all, man. I'm coming the way y'all supposed to be. Sorry, I'm fucking this up. Here we go. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I'm showing y'all how everything connected. Y'all see, I could just teleport magically, but then y'all wouldn't know how shit's connected. I'm showing you how everything is connected. This is how you get through New York. So you're in the Commons. This is how you get to the Virtual Evolution Lab. Y'all can't get in there, though. You got to send me that homework. You got to send me your homework before you could get access to the Virtual Evolution Lab. You got to either work in Digital Evolution or you got to be one of our students. You know what I'm saying? I got to get into the lab, man. Y'all playing around, man. The lab is nice. That's where me and Cliff be meeting. When y'all see me and Cliff meeting every Monday and Wednesday, we be in the Virtual Evolution Lab. You could be up in there working, but got to do your motherfucking homework first. You can't get up in that bitch for free, man. It's for people. It's for doing virtual evolution work. We can't just be letting anybody in the virtual evolution lab if you ain't doing no goddamn virtual evolution. Now, can we? That wouldn't make much sense. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. But y'all could bring your lazy asses to work. You see people be working over here. You see people be decorating their cubicles. I got a cubicle. This is my cubicle. I'll be chilling right here. You see Sam is here. Sam is in the building. I got my multiple monitors, 3 monitors, just like I got in real life. Y'all think it's the goddamn game. I'm out here in my shit. I got my cubicle set up. Why your ass don't be at work? Your ass is missing. Your ass is lazy. Going upstairs. Now, look, you could come chill upstairs and chill with me. We gonna be up here chilling. I'm up here, right here. I'm right fucking here. Screen share. Boom. Sharing my screen. Boom. Sharing the one that's in front of me. Boom. Optimize it for video. Boom. Now, all y'all gotta do is come chill, and we out here. Now, I'm leaving my camera off right now because we're gonna go check on James.
Awesome, man.
All right.
YouTube, obviously, but I don't know how to check messages on YouTube.
It don't work.
Facebook,
until I test
pretty much it,
the
honestly,
link.
in Gmail, like you could email me. So yeah, however you want. Not through Discord DMs. Yeah, YouTube Punk has a point. I'm absolutely horrible about checking my Discord DMs. I am. And I keep forgetting about them because I almost never have Discord on, and when I do, I don't usually look on that tab. I'm horrible about it. Hunter Biden says it doesn't work until I test the link. I'm not sure which thing you mean. So, yeah, I'd love to. I'm on Facebook. You can get a hold of me through Wes. I'm in Discord, but I don't usually notice my messages on there. YouTube Punk is right about that. I'm terrible about it. And I have an email. Like you can get my email from either Wes or from Answers in Atheism from Mike or Scott. Scott also has my email.
Oh, Melody, talk about hopping in the gather.
Oh, yeah. Comment on the video and leave me some way of getting a hold of you. That works. I appreciate that. So, all right, guys. So I'm going to stop this and I'm going to go over to Answers in Atheism to watch their stream, probably on the PC though, and then I'll jump over to Jay's and see what he's got going on. So I appreciate you guys being here. Give some thought to what I've said today, and feel free to leave me some feedback in the comments or next time you talk with me, because I really want to maintain my place in this community, but I don't want to keep sacrificing peace to do it. So I really could use your guys' input on this. So thank you for listening and for understanding and for being there. I love our community. I love you guys, and thank you so much. So
I guess James is dead.
And people call in when you use your tablet. Oh, I don't know. I haven't tested that out at all. Yeah, Jay, we got a minute before Answers in Atheism starts. Let me hit the thing. Copied. Okay, it worked. Copied it. Come on, go over here. Scroll down. Put that there. Paste. Let's try it. See what happens.
Who's still available? God damn. You can do 1, 2, and 1, 2. No. Yeah. Do 1, 2, 1, 2. Where is it? I'll just close restream.
And then I'll just have to monitor through that because I don't have my... Well, I mean, I guess if I disconnect my Bluetooth headphone from my PC...
Yeah, I was going to say use your headphone.
Yeah.
Then I could,
It should do background echo cancellation, and because I'm on my mobile right now, and there's no echo, is there?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Unless I turn the computer off, I can't seem to find the tab. Oh, there it is. There's the thing. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Turn my Bluetooth off on the computer. That way my headphones are available. Now I can grab them on my tablet, and then you guys will be able to talk without hearing yourself echo back. 1 second. Bluetooth on the tablet. Devices. Here we go. So, can you guys go ahead, say something? Let me know if I hear you.
Testing.
Grab my headphones. You guys should be able to talk right now.
Yeah, we can talk. Can you hear us?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Well, I don't hear anybody. Oh, wait.
4, 3, 2, 1. Testing.
Come on. Yeah, this is overwhelming my tablet. It can't handle it. It can't handle.
Yeah, it's a disaster on mobile device with StreamYards.
On my computer, test failed.
Test failed.
Yeah.
Well, good try.
Add to stream.
Hey.
Volume is up.
I mean, it looks fine on our end.
And I can't hear it.
Oh,
Yeah,
he can't
we
hear
can
us?
hear each
I think he just probably doesn't have his audio set up right.
Audio.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Voice Meter Banana for his tablet, right? Is it an app?
It's a PC app. I don't know if he can use it for on his tablet.
Yeah, it just doesn't work, guys. Sorry. I can't do it. Like, my sound's not set up for the tablet. I didn't even think about adding guests on the stream.
So can he
set
not?
it up in advance.
So can he not hear? He can't hear us. Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, turn it back on PC. Turning it back off on the tab.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, guys. He can just jump in and out.
1 second. Open sound setting.
How you doing, Jay?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. What you drinking?
This fucking Ghost energy drink.
Headphones. I don't know.
Sour Patch Kids flavor, they're so good.
Over 2.
Sour Patch Kids. That sounds like my kind of drink right there.
Yeah. It's really good.
Up the end of this
Now are you
video,
math pig?
and then I can cancel it on the tablet. Is
Not
that how
too
that
bad.
works?
I've been
Not too
Christian
bad.
channel hopping all morning. I've got COVID as of yesterday, so I'm off work. So I've been Christian channel hopping all morning.
What do you do when you hop? Christian
Yeah, where do you go?
channels?
Which Christian channels are there?
Oh, there's loads of them, man. There's a whole community of them. Like,
I found some
They're
new
like
ones, but I
mosquitoes.
just don't watch them enough. I guess I need to start watching them harder. Matter of
You
fact,
just
I
have
probably
to
should because
Calling
they're
into that,
probably
we need to
smarter.
start, messing up their spheres.
Yeah.
I
We need
would
to start
generally
getting
call
in there and laying down the logic.
you go in and you're really angry and you're aggressive like that, they'll not let you back on again. I would generally find going in and introducing yourself, putting your beliefs across, letting them get to know you. I was on a little old lady Christian channel. I think she's nearly 70, and it was on the other night, and she just basically gave me full control, and I was like talking about my holiday with my child, and I ended up posting all my holiday pictures and just telling them all about me and just getting to know them, not really talking about religion at all, just getting to know the people.
Sure.
So that it builds a friendship, it builds a rapport with them,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
if you
that
don't
we're
mind me
go ahead.
saying, I love your accent.
Thank
But
you.
go on.
Sure, I was gonna say I think we're mostly that way. I've been thinking about this lately. I think the problem is that we actually hang out with the worst Christians. Like the problem
I
is
got threatened today. The band would kill me with his bare hands, and yesterday he had a gun on stream. Some of them are nutters.
Yeah, they're nutter. That's a great way to put it. And it's kind of like I think a lot of the reason we find ourselves not in just sort of these disagreement, but these really ugly, conflicts is because we're not dealing with the best representation of the other side. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's something me and a friend of mine have discussed before. We as atheists have came to the internet, especially in the American communities, because the people around you are mainly Christian, and you can't find a connection. A lot of us in the UK are introverts and shit like that, don't like to go out. We go onto the internet. The people on the internet that have these conversations are self-selected.
Yeah.
When you're a Christian and you're on the internet, an awful lot of them are on the internet because they also can't find people that agree with them.
Right,
The
even though
problem
they're
is
surrounded
their
by
ideas
Christian
are
community.
wacko.
Right? Like they live in a Christian world. Everyone around them objectively believes the same thing they do, right? But they're still ostracized because, to your point, they're just freaking weird people. They could be in any group, they still gonna be the oddballs out because they're just weird. And James
Christianity
talks
is
about
more
this with
cliquey than
online
a lot of
dating.
Other communities, they are very, very cliquey. They will be
Yes.
very quick to ostracize and do all these sort of nasty, toxic social behavior.
Yeah, I could tell you that even about like playing in church. Like that's one of the cool things about being on the worship team is like you're pretty much cool any clique you go to. Everybody wants to hang out with the people on the worship team, right? But that there are certain like groups, for instance, like even like let's say the way the Bible study groups are organized, they're self-selecting, right? So there's like the kind of prettier, popular girls that are in mostly in a couple of the Bible groups, right? And then they're like the less popular girls, like they kind of get themselves together in their own little Bible study group. It's kind of funny, like why don't y'all just study the Bible together? There's some mixing, but you're like, man, it's real weird. I think it's just the way human beings are, right? So it's kind of interesting. But James talks about this with, James, what do you talk about this with? Oh, internet dating. That a lot of times you're getting people who just are, there's a reason they're still single, right? And or they've been through it, right? And there's a reason we're on there, right? I'm out there because I've been through some shit. I ain't got the squeakiest clean pass. You looking for red flags? I got a whole bunch of them. Hey, over here, how you doing? So it just kind of is the nature of the beast. But yeah, I think that this plays out in our conversations with religion. James, it also made me think of this. Sometimes I don't catch you. Sometimes you be having great episodes. I either miss the whole thing because I'm sleeping, or I kind of just catch the end of it. But you had an episode on. You were talking sort of about popularity and in schools and in social structures, right? And what it made me think of was it made me think about being in school, how being the only black kid in an all-white school, I had a ton of attention paid to me, right? And then being a drummer and a student leader, I always say it's pretty easy to figure out what my social status was. You go into the auditorium, you're sitting in a seat, I'm on stage almost every time, right? Be that mass, band concert, student government, whatever the fuck it is. And so that sucks because everybody pays attention to everything you do and they're talking about your business constantly. But there was this sort of really cool thing that could happen. So for instance, you know, there was a girl, I remember I was like kind of junior, senior. She was like in 7th grade. She was like really small and shy, right? But she played the flute. And so we realized this little girl could really play, right? So we went to the music teacher like, yeah, you got to let this girl play in mass, you know? And so she did, and she played. And so one of the things I got to do to make my day is to like stop by her locker and talk to her, right? Cause now I'm rolling up to her like, hey, let's chat. You did a fantastic job. What time are you gonna be in the band room? Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop by and kick it with you. Let's work on something. You know what I mean? And then she would tell me later, oh my God, Jay, like everybody's talking to me now, and you know it's so awesome. Cool and stuff like that. And I'd be like, hey, you one of the players now? Like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's the way like we can use our platform. It's like what Derek does for us, right? When Derek comes to us like, hey guys, I'm hanging out with Pocket Locker. Well, that video gets to like 500 views, right? Which is, you know, 2.5, 3 times as much as a lot of my other stuff, right? But he's into that. He knows he's not going to grow his platform through this, right? He doesn't need to do this, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, but he just enjoys that, right? And I think part of the reason he enjoys it is because he takes the attacks, right? He gets all the people bothering him on social media, all the people critiquing what he did, you know, people are breaking down and analyzing his relationship with Robert Price, who was his fucking friend and mentor, right? Like, there's a heavy cost to pay to, like, be the centerpiece or whatever, as you would say about Derek, right? And so I think for him, like, part of that genuine, like, okay, if I have to deal with that, then hey, I get to do this really sweet thing over here. You know what I mean? Right. And so it made me really think of her and just different stories like that, where it was like I had to deal with all this shit, and yeah, it was cool to be popular, but it really was a pain in the ass to be bothered all the time about everything and just never be able to just blend in and feel like you're, you know, nobody's paying attention to you, right? But there was this thing where you got to like take people who were, you know, I could relate to, because they were probably like me, just shy and nerdy kids, if not for our, you know, participation in music or whatever the fuck like that. And, you know, do what wrestlers do, put them over, give them something to smile about. And yeah, it's all good. But yeah, I've been thinking about that. Maybe even with like the other side, like there are some Christian channels I've seen, and I make fun of them when I see them because they're real scholarly and high-minded and, you know, serious broadcasts, like radio voices and stuff. But now that I think about them, honestly, they're much more like some of the people I've seen on Nate's channel or Digital Gnosis or something like that, where they actually are people, they're just really smart, really kind. They seem really well put together. They just have a life experience where, to this point, they're firm believers. And, like, I'm okay with it. And it might not be a freaking dumpster fire, but, like, maybe I need to try to have more conversations with those people. Because right now I'm giving a whole lot of attention to low IQ nutters.
Yeah, more attention than they deserve, or that's even productive for us, maybe sometimes. But they're still fun to talk about, and sometimes fun to talk with, but not usually. Yeah. So today I'm trying to call out BATY. This guy keeps harassing me and keeps, you know, talking about me all over the place, like he's scared me off or something. And
I didn't catch most of your stream because I just noticed you were live and just got up and kind of got to it myself. But I know you said you were trying to like keep the peace in your life, and I was thinking about this, and it's like this person is so aggressively into me, and I just don't know what it is. Like I don't know where this goes, right? Like I'm sure you feel this.
Are they hate watching you?
Oh, it's beyond hate. It's hate watching me. They're contacting my colleagues. They reach out to Rob. They reach out to Mike Travisano. They reached out to David. Yeah, they dox my students. They publish my acknowledgments. Now, anytime I interview with people, like I interviewed with Lamont, he tried to get on Lamont's show the next week. So now it's like anybody, like the only reason he probably hasn't tried to get on with like you and Lena and people like that is because he knows y'all are my friends. He knows he's not going to get anywhere with Gin and Truth, right? But somebody like Lamont, who he doesn't really know me that well or know us that well, or somebody who might be new to us. So now it's like he's gonna watch me, and then if I interview on somebody's channel or somebody comes on my channel, then he's gonna be like, hey, I saw you and noticed you were on Jay Bundy's program. We should do something, right? Like, it's just like, dude, but that's what he did with Kent, right? Like, he's a Kent Hovind hater, and I made the mistake of having a conversation with Kent Hovind, not realizing that that was gonna make me the target of all the Hovind haters. And so he's a Hovind hater who just came running around, and I was like, bro, I'm just not really interested in, linking up with you, like, mostly because he just wanted to dish dirt on Kent Hovind, and as y'all saw, I don't let people do that to anybody, and I didn't need help preparing for Kent Hovind, like, let's be serious. I just was like, thanks, but no thanks, right? And that just makes him feel so attacked, right? So now he's trying to like prep up Sal, and he's just turned this into this whole thing. And like I said, he's doxing my students and Clips and you, right? He put you on his website and my one black friend. Like, he's literally made us his latest obsession.
But, I didn't know that. I didn't know I was a...
It's so crazy. But dude, but it's like, but here's the thing, bro. What does he want? So today I figured I'm going to flip the script. Yeah, I'm going to call him out. I got the Restream link. Call me, Robert. Like, call me. Let's talk. Because I think that's the last thing, right? He wants to talk all this. This is what I told Cliff this. This is what a lot of these creationists do. They know people like Rob won't debate them, right? So what they do is they puff on their chest. I'm calling out Robert Pennock. Debate me, bruh. Right? And they know we're going to be like, fuck no. Right? Right? So then they use that to say we're scared, or we don't have no evidence, or there's a conspiracy against him, right? And then in his case, he literally harassed me. He made it, right? We were supposed to maybe have Kent Hovind come and talk to my class. That was something that just Kent brought up. But since he publicized it, turned it into a debate, which we never said it was never scheduled, none of that, well, now Rob's not comfortable. He doesn't want to do it. See what I'm saying? Oh, we were going to stream my class. Well, now you dox my students, so now we can't stream my class. Well, now he flips and turns that into, oh, we scared them off. Oh, yeah, once we've showed attention to this Pennock versus Hovind debate, magically it doesn't happen. Oh, once I document and report on the fact, he calls it a reporting. Once I report on the fact that Jay Bundy was going to stream his class with Robert Pennock, magically it isn't streamed all of a sudden. Yeah, because you harassing people. So now I'm like, wait. So now I'm like, wait, let's flip it. Robert Beatty, come call in my show. Because once you actually try to have a conversation, what do you want? Like, you hate Kent Hovind. Nigga, so do we. Like, what you think we're Kent Hovind fans? You think we're like we're sending Kent Hovind money? Like what do you... Again, like, where are you going to get us to, right? He's going to come and he's going to document all Kent Hovind's dirty deeds. And then what, James? We're going to stop, sending Kent Hovind our prayer requests? Like, what is he? You see what I'm saying? We're already atheists. Like, what does he think?
Right. So he's got something else going down. I don't know. Oh, hey, Godless Girl. How are you today?
Hey,
what's
Godless
up?
Girl.
This is my first time on one of your streams, I think.
Yeah, this legitimizes my channel so much. Thank you for
James, also, I'm going to tell you, by the way, bro, this happens with call-in shows, bro. As soon as you be like, all right, y'all, I got to go. I'm about to tip up out of here. Everybody's like, wait, I just got here. Hang on.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's up, college girl? Good to see you again.
Oh, what? You guys were about to end?
No, he was before we all jumped on, but it's fine. You're good. How you doing?
No, we're good. So
Oh no, I just subscribed to your channel. I didn't even know about your channel until the people in his live chat just sent me over here to get the link to the StreamYard.
Awesome, I appreciate it so much. So
Got
everybody
you.
here probably knows Godless Girl. If anyone here doesn't, she's absolutely legend. And,
thank you.
Yeah. There's certain people that every time they show up on my stream, I'm like, look how legitimate I am now because they're here. It's like, you're like Derek level legend, so I appreciate that you're on here. And
who else have you had?
Well, Leo, in my opinion, is pretty big. Jay is pretty big. Derek stops by Jay's channel when I'm on there, but he hasn't yet stopped by my.
We'll have to fix that.
Yeah, we need to fix that. I don't think he knows I have my own channel.
Yeah. He was on with Gin and Truth. We were all on Gin and Truth over the weekend. That's pretty crazy, man. I can't believe that, man.
Oh yeah, I haven't had him over here yet either. I love.
Yeah, but we were on his channel.
I wasn't. You were.
Yeah, you were too, because remember we did a hot program that was on his channel.
Oh, okay. Hi, Truth Finder.
Hey, Truth
do we know
Finder.
you by a different name, Truth Finder, or is that? Or you just new?
No, I was always Truth Finder. I was subscribed to you for about 6 years now.
Oh, wow, an original. That's awesome. I didn't know any of you guys are still around.
Yeah, I was always.
You've had a channel for 6 years and you only have 90 subscribers, or did you lose a channel or something?
No,
he just started making content.
I started the channel 6 or so years ago, but then I didn't. I made like 2 or 3 videos, never made another one. I never built up the channel and just forgot about it. And then after I got involved in this community through Derek and then Jay, people are like, you need to restart your channel, and I'm like, so finally I did it, right? So like this is like a brand new thing.
I have some advice to you then. I think with YouTube, YouTube cares a lot about how well your channel does when you first create it. So like Tom Rabbit, right?
Yeah.
Tom Rabbit and I, we had our channels for a long time before we started posting a lot of content. So this other guy, Clubhouse Debates, came along, opened up a new channel. He's just posting the same kind of content Tom and I are, but it's even lesser quality in some cases. But his channel is surpassing both of ours because I think he started posting regular content from when he first created it. I think you should just start a new channel. You only have 90 subscribers.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Godless Girl. So part of what we talked about earlier is what I want that channel to be focused on, because I find that if I give too much attention to the religious fundamentalists, that I get angry. It steals my peace. It makes me anxious, and then I sleep worse at night because I find that anxiety just sticks with me, right? So I don't think it does any good for me to rant as much as I do about fundamentalists, because I'm preaching to the choir. Everybody here already knows that fundamentalists are sitting on some bullshit, so I don't know.
Yo, James, I just want to admit some truth to you. But basically, you are on a live show right now with 60,000 viewers, and literally we got you on the live stream in it. So, and there's a few other people just cracking up in it, and they're just trying.
Feel free to drop a link. Drop a hold on. If you can comment in the comments, I'll give you a wrench, and you can drop a link to your channel.
Literally, but we're all trolling you, and some of the viewers on the comments is like, we're gonna call the police on him, and I was like, why are you gonna call the police on him?
Oh, I see. Well, we don't need that kind of hassle.
Yeah, so obviously, my stream is full of trollers and prank callers, and some of them even call the police. They call the police on me as well on live, and I was just laughing about it, innit? Well gone.
Yeah,
they can't do
there's an
nothing to
actual.
me. I'm not in America.
There's an actual word for that. I can't remember what it's called now. Do you guys know when people call the cops on you as a way to troll you?
No, no, I don't know. But if somebody, they're it's certain things man, it's almost man, I'm just saying, it's a lot of us that have had real trauma with police in our lives.
Hey, I dropped the link on.
You know what I'm saying, James? real trauma with police in our lives. Man,
I'm terrified
there's some
of
things
police.
that's not
But
funny.
I would never call the police on
It's
someone to
yeah,
troll.
I don't even understand.
That sounds like something you get arrested for.
Yeah, it is illegal, and wow, because you're making a false report, right, to a government official and wasting city resources. I mean, it's really, but again, I call it privilege play. A certain thing, some people are privileged enough to do. They're right up to the line. It's either not explicitly illegal, or there's a jurisdictional issue where they know they'll get away with it. Like if you just place a random call out of state to a random police department, then they know like what are the chances those people are going to do something about it. You see what I'm saying? It's how I feel about people like Robert Beatty. I say his name because I realize I just got to speak it. Like ignoring him didn't make him go away, and it doesn't do me any good to like feel like I gotta feel like I can't speak somebody's name like they Voldemort or something just because they're harassing me. So Robert Beatty is his name. You see what I'm saying? And it's like I always say he can afford to harass me. I can't afford to defend myself. Right?
Yeah. So basically, I even trolled Snoop Dogg in it. I got yesterday. I just trolled him in it. So obviously, I got a recording of that, and it was that for like an hour in. I was trolling him, and he actually believed it. And I was just asking him stupid interview questions.
You trolled Snoop Dogg?
Yeah, I trolled Snoop Dogg.
That's awesome.
Like I said, I got 60,000 subscribers, innit? I made a fake. I made another fake account, and I told my subscribers to subscribe to that channel, so we could act like serious interviewers, and then we got some fake actors, interviewed them, got the views up, and then we tricked Snoop Dogg into coming into an interview with us, and we trolled him.
Oh my gosh, that's epic! Like I approve. That's wonderful. I'm gonna have to try to go look for that. I'd like to see that.
James, kick this guy from the studio.
Kick him?
Kick him.
Why?
I'll tell you after you kick him.
You'll tell me after. I don't care that he. Why do you think he's trolling me?
Yeah, he's lying to you.
No, Jay is just lying. He's so much.
Click on the link he sent you. He's got 60 subscribers.
I don't care. Like,
so what are you talking? I mean, yeah, but like, I mean, whatever. Cool. I got stuff to do. I wanted to help you check your stuff, James. Come hang out later, man. We'll wrap. But I appreciate you. I don't want to deal with this guy. But because I got a lot going on.
Truth Finder, I'm going to go ahead and let you go because Jay probably has a point. I'm glad to have you here. Feel free to comment and subscribe and anything like that, and we'll talk soon. So there we go.
Yeah, I mean, if he's bragging about how he made a fool of Snoop Dogg, he's sitting here trying to make a fool of us. Like I'm just not really into that.
Sure.
Jay, that guy I don't know who he is. The guy you said is harassing you. I would just like give him the best response is like no response. I would just not give him. I wouldn't even talk about it on live streams. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's what I did for a long time, but it's kind of like I realized there's nothing to it. Like that's kind of my point. It's kind of like I think by ignoring it, right? I'm almost making it bigger because I'm feeding into this idea that I'm afraid to talk about him, and I kind of just realized it's nothing to me. Like what? I don't even know what he like. That's the thing. That's kind of what I want him to call. I want him to actually because I really think that's what it is. They're so used to being avoided. They're so used to us refusing to even acknowledge them that that's now what fuels their fire. They've made that their strategy. They count on us to ignore them because if we actually show up and we don't, like this is what Cliff says, they just have nothing. Like they're so fundamentally wrong about everything that's it. So I'll give you an example. There was a student group there was a creationist group that showed up to Michigan State's campus, right, where a lot of really big name evolutionary biologists work. And it just was very clear to the people that actually showed up that they expected to just sit up there and preach and say things that have been routinely debunked and not have it challenged. And when that wasn't the case, they pretty much just fell apart. Right. And that's kind of my thing with this guy. It's like, OK, Robert, you want to come on to my show? What do you want? OK, Ken Hoven's a terrible person. Great. We got it. Check. Thumbs up. Thank you. What's next? Right. Like, I just don't think he has anything. And so I think and by has anything, I think he is misguided in this. Like, I really think he's picking on me like I'm his enemy. and I'm not even his enemy. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like,
what's his name?
Robert Beatty. It's like he's doing more harm to everybody instead of me just sitting him down and going like, bro, what do you want? Because I'm not afraid of you. You're not going to hurt me. You're not doing anything. You're just really annoying me, but nobody even knows, like, what do you want? Like, I'm broke as shit, so he don't want money from me, right? I have under 500 subscribers. I can't make him famous, right? I, like, my time, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a creationist, so... I'm an evolutionary biologist. So what does he want? Does he want to have a creation versus evolution debate? Again, cool. Let's set it up. We'll have the debate. Well, like, I just don't get, see what I'm saying? So sometimes I think it's better for me to just say, bro, look, there's a link, call me, let's set it up, talk to me, let's sit down and talk. I'll give you what you want, and then we'll both just move on. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm genuinely confused. I think at this point, he's antagonizing me just to antagonize me. And the best thing to do is just say, okay, cool. You want to antagonize me? Let's have it. Let's fight. Let's give you what you want. You want my attention? You've got it. What are you going to do with it? And the answer is going to be, they don't know what to do with it. They didn't actually plan for actually getting it. It's sort of like I saw the one time my teaching mentor actually did a debate was when he actually he got to debate intelligent design theories. And what he did was he pulled the ultimate move on him. He said, cool, look, I'm just going to accept your theory. Oh, you said intelligent design creationism theory. Help me think like an intelligent design. And so he asked them questions based on just treating their theory like a scientific theory, like they always said. And they had no response. Of course not. Go ahead, James. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're fine. You're not cutting me off. So, Godless Girl, do you have a wrench yet? If you want to drop the link to your channel so I can get anybody that isn't subscribed yet to go over there.
Oh, sure. Awesome. Do you have a degree in evolutionary biology, Jay?
Yeah, PhD.
Oh, nice. Have you ever heard of Fodor's argument against natural selection?
No, see, people keep mentioning this Fodor guy to me. Can you re-say it for me? Because I don't even know who this person is really.
It's really like hard to grasp. I don't even know if I fully grasp it, and I'm gonna have a hard time articulating it. But it's basically that it's not denying that evolution is true or anything. It's just saying, okay, so let's take evolutionary psychology for example.
Sure.
Like, they'll be like, oh, you know, women are attracted to rich men because it was like used to be an evolutionary advantage. This is a bad example. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
It's so sorry. I shouldn't even brought it up because I can't run the argument.
So yeah, I could look into it. Is it like a tautology thing? I mean, there's a lot of arguments against natural selection. My main thing is this. Look, I think YouTube is a place where people get to sound smart saying stupid things. I don't want to give unnecessary credence to any of these things because I'm just always like, and this is something people should really understand. Nobody knows a lot about biology. And why is that? Because all of these fields are just too big for any person to reasonably be able to. So what our opponents do is they just keep grabbing stuff almost out of thin air, right? And then it's like, well, I've got this thing that makes me question this thing. And it's like, bro, cool. If you're that smart, great. Just go prove it to the other scientists. Like, just, you know what I mean? So, and I'm always like, cool, there's like a really easy way to solve this, right? It's called you write a paper, you submit it to a journal, and then everybody in the field goes, hey, you guys know this James Fodor guy, right? He just ripped apart natural selection. We got to deal with that, right? But it's just ironic. It's like I always hear about these people, but I only hear about them on YouTube. See what I'm saying? Like, I'll never read about them, but I only hear about them on YouTube. So to me, it's like until somebody publishes something, when I hear problem with natural selection or argument in natural, my first immediate reaction is there's just no such thing. So somebody's just telling me somebody believes in ghosts, and I'm like, great. But I don't want to crap on him because I know he pops up and stuff, and people probably like him and think he's a reasonable dude.
I think creationists are going to not be smart enough to be able to run the argument. on you though, but so it's not really about the science exactly. It's more of a conceptual thing that natural selection isn't like a testable. The fact that it occurs isn't really in contention. It's that I guess for every trait there's like a coextensive trait. So like say the heart beating, pumping blood, it also a coextensive trait of that is that it makes the thump thump noise.
Sure.
So we would say natural selection, the heart evolved to pump blood, right? But there's no way to test for that because we don't have we're not in the original environment. So it could be that it evolved to make the thump thump noise.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean that fits in the theory that there are adaptations that we would almost certainly think that it's almost certainly that it happened, right? Because as you mentioned, if you think about how complex a heart is, all the tissues and the materials and the vessels and all of those things had to be in place before it could effectively function as a heart. So it almost certainly had to be doing something else prior to that, right?
It had some other function.
Yeah, it just had to. That was sort of the key, right? Because that was the one thing that did challenge Darwin when he first thought about these, he would call them like, traits of extreme perfection or extreme complexity or whatever, right? And that's where the creationists try to go to irreducible complexity, but it's like the eye or whatever. But then he's like, it would make sense if there were sort of these intermediate steps that along the way that might be beneficial for some other purpose. And then we've even added to that, and now we have evidence that that's not even necessary. Some of the steps along the way don't even have to be beneficial. Like you could have bad thing that happens, and those are sort of there are sort of genes that are lowering your fitness, but they don't lower it enough that you go extinct or stop reproducing. They're just kind of bad. And then later on, there's another mutation or another change in the environment, and all of a sudden that gets co-opted for something good, right? and then all of a sudden it's great. So you could think of something like a reduction in metabolism, right? Like normally that's bad. You have a mutation that slows down your ability to metabolize sugars. That's bad. You're in trouble. But, you've got enough other stuff and you still can get plenty of sugar because it's fucking America, right? So you just metabolize a little, but then all of a sudden the environment changes and it gets frigid. And now all of a sudden you actually have an advantage because it turns out everybody else is burning through sugar too quickly. And now all of a sudden those type of sugars are rare, right? And then that gives you a better basis to develop some other adaptation based off the fact that you reduced your sugar metabolism. So we now know that, yep, we can get these really complex traits. They're almost certainly going to be used for something intermediately different in the way. That's fine. And then also, they don't even have to be beneficial at every step. Some of the steps can actually be, harmful, and then they can be rescued later as part of the adaptive process. So these are actually, they're really. It's kind of interesting when these type of things come up because you're right. And it's something that it's hard to communicate with people about. Biologists don't talk about these things a lot, nor should they, because they're not really about the biological evidence. Like you said, this isn't things we can test experimentally or whatever. They really were sort of things that were about the theory and about sort of understanding how it could work, and then we get support for it.
Do you think it's like there's actual science going on?
Absolutely, yeah. I did my master's in biological anthropology, and so we sort of had a professional sort of rivalry with evolutionary psychology because our methods are different, and we like to poke at their research a lot. But we certainly wouldn't say it's not science. It's definitely different, right? Like, so evolutionary psychologists tend to, they have to construct their theories sort of after the fact. They sometimes have to base their stuff in what you might think of as like testimonials or, the experience of small groups or small individuals. And their data is very different. Whereas biological anthropologists. We saw ourselves as essentially evolutionary biologists who studied people. So everything was about populations and signatures of selection. And we didn't think their approach was very basic, right? It wasn't properly experimental to us, which is sort of where we would take shots, right? But we recognize that they're dealing the best with what their discipline has to offer, and they're certainly doing legitimate work that's based in sound science. Now, there's been some questionable stuff, and I think that what happens is those, it's sort of like we say with religious people, they count the hits and ignore the misses. Critics of sciences do the opposite. They pay attention to the misses and they ignore the hits. And so you get these sensationalized stories about a burgeoning discipline where somebody stumbled in that process, or, maybe there was a bad actor or a misguided philosophical approach here or there. And then now people want to say this whole field is dog shit because of, these couple of problems. And that's also not how science works, right? We just say, hey, we've improved on that. Because again, it's not about that person, right? So a person can mess it up, but that doesn't mean the whole field is messed up. The field is able to just correct for the mistaken data or the misguided approach and keep it moving.
And I'd like to add that, even if the entire field of evolutionary psychology is like bunk, what's the alternative that's being proposed? Because a lot of these conversations, it's really just magic at the end of the day. Right. And yeah. I think the framework that we have understanding biology basically necessitates some sort of evolved mind, right? And
I would agree with that.
So is it falsifiable? Their theories, are they falsifiable?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
So normally you're looking for signatures of things. So I always give the example of voices. Voices are very simple. We say things like women prefer deep voices, right? Well, we're able to just go in the lab and test, do females in fact prefer to mate with men with deeper voices? And they will just tell us every single time, guys that sound like James get laid more than guys that sound like this. It's just the truth of the matter. Women don't find this type of voice very sexy. They might think I'm a
fine, but what does it have to do with evolution?
Right. So
I thought it was my hair. Honestly, I thought it was my hair.
So then we can just take this same theory and say, well, if that's the case, then maybe there's something to that. Like that is something that is deeper than just humans. And so we look and we'll find things like, all throughout the primate kingdom, there are these species that are sexually dimorphic, and the females tend to prefer the males with deeper voices. Like, wow, that's crazy, right? There's even species like the howler monkey that are legendary for the males having to have that secondary sexual adaptation. And then we can even look in the fossil record and see that there's,
what would the hypothesis be?
That there's something very important about that signal evolutionarily that women are cueing in on, and that it's not some sort of arbitrary socially constructed cue. It is in fact an important signal. And here's what Lena was sort of getting at about the alternative. We'd be happy to change our minds about that. We just don't find evidence of the alternative. In other words, we don't find a society where women prefer higher pitched voices, or we don't.
So wait, the hypothesis is that it's not socially constructed, and the evidence for that is that it's found among primates.
Well, it's just the evidence to support that, right? And we don't find evidence of other preferences, right? You would hope that at least if you found cases where that didn't hold, then you could get to say, wait, maybe there's something unique about, this culture over here.
So if we found say chimpanzees didn't prefer that, the females didn't prefer that, would that falsify the hypothesis?
It wouldn't, not necessarily, but it would certainly.
It would be evidence against it?
No, it might be evidence that there's something unique going on in humans that isn't going on in chimps, but it certainly suggests, that's what you're looking for, right? You're sort of trying to. That's what you're trying to map out.
I think that's a problem.
Why would it be a problem?
I think that's a problem for if you go to look at primates and say, oh, look, the females do prefer it among these primates, therefore that's evidence that the hypothesis is true,
Right.
then the negation of that observation should be evidence against the hypothesis.
Well, all you'd have to do to negate the hypothesis is just find supporting evidence for a competing hypothesis. All I'm saying is we define evolutionary families by, shared derived traits. And so we already know that humans have more shared derived traits in common with each other than they do with chimps. And we know we have more in common with chimps than other primates and so on and so forth. So we expect there to be times that holds up, that we're so chimp-like, and then there are other times where like, oh, this thing is more unique to humans. And matter of fact, that helps us identify it. But what I'm saying is our job is to figure out that evidence so that we can start to figure out that relationship. So for instance, if we find that it's common amongst chimps, then we start to look back further than our divergence from chimps to see where it might start to become a unique adaptation, be it cultural. And again, we don't really think these things are isolated. So we think the lay people talk about, well, this is social, this is cultural, this is genetic, organisms are whole organisms. So it's just a thing that's observed. So it's a trait. And so we're trying to figure out, where does the trait start to behave uniquely in the way that we associate with humanity? And if the chimps are doing the same thing, then it isn't there, right? If all the primates are doing the same thing, it isn't there. And then, so it's hard, right? We have to sometimes go and say, okay, if tarsiers, let's say we find some tarsiers, and the tarsier females actually prefer males with a higher pitched voice. Well, now we got a bunch of questions. This doesn't throw out the theory that hominins females prefer males with deeper voices. We've got to ask ourselves questions like, are the tarsiers just representing a different branch, that there was they inherit a different preference? Do they inherit a different preference for voices? Is it something where it's just, what about if it's their environment? So give you an example. They might have had a particular predator where they evolved a system of whistling, right?
Yeah, and in that way, it's making the hypothesis like impossible to falsify. That's
it's not making it impossible to falsify. You're just saying there's a different falsifiable hypothesis. There's a different falsifiable hypothesis that there's a reason they're an exception to this general trend. It could be something like they have an.
Is there an observation that would falsify the hypothesis?
Yeah. When you go in there and you don't find human females preferring the deeper voices, but we don't find that. We find it. I'm mentioning research like I already know we have good evidence to support because I know this research. So it could have been falsified. It just isn't. You know what I mean?
Maybe we're talking past each other, or I'm just not following.
So I said females prefer males with deeper voices, right? And so you're asking me, could I falsify
that?
I
thought the hypothesis was, though, it's not that that's like some environmental thing. It's that it's because of some evolutionary thing in the past. That was the hypothesis. It's not in contention that females prefer deeper voices. That's not what the hypothesis is. So it's not because of the environment. It's due to some evolutionary thing in the past. So I'm asking, what observation could falsify? That's the hypothesis, right?
Yeah. So
what observation could falsify that hypothesis? That's the problem.
That it's evolutionary. Here's the thing. It's just hard to imagine, right? So I was reading out of my Teaching Mentors book yesterday, and I think people misunderstand this sort of nature of science thing. We're taught the basics, like science presents ideas that are falsifiable, and you have a hypothesis, you test it, and then it gets a thumbs up or thumbs down, right? True. But there becomes scientific theories that are built up on repeated observations. And so sometimes the theory that an experiment is based on is so well supported that, again, it's difficult to imagine it finding evidence to the contrary. So So you're
It could
asking,
be that it's like the best explanation is that's fine. Like there's some abductive reasoning going on.
right? But we can't. I can't point you to a magic bullet test that would falsify an evolutionary explanation for sexual preferences. This is something that, because again, we're talking about something that is supported by so many layers of evidence. All I'm saying is I'm pointing to one line of evidence that shows support that this type of preference is deep in our evolutionary history. Now that's it for us. That's all we want to show. Like that's all we need. That's it. Like we're not like, so we wouldn't expect this to be something. The test can be falsified.
Do you disagree with the principle that if there can be evidence for something, it must be the case that there can be evidence against it? There's like a possible observation.
I don't think so. I'm not sure, because I don't think you can always find evidence against something, right?
No, I mean it's like a hypothetical. There's a possible observation.
I'm not sure we're going to agree on these terms, because from my understanding, you're a like real philosophy person. I'm a science person. My philosophy is very limited to nature science, so I don't. It's just, I feel like you're trying to get me to say something I'm just not comfortable saying, and you're not accepting the answers I'm giving you. I don't know. I guess you want me to say, I feel like you just want me to say that, no, I can't imagine evolution being falsified, and then somehow that means I'm saying it's unfalsifiable. Like, I don't really get where this is going.
It's okay. Never. I wasn't trying to debate you. I don't know a lot about science, so
can I add a few things?
Sure, go ahead, Lena, please.
I just want to add, like, evolution it's not something in the past. It's happening, right? It's this constant process, and according to evolutionary time, culture has happened really, really fast, right? And so when we're looking at behavioral traits, I'm perfectly fine with saying that some things are cultural, right? And it is a tough determination to figure out what parts of human psychology are evolved and what parts are like cultural. But the whole point I'm trying to make is that culture is evolved. It's all one process, right? And it's getting complicated because, human society is really complicated. There's all these new factors that are getting introduced as people come together and create technology and all this stuff. So it's hard to judge a lot of current day trends and ideologies within an evolutionary framework. I'll grant you that, but that doesn't mean that all of this wasn't evolved, because we still have the biology, the hard science that shows that we evolved, and we have to come up with frameworks of understanding culture that fall within an evolutionary paradigm, if that makes sense. And that could be falsified, but like Jay's saying, it's layers and layers of scientific evidence, and we're not just looking at falsifiability, which there's plenty of that going around, but it's also the accountability of the theory, the efficiency of the evidence, and the applicability in making new theories, right? And evolution is one of the best fields of science that we've ever had when it comes to creating predictable models that benefit us in our technology and in all these different fields, medicine, right? So yes, culture is definitely a framework in which you can describe features of human behavior, but like what do you see as that entails? Like what theory are you promoting?
Are you talking to me?
As opposed, yeah, I'm curious. Like,
look, I'm not. I think you're just completely misunderstanding what I was saying. I wasn't at all denying that evolution is true, and I'm not saying that like evolution is unfalsifiable or not testable. There's tons of observations that could falsify evolution. I'm talking about more of the ad hoc, like evolutionary psychology type stuff.
Do you have an
and
example?
Jay, I wasn't trying. By the way,
Sure.
I have a problem with interrupting people. I'm trying to work on that. I think I
no
know
worries,
you a couple times.
sorry.
When I like listen to recordings of myself, it's horrible. The way I'm actually a lot. I'm being very calm right now, though. And I wasn't trying relative to my other interactions with people, you know. And I'm not at all trying to debate you. I was just trying to talk.
So the ad hoc thing is helpful. And to speak to that, again, we've had this criticism of evolutionary psychology, right? And as biological anthropologists, that's what we say, right? I've got to make a prediction, and then I've got to go into my lab and test my prediction, and then you guys sit there and you take in all the data, and then you guys come up with what we would call an ad hoc, explanation. The issue is that might be somewhat of a fair criticism, but it's only a fair criticism of their methodology. And it's only a fair criticism of their methodology if they're misusing their methodology. And most evolutionary psychologists don't. And so you find ourselves in a place where post hoc is perfectly fine way to come up with hypothesis. It's a perfectly fine way to come up with theories, especially scientific theories, because you have a lot of data you can base it on. And so I think most of them professionally don't make the mistake of writing a book or something like that based on a post hoc, explanation of facts and data, and then call that scientific research out of context. I do think sometimes people take what they write and then go, oh, this person, made this post hoc rationalization story, and then use that against the field. And that to me is troubling, not because I think you've done that or anybody here is doing that, but I've seen people do this, and I think you bringing it up is a good opportunity to talk about it, because it just suggests that this is something that is commonly or popularly used to assail people in that field, and we should just offer more clarity and say, it's kind of like psychology, guys. It's kind of like economics, right? Or philosophy even, where a person is perfectly capable of generating theories and ideas based on post hoc. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as they just go to somebody else who has the means to come up with a way to test that. And that's ultimately where the balance between, say, biological anthropology and evolutionary psychology is going to be. And that's why I call it a loving rivalry, because we've eventually realized a lot of our ideas are based in evolutionary psychology. That is where we get a lot of our ideas from. And then when we do our research, people are constantly telling us, hey, are you guys evolutionary psychologists? And we're going, no, we're biological anthropologists, right? And most people don't even know the difference, right? And so it's kind of fun, but it's just like, I feel like I'm on YouTube now, so I got to be careful. I want to get with people and be like, yeah, them damn evolutionary psychologists, let me tell you, they're a bunch of post hoc losers, right? But I just realized I'm in an environment where people try to weaponize your words against your colleagues, so I should say, no, they do really great work. It's just that their work has to be, like any other discipline, seen and used in the proper context. And I think most of them do a wonderful job of not, stepping outside of those bounds. And this is a nuanced thing to talk about. So happy to chat about it here.
There's a lot of controversy in evolutionary psychology anyways, and a lot of pushback, and a lot of laymen incorrectly ascribing human behaviors to evolutionary psychology when it's more about cultural influence and only relevant to evolution. But there's a lot of laymen misunderstanding exactly where the lines are drawn, and a lot of controversy within professional domains for evolutionary psychology that disagree about an awful lot of things. So I think that's all fair. The pushback, I think, is good for the science anyway, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and you see those tablets with like the headlines that just read some ridiculous claim about why your boyfriend or whatnot is acting such and such because of this explanation, and there's a lot of that going around. But it's a perspective thing. Like, yes, you can frame an explanation in terms of biology, right? And you can ask a biologist to explain, why did this person act that way, and they'll tell you, well, that's typical with these sorts of traits and these sorts of humans, right? But then you could ask someone who knows that person, hey, why do they act that way? And they'll give you like a totally different answer about like the drama that's going on in their personal life or something, right? And those two answers can both be true at the same time. It's just you're looking at different ways of framing human psychology because it's super complicated.
Yes, and
right, absolutely.
This was something that was personal to us. So to just lay my cards on the table, my master's advisor was David Putz, anthropology department, Penn State University. The program that is very competitive, right? It prides itself on its #1 ranking and all of that type of stuff. And he is married to also a tenure-track professor at Penn State who is an evolutionary psychologist, right? So in the one house, right, and they're making babies together, we have a biological anthropologist and an evolutionary psychologist. And they do research on similar questions, right? Both labs study the evolution of human sexuality, right? And on top of that, his wife, the evolutionary psychologist, actually makes more money than he does. Why? Because on top of being a professor and running a research lab, she does what? She actually sees clients, right? She's trained. She's a psychologist, for real, right? So she's bad, you know what I'm saying? Like, anybody messing with this lady. But at the same time, we're always poking holes at their research, right? Because, again, we run a lab where we have to generate hypotheses, and we have all these equipment, right? We measure people's hormone levels, and we measure we do gene swabs, and we take recordings and measure their voices and measure facial symmetry and chemical profiles and your hand strength and your erections and your cycles, all of that stuff, right? We pick people apart to test hypothesis in a lab where we treat them like lab rats. They sit people down in chairs and listen to their stories. And so it was real to us because the evolutionary psychologists are social scientists, right? And their methodology is social science methodology, whereas anthropology is also seen as a social science. But biological anthropologists don't like that because we see ourselves as STEM researchers. We see ourselves as evolutionary biologists. So we're trying to push our anthropology towards STEM. And we feel like the STEM people don't give us the respect we deserve when our method is properly experimental and it's properly basic. We are real, proper experimental scientists. We just study human behavior. Right? And so the tension between the fields is because we're trying to push ourselves towards STEM, and then people see our work, and the first thing they think of is what? Evolutionary psychology. And those people are doing what? Social science methods. So that's why there's this tension, right? Because we're all affecting each other's reputations. And so, but to Lena's point, that's the difference in our approaches. When I talk about the differences between male and female, people are always getting pissed at me. Why? Because I'm not like that, Jay, and my friend's different, and I know somebody who that rule doesn't apply to. And I'm going, y'all, I'm a damn biological anthropologist. I'm trying to summarize aggregate differences in human behavior so I can understand how different people evolve to behave differently. We, by definition, have to grossly oversimplify humans and say males do this and females do this and old people do this and young people do this. And it's gross, and people get mad at that, right? Because it just makes them feel nasty. But it's what we have to do because we're studying population-level phenomena. This is the difference I want to get at. Population-level phenomena. That's what anthropologists do, right? What the evolutionary psychologists are doing is they're taking information about the population-level phenomena, and now they're applying that to what? The motivations and experience of individuals. Now, we all know this is a false dichotomy because individual behavior is situated in populations, and populations are what? Collections of individuals. But this primary level of analysis difference is huge because we're trying to aggregate people statistically, and they're trying to explain the behaviors and motivations of individuals. And so that's kind of what the difference is, right? That's why we're teasing them, because we're reading these case studies and we're going, sweet, I just read 30 pages, and how many data points did I get from these 30 pages? 1. Cool, I just read 30 more pages, and how many data points did I get from this? 1, right? To us as anthropologists, this is freaking useless. So I just wanted to draw some of the nuance and show people it's not really personal. It's not even really professional. It's kind of just petty differences based off competing for funding and not liking when your work is kind of not understood at the right level. And it's just a bunch of nerdy stuff that nobody should pay attention to. But those people are doing great work. And I'm so glad that the people here are able to, at such a high intelligent level, as people who don't deal with this professionally, speak to the challenges that these type of researchers are facing. So I really do appreciate this. This has been fun. Sorry I talk so damn much. I'm a rambler, y'all know. And I'm caffeinated, so it's bad.
What? That's okay. How come you're wearing a cross?
You know, it's a really good question. It's because the robes, man. I've been trying to get more of the robes from China with the 3 bars. I like the other ones. I keep ordering them. But I really like the black and purple on this one. And it came with crosses on it. I said, yeah, I'm an ex-evangelical. Let's just rock with the crosses. Who cares? But yeah.
You said you're an ex-evangelical?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, Jesus is the God I don't believe in, so...
Well, it probably triggers some Christians to see you wear that too, right?
Yeah, that's what I figured. You know, if it triggers a couple Christians, then you know, it's cherry on top.
Have you ever debated Otangelo? You know who that is?
Yeah, Otangelo. Yeah.
How'd that go?
Times.
That must have been funny.
It's weird. It goes better. I think a lot of people say it goes better on my channel than most places because you know, I've talked to Otangelo a lot. I kind of was aware of him before I started making content. So we're pretty friendly outside of the disagreements. And so we can kind of just go at each other pretty unfiltered. And I think he knows he's welcome to come back and try again the next day. Yeah.
Do you know who Nephilim Free is?
No, who's that?
He's not that popular. He does have the channel. He doesn't post anything to do anymore, but he's even more competent than Kent Hovind at arguing against evolution. I mean, everything he's saying is bullshit, of course, but he comes across a lot of atheists that don't know how to respond unless they know tons of biology.
James, what do you think about this stuff? Because I don't know, man. All right, here's my mixed of feelings. Like, on one hand, I think these are the low IQ Christians. Like, if you're a creationist, you're arguing for this stuff, you're just way off. And I do think it invites a lot of the toxic behavior. On the other hand, the more reasonable Christians, I tend to not disagree with strongly enough to get passionate about it, right? Like, I don't want to make content against super progressive, reasonable Christians who just happen to have some esoteric philosophy about the love of Jesus, because I really don't care. And at the same time, I think the more toxic Christians, the IDC people, actually represent more of the fundamentalist attitude of the average evangelical in the pews. And so getting at them is a better way to get at the people that I think are, quote unquote, intellectually more like the average Christian, but they're toxic. What do you think, James?
Well, I mean, all that makes sense to me. I mean, so here's the thing. It's the reason I don't make content against progressive Christians for the most part. It's the same reason I don't make content about Buddhists or Wiccans or Native American spiritualists, because if they ain't out there hurting nobody, I really don't give a damn what they do. Worship dry or lint for all I care. So at the same time, yeah, some of them are sitting on some bullshit, but those people, the progressives, tend to be open enough and reasonable enough that we can have a conversation with them to actually get somewhere. Evolution is tricky, though, as a concept, because the science is not simple. It is incredibly complex, and you cannot take somebody from thinking that evolution isn't true to evolution is true, or at least is reasonable, in a short conversation. You can't do it. You can paint pictures and shortcut the whole process with basic ideas to kind of give them the understanding that it's at least plausible, but you can't bring them over to, yeah, I think that's legit, in a conversation. It's too complex of an issue. But I also don't really care that much, right? Like, if I can understand why you do, but this is why I don't participate in evolution a whole lot. It's also why I don't do a whole lot of research about evolution, because I know enough to understand that there is no competing theory, right? And that it answers all the tough questions, and that so I don't. It's just not my wheelhouse. I don't care a whole lot about evolution for that reason. The reason why the fundamentalists care so much about evolution is because it's part of a larger structure of conspiracy theory rhetoric that helps them with their attempt to delegitimize legitimate science in order to create a false dichotomy where they can say, well, if that's not legitimate, then maybe it is part of some big global atheist conspiracy to suppress the truth of God, right? And they create this false dichotomy where if evolution isn't true or whatever, then therefore Jesus, right? Completely logically nonsensical, but a lot of people fall for it. It's a clever grift. So that's the bigger problem, is the larger domain of conspiracy theory rhetoric that they're pushing with that to try to delegitimize science and create this atmosphere of distrust for scientists and distrust for progressive-minded people and for legitimate education, so that they can substitute it with their imaginary version of education, which is anti-education, right? It's just part of the grift. Otherwise, they would not care. Even if the fundamentalists didn't think it was useful toward those ends, even if they don't believe in evolution, they wouldn't care enough to debate it. It wouldn't matter. It matters to them because it helps them with their larger grift. Otherwise, it just wouldn't mean anything to them either. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. Can you give me a brief recap, I guess, about your peace thing? I don't want to ask you to redo your show here, but I'll go back and check it out. But I figured I was going to ask you on my channel anyway.
So the brief of it is that I find that I'm giving way too much attention, passion, energy, time, and sacrificing too much of my inner peace to deal too much with the fundamentalist stuff. Now, you know, my vibe is pretty chill. Right. But you also know that if you keep me talking about the fundamentalist grift, if you keep me engaged with it, my tone of voice goes up a few octaves, and my words get a little bit quicker, and you wouldn't see it, but my body language changes, and pretty soon I'm getting angry, and you can hear it. Like it's mockery, and then it's contempt and derision, and then it's anger. And I kind of feel the same godless girl feels when she goes back and listens to her own conversations and wishes she came at the discussion differently, right? I feel the same way when I go back and listen to my monologues, dialogues, whatever. Like, I feel the same way. I go back and I'm like, I don't like that I heard this in my voice. That contempt and the derision and the anger, I don't like. That's not who I want to be. Sure. And then I think about it, I'm like, I'm sacrificing so much of my inner peace to have these engagements over a prolonged period of time, like almost every day, almost every year. It's like, you know, it adds up. And I've noticed that when I spend too much time in an anxious state, which that does elicit within me, it changes my blood chemistry, and I think it does for anybody. And so that when I go to lay down, I take my sleep meds or whatever, and I go to lay down, I can't sleep, or I sleep fitfully and I wake up, and it's because my blood chemistry isn't working well with the sleep pills that I take, because I'm too anxious and upset. Because even though I'm not upset anymore, like I've already quit thinking about the fundamentalism and I'm in bed, I'm not still thinking about it, but my blood chemistry is still different from when I had been thinking about it. And so I've realized, even on a physical level, that it's stealing so much of my health away, and I'm not getting a return on that. Like, what am I getting out of it? It's not like I'm getting paid like big fat checks like Matt Dillahunty, right? Now, Matt Dillahunty has this career that he's built up around confronting the grift and all that stuff, and he spends an awful lot of time being very, very angry. And I get that, I do. But I think it's preventing him from healing and moving past it. And I would do it for a while. Like, if I was getting fat checks in order to deal with the religious grifters and really confront them, I would do it for a while intentionally, because then it's a trade-off. Because the money I get would be relieving other aspects of anxiety in my life, and so I'd be sacrificing peace over on this of my life, but making up for it and then some on this other part of my life, and maybe that'd be a fair trade. But I'm not getting a fat check. It would take a day probably to build up to start getting the fat checks, even if I could, because it's a small niche, right? Like, there's only so much room for talent in our niche. There's only room for so many heavy hitters to rise up to the ranks of Apologia or what have you, right? Like, and I don't know that I can compete on that level anyways. I also don't know that I want to. So here I am in this community where it's very important to me that I maintain these connections because I love our community and I love the connection that we built, and I love what Derek's trying to do, where we're trying to build something there, right, and create places where people can have these discussions. And I also understand that if we completely go gin and truth on these motherfuckers, if we completely go gin and truth on them every time, like just brutally tearing them a new asshole for their bullshit grift, then they're not going to keep participating in these discussions. They're not going to they won't keep going to the debates. They won't keep engaging with us on our content, even on their own channel, because they're just like, that's just too much. It's too toxic. It's too hostile, and I feel too exposed. But at the same time, if we keep humoring it and enabling it and platforming it and legitimizing it with the careful way that we're charitable about their bullshit so that they'll come back and keep talking with us, if we keep doing that, then we're just enabling their bullshit and potentially harming lives in the process. But if we don't do that and we just call them out on their bullshit all the time, pretty soon they're not going to want to play in our sandbox, and we're going to end up in nothing but an echo or circle jerk, where it's going to get boring and unproductive really quick, because growth doesn't happen in an echo chamber, right? And it gets boring too, just to have everybody just agreeing with you. Yep, those Christians are stupid. Then what do you do with that, right? Like, that's so boring I can't even put it into words. So it's a catch-22. Like, I don't know what we're supposed to do about that. I don't think debates are all that helpful in terms of winning people over. It just polarizes everybody more. Fight Club is fun if you're into that, but it's not real productive. I think that the more productive channels, the ones that helped me deconvert from the bullshit, are like channels like Dark Matter 2525, right? Or Non-Stamp Collector, or Christina Rad when she used to be here, or 43 Alley when he used to be here. God, I miss that guy. And they helped me break free of the bullshit. So but the debates that I watched never did. They just weren't helpful. It's fun as a sport, and it really helps to then develop our mental acuity to participate in that sport. I think that some of us are really well geared for it. Like Godless Girl, this is why she's legend. She could just be passed out drunk and still own you in a debate. Her mind is so perfectly machined as this super logical machinery, like, and just like it's amazing. But I can't at that level. I just can't. My mind's not quite that astute. And I don't know that I want to, right? Like, at this point, like, I steal so much of my peace. I sacrifice so much of my peace to even think about these grifters and the shit that they do. It's the reason I quit being patient with Rebecca. So many people in our community feel like I've been too hard on Rebecca, and I feel like, nope, I wasn't hard enough on her, right?
I was about to ask what Godless Girl's opinion of Rebecca leaving was, but I'll let you finish, James.
Yeah, Godless Girl, I am curious about that.
Oh, she's really sweet. I have no desire to go after her. I mean, you might have good reasons for. I haven't seen you on there, so I don't know. But I wanted to say about the atheist experience. It's just become like the hang up on Christian's show. It's just ridiculous, but it's still growing and it gets a lot of attention. And I don't think it's so boring. Like, I called in there once I pretended to be a theist so I could debate Dylan. And I was like, I was watching the live stream while I was like waiting on hold, and I was like, oh my God, people really watch this? It's such garbage. Rebecca's so sweet though. But Lena, I actually, did you see my interview? She did like kind of an interview with me.
Yeah, I watched it.
I was there.
Oh, did you hear me say about you?
A little bit, yeah.
I said I wanted to go after Lena because
we can do that. I'm down. I honestly wanted to get your opinion on her leaving. That specifically, where you bumped.
Oh, she left?
I think so. I think she put a little community.
Why?
Also,
out.
Lena, you know what I found out? I don't know if you saw this. She was supposed to be Sal's tag team partner for the debate.
What did she say her reason was for leaving?
She was getting bullied. Her family said that it wasn't working and they didn't like her being here. And she got in a riff with Sal. He talking about he was encouraging her to leave. But I think he's just trying to take credit for her after she had already made up her mind. But they had a little beef. There was a little riff. Oh, I'm all up in it. We all up in it. I said, Rebecca is gone, but the drama is not over.
Who tells you this stuff?
I have my sources.
Who's the mole?
Hey guys, Just so you know, Jessica, I don't know if she's still in the chat from 213, 7 minutes ago. She may or may not still be here. She's one of my dearest friends who lives in a different country, in America Junior, Canada. She probably doesn't want me calling it America Junior. So I just want to let her know welcome and hi. And so
appreciate you. You know what, James, that is? I think your OGs are finding you now, right? You've been out here for a little bit, and then now some of them are starting, hey, James is back. James is out here.
Yeah, James is out here. James is trying to decide where he wants to go from here.
James, I have so many
points about why I might reboot. Go ahead.
I have so many thoughts about that, but go ahead, Godless Girl. What do you think about Rebecca Lee? So yes, basically she's just decided not to make content anymore. Do you have initial thoughts on that? I guess you're just hearing it.
Well, that's sad. Like, also when you said, I forgot the guy's name, who's like calling your university and stuff. That's like really. I wouldn't want to see anybody leave the internet because of stuff like that. Like you said, Rebecca's family. I don't know exactly what was said, but it sucks that that's the case. I guess it sucks. That's what I'll say.
I'll just say I don't have an opinion about whether or not she comes or goes. People think I do, and I don't. A lot of people like, don't you want her to stay? Shouldn't we be nicer? I'm like, look, I don't care who likes her and who doesn't. I don't care if she stays or she goes. I don't care. Like, it doesn't mean one way or bit. I have no personal vendetta against Rebecca. I've never intentionally made a video where I just hate on Rebecca. The closest I came to that was the other day where I got tired of being asked about Rebecca all the time in our streams, and so finally I made a video about why I'm tired of talking about Rebecca, and like I did chapter reviews of her book. On my stream with chapter 1, and then we discussed chapter 2, chapter 3. By the time I got to chapter 3, and then she came on to answer some questions, that's when it all started together for me, and I realized just how much of a grift she was sitting on, just how much she's been honestly dishonest with the community about what she really thinks of us and what her views really are. Like, she's played it close to the vest. And once it started to all come out what she really thinks, and I put it all together, I'm like, crap, that's awful. It's toxic. It's horrible. And I don't care. Like, it doesn't bother me. Like, I don't care how bad her are. Like, any individual Christian, I don't even begin to care. The larger structure of the grift and the damage it does in the world, I do care about that. But that's why when I think about it and talk about it too much, it makes me angry to talk about it. So I need to stop talking about it, because I steal my own peace when I focus that much about it, when I think and talk that much about it, and I don't think it's productive. But I don't have a personal problem with Rebecca, and I don't even really like talking about Rebecca, and I don't care if she stays or goes. I just want to make that clear to everybody. But
when I said she's sweet, it's like I don't really know that much about her. I've only been on her stream like 3 times, so.
Yeah.
I don't really watch her content, so I shouldn't really have anything to say.
Well,
so for me, so James, just a couple of things, because James, I have so much I want to say to you, bro. But all right, so on that point, couple things. You're right, and I want to make it very clear. I agree with you. I want people to understand something. I don't care about none of these creationists. Nobody on YouTube is important to me. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. You know, when I started doing this, I had to work really, really hard to convince my colleagues this is something worth doing, because most of them are like, you realize this is just hurting your career, right? You realize you should just do research and publish and watch YouTube videos in your spare time like the rest of the world, right? I had to really make a case that we was doing something else. But I'm with you. We don't care about the creationist at all. This just has to be made clear. But also, James, it's like there's so many things here. Right, so number one, you're really good at this. So from my perspective, it's like you write great blogs about this shit. And you write, you make great content about this, right? So you can just, it's like levels to the game, right? And so you have like championship level piss and vinegar for these people.
Sure.
So you have to then make sort of these decisions about like, how much do I want to use that? But I think part of the way of thinking about it is for the community, right? It's like, so I'll talk about my own transition, right? I don't care about these people, so I'm happy to pay them attention all day long. Why? because I'm just beating them up to entertain people. That's the difference between, it's like, I have the complete mentality of a professional word wrestler, right? And so it allows me to say, when I clock in, I just want to beat people up, right? I literally just want to beat people. I want to hurt people. I'm here to humiliate people and super kick them on pay-per-view in front of the whole world. And
Are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's hilarious. I didn't think you were like that.
But here's the thing. When I clock out, I'm just here to eat buffalo wings and watch TV, right? It doesn't stay with me at all. Like, the only time it stays with me is I'm trying to think of creative ways to be more entertaining in whooping on them. So that's kind of where I'm saying, James, it's a shift, because you see what I'm saying? It's not robbing me of my peace. The violence is just the show. You see what I'm saying? It's just the show. But it is,
right.
it is a shift.
For background, for anybody that doesn't know, Jay is a big wrestling fan. He has been for much of his life.
Yeah.
And so he sees it as like theater, right? It's not serious. He's not coming after them in a violent, angry way. He's having fun with it. It's just about
it's like PineCreek. PineCreek says, I do this because it entertains me. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to all right. Then the other thing is, I use it for professional leverage. I say, hey, there's enemies out here of evolution, and they're really talking trash about us every day, right? And so these morons, to me, just come right on up. That evolution is nonsense. Sink fingers, you know what I'm saying, right? And then I'm just like, dear NSF, please send money, tenure track employment, and more studio equipment to help me fight on behalf of evolution, right? So I'm just like, bring it. Do you see what I'm saying? But again, you got to figure out that leverage so that their insanity works for me, right? Like, Robert Beatty, harassed me. He tried to interfere with my employment, but you know what he did in the process? Made everybody well aware of exactly what I deal with. And all of a sudden, I didn't have to even say anything to anybody about the type of people I deal with on the internet. He made it very obvious for me. You see what I'm saying? But not everybody has that. When I worked at a bartender, and even when I worked at a church, or when I was in the anthropology department, there was just nothing there for me, right? There would have been no way for me to take that and turn it into anything useful. You see what I'm saying? I just so happen to be an evolution educator. I just so happen to teach a class with Rob Pennock where we're trying to debunk creationists and show that these people are enemies of science. So they're helping us pedagogically. You see what I'm saying? But if I couldn't say that, to your point, James, I don't know if they would be worth my time. And that's what I heard when you started saying what you said. I said, James might not be into fighting like that for fun. You see what I'm saying? He might not think beating up on people is just a fun thing to do. Right? And then he might also say, Jay, I'm not a scientist, and I'm damn sure not an evolutionary biologist. I'm not making anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going anywhere with this. And so that's what I was talking to you, like, James, I'm feeling you. And these are some of the differences that might be differences in our situation. So I want to let people know, like, if you see me doing stuff that you don't see James doing, don't think I'm saying James is wrong. I'm saying I'm just making it work for me. And you might not be into that right now. But you also got to think about the fact that you are really good at it. But look, let me tell you something, James. I got the BBC, British Broadcasting Channel. You see what I'm saying? And the endurance. The ladies say that I'm a sex god, but I'm not a porn star, right? You don't have to make a career or a channel or content about everything you're good at. Just because you're great at something doesn't mean you owe the world to do it. So I just want to, let you know that's how I feel about your talent, right? I want you to do it, but you don't got to do it for me.
Right. The only reason I even care about what I'm on my channel is because I want to be part of what Derek's doing, and I want to be part of the community. I've developed a real sense of connection with the people, a lot of the people, not everybody, but a lot of the people in our community. And I think I don't want to lose touch with these people. I just don't. In fact, I'd like to see it grow. I'd like to bring more people into that. But at the same time, I gotta let everybody know now. I'm just gonna tell it to you straight. I can't keep ranting about religion. I just can't. It's bad for me. I can do it a little bit. Like when I have the stream on consent, which is coming up here probably sometime this weekend, hopefully. If I can figure out who's gonna do that stream with me. We are gonna talk a little bit
I'll
about
do it, man. Right? I did the pickup artist thing, and there's issues with consent. I'd be happy to, if you want me there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I would love to have you there. And Kata said they might, and somebody else said they might, but we'll see who else is in that. But the thing is, so sometimes I don't mind if the topic happens to spend a moment on religion, right? Because here is another way in which consent isn't happening where it should, right? And maybe we're not aware of it, but let's talk about it for a moment. And then we move on to other domains where consent is important and might not be happening, and maybe we could be more aware of it, just to be better citizens of Earth, really. But I don't want to make the whole thing about religion, and I don't want to make entire streams about religion. It's all played out. There's, the community doesn't need that from me. We have no shortage of people that tear religion a new asshole, and quite effectively, right? You just don't need me for that. So I'm trying to figure out a way that I can have topics relevant to our community, people actually want to hear about and engage with, where I'm not stealing my piece in the process. And so I don't know. I've tried a few different times to talk about relationships and how you can tell the difference between a healthy and an unhealthy relationship. And some of that applies to religion. But, the overall theme isn't specific to religion. And that way I can kind of keep it relevant to the community without making it all about religion. And I kind of feel like everything I've attempted so far just hasn't worked. People, they show up and we talk, but they're not. You can tell when people are engaged with the topic. Chat will reflect that. And
Sure,
it seems like these Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say sure. Sometimes I like to just give people, you're not talking to a wall. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Jessica says hi, and definitely no American Junior laughing my ass off. You can keep your America. Right.
Facts.
I was just toying with you, Jessica.
Facts.
I don't really see. It's actually a Simpsons reference.
I didn't put it in my profile, but normally I have Canadian in parentheses because I self-identify as Canadian. That's my pronouns.
I don't blame you. When I talk to people from other countries, I don't even want to tell them I'm from America.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even want to tell them.
Look, I'll tell them this. Listen, I'm bipolar as shit. I have a criminal record. I'm a terrible person, right? Go with that, way down the list, it's like, I'm American. That's the thing I really don't want to talk about. I'd much rather tell you I'm a fucking lunatic and I have a really dark past. But please don't ask about what country I'm from. Please don't.
Right.
Why we have to go there? You know what I mean?
Oh, what's your I have a criminal record too. Actually, I was in jail for violation of probation.
I got the type of one.
A few months in jail. What about you?
No, I don't like to talk about it. People start asking too many questions. Okay. Yeah. I just go with the history. You know what I mean?
So I've never been in trouble because I've never been caught. I'm just gonna say that.
There you go. That's
all I'm gonna say.
That's where I fucked up, James.
That's where you fucked up. You get caught. And I'm afraid of the police too, especially in America. They're not all of them, but so many of them are so damn prone to violence and corruption and falsifying reports and just hell. And that's one of the reasons I can't wait to move out of this country. That the police are just too off the hook.
Yeah.
Too unhinged.
Yeah, I've had a lot of legal problems and I've gotten away with a lot of shit too. But once this cop, I wasn't doing anything wrong. Well, my ex-boyfriend was getting arrested for a DUI, and I was in the passenger seat. They told me to get out of the car, and all of a sudden, for no reason at all, they just slapped me in handcuffs and took me to jail. And then they wrote in the police report, they charged me with harassment and wrote in the police report that I pushed the cop. And it was just totally made up just to be an asshole. And I did fucking community service for this thing I was completely innocent of.
Yep. That's why I can't wait to move out of this country. The police are scary.
I'm trying
Even
to.
when you're a white middle-aged.
Yeah, I'm out.
Even for white middle-aged men, police are scary.
James, can I tell you something? I'm 100% with that. I don't police are scary to everybody. They're just that much scarier to black people. I don't doubt you at all, man. Because it's a dice roll, right? You might get one of the cops that's like, "Oh, James Apperson, you look like you might be part of the good old boys." You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's a dice roll. He might, like I went to, I'll tell you, I went to all white schools. So it's something you learn. You learn a lot of stuff. Racism don't explain everything, right? Everybody couldn't pick on me. You see what I'm saying? It just wasn't enough me to go around. So there was plenty of white on white violence. Let's put it that way. Right? Yeah. There's plenty of nerds revenge out there, right? They see James tall. You got that real deep voice. Yeah, let's cuff this one. Right? Yeah. I seen you at the bar singing last night, James. Get in the back seat. You know what I mean?
Right. It was
do other minorities, like Puerto Ricans, do you think they feel the same way?
I don't think it's the same. Nobody's gonna feel the same, nor should they, because it's always different. Everybody's different. But yeah, I think anybody that knows they're outside of, that privileged class knows that they're not in that privileged class, certainly.
Yeah, I think the more pigmentation you have in America, the more trouble you're in.
And it's intersectionality, right? If I'm feeling a certain type of way as a black man, somebody else feeling a type of way as a black female, somebody else feeling a type of way as a black female trans midget. You know what I mean? They just dealing with a.
What's your opinion of
person,
black cops?
Most of them I love, but I've dealt with some that were worse. I actually get more nervous around a black cop. Like the reason I say I love most of them, I'm talking about the ones I've known and met, even some of the ones I've come across in like my medical dealings. But I was once arrested by a cop I was pulled over by a black cop, and I literally thought it wasn't going to be any big deal. Because most of the white boys showed up on scene, everything was fine. I felt some kind of way, like almost like I felt this way sometimes with black judges, where you feel like you're worried about that overcompensation. Like they're not gonna cut you a break because it's like the white cops screw you over, but then the black cops don't cut you no slack because they don't want to look like
they want to look like they're not being biased.
Yeah, they want to look like they're not being biased now, and so I'm always nervous about that, and so I'm real nervous around black cops, not because I think something violent's gonna pop off now, but because I just think they're gonna do everything by the book now, and that's just how it goes. And I know that sometimes I'm that way with a student. Like I'm real cool with my students, but I definitely, if you black and we cool, I'm definitely not cutting you slack. You better stay on top of your game, right? You stay on top of your game, I'm gonna be cool as shit with you. But if you're looking for slack, I'm definitely not gonna give your black ass no slack, right? Because that's just part of it, right? So, that's just it. So I'm feeling that, right? Again, I'm not saying they're doing something crazy. I'm saying they're doing something human, right? So, yeah. Go ahead, James.
Have you guys seen the video from Rob Hustle called This Is What Happens When You Call the Cops? Do you guys know Call the Cops from Rob Hustle? Oh, my gosh. And I'm so tempted to play it. Like, Call the Cops by Rob Hustle featuring Bone. It's it'll make you angry. It's like, that's why I'm also half tempted not to play it. It'll make you angry about the cops. And this is the thing. Like, I don't want to feed the polarity in our city, even though it's a serious issue. Because I feel like there's so many people out there that are just angry and looking for someone to blow up at. And if I'm one of the people that are feeding hostility toward the police, I could make the difference. Somebody that's sitting on the edge and not regulating their emotions well, that are just looking. And if I end up being the guy that makes them so angry about the cops that they go out and shoot a cop, I don't want that just because I vented about cops.
Let me give people a thought experiment real quick, though, James, real quick.
Go ahead.
People are cool with defunding the police, and I'll tell you how I know. The safest I've ever felt is places where there are no police. I went to Switzerland, right? I went to a town called Guarda. Look it up, y'all. Guarda, Switzerland. How do I describe it? It's literally in the middle of the Alps. It looks like the inside of a snow globe. Cobblestone streets, all the houses are cute, 1700s, right? It's not big enough to sustain a public school. So it's this remote little town. You got to drive up to get there, right? No police department in sight. Nobody's worried about crime. Like, you just don't worry about it, right? Like, because they just got to figure it out. So nobody's there, right? Think about, I grew up in the suburbs, pretty like middle-class suburb, no big deal. lived in a gated community, right? So there's a little security on the way in. None of us ever see cops ever. Most of the township, though, if you get outside the gated community, you drive around, even places there's no cops anywhere, right? If there is, they pull you over for speeding. You're like, man, get the fuck out of here. They're like, yeah, here's a warning, see you later, right? There's it's hardly any cops, right? That's why you get pulled over for speeding. Why? Because you're shocked there was actually a cop somewhere. Right. Talked about the remote village I lived in, the police department. What was it? A 2-car garage. All Italian community. Everybody knows everybody. Nobody gives a shit. Now, do one favor. Go to some rich places. Go to some places you can't leave. Go to some places where the average property value is $500,000 and above. You'll notice something. You won't see any cops anywhere, right? So what happens is when people know each other, like you be talking about, right, living in community, you want to go where if you live with somebody, everybody knows your name. You ain't going to be doing no crazy stuff. Why? Because everybody knows your name. You know what I'm talking about? Right? It's only when we get to the city and we're interlacking and there's too much going on. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
That's the benefit of people living in villages where everybody does know your name. You're held accountable. Nobody wants to be the guy that's known for being lazy and living off of others. Nobody wants to be the guy that's known for wife beating or for child beating or for like breaking into people's houses. You can't risk it because that's your people, right? And plus nobody wants to, right? Because they have a structure there, and they have elders that they talk to when they can't get disputes sorted out. In my opinion, village elders having real discussions is way more productive for society than the court system that we have here in the cities. Always. So I think that America, any given society, anywhere in the world, if they really wanted to maximize how harmonious and civil and peaceful their societies are, we need to quit having these big giant cities where people can just wander around and victimize people and probably get away with it, right? We just and where the cops are so overwhelmed with all the shit that they see that they start getting angry and polarized and they go around looking because they're afraid themselves of getting hurt because there's so much crime in the city. They're angry about the things that they see every day, and they're just looking for someone to take it out on because it's post-traumatic stress. They can't handle it. It's not being a police officer in a big city is not normal for our physiology. It puts you under certain kinds of stresses that are not healthy to deal with on a daily basis. And because we don't have a good infrastructure in place to help, not just for the screening process, but help people deal with the stresses they see every day and the violence they see every day, you end up with bad psychological results and cops behaving badly because of it.
And it's harm reduction. I remember I worked at a church, right? A big part of the deal was we serve kids, and most of our kids came from basically 2 housing projects that we were situated a block. Like the housing projects are a block or so on either side, right? And the school is directly across the street from the church, like doors facing each other, right? And so I remember times where like 2 kids get in a fight, they get in trouble in school, right? But we have the privilege of both the kids on our after school program. Now we know what's going to happen. These kids got in a fight. The parents are going to get told what happened. The kids got sent home with whatever discipline, and now what? Parents are going to whoop their ass, right? Everybody knows this. But
wait.
Go ahead.
Godless Girl, thank you for being on
here.
Yeah,
thanks so much for coming in.
They probably had to run. I dropped the link earlier to their channel. If anybody needs it again, let me know.
But yeah, so it'd be like we'd go over and hey, you think if we get these 2 kids to talk to each other and, you give them the whole song and dance, right? Like, we'll get them to apologize to each other, right? And then we get the kids to sit down and talk about what happened and, and then they go and we say, and then you're going to apologize to your teacher tomorrow morning, right? Right? And so they go to the teacher, right? But the school is happy to do it that way, to your point, right? The elders intervened because all they really want is, like you said, some accountability, somebody that knows both these kids to make sure they understand that they can't settle their differences this way, right?
Right.
Make sure that teacher is demonstrated to the whole class, you can't act up in class this way, right? And now both kids sat here and we held this, but if we could save these kids an ass whooping in the process, everybody's happy to sign off on that, right?
Right.
And then the kids are willing to go along with it. Why? Because when the parents show up and they say, how did everything go today? We say, everything's okay. right? And they know they died from a bullet. You see what I'm saying? Right?
Right.
And we could do the same thing now, older, with the teenagers when they got in trouble. Why? Because I sat on the steering committee for the police department. We knew the local officer. He was always around town, so he would let us know so-and-so something happened, right? So you could do the same thing with police around. You don't have to get rid of them. And the police department was talking about this. The police department was actually instructing the people, the city's police department, to say, hey, if you could have what they call the teachable moment, right, where you could let somebody know, hey, this thing you just did, totally against the law. Guess what? You get a lot of trouble for that. So what I'm going to need, though, is for you to just understand that, hey, everybody slips up once in a while. We're going to make sure we don't do that again, right? Now, I'm going to come back and check on you, right? Right? And we're going to make sure you ain't out here caught up in this, right? But the police department was actually encouraging this, right? This is not something that they were, at least places that care, right? Because Newark is a city that's very diverse, and the police department knows what? The chief of police ain't going to do well come next election if he running around clubbing everybody around town.
Truth. Right.
But if that's the type of thing that gets you elected, it's a different story.
Right. And the political climate's changing in America now. There is a lot of states in America where being aggressively, violently horrible will get you elected. And that's a big problem for our society, that shift in what can get you elected.
Newark is also not actively applying for funding to buy tanks, interestingly enough.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, to your point, like, and it's a big city. It's one of the biggest cities in America, but somehow we don't really need to roll the tanks down. Or if we do, we'll call the fucking army. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's crazy, man. Like,
it's cheaper than buying your own tanks. That's why I never bought a tank.
Yeah, I never bought a tank. You know what I mean?
I mean, it'd be nice to have one, but it's not economically practical. So.
Yeah, man. Also wanted to say something about another thing about your situation here with your piece. I was really, before we went live last week, I want to give a shout out to Uncle Bobby, because Uncle Bobby was jumping into all the technology, and even though he likes to joke about being a Luddite, he embraces new tools, and I think that's what it's all about. We're in an era of technology. And I was happy to come through because you were testing your shit. We're like, yeah, James is testing live. Let's go, James.
Right.
But he's into the WWE idea because we're like, look, man, let's just have these cards. Let's organize the events and have a space to get it out. It's organized. It's actually kind of friendly, right? Because to what you said, we're never gonna get them to show up if we're mean to them every time.
Right.
At the same time, we get tired of having to coddle them to keep them showing up.
Right.
So now we say, look, let's just organize it. The moderator's going to look exactly like you would in a wrestling show. He's going to keep it straight and neutral, and this is going to work like a wrestling match. Everybody gets a chance to get their stuff in back and forth. And we already have the format. Everybody knows the format. They all do the same thing. Each side gets to open. Then they have a period of discussion or questioning back and forth. And then we ask or answer super chats. And if there isn't any, the moderator can ask questions, right? Or they can just keep questioning each other. And, we build it up like you would expect a boxing match or a pay-per-view card, right? The boxing card, you start with a couple of 8-rounders, go to a couple of 10-rounders. Main event is 12-round fight for the whatever, right? For the big story or the gold or whatever it is. So let's do it like that. And so he's into it, and I think that might be along with what you're saying, right? You could do your blog if you want to talk about stuff, and then you'll have this dedicated time to say, and now, right, the idea is now we don't have to coddle them. Now, if you're talking to Otangelo, you don't have to worry about how do I do this tap dance of being honest with him about the fact that he's sitting on some bullshit, but having to, be nice enough to him that he doesn't rage quit, right? Mm-hmm. Because we've already said when we set this up, Otangelo, the one thing you're not going to do is rage quit. And if you do, you're done. You're just done. We're just never doing this with again. You forfeit, you lose. That's how it works. You lose this, and we're done, right?
That's my vote, by the way. I say good riddance.
right?
Oh, Cameron wants to know if you're watching the chat on this stream.
On mine or yours?
I think mine. I'm not sure what.
I haven't been really watching yours. I've been watching. I've been watching. Yeah. I haven't been watching yours.
He wants to know if you're going to show somebody now and to share the screen. I'm not sure who he means.
Oh, am I going to show you? Probably he's trying to ask if I'm going to try to. What's the best place to live in Canada? Toronto. It's the only place I've been to, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Ask a Canadian. But I did love Toronto, so much love to Toronto. I absolutely would move to Toronto in a heartbeat. And yeah, I'm gonna show James whatever he wants to know, man. And James, I appreciate you, bro, because I'm out here. And James, I think you could take on the craziness, man, because you're just so good at this, bro, that I honestly think taking on the tech is just part of the deal. And if you're willing to live stream yourself testing equipment, then, man, there's no technological challenge that you're not gonna handle, bro. You out here. But yeah, I could show you if you were struggling with something. Also, bro, the tablet thing was kind of fresh. I was feeling the tablet, man. Look, sometimes it's just a thing. You just got to work out the audio thing. It's no big deal. I got a lot of, man, bro, it's a lot of options, bro. I can always show you options, man.
I'm probably going to buy a second set of headphones if I decide to keep streaming through the tablet.
Boom,
I think the sound quality is better on the tablet, and it's more portable, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, it was working out. It was kind of nice, James. We was talking. Me and Lena had a nice little conversation, right, Lena? What'd you think? You know, because you was there when he was doing the tablet.
I think they...
Just now? Just today?
Just earlier, yeah, it was fine, right?
Yeah. Like the audio quality? Or?
I mean, like because, you know, we were basically calling in while he was on the tablet, right? So I'm just trying to say from our perspective as people calling in, it was fine. Like the video was nice. So, yeah. We could talk to each other fine. We heard each other nicely. I think actually the audience could hear you. I think you just couldn't hear everybody. So it was a monitoring thing. And this is all I'm saying. Right. Like, so there's different audio issues. You not being able to hear us is different than, you know, the stream not being able to hear you, right? And so I'm saying for everybody other than you, it sounded great. So now we know the issue is just you couldn't hear your guest. And that's what we got to figure out.
Right. So
yeah.
I'm going to give a shout out real quick to Renatia and again to Jessica, two of my best friends in the world. Very different people in very different parts of the world, but they've been very important in my journey, in each in their own way. So I'm glad to have them in here and hope I don't offend anybody.
Appreciate y'all. Spider said Vancouver's nice. UC Love said BC or Ontario. Yeah. James, the other thing is... So that was the one pitch, right? Is you know, you can always do this thing if you want where there's a really set aside time for you to go at somebody on a particular issue or topic, and now you don't have to hold back. You can just let them have it, and then, you know, that's it.
Yeah, I can. I don't know if I want to.
Right.
But I can. I'm good at it, but I don't know if I want to.
Yeah. That's totally up to you.
Yeah.
And then, what else was there? Yeah, dude, like, I think we're with you. And, you know, I've been thinking about this a lot, too. Like, I'm excited about creative challenges. Like, I've been kind of struggling because I get caught up in new things. And I got to even remind myself that, like, Pocket Locker 86 is growing because, you know, I'm already excited about so many other things. And like lately it's been frustrating where like all of a sudden I keep bumping up against this damn YouTube algorithm and spam stuff and streams pulled and channels suspended. And I actually think it's probably reporting. I realized that there's a person doing this. And it's like, whatever. But I realized, like, it's time to move on because I've had these other challenges, right? I'm trying to grow the Discord. I'm trying to grow the Gather. And people have been in the Discord, and they've been excited about the Gather. So I'm like, oh, yeah, it's been time to just ditch YouTube. So now I'm like, I'm going to do these streams on YouTube, and then maybe I'm going to start doing the overnights on Discord or Gather. And to just be like, I always wanted that to just be for kind of friends and family, more exclusive anyway, right? Y'all all got private links and passwords. Boom, come kick it, right? And then it's like, boom, automatically problem solved. It's just I'm sacrificing being live on YouTube at a time that I don't really care. Nobody really cares, right? Because, again, it wasn't about watching me anyway, right? It was about the community having a spot to engage with each other when we're not around, right? Discord is already a platform for that, as is Gather. So let's just put a little something like a stream and some videos and some more effort into Discord and Gather, and use the platforms that are already built for that creatively. And I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying that's how I keep myself like, oh, that's really what I give a shit about. Me yelling at these fools over here, bro, that's just some whole shit we do for fun and games once in a while, right? Sure, I'm super motivated about telling people, I'm trying to teach people evolution. I realize these Bible nerds and philosophers are also science geeks. And I can take advantage of the fact that y'all are science geeks to push the science entertainment thing. So that's exciting, right? Getting people into gaming and stuff. So I think it's perfectly cool for you to just experiment and for us to say, we don't know what the future of the James Apperson channel is, because maybe it's best for you to not know, us to not know, and you to just try some stuff for a while, right?
Yeah, I've been dropping a bunch of ideas with the community and talking to Jessica a lot about this, about like what should I do with my channel. And Jessica's brilliant for being able to bounce ideas off of and give me real feedback, and like she'll just tell it to me straight. She's not about just like humoring my ego or like what my narrative. If she agrees with something, she'll run with it, but if she doesn't, we're not just the same way. That's what I love about my friends, is they're not yes men, right? They don't just like say whatever I want to hear. They push back, and if they think I'm maybe going in a direction that doesn't add up, they'll tell me so, and I love that. But like, I've got a lot of great ideas about the directions I want to go in with the channel. Hopefully, a lot of the community will stick with me as I make that transition, and if they don't, I'll understand. I'll still jump over to your channel sometimes to make sure I'm still connected. So we'll see how that goes. But I probably am going to switch things up here a lot pretty soon.
Yeah, James. So. Dude, I'd love to have you, man. And look, let me offer you this too. I've been thinking I want to do more with dating and relationships, right? And
I would love to as well.
The issue is I've been held up looking for a female co-host. At the same time, I've been also I got a couple ideas for that, so let's chat about that. I've actually offered it to a couple people, and I think I got a couple people in mind that would be great. All right. But I've also been thinking, like, why not make it a panel thing? So now what I'm thinking is, let's try to get me, if you do it, you, and then I'm hoping Kat will do it, and then I'm gonna try to get one other person to do it with us, or at least one other person to do it with us. So is that something you'd be interested in doing? Let's say, scheduled once a week. That way, if you go in a totally different direction and you're streaming all the time, I'm streaming all the time, we'll have a time to link up on something that's not related to any of that other nonsense, but it's something we're both interested in, actually.
Right, I would love to talk about relationships. So, and I think that having female energy with a co-host is good as a counterpoint. I think it balances things out, especially when you're talking about relationships. I don't want to talk about it only from a male perspective,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
And
it's awful.
So I've been wanting the same thing. It's a matter of finding a co-host. As far as the panel goes, if we can keep it to 4 people or less, I'm down with that. But as soon as you hit 5, there becomes too many people waiting for a chance to talk. Even 4 people, that's tricky.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The only reason I thought that was because I want to keep it balanced, and I realized with me and another female co-host, it's just we get a lot of time. So I was gonna keep it 2 actually, but then I realized there is a little bit more, and I figured you're doing this all the time, so it'd be fun. And I think what happens, I'm happy to mostly host things and facilitate things, and I think when you do something regularly, there's a little bit less of that because people are on with each other all the time. Like like me and my one black friend don't worry about who's got the floor or more time in a particular episode because we host the show together every week. We know that it's just whatever, right? So I think that's different than having a panel once in a while, having 9 people jump on, and now everybody's fighting for airtime,
Right.
Yeah.
Though I love it when we include my one black friend. He's got such a way about him. Just thinking about how beautiful of a person he is makes me want to cry. Love sharing space with that man. And I would seriously move across the country just to live next door to him and help him weld so he could work on his cars. That's how much I just love, like, just being around that guy. He's just wonderful. So I appreciate every time he's on your stream. That's why I jumped on. Even if you guys are talking about something that I have nothing to contribute to, I just want to be there. You know, hero support.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you feel the same way. He's brilliant.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's why I started doing this stuff, was because I got the opportunity to make a show with him, and I didn't feel like it was a thing I could say no to. So
you're right. I wouldn't say no to it either.
And then I started doing everything else to get more experience for that, and also realizing, you know, it takes a lot of work to build an audience, especially in such a small niche. So I kind of felt like I should go out here and try to actually build up an audience and build a community up to be something. And now that's helpful, because now I'm doing all these other things, and most of the people I do that stuff with have realized that that's a thing that takes work. So it's glad I've done that.
It does. And I appreciate Dave M. I appreciate the references to Peaky the Brain. I quoted that the other day in one of our streams. I don't know if you were there or not.
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. But that's exactly the vibes. I mean, that's pretty much where it came from, right? As soon as I got on, I was like, yeah, it's the same thing, right? It's exactly it. It's
right.
You know, and it's like it's the same thing we're doing every day. We are taking over the internet, right? Tell them, Lena, like.
So it's like, same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to avoid the world.
Also, Lena,
take over the world. That's what it was.
Yeah. Lena, can we talk about your channel for a little bit? Because you said that you were interested in doing other stuff right now, and then that message actually got cut off back here.
Asked while Lena's working that out, Brian asked a question in chat. Says, if you were to get with R.J. Downard and help him with his stream stuff, I think you would be in your element. He has shut down more creationists BS than almost anyone in the world. So I don't know who.
Oh yeah. Brian Stevens, come hit me up in Discord, please. Or and let me know, and I'll try to reach out. Hey, Lena.
Cameron, he says his question went unanswered.
No, I did, and I noticed it. I just was kind of waiting a second. Yeah, I'll show Uncle Bobby how to share screen and stuff when I get a chance. I'm not sure if he wants to share his screen. I did show him how, but I'm gonna show him how again. But I think, to be honest with you, the way he does his stuff is safer. I've actually been thinking about it myself. Like, it's kind of fucks up when I'm in like theater mode with like an overnight stream or something. But as James is even can testify to, right, it gets really tricky when you show stuff on YouTube. And so the WWE is a great example. If you show anything of their stuff, man, it's a hard pull for your stuff, right? They are not messing around. Do you see what I'm saying, James? Mm-hmm. But I could watch WrestleMania. I can stream live WrestleMania right now. If I don't show the screen, I can play the audio. You can just sit there like you're listening to it like a radio, and I can give commentary to it. And they don't give a crap.
Right. Yeah, that's Cameron, is that the videos that you meant?
Yeah. I'm under the impression he's thinking, because Uncle Bobby makes stuff where he's always reacting to videos, right? But he doesn't show the video. He just sits there and he plays the tape. You can hear the video, and then he says pause the tape, and then he waxes about it. And I'm like, I could show him how to pause the tape to show it, but he's then going to have to think about all these other considerations, especially when he goes to bigger time content creators, right? Because he goes after some of these bigger time political channels and bigger name apologists. As you saw when Doug did his thing with Bart Ehrman, sometimes they take their stuff a lot more seriously. So his sort of old school, I'm going to just play the audio and then wax, might actually be a safer workflow. So that's the conversation I'll have with him. So not only did we answer your question, Cameron, I threw in all the nuance that I'll speak to him about.
Right.
Lena, you said you don't want to do your channel anymore. You said you want to do other stuff. I don't know what was after that because, like I said, it cut it off. And then also, we want to make sure we're not asking you to do anything that's putting any additional burdens on you.
Was that in the Discord? I don't remember that.
It looked like you said that in the private chat.
I said...
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being viewers and supporters of this channel.
No, that's...
Oh, was that James's message? No, that was from...
No. Sorry, I had bad internet connection, so I couldn't explain, and I disconnected. But that's from Bread of Life. That I shared that for Godless Girl. She was in here. We were talking about Rebecca. That's not from me. I am questioning, like, the whole having a channel thing, because, I mean, currently I'm, like, pretty financially insecure, and I don't have, like, good career prospects. I have a lot of, like, personal issues I'm dealing with, depression, family drama, etc. And I just don't know how successful this is going to be, not just personally, but, like, in the broader picture.
Sure.
And I want to do something meaningful with my life, and I'm struggling with indecision and a hesitancy to commit anywhere.
Gotcha.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Lena, if
me
you ever
too.
want to talk about it, I don't know if you're on Facebook or not, but my inbox is always open. Like if you ever...
I don't do social media except for YouTube and Discord. No.
Yeah, I've been kind of bad about catching up and scheduling a time if you want to talk off air. So
that's okay. We've been super busy. I've been trying to like get a new job, which has been a struggle. But I'll hit you back up in the Discord. We'll plan something.
For sure. And definitely, like, I think actually it's healthy for people to walk away from these things because I think you have a better relationship with it. Like people talk, there's an issue of burnout in anything you do, and even in just a community or a hobby. And the one reason I don't worry so much about burnout anymore is because I've just learned how to deal with it in life. And so I think it becomes part of your strategy. So, for instance, like with drums, I remember there being this time in my life, because I was just young, right, where the idea of, hey, you might go 6 months or a year and not touch drumsticks, right? That's devastating. And you think if something like that happens to you, you're just done. Like you're never gonna be a drummer again, and you never make up 6 months of not practicing. Right? And that's because we live in this culture which gives us these messages that you have to have this healthy obsession with something to be serious about it, or to be good, or for it to be meaningful, right? And it's toxic. And I feel like, no, actually, quite the opposite now. If you're going to be a drummer for life, right, you have to learn how to have periods of your life where you just not playing drums, either because you don't want to right now or you can't. Sometimes it's both, right? And sometimes it's really, really can't. And so you have to learn to deal with that and then come back to it and get back into it, right? And then that skill becomes part of it, right? Rather than worrying about it. So now eventually you don't worry about taking time away. You have the skill of knowing how to get back on the bike. Go ahead, Lena, sorry.
No, that makes sense. Say that last part one more time.
Yeah, just saying that, like, rather than being devastated by taking time away, you have the skill of being able to get back to it. So part of what I know now is if a church calls me, right, the difference between a professional and an amateur is not that the professional's always playing 24/7, 365 his entire life. It's that if a church calls me and says, Jay, we need you to play next Sunday, and we're about to send you over 5 songs, I know how to make sure those 5 songs sound amazing by next Sunday, right? And it's easier for me to do that if I'm playing every Sunday, but I also could not have touched the drumstick for 3 years and still be ready by next Sunday, right? Because I know how to say, okay, well, I got to schedule my practice time, I got to get my listening time in, all right, I got to get this, right? And so it's better for you in your life when then I can say, hey, I got to take some time away from this because I got to grow my podcast right now. I got to take some time away from this because I need a break. I got to take some time away from this because I have to finish my dissertation, right? And so all of those things happen and you can't not accomplish what you have to do in life because you're afraid to step away from something. And this is what happens with streamers, right? What scared me was when I really started on Twitch and I got serious about it, I started listening to how streamers talked when they weren't on air and how they wrote or how they did their personal podcasts and stuff. And they would say things like, oh yeah, currently I'm working, Zelda Breath of the Wild, or right, something like, I'm currently working Fortnite and blah, blah. I'm like, rewind that for me? What do you mean? Right? And I was like, no, that's done. What do you mean you're working, right? And what they were referring to was like, this is the game I play, right? 4 to 8 hours a day now or whatever, or they feel like, and it's like they feel like they have to, right? Because it's become a job for them. So I was like, okay, let's cross professional streamer off the list right now. Because I never want to get up in the morning and feel like, oh, I have to work GTA today. And if I decide I want to play FIFA with James, I'm going to go from thriving at 10,000 viewers who are helping me pay my bills to the 245 people who are actually willing to sit around and watch me play FIFA with James for a couple hours. And then my wife's going to tell me when I go to bed at night, hey, honey, remember I said you could be a streamer? It wasn't so you could play FIFA with James, right? It was because you told me you had 10,000 people who watched you play GTA, and that was going to pay the bills up in this motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? And I was like, yeah, that's not the future I want, right? And so it was hard as hell to walk away from my Twitch channel for literally a couple years, right? But it was like the best thing I ever did because now I'm not ever worried about burnout because I'm totally willing to walk away when I need to. I know how to sleep. I know how to end the stream. I know how to not be live. I could be live. Y'all know I'm live all the time now because it doesn't burn me out. Because I'm willing to walk away whenever I feel I need to. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, we really love y'all. We really here for y'all. And we want streaming to be something that helps you because it's enhancing your social life. If it becomes a distraction, something you feel you obligated to do, or, is taking you too much energy and stuff away from what you got to handle in your real life, ultimately, you'll be that much more valuable to the community or as a content creator if you handle what you got to take care of and then come back to this in a way that's adding to you and not taking away from you. Yeah. That's what I say. We're here because y'all are talented, but please don't do this for us.
Right. Yeah, I mean, everybody here, your journey belongs to you. And we're going to respect whatever you choose to do with your journey. As long as you ain't out there hurting anybody, more power to you, So you don't owe us anything. You don't owe us anything at all.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm mostly here for the community, and even I think my, my colleagues recognize that. I always laugh. I even tell my students, y'all know, they tell me on the internet I'm setting science back, 50 years. And they chuckle and say, well, I'm primarily a science entertainer. So, I guess I'm not really doing enough education and research out here, but I'm fine with that because, Rob is like, yeah, man, what you're doing is kind of like creative entrepreneurship in the sciences. And, it seems like, it's really mostly about building community, right? And so he's like coming up with projects. He's like, yeah, we're going to make you our community manager on this project over here, And so he's like, yeah, we could rock with this. You know what I mean? Like, so that's how we look at it. And I think there's value to that. And I tell people, look, it's not about knowing science. It's about knowing a scientist. So you know, because Carrie Ann said this is like her only community at the moment. And I'm like, that's how I am. Like, you guys are a really important part of my social life, and that becomes more important to me than, you know, trying to monetize my YouTube channel or grow to certain subscribers. Like, I don't really care. You know, that's why I'm like, oh, yo, I'll stream on Discord or I'll stream on Gather, or, you know, I've been thinking about doing a private channel where only people with the invite can watch, because I don't care about the numbers, but I do want to have different ways to just connect with my friends now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But we happy to just toss dice together, you know? My relationship with my father is like that. You know, we work, you know, on political projects and education projects. We've done so many meaningful things together. And we're always, you know, he's always says excited to work with his kids, and I'm excited to work with my dad, you know, especially because we'll have lunch together afterwards. But I always say politics to us is like cards. It's just an interesting game, you know? It's interesting to see how the players move and everything, and, you know, how it plays out and all of that stuff, and who's going to go all in with their hand and all of this, right? That's how we talk about politics. I say we talk about it like we're playing cards, and then I go ... But we'd actually rather be playing cards, right? When I'm really talking to my dad about linking up on streaming, I ain't saying like, hey, Dad, could you get on stream so we could talk about everything going on wrong in the world? Because everything's horrible right now, right? I'm like, nigga, if you don't get online so we could play some fucking Pinochle and stop playing, right? Like, and so I would love to see our community be like that. We're like, yeah, we're atheists, and we all could get together and bash on religion, but we're starting to grow as a community. That's what I hear, James. You're starting to help us grow as a community, and we're trying to branch out and build our lives together around more than just what we don't believe together. Like, that's not really going to sustain the type of community we're trying to build.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, that's it.
Nor would I want it to, even if it could.
Yeah. What are the things you're interested in? I know health stuff is one. Were you a shop guy, like crafting of some collecting? There's something in there, right?
Yeah, there's crafty type things that I like doing, but I don't know that I want to make a channel about that. I think I'd rather make a channel where I either read things to people in the morning that are inspirational and help get their day going, read things in the evening that help us kind of like chill out and like relax, and then have a midday discussion, hopefully with the co-host, where we, on a scheduled thing, where we talk about like relationship issues or life skills, or, you know, homesteading, like preparing for the future, so that as the climate change continues to be a problem and economic systems continue to collapse, that we'll be durable and we'll be able to weather those storms. And then somebody else, Jessica, my friend, was talking to me about how I'd be great at doing a tourist guide type channel, like all along the West Coast, for example, if I move out there, where I could like highlight different businesses and document a group adventure.
All right, would you get into community stuff if we were traveling together? Because see, I'm not traveling because of COVID, but that's a thing I think we should get into, right? Put on the black and white NWO shirts and roll through these atheist conventions. Like, nah, sorry, Cult the Flying Man is here, and y'all been sleeping on us, and we're tired of that.
Yeah, sure, that'd be fun. So I love the idea of that, flying out sometimes to hit the conventions and stuff. But I'd really love to like do like a modified version of van life, where instead of one person rolling around in their van with their dog and stopping at scenic sites and talking about it, I want to be part of a rotating community of people that are networked together.
James, you talking about getting a tour bus, James? You talking to a drummer, bro. You ain't said shit, James. You ain't said nothing, bro. Bro, how many nights you want to do? We talking 100 nights a year? We talking 300 nights a year? Come on, James. Give me a number, James. You ain't said shit to a drummer, bro. You ain't said nothing to a musician, bro.
Right? And here's the thing, like, it's a completely different experience when you're traveling with people and with a purpose, right? And that's what I want. So I want to be part of this rotating caravan sort of, where people can jump in and out as their schedules permit. Here's our route. Here's our travel plans. We stop at different places along the way that we kind of like some of it's pre-planned and some of it's spontaneous. If somebody wants some alone time, they got their own vehicle and they can kind of like say, okay, I'm going to go over here and do this for a couple days. I'll meet up with you guys later at this other place, like 4 days from now or whatever. But if they want to stay with the group, they can. And we document like all the cool, fun places we find and all the cool, fun places we meet. And we do some like online business, or maybe we do like some kind of like set up some booths to
I'm with that. I'm with this. And then I think it's like we use like social media and our online presences and all of this to keep us connected through the distance, right? That's what Gather was to me, right? The first time I really saw Gather promo, and I should shout out to Gather because some of their promotional packages are amazing. But this woman, they have this beautiful kind of scene, and she's running into her colleagues, right? And she's just saying, "I miss the company of my company." Woo, that shit had me, because it was like, bring that back, that running into each other, right? But to your point, it's like, we're all vanning it and there's an official bus, right? And Satan's little helpers driving the bus, right? But everybody's got their thing. So you're following the bus, you're meeting up with the bus, you're whatever, right? And then, you feel connected if you're in Australia and you're halfway around the world, because like you said, you're seeing it all happen, right? That's your stream, right? And that's all of that type of stuff. And you've got the Discords or whatever to stay in touch with people. And so it's almost like you've got because that's what it should be. Like I always told people, I'm embracing virtual, but it wasn't the idea that you're going to live in isolation virtually forever. Even before COVID, I got really into the virtual life where most of my friends were online and shit like that. It just seemed like it enhanced my life. It took, graduate school, which is kind of isolating because, most of the people are people from work and school. So there's boundaries, right, to how well you get to know them. It's hard to meet people. You're grown. It's like the bar and club scenes there, and then like, you're online dating, so it's kind of rough. So, finding friends online that play the same game as you or whatever is a lifesaver. And so I kind of got to this point where it was a really huge part of my social life. It's like, look, if something happens to me, my club's gonna know. I'm not gonna go tell my colleagues at work. I'm not gonna call my family. Now I'll probably talk to my parents or OG Roddy, a cousin or something like that. But that's it. And it's like my club's gonna know because that's who's in my life all the time. You guys would know. You see what I'm saying? But my point is just you don't want that to be the only thing. You want that to be a supplement to your real life, or your in-person life, not a replacement for it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So at most, the supplement for it. I want to stay connected to the community, and I'm willing to talk about religious grifters sometimes.
Right.
I just don't want to keep it as a theme for my channel because it steals too much of my peace if I talk about it that much.
Yes. Oh, so you think you want to move the channel away from that, but it's more of a sprinkle. Interesting. Yeah.
So, like, for example, we talk about consent, and there's like 5 minutes of that discussion can be about religion. Then we move on to consent and all the other domains that aren't religious. Or we talk about relationships, 5 minutes of that or 10 or whatever can be about relationship problems relevant to religion. But then let's move on and talk about relationships in the broader context. So I'm willing to keep it relevant in that way. I just don't want to have my channel be just another, religion bashing channel because it steals my peace to think about religion that much.
You know what? I'm thinking about this myself, and I'm kind of like 100% with you. Not only that, like for me, I feel like it's taking me away from all the shit I actually want to do with my time, right? Like it's robbing me of my hobbies and my creative projects, and I think we've got enough community around that, and we've sort of sealed in the flavor, so in Uncle Bobby terms, that we're bona fide counter-apologists. And it's like, if we need to whip out our counter-apologetics bona fides because something touches on that, then that's just part of our toolkit now. But yeah, like even my stream today, like yesterday's stream, I felt like, God, it was okay. It went the way it did. But
you know, I lost the front end couple hours to Sal, and it really hurt me on the back end because it cut into the time that I would have been gaming or, you know, doing something snooker or billiards, or like, you know, we started streaming snooker last night, and that shit was so much fun. Man, I would have loved to give that more prime time attention, but it's like everything got pushed because of Sal, you know, and it was on the go. But when I woke up this morning, I was like, y'all, I'm trying to get into this Rob Pennock book because, again, the book is so good, like you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, let's do that, and then let me start working on my creative content. I got so much creative content. I got so much gaming stuff. Like, we got so much stuff to do. We don't need to talk about this at all. Like, we don't need them we don't need the likes. We don't need the clicks. We don't need none of it, James. None of it. We don't need it at all. Go ahead.
Nope, I'm going to let you guys know right now that Mythvision's got a thing happening right now about scrutinizing the Book of Acts. It's Christian fan fiction with Shelley Matthews, PhD. So, like, I don't mind, like, right in the middle of my stream saying, hey, if you guys want to go over there and check it out, go.
Boom, get to it. James, that's how I started to feel. I started to feel like I was so uninterested all the time. People started being like, did you know this is going on and that's going on? And I was just like, cool, right? And then people are like, but you could grow if you just do there and over here. And I'm like, but I just don't care. I have to care first.
Right.
So that's it. But James, I think you're onto something, man. I appreciate you for going here with it, because I'm scrutinizing my own self in the moment, and I'm like, damn, Jay, you know, we do got a lot to do, and this is kind of like they taking up a lot of time. It ain't really going nowhere. Plus, I think the community's down. Like, our community is different. I'm gonna put it to you like this, James. It's relationship building. Uncle Bobby said something to me when we started streaming. He said I could have fun doing anything. And first off, you got to find the right people in your life that are like that. And then second off, it's like me and you could get into anything because it's something to get into with you. You know, I might not be a woodworker, but if I watch James do enough woodworking, I'm going to start seeing other stuff and sharing links about woodworkers. And when I see wooden objects, I'm going to start decorating my house with little wood shit. Just how it happens because you're in community with somebody.
While we're on that topic, Lena, there's some channels I could recommend to you if you like doing any kind of woodwork where you can make a lot of money making very basic wooden things. Like a board that has hooks on it to hang coats from. Like your shelf for knickknacks. Like there's some channels if you're interested in that. It's a good side hustle. So go ahead, Jay.
So I just think that what happens is you become invested in a personality. That's why I always wanted to be a variety streamer. Because remember, I had the conversation about I saw people working games and it traumatized me because I saw how hard they were working and now that they were kind of stuck, right? And I always said, let me just jump around and do weird stuff. That way people who are really seriously into me, there might not be that many of them, but they're into me. And I know that because they've watched me do so much stuff, I can't shake them. I'm like, y'all, here, I'm playing Grand Theft Auto. They're like, we're watching. I'm like, but y'all only watch me do wrestling stuff. They're like, no, we cool with you playing GTA. All right, cool. I'm gonna play Fortnite, and by the way, I can't shoot at all. I can't aim, and I'm just gonna die. They're like, that's hilarious, right? I'm like, all right, y'all, I'm kind of programmed. I'm doing science stuff. This is totally boring, and they're like, yeah, but the lo-fi is kind of nice. We fucks with this. So when people get like that, James, it's like we're with you. So really, you're free to now be creative because you're still gonna be James Apperson. And that's what people are really here for.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that's partly true. But at the same time, I want them here for the Cheers bar experience. Whenever that's where the action's at, like stop in, say hi. If Jay is streaming, go ahead and go over there. I don't really care about like stream counts or anything like that. So if somebody has to pick one channel, it doesn't have to be mine. I just don't care. I'm here for you guys.
I always say that. Yeah, you're in the rotation.
Yeah, I love seeing you guys. It always brightens my day when I see the same names and other people that I've connected with here in the community. But, you know, people pop out all the time. Don't even worry about saying hi and bye if you don't need to. lurk and then jump back out. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm here for you, and I'm trying to keep it real. But you know, if somebody wants to engage, cool. If they don't, it's fine. If they stick around for hours or they leave after 10 minutes, that's fine. It's whatever. Like, Godless Girl had to jump out earlier, and she didn't have a chance to say goodbye.
She pissed me off today. Because she jumped in here and the very first thing she did was heard that you were starting up your channel, and then she gave you some unsolicited advice, which is so irritating. With that in mind, let me give you some unsolicited advice.
I knew we were going there. Like, I know what's coming next. I know you too well. Go ahead, Jay.
But no, seriously, talking to her today was awesome. It was fun. I do think a lot about the thing that makes people watch somebody, and you do have to figure out what makes your content unique. And I think when you say like, oh, I think I'm going to read books and tour and travel, you know, I think that's amazing, because one of the things you've identified is your voice. People just love listening to your voice. Your voice is an asset, you know. So, you know, if you're thinking, you know, what's a great way to make content, you know, centering anything around people can listen to you is going to be fantastic. And then the other thing I was just going to say is you got to be on, you know, your presence, right? You're a big, handsome dude with this, you know, phenomenal voice. And so, you know, it's a lot of YouTubers that are out there doing this thing I can't compete with, and it's called sexy as fuck. And it does this thing called make people watch you and send you money. So
like, Jesus had the same thing going on. His milkshake brought all the boys to the yard.
All the boys to the yard, for sure. So yeah, James, I just think people are gonna love that, man. Just you reading to them and seeing you travel, because that's what the sexy as fuck people do, right? They just go, yeah, I'm touring, I'm sitting in a hot tub reading a book, and people are like, yeah, I'm here for it.
That's awesome. It makes me want to get a hot tub. That's fun. So, I mean, there's so many things. That's the reason why I tried the tablet today, because I want to be more portable. Because eventually I'm going to go out there on the adventure and I want to be able to take people with me. And also, even when I'm in the house, a lot of times I'm like, I don't want to stop streaming, but I really should be, like, doing some laundry or, like, sorting out some shit. And I'm like, you know, if I get this going on the tablet, I can bring it with me, right? And
yeah, I need to do
the
it
Bluetooth
more.
signal doesn't reach. What?
I just said I need to do it more. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it. Yeah. I did one a couple times. What I did was, because I have these stands, right? These stands are so great. I've got, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5. Right? I've got some that are hanging on my desk, right? And then I've got some free-floating ones. And so you can hang a tablet or a phone on them. I use one here to monitor the stream. There's one here for my stream deck, right? I have these all over the studio. But I could throw one in the kitchen, right? And then stream from my phone, and then I have it set up so it's looking kind of over the shoulder at my stove. So I could do a cooking show, right? Now, most of the time I cook something up quick or whatever, and I just don't want to go through the hassle of trying to turn cooking into a show. But if I'm working on something, or like you said, moving around the house, also I want to start doing private streams. Like, I like, you know, there's some people I've met that I want to hang out with and stuff, and it's like, that used to be something, like, I'd have female fans and stuff that asked me to do that, and a couple of them were, like, bad actors. So, like, I kind of got away from that. Like, I felt like I wasted my time when, you know, sometimes there people are just, like, catfishing you or whatever the fuck, or just wasting your time mostly the thing.
A little bit of that doesn't bother me. Like, earlier we had that one troll on here, and I wasn't embarrassed by it at all. Thank you guys for noticing he was trolling me. And but it didn't bother me, right? Because it didn't, like, it was easy to remove him from the stream and then just, like, let it go. Like, I don't care.
Exactly.
I don't care.
I agree. But yeah, James, that was it. I just wanted to say I think you've done well in just identifying things that are gonna play to your strengths. So
awesome. In the meantime, yeah, like, when I start doing the tour, like, wouldn't it be great if you could tour with a group of people, like me, and I don't know if my one black friend would join us, but, like, people we really like hanging with and doing shit with, and then you could, like, teach remotely from, like,
well, here's the deal, James. Here's the deal. I think we can do it, and the best thing we should do is not pay for it.
I think the thing is to get serious about it, put together a vision, get it on paper, and then start coming at it. Like say, okay, let's try to get this funded as a research project.
Right.
Like, let's just say you've heard of comedy tours and rock bands on tour. You know, this is Atheist nobody's ever heard of on tour. You know, but we got a little band, and we're gonna do, like you said, we're gonna stream virtually, and you know, we're gonna do the research labs, and we're gonna stop at the conferences. We're gonna go to academic conferences. We're gonna go to atheist conferences. We're gonna go to creationist conferences. Right? We're gonna do the whole thing, right?
Our slogan could be "Doing what God can't do."
Yeah, right. And then at the same time, we say, "Hey, this is a business. So let's put together the business plan. Let's start the website." And then I think we look at it as we've been looking at the channel, right? Part of what I do with my content is I'm trying to push it towards more sustainable, independent business models, right? And ultimately, some of that is giving the hard realities to the viewers, which is, hey, y'all, if you really want to support a viewer, y'all already know YouTube ain't exactly the ideal way to do it. So y'all do the other things, the Patreons, the Super Chats, the whatever, the memberships, right? And so part of that becomes it. And you say, hey, guys, you really want to support us? You know, that's an unfortunate situation for Lena, right? Because we know what Lena's voice is. So to me, I'm disappointed because in an ideal world, somebody like Lena doesn't ever have a situation where she's between jobs, because I say, oh, cool, you're between jobs, Lena, too bad. You're on tour now. Here's a salary. Well, how are you going to pay for all this? Lena, this is what we do. Like, what do you think? These super chats are thoughts and prayers? They're money. Right? And so I'm like, ideally, we should be able to hire people. What we're doing is valuable. Their voice is valuable. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, kind of taking what Derek and people like that are doing and saying, well, they're showing us that this is a business. And, you know, we should be, we can be. So, and again, you don't have to do it. It doesn't have to happen overnight, but I do think it's a way to go. Yeah. Matter of fact, part of what I've been, James, don't do that. It's on my stream.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, sorry. I can delete it if you want me to.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll let it go.
But
I didn't know you were showing private chat on your screen.
I can't tell it not to.
Oh.
It's the one thing I don't understand about these things is that if you share your screen, it always shows the private chat on screen. And like, you should be able to say, don't show it on this screen. Like, I have a different monitor.
Brilliant, James.
Right.
Bury the evidence.
Bury the evidence.
Yeah. Totally works. Also, James, let's face it. If anybody doesn't think it's Robert Beatty, we already know this. So, Robert Beatty, we know it's you. All right. So, we're on to you already. Like, come on. We already know there's nobody. Right. Robert Beatty. The only people watching are our friends and your dumbass.
Right.
No, James, I think this is great. Oh Lord, really? Now see,
is that really Cameron?
Guys, this is how you do business, because this person is not sexy and the real Cameron is sexy. So this is how you throw money down the toilet.
Yeah, that's probably not really Cameron.
Yeah, probably not. Dude, can I be honest with you though?
Mm-hmm.
StreamYard was the land of weirdos for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, when I was doing the stream through Whereby, nobody really called in, which was weird because Cameron said it is him. It was weird because not a lot of people called in, but the link was steady. Like, PineCreek's link, y'all, is whereby.com/PineCreek. You can just type it in, and if he's live, it'll work, right? But for some reason, he don't get people in there trying to penis bomb him and stuff.
Right.
And then when
we don't need that.
And then when I switch to Restream, I don't really have people calling in penis bombing me. But when I was on StreamYard, it's weirdos abound. It made me think that either they use some sort of simple random code generator or something, or maybe there's a site or a listing somewhere that shows people StreamYard links that are available or something, or StreamYard letting people, like, I don't know. But it just seems like it's easy to hop into people's StreamYards. Because the other thing that was happening, James, was it wasn't just the like trolls and the penis bombers. It was just people who would just call in, right? They would just call in, and we would kind of put them through the penis protocol, and they would be fine. Then we start talking to them, and we'd be like, and you would realize they didn't want anything. It was almost like they weren't watching. Like they were literally just like, oh, I saw that I could call in, so I called in. And I'd be like, yeah, but we expect people to call in who are watching and want to talk about what we're discussing. Oh, well, what were you discussing?
Right. Like, it's just crazy.
Right. So yeah, I'm just saying, James. If so, it might be StreamYard. It might not be you. It might be StreamYard, James.
It might be StreamYard. I may switch. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. It was a little weird. It was a little weird. But yeah, James, I think this is great, and I need to do the same thing with my content, James. I need to move it away from, because you're right. We do know each other as atheist channels, and then we kind of just stay on the same thing because that's what brought us together.
Right.
But churches do this, right? This is what churches do. I hate to say this, like, real churches only come together on Sunday if you're kind of soft. Like, the real hard-banging Christians are in each other's lives throughout the week. Like I said, that's why I did the Christian Commerce Club episode. Because if they really could, right, they would go to a baker from their church, and you know, their school teachers would be from their church and all of this type of stuff. Well, that's because they want to build community together. And when they go to the pharmacist that's in their church, they don't go, well, amen, brother James. Let's talk about the Kalam cosmological argument. Isn't it so wonderful? Oh, yes, Jay. The first premise is just fucking amazing, right? Instead, they go, you know, hey, James, how you doing today? Oh, how's your wife? How are the kids? Cool. Oh, man. Yo, bro, we got our ass whooped in softball last week, did we not? Yo, bro, I told that motherfucker, I've been telling them to work on their stance. They ain't gonna never get it, right? You know? And then I'm like, oh, and then you're like, oh, yeah, Jay, your prescription is ready. I ain't even had noticed we didn't talk about church because why would we? And number two, we didn't even talk about my prescription. Because we don't have to, right? Both of these things are already unsaid. We know what's going on at the church. We were both there all the goddamn time, and you about to turn around and be like, hey, here's your prescription. I'll see you on Tuesday, right? Truth. So you're kind of saying that's where we need to go. Let's get together and get on with the relationship building and being part of one another's lives. And we're past step one. We can't just stay on step one forever. Step one is we're all atheists. Cool, we got that. Let's move on to steps 2, 3, and 4. And to be honest, I'm just saying I think that's what real church. That's what I felt like. Like when I worked at a church, y'all, I loved it. Why? Because you were just with your friends all the time, right? Most of my friends lived in a church, in a house on the church's property. We ran an after-school program together, so our asses were up 8 o'clock. Every morning, already in the hood, walking kids to class, right? Then we spent all day in the morning doing meetings, hanging out, chilling, talking with each other, bullshit, whatever we wanted to do, having our time to ourselves, right? Getting ready for our after-school program. Then we did the after-school program. All right, cool. Kids get picked up. Their asses go home. Then what do?
And most of the time, we figure out what's going on. Yo, James, you going to your play? Yo, bro, you trying to play some hoops, right? So we'd be like, all right, look, me and James this is how we would roll up on the girls. Look, girls, me and James are about to go play some basketball video games. Like, we're going to be honest with y'all. We know y'all probably want to watch movies or do something fun, but we just want to play video games right now. So if y'all want to come through, either watch us play the game or afterwards, we could all make dinner together and then we'll watch movies tonight. That sound cool, right? So then we would just hang with each other till 10 o'clock at night, right? I would step out, smoke weed or whatever, do what I want to do. All right, y'all, I'm going to go jerk off and go to bed. See y'all tomorrow, right? Like, I wouldn't say that, but literally we would all just dip. You know, whenever people got tired, eventually the girls got an apartment and they lived in the same apartment I did below, right? So we was just in each other's lives. We were going to go to bars. So we were just literally together, like around the clock, every day of the week, month in and month out, right? And we actually spent very little time talking about religion or Jesus or the Bible because, you know, we all go to the same church. We were there on Sunday, right? You know, our staff, right? We all work at the same church. So our pastor Danny's always going to get us all together and make us do Bible studies and make us pray. So when we're off the clock and Danny's ass ain't around, guess what we're trying to do? Talk about the Bible, pray, or do anything related to religion at all.
Right.
And that's how we need to be with our shit, right? That's why when we do them casino streams, what you see in the parentheses, no nerds. It's like you can't talk about the Bible or philosophy here. You're not allowed to.
No Bible nerds. None of that.
No Bible nerds. None of that. Yeah.
So, yep. I think that makes perfect sense. So, I will be switching up my channel. I know for so. In the meantime, I've got like a bunch of other ideas that I want to discuss at some point. I have this wonderful idea about what I want to do for like the next 10 years of my life. I want to, and it doesn't have to happen like next year, but I want to work up to it. I want to have a boat that I build myself because I know how to build boats. I want to have a boat that I do tours on, that I take people on tours on the West Coast. I want to be able to travel up and down the coast to all the best places that people want to go to all season long.
I've always wanted to work on a boat.
That's what I want to do. I'm gonna build my big old boat, and every year or two I'm gonna trade it up for a bigger, better boat with all the money I'm making, and that's what I want to do. And I want to like make a YouTube stream about like all the adventures that we have. And they have all kinds of great business ideas for how to like really make it profitable and fun for everybody. And that's one of the things that I want to do. But, you know, even just traveling in a bus, like Jay was talking about, just up and down the coast with a group of people, like or. You know, I like the idea of traveling by plane and meeting at conventions and stuff, but I don't want to be in the airports all the time. Like, I don't want to be on airplanes all the time.
Yeah, you got to own the plane.
I'd want to do... Yeah, you'd have to own the plane to do that. But, like, you know, I'm fine with, like, 2 or 3 times a year. Yep, it is.
Going, like, really flight intensive for a season or two?
Yeah, I don't mind traveling to by plane or something to go to 1 or 2 conventions a year. I just would.
Also, James, you can tell people to turn on their cameras before you let them on stream. It's a really good idea if you don't know somebody. I only let people get away with that when I know who they are, because I think that person before wasn't Cameron. So in general,
they weren't.
Yeah. So in general, I would tell people that's what I did when I was on StreamYard. If I didn't know who you were, you had to turn your camera on. And then also, I got in the habit of telling people to turn their cameras on. I'd make them turn them on, right? Mm-hmm. And then I'd make them turn them off. And then I'd say, do not turn your camera back on until I tell you to, right? Because that was my way of saying, turn your camera on. Now I know you're real. Like, we see this, you know, Rennie's here. She's cool. All right, cool. Rennie, you're cool. Then I'd say, turn your camera off. Because let's pretend Rennie was a single dude. I wanted to make sure they didn't show their face, seem all cool. Now I'm sitting back having a conversation with you, and whoop, all of a sudden now your dick's on camera, right? Because that had happened a couple times. So then it was turn the camera off, and then I'd keep my finger on the move button. And if I just turn their camera off, it was an immediate removal. And so then once I talked to the person, you know, we're a good ways into the conversation, either and they asked to turn their camera on, or I'd finally say, go ahead, you can turn your camra back on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I'm just telling you the protocol.
On a live stream, that's essential. If I'm having a private conversation, I don't care. Like, I totally understood where you were coming from the other day when you talked about how it's triggering and upsetting for you when people like blow up your inbox with that kind of shit. But it's not. It just doesn't happen to be on my list of things that trigger me. Like I wouldn't care if I got penis bombed every day in my private box and be like, fine, whatever. Like I don't care. I don't want it. Like I'm not asking. I don't care. But on the live stream when you got people on your channel, yeah, that's completely not okay.
Well,
so you're right. We need to be like checking.
Here's a couple things that I don't think people think about. Number one, it felt very violating. It just did. Number two, it spilled over into the Discord and all of that stuff. And number three, it's on stream, so YouTube's going to hold you responsible for it. YouTube's going to say, if you don't handle it and do something about it, you as a content creator are going to be held responsible. And it's a clear violation. It's someone stroking themselves. Like there's no questions about this, right? And then on top of that, I hate to say this, guys, I take my female viewers way more, female, non-male, whatever, way more seriously than my male viewers. And so when they were making my streams a place where I felt like females weren't going to want to watch because they're a little iffy on what's going to happen when these dudes call in, and then females don't want to be in my Discord because now they're dudes hacking in and penis bombing people, that was a hard no for me because, as you say, this community is so fucking male-dominated. And I know my analytics. Now I'm at like almost a third of my viewership is non-male. To me, that is fucking epic, and I will work my ass off to keep it that high and potentially even higher, right? So, like, that's another thing people don't know with me. Like, I'm not just thinking about myself. I'm very serious. You guys know. I don't have to name the names. You know the names in this community, right, James? Those people hold me down, some of them over the fucking around the clock, y'all. So I will ride or die to keep them comfortable. But yeah, so I just wanted to put that out there. For all of those reasons, it is... Do not. It's an immediate whatever I got to do. I just think that's awful. Don't do it.
Right, and that speaks to the consent topic we got. What Derek talks about creating a safe place. Very essential. We can't build a community without that. So I will be extra guarded. Like in the past, I haven't had to worry about it, but now that I've got like trolls coming in and stuff, I'm gonna have to like require that verification of who's who before I have them on the stream. So. We've finally reached that point, and it was inevitable that it would happen eventually.
Yeah, Rennie's joined us. What's up? Nice to meet you.
Okay, I'm cooking.
She cooks a lot. She's really great at making good foods.
Well, I don't
she came out. She was out here a couple years ago for a few weeks, and some of the best food I've ever had. Like seriously, like so much good food.
Well, we have rice, those kind of things that don't take time.
That's the key, though. You gotta be making something quick and tasty.
Sorry about that.
Uh-oh.
What's the key?
It's all good.
I just said you got to be able to make something quick and tasty.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we've got a deck, a nice deck in the backyard, and it's pretty private back there, and we will put the tablecloth on there and get all fancy and set place settings and stuff, and like have really great meals. And my son loved it. Like he's like, this food's delicious. Most of it. There's a couple things that that are like I don't like that one stuff. How was it? Hummus? Is that what you?
Hummus. I like hummus.
Yeah.
Tahini. That's what it was. Tahini. I did not like tahini. Yeah. But that was the only thing. Like everything else was just wonderful. I'm not a big tahini fan.
Yeah, I think it takes time. Like, as a kid, I hated it. I didn't like that at all. But suddenly, as an adult, I discovered many tasty ways to eat it, and then I was hooked. So
I have a lot of things that are like that for me. Brussels sprouts, spinach, But then there are things I can never get with. Cauliflower almost makes me sick, and I don't like. I'm one of those people that doesn't like. What is it? There's like it's in Mexican food a lot. It's like an herb. There's like a genetic reaction to it, and it tastes like soap for some of us. I'm one of those people. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Cilantro. Yeah, cilantro. I can't get with cilantro. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I love that for me.
But people love it. Yeah, people love it. I'm like, nope. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
No, my mother puts it into every meat dish, and I'm like, no.
Oh no, I can handle that.
Maybe it's parsley, but don't put cilantro.
Same. Yeah, I can handle parsley, not cilantro.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Renee? Should I get away from talking about religion so much and try to talk about other things?
I think you could just make it like different playlists of content. So on Sundays you talk about religion, on Mondays you talk about relationships, something like that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Or like a series on each thing you want to talk about.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too.
When people know that you have specific dates that you've written ahead of time, that those dates will be these discussions, and then another series of dates where you don't do it as you feel, but you have dates you commit to ahead of time, and then people come prepared and add their input.
4 or 5 years ago, I was traveling across the Midwest volunteering at animal rescue ranches, and every new ranch I would learn more about how to take care of animals and special dietary requirements and how to keep the flies off of them. So many different things. And then when I go to the next animal rescue ranch, I'd be able to share what I learned from previous, and then I'd learn even more. Then we'd go to the next one, I'd know even more. And it was a great, wonderful educational experience, and I met a lot of really great people. And I feel like if I would have turned that into a YouTube channel, it really could have been great. And I just didn't even think about it at the time, but now I wish I had done that.
Yeah, so for me... go ahead.
You'd need good filming equipment and another cameraman to do something like that.
Sure, but it could happen. I could have trained my son to be the camera guy because he traveled with me for a lot of it. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Yeah.
Or anybody.
James, you want to do more on social media, probably, maybe? I think branching out beyond YouTube, I think YouTube's really weird. And also, I want to confess, I'm afraid I got you some bad habits because I like being live every day. I love, I'm a 10,000 hours guy. I just love the idea of broadcasting all the time. But it's something that almost no one in this community does. And I think what you're discussing is pointing out the fact that there's very good reasons for that. And so even if you look at Derek or PineCreek or any of these people, most of them, whether you're on Derek's side where you do a high effort stream, he's got to study, he's got to read, he's got to set up an interview, he's got to sit down with the scholar, he's got a great studio. But he's only going to do that a couple times a week, right? And he's going to mix it up. He's going to do one that's a big interview with somebody, but then he's going to do a panel discussion and ask me anything, right?
Right.
PineCreek is... God, yeah.
I spend way too much time on that for someone that isn't getting paid to do it. You don't even got to tell me that, I know.
Yeah, and then PineCreek is going to do low effort, right? I'm just, it's Theist Thursdays, Theist can call me. It's Manic Monday or whatever. I'll talk to whoever calls. I don't want to talk to anybody today. I'm just going to bash on Jonathan McClatchy for an hour and a half. See you later. Right? Whatever. He doesn't care, right?
Sure.
But again, it's at most a couple hours a few times a week, right? Mm-hmm. Rebecca wasn't out here like us. Right? We're on some Howard Stern, Rush Limbaugh stuff. We're more right? We talked to Kent Hovind's fan, and they're like, yeah, Kent does something every day. He puts out a video or a sermon or he reads a part of the Bible or whatever, and we count a part. But again, that's like a show, like an hour or so of video. We are on some Rush, Limbaugh, Howard Stern. We're out here, and our fans be with us throughout the day. So I'm realizing as we had this conversation, we got to make it clear to people, you can't do that all day, every day. And what Rennie might be dropping some real wisdom on us here, right? Is people go to church on Sunday for a reason. Even the faithful don't want to talk about Jesus all week long, right? So, so maybe that's how we should. It's a couple hours here and there. Okay, man, a lot of us is really traumatized by there. We'll have a Wednesday night anti-prayer service, but the rest of the week, we're gonna try to do something else, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just taking it in and reflecting on it. So I just want to say that, James, we do a lot of content, man, right? And if we want to, and also I think it's a different goal. We're primarily here to build community, and so that means you want to be out here all the time, right? You're not out here every day because, you know, it's what you do for a living, but you're out here every day because you're trying to stay connected to your people. And that's kind of my feeling. Like like I said, I'm having the issues with the overnight streams. They were fun for me. They were a creative challenge. But the thing that became quickly apparent to me was that people valued them. And I think people valued them because those people are always late to the party. They're always getting to YouTube because of their work, their life, their time zone. They're on the other part of the globe or whatever. The party's always over. If Derek does a long stream or PineCreek has some, you know, thing, they're always watching the replay, right? Now, finally, with me, there's finally somebody who's live long enough, late enough, that they're actually interacting with people live. And that's cool for them, but then it gets to be, you know, past midnight, and most of us are like, see you later.
Right.
So when I started doing the overnight streams, which for me, they were originally test streams, and then the challenge was to put something on my own test stream that I actually wanted to watch. And then when I started doing that, I said, oh, you should share this because these are fun streams now. But what immediately became apparent was I was getting emails, people were hitting me up on social media. They're like, oh my God, thank you so much for doing these streams. They're fun, right? Because they're interacting with the bot, they're gambling, they're having a good old time. I'm sleeping, right?
Right.
So now when YouTube is like, yeah, we don't like this, so we blocked your stream. I'm like, I don't really care that you blocked my stream, but you interrupted my community having a place to gather in the middle of the night, and I'm really pissed about that, right?
Right.
And so now I got to say, well, they should be in Discord anything. You know, Stupid Horror Energy streamed a Canelo Alvarez versus, you know, a big pay-per-view fight in Discord live. Nobody said a word. You know what I'm saying? This is what Gather is for. Gather is supposed to be our little village where we can come hang out and be around each other. So I'm like, well, you need to just move to there because then that's a space that's set up for everybody to be right. And then if I put more effort there, then people will feel like that's the place to hang out overnight. We hang out in the Discord or the Gather overnight, and then we use YouTube to do videos. But it took me saying, just to speak to your this conversation, it took me saying, what is that overnight stream about? Is it about illegally playing other people's videos and not getting takedown notices? No. It's about making sure the overnight crowd has a place to be gathered. Oh, there's a place called Gather. Why don't you use that? Right? You know,
yeah, it was fun. We played Duo last week.
Yeah.
3 of our other people, and I thought it was wonderful. So
I'm like, maybe I'll put more effort into that overnight. And so, I think you'll find the same thing. We're going to build community and focus on that.
Right. And Dave M is in the chat. Dave M and I are going to get ready to plan something together. I don't know if we're doing it again or when we're doing it, but we're going to do something together. I don't know if I don't even know if it's going to be my channel or his or where, but we're going to do something. So, he asked, what's the penis protocol to do a stream together? Why do these guys do that shit? Yeah, I don't know why that happens. I have no idea what the psychology is behind that kind of behavior.
Man, let's talk. We talked about sending nudes in an episode of a show I did years ago, but we should talk about penis pics on our dating show. It's consent. It's a consent. When's the consent episode? I want to stop in for that because that's a great thing to talk about because it's not just. I think we live in an era where now we have to say our online presence is part of our lives. And when you violate our digital boundaries, you're still violating our boundaries.
Yeah, I second that.
Yeah. Even with, BATY, like that was my situation with him. Like, people know I don't like Sal, I don't like Rebecca, we don't get along with Otangelo. Okay, Otangelo's never gonna try to contact my boss or, put up a photograph in the name of one of my students. Like, people have to recognize that is way too far. Just because you know someone through their online presence doesn't mean you can
interfere with their real life and think that, oh, well, it's only a person I know through because they have a YouTube channel, so it doesn't really matter. It's like, nope, that's not how any of this works.
Right, that's not how this works. And it could be that a lot of the topic
overwhelming
material...
sense of impending doom.
YouTube post.
Thank you, Ghost of Jordan Peterson, for that. So, I really need to set up a MyRun bot. People keep telling me on YouTube, and I just haven't done it yet.
That's good. That means the tech is spreading.
Yeah,
it
is.
Good.
It's wonderful tech. I really need more of that. So, it could be that the topics we talk about and the people we engage with is all so controversial and heated and offensive to some people that it kind of makes sense. Like, I'm not surprised that we attract trolls because, there's a lot of dysfunctional people that are butthurt, right, about the things that we say and talk about, and they can't emotionally handle it because they don't know how to regulate their own emotions, and so they act out in bad ways, and they really need to be seeing a therapist, honestly, about that shit. And
they do, and I think it's weirdly a thing I'm happy about. I think it's a sign of progress. My one black friend is a fan of saying religion is useful. And I think these people are useful because they show the ugly side, right? And then what you want to do as a defender of the faith is say, well, those are just the bad apples, which is great. You can say, sure, I agree with you. Just show me the good apples.
Right.
And when you do that, make sure you show me that the good apples also are making a better case for your faith. In other words, by good apple, I mean a good apple is somebody who's a good person but also has good evidence. And so, it's almost like, let's just say there was a really great, sweet, very religious nun that we all knew, right? And it was, this is how I feel about a lot of people in my family. It's really hard to challenge their worldview because they're such nice people. But if I can show them, hey, there's this vile person, this Kent Hovind, this monster, these really bad people, and they're doing all this really bad stuff in the name of the faith, and then they go, well, it's because they're a bad example and they're not a good Christian. I go, cool, I agree. But so can you just show me the truth of what you believe? Because that would instead, right? And now I have a reason. So I'm using the bad apple as a segue in this conversation I need to have with the good apple. So what I'm getting at by them being useful is it's almost like we're progressing to this place where their ranks are increasingly filled with bad apples because it's an unreasonable case.
Right.
This is a thing where people get off the sinking ship, and these are the people who won't as long as it's profitable.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be profitable no matter what we say, though. They're just going to stay with it. They're going to stay with the grift. And I'm okay with that. Like, it doesn't steal my peace at all that there are people out there who are simply underdeveloped psychologically and emotionally or whatever, and they just don't have much of a conscience, or they're bad with learning, or they're not honest with themselves, or they have see a desire to help dominate society. Like, on an individual basis, it doesn't bother me. And on a wide scale, it's just physics, right? It's just there's lots of things about physics we don't like, right? Physics is how we get so many different diseases and catastrophes. Because physics doesn't give a damn about us. Yeah. So it's still just social physics, which it branches off from psychological physics, which branches off from neurological physics.
Yes.
So that's what the whole thing is. It's like when I realized that a few years back, it was like Neo in the Matrix, and all of a sudden he could see the code. He didn't just see the people, he saw what was making it happen underneath. Like, he saw the code to everything. And it's that kind of thing. There's like the green letters and numbers flying around everywhere. I can see what's really happening. And once I realized that free will isn't a thing, and that it's not even a rational proposition, that physics drives everything, that it's not personal, right? I took it a lot less personal after that. It didn't bother me as much. I still don't like it, but I don't take it personal anymore that people are sitting on some bullshit. That's their psychology, and physics is what determines their psychology. So, I just think that it makes a lot more thinking. And I just saw a stream about this recently. I can't remember who was talking about it. Lateral thinking is the way. Oh, rationality rules. He's like, look, if you can change people's diet and you can change their daily routine, and if you can get them subject to or tied in with like healthier social people, right?
Yeah.
Like their psychology will change naturally and they'll become less aggressive, less violent, less dominant, less
Yes.
and that's way more effective than having like these
It's how I became
battles.
more emboldened in my atheism. So it's sort of weird. It almost actually is almost as if daily Counter-Apologetics did have a positive effect in my life. I think we may have just outgrown it.
Yeah.
But that difference is the community. It's because, like you said, if you change, you guys were a major change in my social environment, right? So now, all of a sudden, rather than me watching atheist videos or feeling atheist, and I don't know how to have the conversation, I don't know what to say to the people in my life, now all of a sudden I'm having a conversation every day. I've heard all the arguments. I've been exposed to all the arguments. I'm attacked by religious people every day. But at the same time, I have so many friends who are in the same exact position. And when I talk about my family, they're like, yep, sounds like my family. And I'm like, I can't grieve because of religion. They're like, I can't grieve because of religion. Like, we all just on the same shit. So now when I go home and my family trying to sitting on some bullshit, I'm like, y'all know y'all sitting on some bullshit. The difference is the old me couldn't imagine saying that to them because, like you said, my social environment was such that that would have been such a radically, isolating thing. It just was beyond my comprehension that people could even be that way, right? But now, because I'm surrounded by you guys every day and I talk about this every day, I'm just sitting here like, dog, if y'all want to have this conversation, we can have this conversation because I actually talk about this every single day of my life. I'm actually kind of bored of the conversation. Dog, my friends and I talk about this so much. We sit around now talking about, we really need to talk about something else. So if y'all want to sit here and play Bible 101, I'm going to just start with the questions. How many books are there in the New Testament? Who wrote the Gospels? How many first-hand eyewitnesses do we have to the resurrection of Jesus? Which historical, external to the Bible writers testified to the early claims of Christianity? Like, I'm like, how do we know the disciples were martyred? Like, come on, what y'all got? Y'all want to talk about the argument? Because you want to talk about my objective basis for morality? Come on, what? But here's what I'm saying, y'all. We have armed each other, right? We're ready now. And so we've changed, to your point, we've changed each other's social environment to now that we ain't really scared no more like we used to be.
Nope, not at all. I used to feel underprepared and I didn't know how to really represent myself. And now that I do, ironically, it doesn't matter as much anymore. Now that I know how to defend myself, I'm not worried about it. And in fact, I love, I do. I wish I had extended family that I could, do holidays with and things but part of me kind of wishes my crazy fundamentalist uncle was still part of my life so that I could remind him every week that he's sitting on some bullshit and he's a clinical narcissist. Because I love the confrontation on that level with people that bring it, But I wouldn't want to bring that confrontation in settings where I'm the disruptive force, right? So it's tricky. If someone brings it to me on an individual basis, man, they got a fight in their hands they are not prepared for. But I'm not going to be the guy that disrupts everybody with letting them know something that they're not asking me about, So, and it doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, I don't take any of it personal. If somebody wants to believe in a God, it doesn't affect me. They want to believe in a Jesus, doesn't affect me, right? But they got to start trying to do things in the public arena where they're taking away rights to body autonomy, or they're trying to, doing all kinds of whack shit. Then I care, right? But
yeah.
I'm a minor player. It doesn't matter how much I rant about it. Everybody here already agrees with me about that shit, and everybody in the larger world's never going to hear my opinion anyways. So, how much time do I really want to spend on it? My answer is not very much these days.
For sure. My stepdad was a world-class martial artist, and his hands are literally lethal weapons. I think he's a 12th degree black belt. And it was really funny because he always taught these kind of sensei type lessons, right? Even though he knew I couldn't fight. So for instance, Jason, how do you beat 5 people in a fight? You don't. You find the weakest one, that person becomes your exit, you kick them in the nuts as hard as you can and run away.
Right. Uncle Bobby just said, if you can see a clear space between you and the other side of your opponent, your best defense just became track and field.
I seen him say that the other day. That's brilliant. He's right.
Yeah.
Don't try to be a badass with 5 people surrounding you. Just don't even do it.
Yeah.
Even if they're kindergartners, don't do it.
So what's funny is, here's this man that literally can just fight. He can also bench press 350 to 400 pounds, right?
Nice. Mm-hmm.
But the only way he will actually fight you, one is with padding and protection and all this other shit and referees and a competition, right? And it's in a competition, right? It should be an organized karate competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, you have to be at least a 5th degree black belt.
Yeah.
When you go to karate tournaments, right, it's different. It's like white and yellow belts compete, and orange through greens compete, and purple and browns compete, right? And then the black belts do their thing, and you can't even fight. You can't even be in the black belt division if you ain't a black belt, right?
Right.
And then there's 5th degree and above, and they're in their own shit. So you can't even be a black belt and get in the competition with this man. He like, sorry, I don't care about your black belt, right? That's how I feel about people come at me with people come at you with a bachelor's and a master's. You be like, sorry, certain shit you gotta have a PhD to do.
Yeah.
It's 2 years versus 10 years. Come at me later.
Right. Well, I'm the same way with fundamentalists. Like, I already know they don't know what they think they know, and they're not gonna care if I try to educate them. They don't want to be educated.
Yeah.
So
what you might be saying is I'll deal with them.
Terrifying.
But only when it's an organized competition. We bring them in the ring, and it's time for that. And they asked for it because they got there in the damn competition and said they signed up the forum. The forum said, "Are you a 5th degree black belt or above?" Them fools click yes, right? Do you recognize this person is going to try to tap you out and can kick you upside your head? They click yes. Do you see what I'm saying? Right? James have Adam. All right, cool.
Right.
James, you win. Here's the trophy. James is like, cool. All right, y'all, we about to go to, grab some burgers. Let's get up out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Got to keep it all in perspective, really. It's about that. It's about keeping it in perspective and setting healthy boundaries and, picking and choosing your battles, prioritizing that shit, because a lot of it just don't matter. If it's entertaining for you, go for it. But if it's not, then why are you doing it, right? So, yeah, we're on the same page.
What kind of books are you thinking about, man?
To read?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm open to suggestions about that. One of the... Dr. Josh's wife, Megan, who we all know and love, she's got a new channel, and he was promoting it the other day, where she's going to be reading on her stream some like the Odyssey from Homer, and I thought about maybe restreaming that to show support, get people to go over there, and then transition, because once we get people over there, I don't need to restream it. I just want to make sure I promote it or whatever. But I like the idea of it, right? Like reading some fiction of some sort. Just something that's chill, like a mystery or something. I don't know. I don't know what I want to read, because I don't want to read the Bible, but I don't want to read any really nerdy stuff either. So I'm open to suggestions about it. Something inspirational. I don't want to read something like
philosophers.
Yeah, I don't want to read from philosophers. I don't want anything heavy, and complicated and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. I don't know what to read, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fiction?
I don't know. I want something upbeat in the morning, take a pace for people's days, so they can approach it with that positive energy, where I can help with that a little bit. And I want in the evenings, I want something that's kind of chilled down and where we don't have to think too much. But I don't really know what I'm going to read. I'm still open to suggestions on that. And then I just want to schedule panels where we talk about real shit.
Do you want to? What do you think about scheduled versus unscheduled?
I mean, I don't mind something spontaneous. There's a lot of people, like Kat, for example, Cameron's fiance. He doesn't like it when you call it his girlfriend. His girlfriend, by the way.
Yeah, no.
Fiance.
Well, it might be her.
Fiance.
Women don't like. There's a difference.
They don't like
difference.
that.
Yeah.
There's a difference to them. There's no difference to me, but there's a difference to them.
Sure.
Fiance. So I respect it. But there's a lot of people who would be available sometimes, but they can't really predict when they're going to be available. So when that happens, and you're lucky enough to be able to get somebody brilliant on stream with you, I'm 100% for let's just do it now. Let's just do it live. I'm all Bill Riley about that shit. Bill O'Reilly, you remember that clip? Fuck it, we'll do it live.
No, oh yeah, I've seen it in the clip. Yeah, I don't remember what happened, but it's just a meme at this point.
Yeah, it's just a meme. So, but the rest of the time, I prefer to schedule something. I like Renatio's idea about like Monday's a theme, Tuesday's a theme, that kind of a thing. We do an hour show and we're done. But I like having random stuff too if somebody's not usually available, but now they are, and it's about something we that we know we want to talk about. Like, let's do it. Let's.
So
go.
do you do the? You can do both. So do you like the idea of scheduling the day's content or the time? Do you like? Because I'm just trying to. What I want to do is I feel like we should be doing more to. Collaborate. Get on the same page, and so I'm like, if it would help to be more structured to where I know James wants to be live at a certain time doing certain things, and I could either work with them on that or work around that, because I'd like to pass it off, but at the same time, I don't like asking streamers to take on structure because that turns quickly into pressure. So sometimes it's a balance of, I'm going to do, like I have certain things. I'm always going to do late night Counter-Apologetics on Saturday night. I'm always going to do, but I don't know what time. Time flexible, right?
Right.
Hot program on Sunday, not flexible.
There's already some kind of structure.
Yeah, it's 3:30 p.m. Eastern every Sunday, unless something comes up, right? So
Atheism has a Sunday morning show that I always forget about. But Cameron says the cat would be better with a schedule. I had misunderstood that, Cameron, so I will definitely get with her about that.
Yeah, so I need to get with Kat. That's helpful for me too, because I want to get with Kat, so I need to try to get with her on schedule.
Me and Jay are going to be fighting over getting Kat on our shows.
Well, I think I just want her on our dating panel thingy. So if she does that, I'm good.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and then I want to just schedule a time with you. I think we should do that on Saturdays.
Okay. I like the idea.
Saturday afternoons.
If I remember right, Kat's best day is Tuesdays, if I remember right, but Cameron can let me know if that's not correct. But yeah, whatever works. I'll work around that.
When are you doing consent? Tomorrow?
It depends on who's going to co-host with me. Like, I haven't gotten anybody yet to commit to co-hosting with that.
Oh, I see.
So, and I do want a woman or a female identifying person, right? I'm bad with the new language. Sorry if I'm not using the words right, but I do want somebody that represents women to be the other side of that conversation.
I've got a really good idea. I don't want to put too much on it right now, but I'll tell you the idea on Discord. I think you'll be excited. But then you'd have to do the panel thing with me, so you're not stealing my female talent.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Like, let me know.
Yeah. All right, so I'll tell you who it is offline.
Okay, that sounds fine. So, in the meantime, I did write a blog, but it's not as complete. Like, it doesn't cover everything I want to talk about, but it's just a rough idea. So, I'm ready for it.
I think reading your blog is a good idea.
Yeah, I like that. I think that'd be a great stream once a week to read something I've written on a blog. But the problem with that is that most of the blogs I wrote before are about religion, and
so you might want to change your blog up too.
Yeah, I might. I mean, the whole thing is I used to write. I kept the blog going, and I didn't have enough of a following because I didn't know how to get the word out about my blog. And to be honest, like a lot of the things I want to talk about are too long for a blog. And one of the mistakes I was making is the blogs were just too damn long. But they work as a video. Like, you could talk that long in a video, but not on a blog. People don't want something that big in a blog.
Sure.
And also, when you talk about controversial subjects, people will assume anger when there's not any, assume vitriol, assume hate. But when they hear me talk about it, they realize I'm not angry. But the problem is, if I talk for too long about something that I'm passionate about, I get angry. I want to be. So it's tricky to find that balance. But yeah, I think there's some of my blogs. Maybe I'll just do once a week and talk about religion. Maybe that's what I'll do. And then I'll read a religion blog when it happens. And then the rest of the week is all different stuff, right? Like, that's not really about religion. One day for dating and relationships, another day for
current events, man. So one thing I was going to mention is if we got on a schedule. So one of the things I was thinking about is scheduling
maybe not every day, but maybe a couple times a week, where the idea would be I start the show off kind of David Blackman style and talk about what's going on in the news. So recently, that's kind of why I started the other day with the Ron DeSantis stuff. I wanna cover January 6th. Matter of fact, I might switch up over the weekend and make sure I get the revisit January 6th. And one of the things I did the other day was like the CDC started saying some weird stuff about COVID that I didn't like. So, I went on about that. But the idea, here's the idea, because it's kind of like, you'll appreciate this. The idea being kind of what you said. Like, people don't want anything too heavy or whatever in the morning, but it's kind of nice to start with, like, current events. Like, I'm going to eat cereal or drink a cup of coffee and just talk about, because I subscribe to New York Times, so it's more like I just get my little daily update. Okay, I looked over, because it gives me an excuse to just sit there and read the New York Times, but it's something I kind of do, right? So I was like, I'm going to get up, I'm going to open my little New York Times daily summary, and I'm going to be like, this scandal with college admissions is kind of interesting. All right, cool. So the first 10 minutes of the stream, y'all, after I do my entrance, is going to be, I'm going to sit here and talk about what I think it is, this college admission scam. Cool. All right, cool. Everybody done with that? Cool. All right, now I'm about to get to work, right? The idea being, give it a little bit of an early morning podcast, keep it fresh, keep it relevant, but to a limited time, and then it gives you a chance to kind of move into this sphere of current affairs, politics, and you can pick and choose what you want to talk about, but, current events stay current. So it's always going to be something new, and you don't got to worry about thinking about it, because you're always going to have something in your news, and you're just talking about the news today. But that was just one of my things. So you might want to do something news-related or current events-related.
I like that, because there is something positive in the news every day. It's not all negative.
Yeah, so you could pick something serious and then end on a positive note or whatever, or yeah.
That makes sense.
Or mostly do good news. Just say, because I'm gonna cover the bad stuff. You know me, I'm gonna wake up because something different. I'll tell you about my anger. I need it. I was told my whole life that I wasn't okay to be angry. That I had to love my enemies, and I had to be positive, and I had to smile at people. Even sometimes professionally, like my advice, it's a real struggle, because I'd be ready to come at people's throats. Because if somebody sends me an email I don't like the tone of, or makes a personnel decision in a way I don't like, or chastises me for not responding to an email or something like that, like, I'll be ready to go off at somebody. So I'm like, you don't talk to people like me like that. If you have any idea, people just making me feel small my whole life, I didn't know. No. I'll take all this shit off and remind you talking to somebody who's the world leading expert in some shit, and you will treat me like it. Right? Like, and part of that is I had to let people know, like, no, I'm sharp and I'm strong, and I'll ruin your fucking day if you forget it. You understand? You see what I'm saying? And so I need that, because that's power for me to tell her I'm an angry black man, and I have every reason to be. Go ahead.
Right. That makes perfect sense. And this speaks to something that my friend Jessica said to me, I think it was last night. My days all blur together. Was it today?
Sure, I understand.
I don't know. So she was talking about, she's like, you might just be an angry person somewhere inside, and the whole religion thing might be an opportunity for you to flex. It might be an opportunity for you to vent and pick on something that deserves to be picked on. To like say, to celebrate your voice, but like to celebrate your power, right? To say, a thing that needs to be kicked, because you need to kick something, and there's something that deserves to be kicked.
Yes. Yeah. And I that's kind of how I feel about it. And like the power, like, they're never gonna be right. They're never gonna win a philosophical argument, the scientific debate, the moral stance, none of it. So it's almost like it's like a punching bag. It's a really safe punch. It's a punching bag that can't hurt you. It doesn't have anything. Right? It don't have arms to fight back. It ain't got no legs to kick you. It's just sitting on some bullshit, right? Yeah. And so you can kick it as hard as you want, and it can't hurt you back, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so that's where the WWE comes out, because it's like, I am angry about a lot of these things, and this is a safe way for me to outlet it, and I'm not afraid of them. There's just no... Yeah,
right.
Yeah. So she was right.
That makes sense.
I see where she's coming from. Yeah.
Yeah. How about Melody Joy? Welcome back. I hope I'll bet Melody Joy had a lot of triggered Christians in the chat today.
And Carrie Ann just brought up a really good point. They have the same mindset, which is true. It's really true. That's why I love it, because it's kind of fun. When you realize that, it's all good. Because that's who I think Donnie is. So people ask me what I think of Donnie. Like, I think he's a decent guy who, you know, we have a lot in common, but we see it the same way. I'm standing for the truth of evolution. It's totally unassailable, dude. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Right? And he's standing for the truth of biblical creation, and he sees that Bible as totally unassailable. He's got unbelievable confidence in it and whatever. And I'm like, bro, I don't even have to work hard against y'all, because you voluntarily get on the internet and make yourself look like a moron, right? Like, this is what I was complaining about with Sal. Sal, stop owning yourself. Just shut up for a little bit so I could beat up on you. Like, you're smashing yourself in the head with the chair, and that's my job.
Sure. Yeah, Sal's good at humiliating himself. I just think that's one of the things we like about Sal.
Yeah. But yeah, so my thing is just to say that there is a side of me that likes to feed the monster a little bit there, because it's fun to kind of feel free to say I'm angry about this and I'm angry about that and I'm pissed off about this. But not everybody's like that, and you might not stay there, right? And I think you're probably just getting tired of it. You get tired of it, and I don't think that that's you. You're different. Like, I feel like you are more like my one black friend, a kindred spirits, in the fact that you have these very sharp minds, and they're in a sense razor sharp, right? And it's you really don't want to be on the other end of that scalpel. But at the same time, you don't enjoy cutting people open. Right? I'm like, bro, I could really just take an axe to this dude's neck? Really? Like, yeah, Jay, go ahead. Really? Right? Don't threaten me with a good time, you know. Yeah. Y'all are just kind of like not really like that. Like, it doesn't feed your chi. You know what I mean?
Sure.
The same way.
For me, it's more about finding peace, and it used to be about trying to educate people, but people that don't want to be educated won't be, and it won't matter. You're wasting your time. It doesn't matter what it's about. If they don't want to think outside the context of their existing script, then they won't. There's nothing you can say to these people when they're devoted to a script that's in their head, like a narrative, like, so it doesn't matter. So for me, it's more about like just defending myself, which is only relevant when they come after me, right? And I always tell a lot of atheists like this, like, look, if you find that these people are peace, you don't have to lock horns with them. If you like locking horns with them, if you like the controversy, you like the battle, keep going. But if it starts stealing your peace and you feel like, man, I got to break free of that bullshit, the cycle, stop feeding it, step out of it. You're not obligated to it. You can just leave these people behind them, like, because they don't matter. They just don't matter. So if you're taking it personal, you do need to step back. If you're not taking it personal, then have fun with it.
And I wanted to speak to that too, right? Because you talked about it earlier, that they don't matter, and then I'm going to tell you they don't. What matters to me, and I'm gonna say something that probably people haven't heard me say before, or haven't quite pictured it this way. Y'all know I go to church. I'm a church drummer. I love my church friends. That's who matters to me. When I see Ken Hovind, Ken Ham, William Lane Craig, whatever, I have heard my church friends spew their nonsense from my mouth and name those people. I know some of my friends used to follow those people and buy into those people. So if there's any motivation, that's it. It's the fact that my heart breaks when people who I don't want to name come to me and say, well, Jay, I just, I've been thinking about evolution, and, you're a real reasonable guy, but, there's just some arguments for God that I really just, I think they're really good, and I don't know what to do. And I'll be like, what? And they'll be like, well, have you heard of the Kalam cosmological argument? I'm just like,
right. So these. It's
So that's
weird
the
because these
motivation,
people-
right? It isn't that I give a fuck about William Lane Craig or Ken Hovind or any of them, right? It's that there are people who did not wake up in the morning today volunteering to be anti-science or ignorant, but they are because they bought into this stuff. So we somewhat care about them because they're kind of people that we think otherwise would be really helpful contributing members to society. We like to help them move more in that direction, but these apologists can go fuck themselves.
Right. Yep.
I gave up on them a long time ago.
And I get all that. I do. And it doesn't. I don't take it personal anymore. But yeah, if someone comes at me with that bullshit, I'm gonna school them. But but I don't go looking for the fights like I used to, because I did. Like, oh my gosh, did I ever? I was like I was signed up to like a dozen different debate groups on Facebook, and like I would just like go looking for a fight. Even in the Stoicism group, which isn't religious, not really. There's still certain Christians in there that will keep posting on Stoicism groups, trying to like misrepresent Stoicism as a Christian thing. And I used to go looking for that. I'm like, let's see who's sitting on that bullshit today. I'm gonna school them. I don't even do that anymore. Like, I don't even care. Like, doesn't matter to me anymore. If someone comes at me, it's different. So I mean, and it doesn't matter. Like, if they're new to the debate, I get why they don't know the Kalam argument is bullshit. They heard it somewhere in their friend circles, or they've seen it on YouTube, but they're new to the debate and they think it's legit. Like, sometimes it helps to let them know, oh, here's the real facts. But most of the time, it just doesn't help. Most of the time, you're hearing from people that have been years. They know it's bullshit. They know the Kalam has been debunked as unreasonable and fallacious in a couple of different ways. They know the same thing about all the different bullshit they're bringing. They're just hoping you don't know it's bullshit. They're hoping they can run the grift on you. And so when they're coming at you from that perspective, there ain't nothing you can say it's going to matter to them. Nothing. So,
yeah. I think that's true, and I do think to me there's a delicate balance between what we're trying to achieve, and sometimes the way they talk about this in other spheres is like calling out versus calling in. I think the evangelicals need to be called out on YouTube. That's what I think is valuable about what we do.
I agree, it's valuable.
Yeah, I wonder even if it had a lot of influence with the Rebecca situation. Like, man, I'm almost afraid to think that we had influence there because, like you said, like I think Wayne is somebody who taught me about that. Like, no, bro, these are the enemy, bro. If I engage with these people, I'm trying to end it, man. I'm not here to be nice to these people. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Like, we should recognize that this is the enemy, and we should see it as, yeah, it's good for us if you delete your channel. We want all of y'all to delete your channels, you know? Because to me, like, the worst thing that could happen as a result of that is I'd have to tell my colleagues, hey guys, that shit we're doing might be working.
So a lot of people thought so too. A lot of people still think that me and you are the reason why Rebecca is done. She's not saying that, but
right.
we think that she's...
They wouldn't give us the satisfaction.
Right. So I'm fine with them not wanting to give us the satisfaction. I Rebecca Stater went, and I still don't care where Rebecca Stater goes. So, if somebody's correct in thinking that I made the difference or that you made the difference, they might be. I think they could be onto something, but I don't care. I wasn't trying to get her to leave. I'm not trying to get her to stay. None of that stuff matters to me. Sal doesn't matter to me.
Right.
So it doesn't.
Yeah,
matter.
that's kind of for me. Like, I never thought they would. So my thing was, I had given up. I just assumed, they're deep enough committed that they're just going to keep their channels. They're always going to keep doing it. So the best you could do is sort of out them and hope for the vicarious humiliation.
Yeah.
So to me, delete their channel, even the whole delete your channel thing was just something that, to be honest, comes from Twitch. Here's what happens. If you're on Twitch, especially if you play a game that people play competitively, people find out that you're streaming. You will have like 12-year-olds screaming at you in Fortnite, "You suck, you're the worst, delete your channel," right? It's like, it's the worst. But it's really like, it's the like worst thing you could say to a streamer.
But everybody's heard it, right?
Yeah.
And so it kind of just became funny. But then I thought about it, like, it is kind of a good way to be out here. Like, look, hey, Christians, you want us to leave you alone? There's a pretty simple answer. Delete your channel. Like, it just kind of became, well, it does kind of apply here. Actually, maybe you should consider deleting your channel. Hey,
Sure.
But then I kind of realized, like, but isn't it though? Because it's like Joe Rogan jumped the shark. And, Tim Pool and Tucker Carlson, like, what do we say about these people? That they're just weaponized sources of misinformation. And so here you have these little junior Johnny-come-latelys that are just trying to be the latest on the grift train. And if we kick a couple of them in the face and they decide to quit grifting for a little bit, I'm kind of with that. Like, I wasn't expecting it, but it don't have to be a problem.
So here's the thing, and I told Rebecca, I'm like, look, you have to make a choice. If you want to be able to win people over to the general idea of God and Jesus and try to sell it as a puppies love and rainbow kind of a thing, you can't also do the grift. In like in a bold, like obnoxious way, like where you misrepresent science, you push all these stupid conspiracy theories, and you say awful things about atheists, and you work with Sal, who's just a horrible human being, that just delegitimizes you further. I'm like, you have to choose which route you want to go, and she chose. She's like, if I had to choose, I would just go with the anti-evolution thing that I'm doing, and she wants to go full apologetics if she had to choose, and that's her choice. But it means that she's missing an opportunity to be able to appeal to some people because just sell a religious idea as an emotional appeal. And there's vulnerable people in that community, and they just want that sense of connection, you sell it as this sweet thing that's all loving and nurturing and stuff, and there's a Father in heaven who will always love you no matter what, and all this stuff. It can work. I've seen it work on atheists before. It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens. And but once you go down that whole like apologetic rabbit hole, you might as well forget it. All you're going to do is polarize the community further, and you ain't gonna get nowhere with nobody. And so I told her, I'm like, this is free advice. You can do whatever you want with it, but this is like, because I don't care. Like, if you win somebody over to the general idea, I think it has the potential to hurt them, and here's why. But I'm not taking that shit personally, right? Because
and I actually kind of had the same kind of advice towards her, which was that just sort of make Christian content for Christians, like and so I would have been fine because just go with the grift the way it's meant to be done, or quit grifting. But yeah, I could tell, like, you're just detached from it. You're just saying, look, if this is what you want to do, this isn't really working, but
so if
go
I just
over here
wanted
and
her
knock
to go
yourself
away,
out.
yeah, if I just wanted to shut her down or make her go away, I wouldn't have gave her that free advice, that perfect advice, the exact advice she needed to hear. I'm like, if you got to do it this way. If you're going to do it that other way, you're just going to do nothing but push people away and delegitimize yourself. You have to choose which way you want to go. So, if I just wanted her to completely be shut down, I wouldn't have gave her that advice at all. I just would have just said nothing. It doesn't matter because she's not going to take the advice, right? She's going in the opposite direction. So that's on her. But I don't care. I don't care what she does.
Absolutely. Yeah. I honestly, So I don't either, man.
Even when I read her book, I didn't want to be that hostile. I didn't pre-read the book, each chapter. I didn't pre-read it. I had no idea what we were going to discover when we read the chapters. And by the end of chapter 3, I just couldn't make excuses for it anymore. I had to tear it up because it was awful, right? But I was kind of hoping that she would stay puppies and hugs and rainbows and kittens throughout the whole book, so that there wouldn't be anything I needed to be brutal about. I was hoping, right? I'm like, please,
Sure.
Rebecca, stay sweet the whole book. And she failed to. And I'm like, well, there we are. So what are you going to do? But that's why I quit reading the book, because I don't want people to think that I'm just like wanting to host an anti-Rebecca channel. That's why I quit reading the chapters, because I can't read them, because if I don't tear it up, I'm legitimizing it, right? And if I do tear it up, then it's going to sound, after 18 chapters, everybody's going to be sure that this is meant to be an anti-Rebecca channel. I don't want that. So I just quit reading the chapters. There's no other way I could do it. But there we are. So we got Dave M. In the chat still. I need to work something out with him. We're going to have a stream. I don't know where we're going to have it, but so I got to reach out to Kat to try to get her.
I'm changing the name of my stream because I was going to read the next chapter of Robert Pennock's book, but I'll have to do that another time because we spent so much time over here. But
well, if you want to jump over there and do it, I'll join you.
No, I'm not gonna do it because it's a late thing. I want to do it during the day because they're long chapters, and so kind of the idea is a good thing to do during the day because you can put the time in, right? Whereas if I were to start now, it's like it would take me into so much later in the evening. It would do kind of like last night where I don't get done till late, and then you know what I mean. And it's
Yeah,
so
that makes sense. So that's
might start it tomorrow during the day.
Right. So in the meantime, I don't want to be the Bible nerdery guy, and I don't want to be the angry guy, and I don't get the same enjoyment out of it as I used to, flex and go after just. I envy people that don't think about it. I envy people that just, scientists a lot of the times don't. You care. You care for your entertainment purposes, right? It's not personal.
Right. No,
but
no.
a lot of, most scientist people, they're not, it's not personal to them. And so if they find entertainment value in it, they'll talk about it. If they don't, then they just don't because it doesn't matter that much. And that's who I want to be. I want to be the guy who just never thinks about religion until someone mentions it, and who doesn't feel like I need to rant about it, and I just say what needs to be said and I'm done. That's who I want to be. I don't want to make a career out of it. I don't want to get a reputation for being the guy that tries to destroy religion. None of that. I don't want none of that. It's just not how I want to roll. I could. I've got the skill set for it. I just don't want to. So that's where I'm at about it.
Yeah. And even my content, I want to stream, I want to entertain, I want to take on broadcasting challenges, but I want to have fun and be creative and just keep building the community, around different things and find ways to bring us together, right? Mm-hmm. And I actually think it'll get better without focusing so much on religion.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there are some people in our community that are newly deconverted, like Melody Joy. And that's why, I feel like if the people that are still working through the issues want to have these discussions, I want to be there for it, right? I don't want to completely say we can't talk about it, but nobody's specifically asking me to, so I'm well, then maybe we don't need to.
Yeah. And I also just think we'll have, like I said, we'll have fun when we have time for that, without feeling like we have to do it all the time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Some structure, I think, will be good for the community anyways. So if I want to keep active longer, I might start restreaming other people's stuff.
How do you feel about people restreaming your stuff? Because I've been thinking about going to more replays of our stuff overnight. Because it's kind of people do miss stuff during the day. And so if I replay streams, but I don't want them to just be on my own. I know I could probably play Gin and Truth streams. I could play my stuff. If I could play your stuff.
Yeah. Grab my stuff, because I don't care about the viewer counts or anything. So grab my stuff. Do whatever you want with it. I don't care. Oh, hey, by the way, did you happen to clip, or could you easily find...
Well, James, I keep a link in the description. So what it would just be is instead of playing some of these competitive video game tournaments overnight, I'll replay some of my streams and I'll just put some of yours on the playlist, and nice. Then people will be able to see the links in the description, and they can click to your channel or whatever. But it's just something for that overnight stream. But I just wanted to ask you about it.
Yeah, that's cool with me. Did you clip or do you know? Could you easily find the night when you and I were watching Sal's stuff and we just couldn't stop laughing, where he put everything on blast, and he was when he was praying for people, and where he was ranting about the Gödel's incompleteness theorem and how it's not in this book either.
Yes. Yeah, I forget what stream that was, but yeah, I got you want to look for it?
Oh, I've tried to look for it. I couldn't remember what night it was, but if we can find that, Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would love to have I would like to make a clip of it because that was gold. I hurt. My side hurt. My face hurt. We laughed so hard. Like, hi, Mike. High speed.
That was really funny. I think the way to figure out is to figure out. Yeah, because what were we watching that night? Oh, we were watching his thing with Nate, right?
Yeah. That's how it started. And Nate kept embarrassing him. Like, Nate was brilliant. Now, I don't particularly like Nate, but Nate owned him, and I thought that was priceless.
Yeah, so talk about this a little bit. I noticed that when you say things, you'll say, like, Derek is the hub of the community, and you kind of you found a lot of us from Mythvision crowd, right? Mm-hmm. And you're not into Nate, and you're not into Doug, because a lot of us met on PineCreek's channel. Mm-hmm. But you're not so you're more from Derek's side of thing, and you don't mess with Nate either a lot.
No, I don't care for those guys. So it was mostly Mythvision, and to be honest, I can't remember what other channels I
started with. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember how it networked exactly. I don't remember the path I took to get here. I don't remember. High speed / Mike.
Hi.
What's up, man?
I'm just looking for distraction.
Just so you know, Jay, Mike happened to catch that night when we were out for a long time.
Yeah, that was really fun. I know that was one of the most fun streams we've had. Mike, also wanted to tell you, I caught you the other day, man. You've been reading all these LNCA papers. I almost hopped on, but when I saw it the other day, you were like signing off. But as you were signing off, you had this, the LNCA, I think, complexity paper on maybe. That you were talking about. So I was gonna hop on and chat with you about it, but
that was one of the many papers. I was looking at Behe and the the flagella, right? And they referenced that paper and cherry picked some piece out of it, and I just wanted to. So I've got a whole list of papers on the bacterial flagella that I've been going through and meaning to come back at, Behe and that crew.
Right. Is Behe still active?
Yeah, he's still fucking spouting the same shit. And still going on about that flagella. And then I caught him on a whole bunch of lies where, like, he cherry picked this. There was a guy, God, what the hell is his name? He did a book on complexity in about 1950. Or earlier, and he was an interesting guy. He was a doctor, and he radiologist, and he met his wife because he treated her for leukemia. They ended up falling in love, got married. She passed away. He laid down by her body and committed suicide because he couldn't swim. But he wrote this amazing book on complexity and the evolution of complexity back in, I think, the 1940s or 50s. And I managed to get a copy of that book. Let me see if I got his name on it somewhere. Do you know who I'm talking about? It has very much to do with what you guys are doing. I believe
say that
you
again.
Guys, I think it has a lot to do with your digital evolution.
Can you repeat again? Sorry, I was looking at this thing for something happened on my Twitch.
I forgot what I have to repeat. I'm sorry.
What do you think's related to what we do? What the Michael Behe stuff?
This book that this man wrote on complexity back in a long time ago.
Oh, probably. Who wrote the book?
I'm trying to find his name.
Yeah, I mean the complexity stuff. They always get at us because we've dealt with this in Avita, so it's cited as an example. Really easily reproducible one, right? So they tend to not like that.
His name is Henry Quastler with a Q. I'll put his name in private chat.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't know.
Henry Quastler.
But there's a lot of these guys, but there's nothing to them. They've all been debunked decades ago.
Oh no, this guy is not a creationist. He believed in the evolution of complexity, and he tried to treat it mathematically way back in the 40s or 50s. So it's Henry Quastler.
And then
But anyway,
it didn't work it didn't work for him, and so now
well, he didn't have a lot to go on back then. They didn't know a lot about genetics or anything, or molecular biology. But so he had problems, but he's still pretty well respected. But the thing is that Michael Behe and Stephen Meyer, they cherry pick quotes from him, and they took a quote way out of context, and it pissed me off. It pisses me off when they do that.
Well, that's what they rely on, man. And that's what I see with Sal, right? Is like Sal's playbook is to go to the worst of the worst. And so it's like, oh, I'm Sal. I know a lot about science. Hey, let me quote the most easily refuted people ever. And it's just like, this guy's literally a joke. The problem is the pew fillers just eat it up.
Right. I went off on Cell on my stream a couple hours ago on his protein fallacy bullshit that he's always bringing up.
Yeah, what is his deal with that damn protein?
Okay, so for some reason he thinks that we should believe that all proteins evolved from a single protein way back. So it's like a fallacy of composition, where he thinks that somehow there was a primordial cell that had one protein in it, and that protein somehow copied and duplicated and split and turned into all the other proteins. And so he's going way back to abiogenesis, and he's saying something very ignorant about abiogenesis, right? So the first primordial cells had to have multitudes of different kinds of proteins and RNAs in them. That's just the way it was. And the membrane was encapsulated around some sort of chemistry back then, right? So there are multiple sources for protein families. Like the zinc finger protein family did not evolve from the collagen protein family, which is, he thinks he's on to some Nobel Prize level creationist argument against evolution based on the fact that proteins couldn't possibly have come from a common ancestor. Do you follow that? I mean, do you realize how ridiculous what he's saying is? It's just, and he keeps saying it in debates and nobody challenges him on it. And it drives me
nuts. The thing is, I thought in the R and Ra debate, the PhD did address it.
Maybe he did later on. I've listened.
He basically just said they follow the exact pattern of relatedness we'd expect based on common ancestry.
Oh yeah. You can look back at the phylogenies of proteins, but you're going to end up tracing hundreds of protein families back to very different common ancestors. So, or very, very different ancestors. Proteins did not have a common ancestor. They had a multitude of ancestors. And as cells seems to be confusing that with organisms having common ancestors. Those two things don't match up. And it's a fallacy of composition. And I can't believe how ignorant Cell is about this, and yet claiming to be a molecular biologist.
Well, the worst part was that we watched his review of his performance against Aaron Ra, and because of the fact that Cindy kept asking Aaron Ra to, what about the graph? What about the graph? What about the protein picture? What about the protein picture? Sal thought he did great with that. He thought that was like, he was so proud of himself. Yes, he kept saying that was the one thing he should have talked more about it. And, oh, he's so glad that he put it up there. And I was sitting there like, Sal, that just embarrassed both of you.
Yes.
What did it? It was just awful. What? Proteins? Well, you just put up mumbo jumbo. Like,
yeah. Yeah, it is amazing that he thinks he has something, and he has blocked me, so I can't talk to him about it, right? So it drives me crazy to hear him keep putting it out there over and over and over again. Anyway, so James, you were talking about, the direction of your channel. The reason I like to find the stupid things that fundies say about molecular biology is because I like to say, like they'll come up with, the mammary gland couldn't have possibly evolved. Well, I'll go download 100 papers on the mammary gland evolving, and I'll dig into it, and that interests me. I like doing that, right? So it's like I'm addicted to these guys because they drive me into the kind of research that I want to be doing, right? And other than that, sometimes I get so tired of talking about them and to them, because they're like insignificant slime on the world of knowledge, right? And like, so I keep having these moments where I'm like, fuck, what am I doing? Why do I want to do a YouTube channel? What do I want to? I go over and over, but the truth is, I enjoy what I'm doing. So I don't know. I didn't like. Did you see him laughing about the bipolar thing, Jay?
Yeah, but see, it just shows you what it is. Nope. Because I like when they show us who they are. I really do.
Yeah.
And for me, it's like, this is what they do, right? They want to talk about, he's unhinged. He's deranged. I don't know if I can interact with him, right? He's going to hurt me, right? And then I'm just like, no, Sal, sorry, I'm taking care of my mental health, right? And then he wants to back off of it and try to make jokes because he's uncomfortable. Well, Sal, maybe you shouldn't talk about those things. And then the funny thing is, it's like they're marks, right? And I'm going to just be honest with you folks. The pro wrestling business is made off of marks. What we want is for people to buy tickets to see our show. And for the most part, most people know they're buying tickets to see a show, and we're okay with that.
Yeah.
But what do you do with the $1 million ticket that is somebody who suggests that they're afraid that this professional wrestling, persona or whatever is this product is a hazard to their health. They're concerned for their safety. Like, as wrestlers, we're like, and you should be, motherfucker. Don't you know we body slam? You know what I mean? Sal, you're literally doing my work for me. I'm working really hard to convince people that the man in tights doing all the singing and dancing is actually a bona fide killer. So. Thanks. I don't even know what to say, right? It's like he's such a mark, right? But then his fan club is the Robert Beatty's of the world, right? Yeah. People who are known to harass and stalk people and involve their families, and Robert Beatty has hate sites about people. So literally, he's scared of the pro wrestler, y'all. Scared of the pro wrestler, but has the actual stalking psychopath as his corner man. That's who these people are. Yeah. That's who these people are. They want to call you nuts, and then they find out you've actually, you're treating your mental health, and now all of a sudden they got to make jokes because, again, you were just a classless person who was out here talking shit about something, weren't ready to get punched in the face for it. It's always the case with these guys, but and again, like it's not so much them that's the problem. The problem is that these are the people my mother and grandmother depend on to hold up their faith, and my mother and grandmother haven't realized that they are believers in the faith being held up by these people, and that there are not better people holding up their faith. There aren't good scientists holding up their faith. There aren't great moral philosophers supporting their religion. There is no historical evidence to support their claims. They're not standing for moral and progressive love and virtue and right? Like they're just on the wrong side of everything. But as my man Tux would say, it's an evil so evil everybody thinks that it's good. So the rest of us, for some odd reason,
I feel, being forced, to be quite honest. We're being coerced to continue to treat these people like they are contributing members of society, when we all know it's just not true.
I don't know. I keep calling him out on it. I've been very open about my being an addict and an alcoholic, and he managed.
Hey, good on you, Mike. You know what that makes you?
What's that?
A fucking human being. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. And he made a big thing about brain damage and alcoholism and all this shit. And he kind of did a disservice to whoever's listening to him, because of this misunderstanding of addiction and alcoholism. It's a real fucking problem in our society, in our country. And I will keep calling him out on that shit. But it is so low for him to do that when I'm like, I'm coming up on 16 years of being sober, right? And there's nothing fucking wrong with my brain. And that isn't what, and there's nothing wrong with the brains of most people that are drug addicts and alcoholics.
Right.
There are people that drink enough to actually fuck themselves up, right? And anyway, him doing that, while there are millions of people suffering with this disease and who have, loved ones that are suffering with the disease, really kind of piss me off. I don't know. And hence I do streams. So
it's classless. It's a really classless move, and the same thing with your situation with your family, and there's just been. That really pissed me off. I referred to this one stream where it was almost like this triangle of doom. It was like, James and I were pissed that they were going after you. You and James were pissed that Robert Beatty was harassing me. Me and you were pissed that Stephanie was going after James. We were all sort of commiserating about our, creationist harassers.
But for me, it was easy enough. I just blocked Stephanie. And it isn't because I can't handle the heat. Yeah. It's because I'm doing her a favor, because by blocking her, I'm forcing her to get past it and move on. Right? Because I'm not going to sit here and be gaslit about what didn't
happen.
I know what happened. But
at the end of the day, what Sel says to me, he managed to fuck me up one night and give me a bad time. So he landed a punch that hurt. But I got over it, because okay, he's talking about my daughter getting murdered. I actually experienced her getting murdered, and have for the last 2 years. Hit me with your best shot, motherfucker. I'm not a snowflake, right? And like the thing is, but what bothers me is, the fact that there are other people out there that are also hurt by this, and that pisses me off. I guess I'm not worried about myself. I got pretty thick skin, so anyway. I interrupted.
No, you're good.
So all that makes sense. And here's the thing: like, Sal came at me with like alcoholics. I don't have a problem with alcohol, but if a kid came at me with something like that, I'd be like, look, 2,000 years ago, there was a guy that earned a reputation for always preferring wine over water. Clearly, the guy was self-medicating, but you built the whole religion around him, and you're a cult member. So, if you're going to worship a guy that had alcohol issues, then you don't need to be talking about anybody else.
And I struggle with issues of addiction too. I have a very addictive personality, I think marijuana saved me. I smoke a lot of weed, and unfortunately, it doesn't have some of the consequences of other substances, but my smoking habit is certainly dangerous and will likely kill me. Just slower than other things, right?
Sure, it's like me and food.
And the end's going to be fucking rough, right?
Sure.
Psychedelics like marijuana have a very, very different profile. There are pot habits, but you could hardly call a person a pot addict.
Right, but and my thing is I'm trying to distinguish the two. I didn't say the weed will kill me. The weed will never kill me.
No, it'll be
smoking. There you go. Right, and that's a habit, right? I always tell this. I could get high if I just wanted to get high. I would have hit the bong. I'm already high. I've been high, right? I keep hitting this because I like smoking, right? And so is to say, we all have that in us, and it's hardwired in us. We came with these genes that are, hardwired to be predisposed to this disease and this problem. And I just feel like these people go to the lowest, darkest, worst of the worst places to do that. And quickly, I want to tag in Dave because I'm so happy he showed up, man. So great to see this guy. But one of the things that it makes me think of is I recently heard a commentary which said if they have this rhetoric where, they want to make it like being gay is a choice, or, we don't hate that you're trans. We know God may have put that in you, but you don't have to express it or transition. And it's like, no, they know trans people can't not be trans. They know gay people can't not be gay. They know, black people can't not be black. And exactly that. And that's why they pick on those populations, because they're safe targets, because they can't change who they are. And so they're literally weaponizing our identity and then accusing us of starting a culture war. Good to see you, Dave.
Good to see you, Jay. Hi,
Thanks,
Mike.
man.
Hi, James.
And they get a bit judgy about it, which kind of irritates me. Like being judgmental about anything that is a mental illness, basically. I don't know why don't they go after the ADHD kids? Because I'm one of those too.
Right. UC Love said this thing that's amazing. He said, I think once you realize what religion really is, then the struggle becomes with those in denial of the truth and not with faith. I'm like, yeah, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I lost my little brother to alcohol, and nobody should be gone before they're 50 years old. It's just
I lost my
shame.
father. My father killed his brother in a drunk driving accident, and my father basically died of his alcohol abuse, and my first wife, basically love of my life, killed her liver and died. And there was a little bit of you could make a case for what happened to my daughter being somewhat alcohol related. And it's just everywhere, and making somebody being judgmental about that shit, because you don't find yourself in a blackout alcoholic because you chose to be one, right? No one fucking chooses that shit. It happens to you through the course of your life. And looking back over my life, I can see that I was actually predestined in a number of different ways to have become a drug addict and an alcoholic. And the other thing is I
feel the same way about starting a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I come from a family of ministers, right? I'm all like, oh, I'm the one who's gonna rebel. I'm different than the family. And my mom's like, yeah, the men in our family have been starting churches in the basement or the living room for 5 generations. Right. All I did was become a scientist, become an atheist, and do the same exact thing everybody else in my family does.
Right. Anyway, I'm really grateful for my alcoholism and drug addiction. I'm grateful for all that I went through. I mean, I'm absolutely happy with who I am and the fact that I am an alcoholic and a drug addict. And because it made me who I am today. All of that, all the pain and all the bullshit made me what I am today. And I'm kind of happy with that. So I'm glad I'm an alcoholic.
I always say I'm glad my bipolar is treated, but if you offered me a cure, I wouldn't take it and I wouldn't give it back.
Yeah.
I did the same thing. I wouldn't know who I was, right? You'd be taking something that was such a whole part of the journey. It's like it's a whole different voyage then. And I don't want to sign up for that one. I like this one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And it shows too, because my brother dried up a couple of times, and he was so happy. He would drop weight and everything, and he would say, "Hey, look how I'm looking slim," and it shows that they're so happy to be sober, and then something bad would happen, and he would fall back into it.
Yeah, it's a fucking dangerous thing. That's for damn sure. It can kill you. Could kill me. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, I doubt it.
He was a whiskey guy, and it literally rotted his insides out. It is literally rot gut.
Well, I was fortunate.
Holes in you.
I was so fucking crazy that I could never drink for that long without ending up in treatment or jail or psych ward, because I went 0 to 100 in just nanoseconds. So I had no controls at all. Whereas my father, he managed to maintain and control his drinking throughout his entire life. And that is dangerous when people can, function, like they call them functioning alcoholics. Those are the ones that are going to get really bad damage. Me, I get, screwed. I'd go on a binge for, a few, at the most a month or so, and end up in a treatment center, because I couldn't stop. I have no stop button on me at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's how my bipolar was, right? Like when it gets out, I always say when it gets out, I've learned that society puts the brakes on me, right? That's where the constraints come for me. If I don't do what I'm supposed to do, y'all, man, it's just about survival out here for me, because they're going to put me in the psych ward or I'm going to get locked up quickly every time. So we've been down that road so many times that before I go to bed, I'm like, we're going to take these meds. We're going to make sure we eat. We're going to make sure we see that goddamn shrink once in a while. And for me, it's survival. I always tell people, don't congratulate people like me. We are literally just trying to survive and keep our freedom. Plain and simple.
So back in my 40s, I had something happen to me for probably a period of 2 years where I would get like just unbelievably charged up and happy. And then I would find myself doing something crazy as shit. And it would kind of slap. Like one time I was driving my kids over to see a friend, and I was just, I was playing 9 Inch Nails and fucking laughing and talking and going crazy. And I drove up, instead of pulling into their driveway, I pulled into their lawn. And I didn't even know why I did it. And I was doing shit like that all the time. Is that it? Is that the manic phase of bipolar? Because they gave me lithium and it actually went away. And then throughout my 50s, all of that kind of tapered off to where I started to be able to handle it. But I was doing crazy shit, stone cold sober, And it was
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fucking disturbing.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that's kind of what made me so great in politics, or representing a church, right? Is I can knock out the canvassing of an entire housing complex in a few hours.
Yeah.
Boom, give me a stack of flyers, white girl volunteer here, you hold these, I'm knocking on doors. Boom, 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 like I'm with it. Oh, people answer, hey, what's up, bro? Like, and you're just in this go mode that other people don't have. It comes with the creativity other people don't have, a work ethic people don't have. Again, I did a challenge yesterday on stream. What I do, 3 gummies before I started reading a chapter, and then 5 more throughout the stream, and I knocked out reading an 80-page philosophy book on stream. 80 pages of philosophy book on stream. Most people just can't do that. You take 2 of them gummies, you're out. You're done. Like, you're just done, right? But I got that thing in me that could just power right through it and not even think about it. So that's why I tell people it's part of my go-go juice. So if you artificially stabilize my mood too much, you've just sucked all the juice out of me.
Sucked the air out of out of life. So I still go through it. I go on these 3-week manic, binges. And then I pay for it for about 4 days of maybe depression every now and then. And I managed to use it, and I know when it's happening, so I don't do the crazy stuff anymore. And I don't have to medicate now. I think as you get older, I think it changes. I think the 40s are particularly bad for that stuff. So 30s and 40s.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, actually, my shrink has been talking about cutting back on some of the meds. They just think, I've been stable a lot
long enough
Yeah.
to try to cut back on some things, which you're always happy to do because it's just a matter of time before you get that commercial, right? That commercial about the drugs you've been taking, right? And the class action lawsuit. If you've experienced mesothelioma as a result of your bipolar medication, call this 800 number. Fuck, I knew this was going to happen.
Your dick is gonna
Yeah, exactly.
No, what I'm saying is, I think as you age, Jay, I think it'll get better.
Right. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I've heard this. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to that. Definitely.
And then it becomes fucking useful and fun, because like when I hit 60 years old, I'm having the time of my life. I mean, I thought that getting old was going to suck. Getting old is cool. You get to for one thing, you don't have to fucking worry about mating anymore. That's over. And I'm just having the time of my life now that I'm older and my life, my mind is kind of settled down and pretty cool. So.
Yeah. So that's the one thing that I still feel to that point is, I'm super happy with my life. And I've been the person who, as soon as I decide throughout my younger years that I'm going to get good with me, I always meet somebody, end up toxically involved with that person, and then I've got to rebuild from the ashes all over again every time. And
yeah, I gave that up.
Yeah, COVID forced the first real, you got to get good with being alone, and you ain't even meeting nobody, so it's gonna be indefinitely. And honestly, I caught me a little girlfriend at one point, I think last year it was or whatever. Ended up being the worst idea. I was like, oh yeah, I'm a totally different person now. I can't fuck with these bitches out here. They crazy. And so now though, to your point though, I feel so fulfilled in my life, but that's the one piece missing, right? I still, at 35, still feel like, God, I gotta have somebody. And that's the one thing that I'm like, God, I need somebody to come ride, hang out with me a little bit, and everything else would be cool. So yeah, if I could just check that need off the list, if my brain would just stop going there, so regularly, man, that would be beautiful. When people tell me, I'm gonna tell you who I get jealous of. I don't get jealous of the porn stars. I don't get jealous of the poly freaks. I've done the poly thing cool, whatever. I don't get jealous of the people that's married to the supermodels. I don't get jealous of nothing. When somebody tells me they are asexual, I'm like, God damn, you got the superpower. Yeah. Fuck out of here. No, you can't really be asexual. No, then I start telling them, the people they hate, no, you're just doing it wrong. No, you haven't met the right person. And they're like, you're trying to invalidate my existence. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just jealous. I know you who you are.
I find that relatable. By the way, there's somebody that wants to join called Jack. I don't know who Jack is, so I'm not going to sign him up. If they want to tell me, verify who they are with a video.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, send me your channel. Send me your channel.
Yeah, so my best advice to young men is get neutered. Go to a vet and get neutered because you'll be happier. My fucking cats are happy, right? I got them neutered.
Right. So here's the thing. I went through a thing where I had super low testosterone. This was probably 9 years ago, and I thought I had matured. I honestly believed I had finally matured past the whole, obsession with nice asses and, seeing women sexually. And I'm like, oh, finally I grew out of that shit. I couldn't wait. And I didn't know I had super low testosterone at the time. And that shit that the wiring just wasn't connecting. And I was able to have really wonderful relationships with women just as friends and I could connect with them so much better that way. And then when I got my testosterone, when I got diagnosed and got that treated, and then the sexual drive came back, I was like, damn it. I loved not having a sex drive. I loved it. A lot of guys feel like they're not a man unless they're wanting sex all the time. But I loved it when I didn't want sex all the time.
Get them cut off. Come on, guys. Don't fuck.
Right.
That's my issue. I got high testosterone and I don't eat and I get busy doing stuff and then my sugar gets all messed up.
There it is.
And then yesterday I got so busy I started seeing spots in front of my eyes. One little candy bar and I was all fixed up and it's I gotta.
Oh damn.
Gotta
I'm
watch
with you, and that's part of the mania too. That's why I got to make sure I eat. I eat one really large meal at least every day. That keeps me pretty regulated. But now, even in between, I'll go too much and get hangry. Even my mod sometimes will be like, "Jay, you need to eat something." You know, like
That's my wife. My wife is always on me because I'm the same thing. I like one nice dinner, you know.
Yeah.
And then maybe a snack here or there or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
But I get busy doing something, I don't eat, and it's my own fault.
So, guys, I gotta go pretty soon. But Jay, I wanted to ask you. I sent you an email about Avita and about this course that you're doing.
Yeah.
I think, and I'm kind of late, but I'm a little confused about which streams to watch. And if you'd respond to that email.
Watch the Pocket Locker 86 streams, and I'll look for your email. And I try to put Darwin's Law in the title. I didn't do that today, but I normally do. And then I have a channel on my Discord that says Darwin's Law, and that's where I post everything you actually need. So basically, so far we just have done the introduction and the exercise 1. They're both in the Darwin's Law channel under the community section in our Discord. And then I've just read the first 2 chapters of Rob Pennock's book. And if you can't get your hands on that, just email me.
I've got it right here on my left.
Yeah. So I've done chapters 1 and 2. I plan to read chapter 3 over the weekend. And if you do those, just the introduction and exercise 1, you'll be all caught up.
Okay, good.
But yeah, I will respond to your email. Yeah. No worries. And also, I want to have you on Hot Program. And I do, Sal talked a lot of junk and finally made it sound like he was going to debate me. Then he makes it sound like he's backing out of it. But if he decides to go through with it, I'll definitely have you help me prep for it. But I expect him to back out because I don't think he wants to smoke.
What he mentioned Avita yesterday, and he was coming down on it like he knew something about it, and he claimed to have used it some time ago and did some. I don't know. He set up some experiment where
that was the other thing that bothered me. How you've known him longer than I have. How legit is he? Because he put himself on Team Dembski and Behe. Do they even know if he exists?
They probably don't. But Sanford, he is pretty visible in the community because of John Sanford. John Sanford got him into a lot of stuff. So, do you know who Sanford is with genetic entropy?
No.
Okay, he's one of the. Is he? God, I can't remember what he's affiliated.
I've heard the name, but I don't know the guy. Yeah, I don't know anything about him.
Institute for Creationist Research.
Okay, so we're talking about them a lot in the book. That's where I know the name from. But I don't. We talk about ICR a lot in the book. But Rob probably knows those guys. To me, that's the old guard, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's getting visibility in these communities with his. He's been working on it for 20 years, and it's really important for him. And he's finally getting recognized. Like he was invited out to, I don't know if it was Biola or where that was, some place where he's
okay,
yeah. And he's, he enjoys that sort of
and then
stuff.
he likes to talk about he's been published in genetics or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's his.
And his contribution to those papers, I would really like to know what his contribution was exactly.
Probably minimal. There's a lot of team publications that happen in science. I don't mean to crap on that. My big publication was the team publication. And so most of us were, we collected a portion of the data, we reviewed the manuscript, but in the Lenski lab, there's a lot of projects like that. But yeah, it's, I wanted the same thing, and then I always wanted to just say, well, I'm sure if I go then to these publications that he has in genetics, that I'll find evidence in support of intelligent design creationism, right? Because that's how he says it, right? He says, well, I've been published in this, and so you should believe me about science. And it's like, well, if we go to your publication, I'm sure it, doesn't go against the scientific consensus. So why does he think that? He has some grounds to undermine it.
Here's what might interest you. Okay, I think the only real secular publications he's had, one of them was with Sanford and this mathematician, where they, I don't know, I think Sel was involved in. He was involved in some of those, where they use Mendel's accountant, which is a simulator for evolution. which they have not properly documented. And they make claims about that. And from that, he'll make claims that he's disproven evolution or something. So there's that. And, now they're working on this, what is this method? It's a method for finding protein folds by statistics. So he's working with a few researchers on that. And these guys all have in mind that they're going to promote intelligent design, but they don't do it blatantly in the papers that get published. Because if they did, the papers wouldn't get published.
So they did this when I was in grad school. There was actually a paper that came out, and it started circling. I first heard about it on social media. Like, a friend of mine sent this. He's like, "Bro, have you heard about this?" He was like, "What?" I was like, "What?" He's like, "There's this weird paper. It kind of sounds like it's supporting IDC or whatever." So I read it. I was like, "Yo, this is weird as hell." Well, turns out like a week or so later, we're having a lab meeting because the journal retracted it. And they had to issue a whole public statement like, "Oh, we didn't know. These people had a manuscript approved." And then when they went to submit the manuscript, they actually submitted a significantly different manuscript than the one that had been peer reviewed, right? So they do, right? Because that's how these systems work. It's kind of like let's say Dave's the editor on a thing. Well, I upload my thing to the journal, and Dave goes through and he appears my draft. He sends that out to the reviewers. I get the reviewer comments, and then he goes, "Okay, it's been approved. Go ahead and upload the corrected, reviewed version for publication," right? Now, everybody knows what that means. Like, you know, you do this honestly or whatever, and then it probably just gets picked up by the system, where then the people who then go to the place where the ones that have been approved for publication already, all they do is take them and they're formatting them and getting them ready for the journal, and then they go out to print. So a lot of journals probably have some vulnerabilities in that upload process where somebody can switch manuscripts, right? Now, most people don't do that, and most of us aren't dumb enough to think you're going to get away with it because people are going to read it. Duh, that's why it gets published in the journal. And that's exactly what happened. People started reading it going, "What the hell is this?" Right? And then they were just going, "Oh, yeah, that isn't what we were submitted." So they had the retraction, and it's an embarrassment. Again, these guys are totally underhanded, and all they do is embarrass everybody along the way.
Right. Well, it's like Douglas Axe published this paper on proteins. I forget which protein it was, but he came up with these improbabilities of this protein. It was on protein space. You know, how many viable proteins exist in a protein space for a 120 amino acid protein. And Douglas Axe came up with a perfectly legitimate bit of research on it. Well, he chose a protein that was sort of loaded to get the results he wanted. And ever since then, and that was like 20 years ago, him and the entire creationist community have been using this one paper to make claims about 10 to the 76th, if you've heard that number, of improbability that a viable protein would be created. Anyway, so they've been he did legitimate research, wrote a legitimate paper, and then he quit and went to work for ICR, one of those things, and he's been using that paper famously to promote his bullshit ever since. So there is that. I mean, you know, they're doing legitimate research, but then they manage to load it up, and then they will cherry pick the pieces they want, and they'll use it forever. And it's all a fucking
and they go outside of their field, right? So what they do is they say, you know, let's say I want to attack civil engineering. They get a degree in electrical engineering. And then they say, well, I'm an engineer. So as an engineer, I'm just trying to tell you this theory of civil engineering, it really isn't working, right? And they're like, well, why don't you take that up with the civil engineers? Well, you know, I kind of was over here as an electrical engineer, but I was really convinced. I was studying with this one electrical engineer, and he was really convinced. He really convinced me, man. I'm telling you, there's problems with the civil engineering. And that's kind of my thing with Sal. It's kind of like, and I tell people in the audience all the time, you guys know how much evolution education you should formally have? None.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey
zero.
guys, my
Oh yeah, I know you
ex-wife
got to
is-
go. Go ahead, Speed. Appreciate
Yeah,
you, man.
my ex-wife, she has called me. She's stuck somewhere.
But also get on the show with me, man. We gotta interview you, and also I might have to get you in one of these debates because James Apperson he don't like to fight people, so I need to find somebody who's gonna fight.
I'm a crap debater, but anyway, I'll see you guys later.
See you later, Speed.
All
right, Mike.
And Jay, depending on the topic,
Yeah.
I might be willing to, and depending on who it's with and what the topic is, like Wes is trying to get me hooked up with the debate too against some Catholic guy, and I'm considering it. I told him I'd get back with him on it. So
The thing I want to do is I want to do these nights. I really think Word Wrestling Entertainment could be fun to just set it up, work with the other side, say, hey, look, what they're after is equal time. We all know that. Give them their time, but let's make it fun. Big entrances, big over-the-top announcements, and then let people really fight, but then make it an event. Like, we're thinking, once or twice a month at most, right? Probably once a month. And, like right now I'm trying to plan something for around Thanksgiving time, right? So it wouldn't be something where it's going to be, let's do this every day or 3 times a week. It's like, no, let's make it a really special event. We're going to line up 2 hours of, I think we're thinking like 4 different debates, make a card out of it. And then that's it. Because I'm with you. I don't want to do this every day. And these people are not contributing much to us. Where are you at with this type of stuff, Dave?
I think when going to have debates or conversations, especially with people like me versus people like you got to be in the right categories. Because if I'm going to debate with somebody like you, you're going to lose me when you start talking all your jibber jabber. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And
Sing fingers.
every day, that's what Sal does. When Sal starts using all his big words, I don't know what the hell he's saying.
Right.
He's not getting through to me at all. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I have to sit there and pull a book out later, take notes, like I have to do with William Lane Craig.
Right.
You literally have to take notes and get a thesaurus out afterwards.
Right. Yeah.
So in real time, I'm sitting there with mud on my face because I don't know what the hell you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I
So
think
you gotta
that's
have
what they're trying to
people
take
that,
advantage of.
Yeah, you got people like me want to have a generalization and understanding what the consensus is in science. Yeah, we don't want these, Sal's charts or whatever. It means nothing to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Let me ask you a question about the continence community. How long you been watching these type of channels?
Oh, for years. Yeah, years and years.
So, we see you around probably. You're Dave M, right?
Yep.
So we see you around.
Desk.
We see you around every day. Like, how do you feel about this issue of new content creators in this space, right? Because it's kind of all been done before. So I guess 2 questions: what keeps you coming back to new channels in this space, and also how do you feel about this community getting into other things?
Well, I've always been interested in supernatural things, religious things, science things. So it's always just been an interest of mine. So I love following everybody. I like getting a mix. I like watching the guys like on Fermi Labs and stuff like that, or the experts, Brian Cox, all the experts. And then I like watching people like Paula Gia, who's like a regular guy, and he's really good at, talking to regular people. So I like getting, I like hearing what everybody hears. And that's how I stumbled on with Rebecca and SJ and people like that, I understand the issues and everything and stuff, but I like to hear what they have to say. So
yeah,
I go on there. I'm not a fan of Donnie or SFT, but I got to go on there every once in a while and see what's going on.
it makes sense. Just as infuriating as the rest of them, personally. But
What do you not like about Donnie?
I always say you can't give people like Hovind and flat earthers or anybody else too much of a platform. You can't put them on the nightly news or something like that. But you can't just let them go unchecked. You have to have people out there that are going to say, hey, wait a minute, like Jay did. Wait a minute, You're not even saying things that make any sense, because you know when somebody else is in your field is saying something doesn't make any sense. People like me don't. So people out in the audience might be, oh, wow, yeah, this guy Sal sounds like knows what he's talking about. If there's no Jay Bundy out there saying, oh, wait a minute, he's just using a bunch of words, but he don't know what he's saying.
That's what I found. Like when I started criticizing him, I found a lot of people who were saying, I don't like the guy, and I didn't think what he was saying was holding up, but I couldn't speak to it because he's just using a vocabulary that's deliberately meant to confuse people who don't know. And so that's an issue. And I say the same thing about scientists. Like James said, they're not interested, and most of them shouldn't be. And it certainly wouldn't be great for our scientific endeavor if we started pulling scientists out of labs so they could counter-apologize on YouTube. But what I realized was there's a shift. And I always say this about being nice to people. Positive reinforcement is better than negative reinforcement until it's not. You get further with honey than you do with vinegar until you don't. And what happens is if somebody just realizes, oh, I can stay sitting on some bullshit, and when I talk to Dave about it, he's always going to be nice to me. Yeah, he's going to tell me I'm wrong and I need to get better educated, but he's going to pay for my lunch. He's going to tell me I'm a great, wonderful guy and that he loves me and my neighbor. And so, right, at some point, there's no consequences because your charity becomes my plan. I'm now just taking advantage of you because I know you're too nice to hold my feet to the fire. Now, if one day you sit here and say, now, look, I've been happy to do this, but I'm not going to keep buying you lunch, and then you keep telling me I have no objective basis for morality. We've been over this. Right? You see what I'm saying? And you got to really, so that's what I think, that's why I criticize my science colleagues. To your point, I just say, I get that you don't want to platform these people. I get that you don't want to legitimize them, but they're now using the fact that you won't, and they're weaponizing that. They're now counting on you not to show up. They're booking halls on your university. They're showing up in your backyard, attacking your work, and they are guaranteed that it's going to work because you refuse to show up and do something about it. So that's where I'm at with it. But go ahead, James, you're going to say something.
I heard one of you say earlier that we have activists like Dillahantes and Sam Harris's and all these people. They get paid to go out there and speak to people. Real scientists, I understand that they're busy. You know what I mean? If you're trying to cure cancer, you don't want to talk to Sal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You're on the verge of a breakthrough, and you're going home. You see the wife for dinner, and I'm gonna go back to the lab for a little bit. I'm this close.
Yeah. And then we're all just trying to get you some sleep in there, and you're trying to do it all again the next day. Yeah, but somebody's got to do it.
There's always that line. Yeah, right. There's always that line. Yeah, you can't expect. Just like me expecting to, hey, I'm gonna call up Richard Dawkins and say, hey, let's talk about science. Well, he don't want to talk to me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Why does he want to talk to me? But he wants to talk to me when I'm in the audience.
Right.
And he's trying to speak to an audience, and make the audience understand.
Yeah.
And that's where, people like me want to understand, without all Sal's big words and charts that, we're just lost. We don't know what the hell he's saying.
So I guess the other question is, what do you think about people in the community doing other stuff? Like, would you still watch content creators, if they're having a game night or, going to talk about one or not a gamer, so maybe not that, but maybe a different hobby or something. Because here's the one thing I think about, and I guess you guys will see the reflection. The one thing I think we have going for us with this counter-apologetics is it is the one topic we're all interested. And I think part of the reason that skeptics and leftists and people like that are so difficult to organize is because our independent thinking means we're like herding cats. Here's something I've learned as a worship musician. Not everybody in church likes the music, but they love the fact that they're together listening to the same music. And it's like we can agree upon this music that none of us really love,
but we can just get with it because it helps us be together, right? And atheists, we don't have that. As soon as I say, hey guys, let's listen to some music together, right? Well, a lot of us are like, well, I don't like hip hop. Jay, you play that hip hop, I don't really like that, I'm out. Oh, well, we started playing rock and roll, I don't listen to that white people stuff, so I'm out, right? You know, we're never gonna get on the same page, right? And then it's like, okay, well, let's just play some games. And I'm like, well, I'm not a gamer, I'm out. James is like, well, I want to just talk about healthy living. James, yeah, but I like to eat junk food. See you later. Right? So it's really weird. And one thing that religion really gives the community is a reason to put something before your preferences, right? I'm here to be with y'all. Yeah, Codenames isn't my favorite game, but it's fun enough that I'll show up for game night. Volleyball isn't my favorite sport, but if y'all going to get together on Sunday afternoon and play a little volleyball, I'll show up and play volleyball. And I want to give some credit to our community because I've had people in the community say that. They've said things to me, like, Jay, the OG Roddy music, that isn't the music I play on my own, but I like the fact that you're playing music for the community. You're trying to have some fun and catch a vibe, so I stick around for it. You know, hey, the games you play ain't always the game I would play, but I like the fact that, you know, y'all are trying to have some fun and you're trying to get people involved, so I really appreciate that. I'll stick around. So I just want to say to people that do that, I do really appreciate it because I know that that's us trying to build some community and you are putting community before your preferences, right? And so I appreciate that. But I wanted to speak to that, right? Because that's what it's like with us. It is like we're free and we don't have Jesus compelling us and telling us we have to be here. If we go somewhere and we don't like the music or we don't like the vibe, we're free to go somewhere else. So yeah, it's kind of funny.
Well, that's kind of what T-Jump talks about too, where he's trying to get the atheist church thing going and stuff because, yeah, you don't have that community thing going. And yeah, you go to church, but then like, you know, you have the bake sales, you have the dinners, the spaghetti dinners, the fish fries and all that. And yeah, you're sitting around talking about, you know, what you're planting in your garden or, you know, you just bought a new car or whatever the conversation is. Yeah. You know, so yeah, you do lose a lot of that. Just chit chatting. You know, if you like video games, you like wrestling, whatever it is.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, well, so yeah, there is a thing where I can go online and yeah, I can sit here and talk to you about wrestling. You know, and my kid used to be a big fan of wrestling back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. We used to have to watch it every was it Monday night?
Every Monday night. Yeah. That's fun, and I think that's where it came
years,
for me.
He was dedicated. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something that you know, got, you know, my dad would watch with me, and then, you know, something me and my friends got into, and then some of us grew out of it, and then some of us just stuck with it. You know, some people figure out it's theater and they're like, this isn't interesting, and some of us go, wait, these guys are working together. All right, now I gotta really figure out what's going on here. You know, so that's kind of it, right?
I got a funny story with the wrestling. He had one of the action figures and the ring and, you know, everything, you know, he had all that stuff. And some of them had the buttons on them and they would do their catchphrases. Well, I kept hearing this noise, you know, and then it's the middle of the night when the house is all quiet. And I'm like, what is that noise? And I'm searching the house and I'm searching the house. I can't figure out what this noise is. Finally narrowed it down. One of those action figures was in a pile of toys and it was pushing on that button, and every so often it was yelling out its catchphrase.
Oh, because it was pressed, and it just has a thing. It's kind of like on a loop at that point because the button's depressed wherever it's laying.
Button was being held down, it didn't keep saying it. It would just, every once in a while it would say it.
That's so funny.
You couldn't narrow it down where it would just kept repeating it. It was just every so often it would do it. So I had to catch it right when it was doing it. It took me hours to find that dang yelling its catchphrase in the middle of the night. But it was good times. It was something to do with my boy. You know what I mean? It was all good.
Yeah, that's what wrestling shows really used to be, right? It was something to go to with the family, or, you know, on the weekend or whatever, and see the matches and, you know, eat some cotton candy and call it a day. You know, little good versus evil. Hopefully the good guy wins, or, you know, we'll get him next time, you know, type of deal. So yeah, it's always fun. But yeah, man, I think we got to get out here and what are you into when you're not
into the Bible nerd stuff?
My background.
Oh, gardening. Is that yours?
That's my pond.
Really?
That's my pride and joy. There.
Wow.
That you see, there's a.
Yeah, that's some kind of cute, man. Nice. Yeah, so I guess the line for you is not.
So
would you like to
time of
see my
year is-
etchings?
yeah,
You just
where
go like, let's go for a walk by the pond, honey, and then that takes care. Oh, you're married.
I'm married.
You're married, but yeah, that's romantic. Yeah, because that's a little
I'm
player
lucky.
pad right
No,
there
I'm-
behind you.
I'm blessed. I'm blessed. My wife is. I mean, she's stuck with me for 33 years, so I'm blessed. So
I like to hear that. I actually think marriage is great, and I think people. I think that human nature is like the spectrum, right? You know, mono's hard, poly's hard, relationships are hard, but being alone sucks. And so, you know, me and James could be friends and cool and support each other mutually for 30 years. We just ain't fucking.
Right.
And if I could find somebody that was as cool as James, but we were fucking and they wanted to ride it out for 30 years, hey, lucky me, you know. So I haven't found that person yet, but if I do, I hope I'm smart enough to try to make it work, you know.
We're still fucking too, so.
Hey, boom, good for you. Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, that's something to put on a card or a cake, right?
We still fucking. No Viagra.
Yeah.
No Viagra. Then my wife has the front yard, so she's got a flower garden out in the front yard. So if it's nice out, she's out front and I'm out back. So then we merge sometimes, and wow, your stuff looks really great. Thank you.
Yeah, true.
Funny, it's like you haven't seen each other
in a
in a
little
while.
early in the season though, so not everything was all growing in and everything. But right now,
it looks awesome, man.
I just had to bring a lot of stuff in because I got a lot of tropical plants I put in pots and everything, so they all have to come in. So right now it's like a jungle in here. So.
And to be honest, I always wanted to grow my weed like that. Like I got into the idea of aquaponics, the idea that, you know, you create this sort of ecosystem where you're feeding the fish and the fish are then providing the nutrients to the plants and the plants are growing. And then I even really like the idea of raising bivalves. So I'm really into like mussels and oysters and all those type of things. And so you can kind of even get them in the ecosystem where they're kind of filter feeding, right? But it takes a lot of time, work, energy, and you got to really know how to sustain this ecology, right? It's there's a lot to it. So definitely appreciate what I'm looking at, man. That's a lot of work. No fishing.
I go back to the old days before they had all nice pond stuff. I had chicken wire with cement, like they make swimming pools with. And then I had a hot wired sump pump to run the waterfall. That was way back in the day.
Wow.
And then I upgraded, and then this one's basically an expansion of the old one. And I wanted a step waterfall, so I got my step waterfall.
Yeah. Oh
and
man, it's
it
crazy.
kind of has the infinity pool look because I raised it up a little bit. So no matter where you are in the yard, or even if you look out the kitchen window, you can always see the pond, you can see the fish and everything. So it was my vision as big as my yard would allow. So.
And you guys own the property, and there was no issues with like digging or anything like that.
I own it officially last year for our anniversary. We made the last payment. This is
on the land.
Property.
Congratulations.
Wonderful.
But yeah, but sometimes there's still regulation, but you didn't have any issues with the digging or anything like that, putting all the stuff in.
Mainly the ponds follow like pool rules around here. So if it's not more than 2 feet, you know.
I got you.
Et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, when you have a bigger pool, you need a permit. When you have the smaller ones or the little inflatable jobs. Yeah, so mine's not that deep.
Okay, so as long as you're kind of within that pool depth, they're kind of like cool. Yours is basically a pool with some fish in it, some flowers growing around it legally. to them.
It's a garden pond. It's about
Got you.
I put a greenhouse over it in the winter, and I built it to fit inside the greenhouse, which is 10 by 20. So
I wouldn't. Where do you live? You live in temperate, somewhere temperate, where you gotta deal with the real winter and stuff.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio.
Oh, I'm in Michigan. Okay. So you and you actually put a greenhouse around it as it gets cold. So you'll be getting ready to do that pretty soon here.
The frame is already up because I put the netting up to keep the leaves out of it. So the frame's up on it now, and then depending on when the weather or if the snow flies or whatever, I like to keep it running as much as possible. The only thing I'll shut down is the waterfall because I got ice on the waterfall and that moves the rocks around and I don't want to damage it.
So we just turned it off, the pumps and stuff?
Yeah. Well, I put a little pump in just to move water. I leave the bubblers on and then I put a little de-icer in there.
And then you heat the water for the fish or whatever?
Yeah, it's just a little 300 watt. But with the cover over it, I've never gotten any more than a little surface ice, even in January. So
that's fantastic. I was just going to ask James, how much more are we interested in this conversation with Dave than talking about the goddamn Bible? We're like, yes, and tell us about the lights. Oh, in the greenhouse, yes, and the pumps and the regulators.
Oh, Dave, all you want to talk about is religion, right? And it's like, no. People that know me, I'm talking about my pond, what I'm doing to my pond. I got to go clean the pond. I changed the filter on the pond. Oh, and I was going to tell you, as far as growing stuff, in the pond community, what's really big now is having bogs. Instead of having a filter,
tell me about that.
Bog. So they pump the water in through basically a big hydroponic system. It's a big container filled with gravel. And then, you can plant vegetables in it, flowers in it, whatever. And then they're doing like a natural filter. They're taking all the stuff up out. You just don't want to have it going through too fast. You see what I mean? So you need you need a big area, which I don't really have, but you get a big area, fill it with gravel, run your water through it slowly. And then, people are planting their vegetables and everything in it. Oh, yeah. Just like hydroponics.
Awesome.
You don't have to use any fertilizer or anything because your fish and, everything from your pond is free fertilizer.
Yeah.
When it comes back out, it's clean. So,
It's amazing. And the thing is, when I grew my own weed, like the thing that was amazing was
they're doing that too.
One time I had to cut open the plants, and I had to take them down, unfortunately. And I remember I cut this plant pretty much like on the main stalk, a little bit above, where it's coming out of the container, so right at the base. And I cut this thing open and looked at it, and the inside of it was white. Like, these plants were so clean and so healthy. Like, when you cut open a plant, it's supposed to be green and brown and colors and stuff. Not in a good, clean hydroponic system. Your plants are white. Like, they're just ain't nothing wrong with them. They chilling. They are loving life. They happy. They smiling at you all day. And you can cut open at the root and turn up, and you'll be like, wow. Because you can't fake that, right? You can't fake my system is clean enough that the actual stalk of my plant will be white. Like, it's like nature intended it, where it's only green on the outside. The part that the sun can see is green.
If you want organic, without using any fertilizers or anything else, to have a bog or an aqua.
And you end up, you just feel like, you just literally feel like, chemicals. You just feel like your plants are so healthy, right? They're just so healthy. Like, wow, I didn't even know plants were supposed to like live this clean of a life. Like, they're loving it. Them fish is probably happy as shit. Yeah. How about the fish? Do they grow and what do you eat them or what happens to them?
No, they're just goldfish.
The big goldfish. Okay.
Yeah, they're about the big ones I've had for maybe 10 years, almost 10 years now. They're about a foot long. The biggest ones are, and I've got third, maybe fourth generation running around in there.
Oh wow. And goldfish are like size dependent, right? You put them in a bowl, they'll stay bowl size. You put them in something big, they get. Oh, that's a myth. They do. Okay.
That's a myth. Yeah.
So it's particular breeds, or
it's bad. It's bad to have fish in a small area.
Period.
Yep. And
Okay.
going way back to the days, I used to have a lot of fish tanks when I was
Right. That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
It's surface area. You want surface area, so you're better off to have a 1 foot high fish tank that's 4x4 rather than having a 4 foot high fish tank.
Right, because they
nice
pick
for
a particular
display.
swimming level, and that's
Right.
where they swim, and so they need room
They're
to
not going
roam.
up and down,
They need room to roam rather than they're not going to go to use vertically. Wow, this is really something to think about, y'all. Okay, Dave is schooling us out here. Yeah, that's something to really think. So you have I can see that. So it's a shallow pond, but they have plenty of space to move around. That's crazy.
And I have a deep end under the waterfall, just in case. So there's always a little deeper space, but it's only about another foot deeper. So, but that you want to be, because most of this is about 1.5 feet. So over here, I went just under 2 feet at the bottom, because if it freezes, if anything should happen.
Oh, you want them to have somewhere deeper to go.
Yeah. So you want to always have somewhere liquid for them to hide in, because if it freezes solid, they're dead.
Right.
They can't survive that.
Right.
They'll go dormant in the winter, and they just sit on the bottom, but you can't let them freeze solid. But yeah, they stay outside.
So what do they do
all year
when they get cold? I guess they just go in one place and they're kind of hibernating, almost just chilling mode. They don't move a lot.
It just looks like they're not swimming around much. They're just really slow. Yeah, their metabolism, everything drops off. They don't eat much or anything in the wintertime, which I used to. I've got I don't know if you can see it, but I got a little camera right here too, so I can keep an eye on it.
Oh, gotcha.
I had extra camera for my security system, so there's a camera back here, so I can keep an eye on it. And yeah, if I go out, most of the time I don't have to feed them all winter, so just keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't freeze up.
Got you.
Count the days till spring.
James, where are you at? What you been doing over there?
I mean, I'm just thinking about how if I'd have known that fish were that easy to take care of, I never would have had kids. I just would have done that instead. So too late now.
Oh, fish are great. They're not loud. Yeah, they don't bite.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
They don't crap or vomit on your rug.
They don't bring yards.
Yeah.
And then, people say, well, what about bugs? And it's like, I don't have bugs. They're eating the mosquitoes. Because any mosquito, well, it's not really still. Mosquitoes like still water, but between the fish and I've got so many spiders. I mean, if you're into spiders, I know people like Bree and stuff are into spiders and that. You would love it out here because I've got them all. They just love my pond. Every night you can sit out there and watch them all weaving. And I got some beautiful orb weavers that go around out back here and everything. It's so cool. You can just watch the spiders all night. But yeah, I don't have a bug problem. That's one thing I don't have.
Oh, because they're all at the pond?
They're all getting
eat them
eaten.
all. Yeah,
It's between the spiders and the fish. And then, all the other predators are hanging around.
Wow.
I sit back there. I hardly ever have them get bitten or anything. I don't know.
That's super interesting. All right, guys. I think I gotta pee. I've been having to pee for a while. I've been sitting in this chair. This has just been so much fun, James. And yeah, man, I'm with you, James. Let's all change our content, man. Fuck this religion stuff. You've been we were always like not the Bible nerds. We were kind of like, we ain't really with the Bible. We don't really want to talk about philosophy all day. But yeah, man, I'm with you. I'm gonna pee and grab something to drink and try to relax and play some cards or something. But y'all know y'all welcome to come through. And James, if you're gonna stay live, I'll probably be listening.
Awesome, thank you, Jay.
Yeah. So I'll join the Bleacher crew.
Sounds good, man.
Dave, always good to see you, man.
All right, you too, Jay.
All right, later on.
I'll catch you later. All right, you too, Jay.
All right, later on.
I'll catch you later.
All right, gang. I'll be right back,
Yeah,
and then
Jay's not like me
we'll
in that
have
way.
some
He can just-
communion.
He never runs out of stuff to say if he's interested in something. He'll always have something to contribute, and a lot of people
Oh,
can't.
yeah.
A lot of people just like I don't know what to talk about. But I don't have that problem. Jay doesn't have that problem, so we work great together on stream. So,
I love talking to people about stuff, whatever it is. It's like I think it's fascinating that I can pop online and talk to people all around the world. You were saying something about people, in other places, and I think it's cool just to listen to them and what they're doing over there.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. So Carol's saying that they gave up when they lost their beloved cat in 2008 with 19 and a half. And that's why I don't have pets anymore too. I feel like having a pet is like taking out a loan, an emotional loan that you'll have to pay back with interest later. Like, because you're going to outlive them, right? And I just couldn't go through it again. I couldn't go through that heartbreak again. So I feel you, Carol. Yeah.
I've got some buddies that are buried out back there. Yeah, that's the hardest part.
Yeah, that was. I didn't realize because before that, whenever I'd hear about people that are mourning their pets, I always thought it was melodramatic. Like I'm like, it wasn't a child. Why are they that heartbroken about it? But then when I had a pet, and that pet died, then I understood. I'm like, oh, I get it now. Now I understand. And I'm like, never again. I'm just not gonna have pets anymore. It's too much of a heartbreak because it's it's a family member, right? I mean, they have their own personalities, and you love them, and they love you, and like it's a huge loss when they go, and I just couldn't go through it again. So I don't blame Carol at all for not.
I always had a dog growing up, so it was just a thing. You had a dog, so I've always had dogs, and then I've always had my fish hobby, and then that just kind of merged from having all the fish tanks to just having the pond. So now I just have the pond.
Right.
And then there was this little gato hanging around the front porch, and kind of won over our hearts. So we brought in the gato. So we've had a cat for over 10 years now. But
I love.
Yeah, it's got a little story that it was hanging around and everything, and then it went through the neighbor's fan belt. And the neighbor took it out from under his hood, and he turned on start up his truck, and the lights all came on because it flew the belt off. So he's like, oh, and he's like, he knew the kitten was hanging around. He says, oh, and I'll let you know the kitten's in the garbage. It was under the hood of my truck, and I'm like, oh man. So I had to send the text to my wife, hey, sorry, little gato there went through the neighbor's fan belt, and it was like, oh, because we had a mama cat that roamed around the neighborhood for years making kittens. Mm-hmm. Well, then lo and behold, a couple of days later, here comes this little kitten looking like straight up like Rocky Balboa, you know what I mean? Just all busted up.
Oh.
All tattered and torn looking. Fur was a mess and everything, and meow, looking for a bite and everything, and it was just like, oh, you're one tough little gato. So we adopted the gato. So I'm not a fan of cats, but they barf on the floor, and but that's how we got a cat, just because it had a really cool story.
Yeah. That's awesome, though. I'm glad you were able to do that for the cat. Oh, yeah, Carol. Sorry about that, Carol. Go ahead.
Yeah. I say mama cat, we think has passed away because we don't see her anymore, so we don't have the cat problem.
Yeah. Fair enough. And but I think if I owned a really big property, I might take in some strays, like rescue some animals, but I would try not to get attached to them because I'm not that durable. It's the same reason that, like, here's the thing. I love pets and I love kids, right? It's this idea that eventually I'd find some really nice lady to settle down with who already has kids, so I don't have to go through the first couple of years of not sleeping, right? Like, they've already got past that part. But then, with some other experiences in life happened where I learned a hard lesson. If you end up with somebody where they've got one or more children who are not legally yours, and then the relationship fails, you don't get to see that kid anymore. You just don't get to see them anymore. Doesn't matter how many years you invested. Doesn't even matter if they call you dad. If the woman decides that no, I just don't want to deal with an ex and I'm just gonna replace you with the next guy, then there's nothing you can do about it. And so now I won't. For that reason, it's the same thing. I won't have pets because I can't take the loss. I won't like get with somebody who has young kids because if the relationship doesn't work out, it'll break my heart into 1,000 pieces, and I cannot go through that again. I cannot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an issue, right? Because I'd be like, the more pets, the better. The more kids, the better. Like let's fill our lives with all this love and wonder. And I'm like, nah, this poor old heart can't take the gamble anymore. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I agree. Yeah, that's what I always tell people when they find out they're pregnant. It's like, you better take a nap now because it's going to be done for a couple of years. You're not going to have any sleep, no time to do anything but baby, diapers. Yeah, those first couple of years are trying. They are very trying.
Right. So you ain't going to get no sleep hardly at all those first couple of years. And I remember those days quite well. Never again. I just couldn't. Even my own kids, I couldn't go through the whole like infancy through toddler thing again. I don't have the energy for it. I'm too old for that. I can't do it.
Right.
But if they're past that, then I'd be tempted. But I'm like, I can't take the emotional risk of the investment. So, so a lot of guys won't date single women for completely different reasons. If the women have children, I mean, like they won't single moms. They won't date them for different reasons. And those are all practical reasons, but none of those are on my list. It's just the heartbreak. If the relationship fails, you lose the kids too. You can't do it. Other than that, it wouldn't be an issue. Not that it matters right now, anyways, because I'm not in the dating market, and I'm already hit the 50-year mark. So it's unlikely that I'm going to end up dating someone that young, anyways, at this point. But it's the same kind of thing. I have a very fragile heart. I just don't have the durability for it. In the meantime, Carol makes a good point that I need a silent keyboard because a lot of times I forget to mute myself, and this is like keyboard mashing in a microphone. I apologize for that. I got to get a better keyboard for that. So we got people talking in chat about how they've had those experiences too. Melody Joy has lost a pet. Cattle lost a pet recently. So I guess it's a pain that a lot of people end up going through in their lives.
So Dave, I get bummed when I lose a goldfish. It's like, oh
wow,
yeah, because I've had some of them I've known so long. I know them all I can tell them apart. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Sure. If there was one missing, I would know.
Wow.
You spend you see them every day. When I go out, they come up to be fed and everything, and yeah, you get to know them just like. Like farmers know the different cows and horses, and you get to know them.
Yeah, I never thought about that because, I don't mean to be a fish racist, but they all look alike to me. Yeah, I guess I'm a fish racist. Some of my best friends are fish. Don't get me wrong, but they all look alike to me. So that's where we're at. But I appreciate that. So you and I were talking about doing some streams together, Dave. We need to make that happen.
Right.
Technically we are now, but what topic were we thinking about doing? Remind me.
I've got that video when I was on Hamza's Den.
Oh yeah, we can go over that anytime. We can go over it now, or we can schedule it tomorrow or next weekend sometime. I don't care. I'll make time for it.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go have something to eat here.
Okay.
You want to give me about 45 minutes, I'll pop on a stream. I'll send you an invite.
Yeah, if you feel like doing it tonight, we can. Send me an invite.
All right. Why don't you take your break or whatever, and I'll go have something to eat, and I'll get back with you here in a few.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll talk to you
I think I got it all figured out. I double checked. I got the video on there and everything, so it should be good to go.
Do you want to drop a link to your channel for anybody that doesn't have it?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Awesome. UC Live says, depending on how restreaming works, but in OBS and stuff, you can use noise gates for noise relief. Yeah, I really want to learn OBS because I really don't want to give $30 some odd a month to StreamYard. So once I conquer that learning curve, I'll be there with you doing the OBS thing. AR says James is a beast. 6 hours of stream. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my intention, right? Like, I logged on here and thought an hour tops, probably not even. And then here we are 6 hours later. It happens. I'm cool with it. I'm not complaining. But like Jay says, I probably need to start structuring my... There's probably other things I could be doing with at least half of that time. So we'll work it out. But yeah, I'm going to stop here, too, in a minute and go get something to eat, check on the kids, then do a couple things around the house, things like that. I would restream something just so people would have... I think Jay's still up. I think Jay's still streaming, so if you guys want to hop over there, you can. But I'll be going over to Dave's channel.
There's the link in the chat there.
Awesome.
And I'll have it on... I usually... dual stream on Facebook too, so anyway, it's on my Facebook. Yeah, and if you want to restream it on yours or whatever, that's fine. I don't care, whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit.
So, but no, I'm just gonna...
Friday, so happy Friday. As Uncle Bobby's gonna do a very desperate attempt to stay awake. Look how tired I look. Holy shit. But, gang, we're just gonna do a random rant Friday. There's a whole bunch of shit going on, especially a whole bunch of shit that, of course, pisses me the fuck off. So Uncle Bob's going to do some ranting. So I forwarded myself some bullshit so that Uncle Bobby could rant about some bullshit. Now, gang, the first one up on today's fucked up ass hit list. But before we jump into it, first, let me drink some morally superior alcohol. 2, I always want to be fair. So I'm going to hang the asterisks, and as usual say, not all Christians. Now, from this point forward, just know I'm just going to say Christians. So as we jump into this shit, Christians, go fuck yourself. Please go eat a bag of dicks, and not just any kind of dicks. No. I need you to eat uncircumcised dicks, an entire bag. I'm talking right after running 5 marathons, 6 triathlons. They just rolled around the dirt for no fucking random reason and played an entire football game and didn't wash underneath the foreskins. Those are the types of bags of dicks that I need you guys to eat. Now, gang, I still stand by what it is I've always said, and that is, if your version of a Jesus makes you a better person, then I like your Jesus. Also, I'm not even trying to take anything away from you that you aren't ready to give up. I'm about to belch. That is belch, hashtag unprofessional. If you think that you're a guilty sinner, and that you deserve eternal torment, I don't think it's healthy. It's my opinion, but I can't stop you. If you actually believe that the biggest show of love is a God killing his own son on your behalf, go ahead. Again, I personally don't think it's healthy, but I'm not here to stop you. Because and I've had Christians tell me, the only reason why they're not out raping and murdering and burning people's houses down in the Blase and the Glavinoids is because of Jesus. To which I say, okay, I enjoy the fact that you are not burning down my house, that you aren't trying to kill my dogs. And if you think your belief in Jesus is what makes that possible, continue to believe in your Jesus. But Christian, just where I have the fucking problem. You can sit here and tell me that you believe yourself to be a guilty sinner. Okay. You can also tell me that you think that I'm a sinner. Okay. I know the drill. I used to preach this stuff too. But I speak for 99.9% of all non-believers when I tell you What pisses us the fuck off is when you speak for us. When I tell you that I do not believe in a God and your response is basically, you're lying, I got a small problem with that. Right? Again, and I know, you've got a book. Congratulations. But when I tell you that I don't believe in a God, and your response is quite literally, yes, you do. I'm like, no, fuck face. I seriously just said, I don't, but you believe in a God. Dude, you don't know the first fucking thing about me. I just told you I don't believe in a, yes, you do. Christians, again, think what you want to think about yourself. But when you talk for us, especially, gang, let's just get some more fucking alcohol. Especially when you've got a non-believer right in your fucking face. I gotta do it this back, gang. Nah, Uncle Bobby's hip is fucking up. So Uncle Bobby has got an ice pack. This is how you know you're getting old. Right? You got ice packs and shit, heating pads, Tiger Balm. Holy shit. How did I get here, gang? Oh yeah, that's right. I lived for half a decade and I spent half of that playing fucking football. Dumbass Robert. Okay, hold on. Alright. Oh wait, did you guys sing the song? Don't you want to get fucked up? Alright, so we got that. Let's get popping inside. That way we can have a distraction-free show. Yeah, distraction-free in this house. Robert Reed, go fuck yourself. Hold on, coming back. Wait for it. Ah, fuck me, there is no God. Okay, back on topic. Where the fuck was I? Let's just pop off with this. Oh yeah, fuck, let's just go. Again, especially when you've got a non-believer right in front of your fucking face. And we just told your monkey ass we don't believe in a God. Then you turn around and say, yes, you do. Probably the biggest example I remember, gang, was fuckface side Tim Bruggencate. And it was Bruggencate, Durbin, some fuckface named Paul, and they debated 3 atheists. And it wasn't just that Cy said it, but it's how he said it. And of course, they're like, I don't believe in a God. And he was like, well, yes, you do. Blah, 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 blah. And then I remember Cy was like, don't worry. You know, when you're at home, when you don't have to put on the performance, yeah, you don't, when you're at home alone and you put your head on the pillow, I know you won't say it here, but you'll say you believe in a God. I was like, what an arrogant sack of shit. And here's the thing, Christians, and this is why we atheists, we will never win this contest. Because I would say, how would you like it if I said it to you? And of course, you're just going to say, oh, I believe, shut the fuck up. But then if I stepped on the gas pedal the way some of the more aggressive apologists do, you guys will jerk off all over yourself, won't you? Because now you're getting the persecution that you think that you deserve. So again, we can't win. We can't win. Now, gang, the reason why I'm talking about this fucked up ass topic is Uncle Bobby responded to a Christian by the name of Fuckface Grant. Yes, it says Fuckface Grant right here. And I've just had it. So this is Fuckface Grant. Put this thing back. Now here, Robert, go fuck yourself. Right there. So Fuckface Grant, his tweet is, atheists fundamentally know that God is true. The problem is that they have morally suppressed the knowledge of God. God is there, but they don't want him, with the capital H, of course. Gangs, go fuck yourself. Gang, this is how you know you are old. I seriously just looked up and I saw my fat ass on TV. Gang, so it's Texas OU weekend. So the baseball playoffs are on in the background, and I seriously just looked up, and they're playing some of the retro clips to advertise the fucking game. And I seriously just looked up, and I saw my ass on TV. God damn it. I told you. How else do you know that you're old, buddy? You're killing your father. You know you're old when not only do you need a fucking ice pack on your hip while you podcast, because apparently podcasting is a contact sport. You look up and you see yourself being played retroactively. A retro clip to advertise a game that's 24 hours away. Robert Reed, go fuck yourself. Back on topic. They don't want him to be there. For then his lordship would lay claim on their lives. Okay. We're going to break that down. But first, this was Uncle Bobby's response. Christians actually know they're lying. The problem is they're too lazy to face reality on reality's terms. They're too afraid to accept that they have to take responsibility for their own actions. Christians already know this. They suppress the truth in cowardice. Now again, Christians, I would say, how do you like the way your shit sandwich tastes now? But right now, half of you are jerking off all over yourself because I just gave you the one thing that you need. Perceived persecution. Atheists fundamentally know that God is true. Thank you, fuckface Grant, for talking for me. I mean, go fuck again. No wonder you guys win all the fucking debates. You get to speak for both sides. How fucking convenient is that? And you guys wonder why it is we call you dishonest sacks of shit. The problem is that they have morally suppressed the knowledge of God. Fuck you, Grant. Go fuck yourself. Go eat an enormous jumbo-sized bag of dicks. Again, this is a lose-lose for people like me. Because my tweet in return, you get to do one of two things. One, you get to say, that's just not true, because Romans 1:20 says it. Or you get to say, see, the big bad atheist is persecuting me again. So again, Christians, let's wrap this part up. Buddy, you want to, here. You want to be in Dad's fair chair? 2 sneezes, 3 sneezes, 4 buddy sneezes. Back on topic. Let's wrap this shit up. Christians, go fuck yourself. Seriously, go fuck yourself. I just belch, hashtag unprofessional. If you guys would actually shut your fucking pie holes long enough to have an honest back and forth, you would stop saying shit like this. But instead, you have to assume what's in my head so that you can make what you think is a logical argument. If you would just listen, if you would simply just listen, you wouldn't sound like fuckface SJ and fuckface Kevin Sorbo. Well, Robert, you're clearly an atheist because something bad happens. Like, no, I'm an atheist because when you present your evidence, it doesn't lead to a proof. That's it. Now, the appropriate response would be, oh, so you're an atheist because when I lay down my evidence, it doesn't lead to a proof. I'm like, exactly. No, but what do you guys do? Okay, so I heard what you said, but so you're mad at God because your mother died. Same thing here, Christians. Why do you even bother to talk to atheists at all? Why? It's a waste of time because you can ask all the questions and you can answer them. It's almost like we don't have to be here. So again, Christians, go fuck yourself. to arrogantly speak for other people screams about how dishonest you actually are. Let's leave this one up with Uncle Bobby's tweet. Christians actually know they are lying. Yeah, you actually do, because you don't believe. No, you do not. You don't believe that a virgin got pregnant and that a snake can talk. Grow the fuck up. The problem is that you're too lazy to face reality on reality's terms. They're too afraid to accept that they have to take responsibility for their own actions. You are. Yeah, sometimes bad shit happens, and sometimes you're just not a fucking answer. That's why I say reality on reality's terms. Why did my mom die? The bitch got cancer. Does it suck? Worst anything I've ever felt before. Is there any ultimate justice? No. And I won't be the last kid to bury his mom, because I'm definitely not the first. Sometimes bad shit happens. They suppress the truth in cowardice. You do. Buckle up, Buttercup. Life can be difficult. And sometimes there's no fucking answer. Sometimes life is great and there's no fucking answer. Sometimes life is just fucking life, Christians. And if you don't like it when I said what I said about you, stop saying that shit about us. Please go fuck yourself. Gang, the next one up on his fucked up ass hit list. Hold on, where is it? Gang, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Conservatives. Yeah, I'm going to pick on you fuck faces again. You too can eat a bag of dicks. It's been more than 20 minutes. Have you guys seen a bigger fucking ice pad? Have you? Shit. Yep. I've got a big old ass that's attached to a big old hip, so I need a big ass ice pad. Back on topic. Conservatives, go fuck yourselves and eat a bag of dicks. Everything that you blame and point to other people and say that, again, it is kind of, what is it? Yeah, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. That's you guys. Calling everyone else a snowflake, right? You fuck faces are the snowflakiest of all snowflakes. You are. The shit that you guys complain about, I almost am glad that I don't have the free time on my fucking schedule to worry about the stupid shit that you fucks worry about. But then you turn around and call everyone else a fucking snowflake. What was it? Jerry Falwell? Mad than a motherfucker that the purple Teletubby he thought was gay. I don't know how to tell you guys this. Teletubbies don't exist in nature. It's a fictional creature. You may want to sit down for this, conservatives. Boy, you are about to blow a fucking gasket. That's a foam costume. Okay? There's an actual human being underneath that goddamn costume. Teletubbies aren't real. Conservatives lost it because they thought the purple one was gay. Now, gang, on the top 5,000 things I worry about list, I just built #unprofessional. Of the top 5,000, not even on the 20 billionth one is I wonder if a cartoon character is gay. But conservatives find a way to get pissed off over that. You guys are fucking snowflakes. How many conservatives knew that James Madison had a crystal flute before Lizzo played it? How many? I bet you that answer is somewhere between 0 and fucking 0. Man, that a black woman played that flute. I wish, no, I don't. I wish I had that kind of time in my day that I can get pissed off on something as, in my personal life, meaningless as Lizzo playing a flute. You guys did entire news segments on it. The world stopped spinning. Who's the snowflake now, bitch? Now, gang, the real reason why this topic made the fucking hit list is because Velma from Scooby-Doo. Apparently, Velma's a lesbian. Gang. Velma's attracted to girls. Gang, I haven't seen Scooby-Doo since the early 80s. Personally, my response is okay, because representation is important. Since I don't have children and since I don't watch Scooby-Doo anymore, my response just simply stops at okay. Not some of you fucking conservatives, you have lost your shit. You have lost your shit because a cartoon character has embraced her. You know what it is? Oh yeah, I'm saying this on purpose. This cartoon woman has more balls than the fucker I'm getting ready to talk about. And that's fuckface Steven Crowder. Velma has more balls than Steven Crowder because a cartoon character decided to live her truth. And now this fucker has got to do a news story on it. Now, gang, I've got no idea what's getting ready to be said. All I know is there's a good chance I'm not going to like it. Now, P, I'm going to tell you, this, I said it yesterday. I'm going to keep saying it. This fucking iPad stand is a fucking game changer. So thank you so much. So I'm trying to get, this is off the Majority Report. Their three hosts are talking. I just want to get to the part where fuckface Steven Crowder is talking about Velma. Because apparently this fucker, you know what it is? Again, conservative trick 101. And that is to take words out of the vernacular, mutate those words, throw them back in, and then act as if we have all agreed on the new terminology and the new definition, right? Again, once upon a time, gang. Once upon a time, the word offended simply meant you hurt my feelings. Again, you have feelings, I have feelings, Steven Crowder has feelings. We all have feelings, gang, and those feelings can be hurt. But now, apparently, being offended is a sign of weakness. Right? Like, oh, what? Were you offended, you snowflake? Yeah. Okay, you just called me a nigger 19 times. I'm a little bit fucking offended, right? So offended is now this sign of weakness. Steven Crowder got fucking offended. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. What's the real word? Because I want to be politically correct, Crowder. Did you get triggered? Did you get triggered that a cartoon lesbian had more balls than you to be on it? Shut the fuck up. So, okay, let's just listen to fuckface Steven Crowder. Roll the tape.
But here he's upset, so.
Okay. So look, come on. Here's the macro. I don't care if you want to have a lesbian character. Right. Now, there is a problem.
Pause the tape. You cannot start your news segment off with the words, I don't care, and then do the fucking news segment on it. This is how they used to start out every single time they talked about trans people. Everyone at the Daily Wire did the exact same thing. I don't care how you identify. Now watch me have a 19-minute segment on how filthy of a faggot, tranny, he, she, it sex predator you are. This fuckface just started out by saying, I don't care. Then he's going to go and complain that a cartoon character is a lesbian because Crowder. Roll the tape.
Sure. When you have people who are gay or lesbian, which is atypical, and by that I mean, you know, it's always been about 2% of the population. Now it's claimed to be 7 when you go LGBTQ, AIP, and then
Pause the tape. 2%? No. If I'm not mistaken, it's closer to 10%. But the percentage doesn't matter. Representation is important, and this is what you sound like when you have taken your privilege for granted. All Steven Crowder knows is white, heterosexual, Christian man. It does not get more privileged than that. It just doesn't. And it's not like he can step out of being those 4 descriptors, add in cis, 5. It's that he won't even try to empathize with other people's point of view. So again, this is just, I'm not going to have a stroke because I have other shit to get mad about. Just roll the tape.
who's queer and bisexual.
But can you pause it? I'm sorry, that's not true. I've seen most estimations put it fairly squarely at 10%.
No, pause the tape. Wow, every once in a while, Uncle Bobby feels smart, gang. Holy shit! So the host even just backed up what I said. Thank you, host. I don't know what your name is, but thank you very much. Roll the tape.
In like 1874.
Yeah.
Well, these surveys back in the day.
Get to Crowder.
Okay.
Question if you just see a man and a woman.
Okay, here we go.
So it necessitates a conversation with kids. Hold on a second. What is that? Why is a woman making out with a woman? Why are they?
Pause the fucking tape. First, let's get some air conditioning. 2, he can go fuck himself. Oh, AC just turned on. Way to go. Maybe I just used the force and didn't know it. Back on topic. So again, it's this bullshit that some way, somehow, we are sexualizing our children, right? Why do we now have to explain why 2 girls are making out? Hey, fuck nuts. You ever notice, I mean, when a heterosexual couple kisses, please notice how we don't use the phrase making out, right? It's only when it's with gay people. You guys remember when Superman, the comic, introduced, it was Kal-El's son here on Earth. Turns out he's bisexual. And I remember seeing the part that people, conservatives, were complaining about. He flew his boyfriend up to the top of a building and they shared a kiss. It looked just like this. Podcast, you're just acting like you can go fuck yourself. That was it. Gang, you would have thought that Superman, put on this red wig, bitch. Now it's slapping across the fucking face. Now sing the My Little Pony theme song while I just jerk off on your, my Superman nut. No, it wasn't even close to that. It was just a kiss. Now, do you know who else did that? His dad. Yeah. Gang, I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and of course I bought all the Superman comics with my allowance. Do you know how many times I saw Superman do this to Lois Lane? I can't count that high. No one used the phrase making out for that. But when his son did it, all of a sudden, they're showing gay porno flicks. This motherfucker. Back on topic. So again, Michael Sam, the first openly gay player drafted into the NFL. Michael Sam did the exact same thing that roughly 200 other guys did that day, not counting the thousands. Gang, when I got picked up by the Eagles, that's exactly what we all did. You got the fucking phone call and you kissed your girlfriend or your fucking wife. But when Michael Sam did it, oh my God, they're showing gay porno flicks. Keep showing it so I can be morally outraged. Slow motion. Oh, yeah. Go fuck yourself, right? But here's Crowder. Now using the inflammatory language, making out. If it was people of opposite gender, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Roll the tape.
In a romantic relationship, because it doesn't necessitate a sexual follow-up question if you just see a man and a woman, because that is the norm.
Right.
It does if it's atypical.
Pause the tape. Fuck nuts, you just answered your own question. Why does Velma come out of the closet? Why does Kal-El's son come out of the closet? Why is it important to recognize Carl Massive? Thanks, Squid. Michael said, everybody. So that we can stop using phrases like abnormal, right? Again, when a heterosexual couple does something and no alarm bells ring, nothing. When the gay couple does the exact same thing, again, how many, shut the fuck up. Not only The Incredibles, did they kiss? There was an insinuation. Did I say that right? Insinuation? I think so. I'm not even drunk. Who gives a shit? Keep going. Let's just roll with an insinuation. That there was an extramarital affair. Right? Where were the alarms? Why didn't Crowder do a story on that bullshit? You want to know why? He can go fuck himself. This is exactly why we introduce more characters that are LGBTQ+, black, female, everyone who's not a cisgendered, heterosexual, Christian, white fucking man who wears a gun holster during his podcast. Uncle Bobby is drinking morally superior alcohol. I'm not threatening your fucking life. A gun holster with a pistol? Shut the fuck up. But he just answered his own fucked up ass question. We do this so it is normalized, so that one day we don't have to talk about it. Please notice how Frank Tarkington was not a great white quarterback. Frank Tarkington was just a great quarterback. Then we lost our shit when we saw Doug Williams, and we were supposed to lose our shit. The more and more black quarterbacks that we get playing NFL and collegiate football, we're going to get to the point where we're just going to say, that's a quarterback. But you have to keep putting quarterbacks, which of course are fucking qualified, in there to be able to say, that's no longer a black quarterback, that's no longer a Mexican quarterback, an Asian quarterback, a white quarterback, Puerto Rican, it's a quarterback. Yet you keep putting gay people into roles, our lesbianic sisters, black people, Asian people, people in wheelchairs, trans people, everybody, to the point to where it's simply just a character. What is it, Freddy? The male character? Notice how we don't say cisgendered straight Freddy. We just say Freddy. Because it's automatically assumed, right? So again, that's a really long way to go. We keep doing this until it's just normalized. So that people like fuckface Steven Crowder has, this is the wrong one. He's got probably over 1 million followers. When someone like Steven Crowder no longer has an audience, that's kind of how I know we've made it, gang. Roll the tape. A little bit more.
Well, kids ask questions, so I don't think it should be ejected into kids' shows. The other thing is, look, there are plenty of lesbian characters.
Pause the tape. I disagree. That is exactly when you start. That is exactly when you start. Again, I love it, Christians. No, I don't. I love it how it is. No child is too young to hear that they're a guilty sinner that deserves to be tortured forever, but apparently they're entirely too young to say it's totally acceptable for a woman to love a woman. I would say you can't be serious, but apparently you can be. That's a bullshit ass statement. We shouldn't be introducing this stuff to kids. No, fuck knuckle. That is exactly who should be hearing this information. Roll the tape.
There's not a problem with that, right? The BBC has it as low as references available at loudofcutter.com. 2021, they said 12%. of all U.S. TV characters were LGBTQ. And I've actually seen that number as high as 16%. Let's call it 12, 14%. It's still at least more than double, likely triple that of the pop. There are plenty of gay and lesbian characters. They're just not as popular. So if we're going to bitch about it...
Pause the tape. He can go fuck himself. Again, let's run it down. As a cisgendered, heterosexual, white Christian man, you are not in the position to say that's enough. You go fuck yourself, right? Our LGBTQ plus family members, they don't have to be comfortable on your fucking schedule, right? Again, no, you got more than enough. You got more. You shut the fuck up. Again, who's triggered now? Who's the snowflake now, bitch? A cartoon lesbian, and this fuckface is cutting a news story on it. I think he's triggered. A little bit more, gang. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Appropriation? Why do you need to take a straight character and make her lesbian? Just go make your own. It's not our fault people don't want to watch it, just because we don't want to watch a bunch of cartoon women shop at Bass Pro.
Pause the tape. In the tape, he's just disgusting. Why make a straight character gay? Okay, first and foremost, I never remember Velma having a love interest. That was a man or a woman. And even if she had interest in a man, I don't know, Steven Crowder, and this is why it's important to show stuff like this. Maybe Velma realized, maybe Velma had more balls than you, Steven. To be like, you know what? I'm going to start living my honesty. I'm actually a lesbian. I like girls. Now, I would be on his side if during Scooby-Doo, it was a 12-on-1 squirt bukkake. Oh, like, okay. No, do I think 8-year-olds need to be seeing that? Absolutely not. But here's the thing, fuckface. When that 8-year-old turns into a 14, 15, 16-year-old, and when they're like, all my classmates think the quarterback is cute. I think the point guard on the girls' basketball team is, am I okay? The more they see positive influences like Velma, fighting crime, those meddling kids, right? Didn't they always like pull the mask off at the end? Yoinks! Professor Johnson. When they see a lesbian crime fighter who's just as good as Freddy, Shaggy, who is the redhead? Daphne, Scooby, Scrappy. Maybe she can even drive the mystery van from time to time. These role models are important, but he can't hear that, gang, because he's a set of slapnuts who has taken his privilege for granted. So fuck face Steven Crowder. What's up next, gang? Oh, let's do it, gang. Hold on. I just belched. I'm professional. Let's talk about fucking Herschel Walker. Gang, oh my fucking God. Every once in a while you feel like, oh, fuck me. Sometimes it does not pay to be a large, muscular, deep-voiced black dude who used to play fucking football. Because then you just kind of feel like, am I being lumped in with this asshole? Gang, we should not know, outside of his athletic accomplishments, we should not know Herschel Walker's name. Oh, you know what, gang? Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the phone. Someone forwarded me this, one of my followers. I didn't get their permission to say their name. Diamond. Where is it? These fucking coons. So let's just, as I'm looking for this fucked up ass clip, hold on. So, fuck it. Let's keep rolling. Autobots transform and roll out. But, where was I? Let's just stick with fucking fuckface Herschel Walker. We should not know his name outside of athletics. Gang, Herschel Walker was fucking phenomenal. A Heisman Trophy winning running back. An NFL running back who was just ridiculous. This was a linebacker. This was a linebacker in running back's clothing. Asking one person to tackle Herschel Walker was one, unfair, two, a criminal act. And this guy is so fucking ridiculously talented. He tried out for the Winter Olympics, the bobsled, and he made the team. The fucker got bored on a Monday and literally became a principal ballet dancer. How the fuck do you do that? Then literally like at the age of like 49, 50, my age, he was like, I'm going to try MMA. And you know what? He did it. And you know what? He didn't suck. That's all we should know about Herschel Walker. But instead, Herschel Walker ran for political office. And I'm sad. Because Herschel Walker is as mind-blowingly stupid as he is athletic. Okay, let's look for something else that just hit me. He is not only, hold on. B. I know you guys have seen the, yep, there it is. He's a Trump-supported Republican candidate going up against Raphael Warnock for a Senate seat in the state of Georgia. The fact that we know his name politically tells you everything we need to know about the political discourse in this country. He is as qualified to do that as I am to be a cosmetic surgeon. You guys remember his talk on evolution? He literally pulled the, if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? You guys remember his talk about clean energy? All of America's clean air goes over to China. They ship us all of their dirty air. It's not that he said it that scares me, gang. What scares me is that people are like, Herschel, go, yes, that's right. We should not know his name. And with the shit that he has said, he should have been laughed off the stage. But people still back him up. Why? Because party loyalty is more important than doing what is right. Now, gang, I told you, one, I'm an independent, which means it's not that I can vote for anybody, it's that I can bash everyone. I don't care. There is no club that I have membership to that is more important than my sense of right and wrong. False alarm. Back on topic. Texas OU is getting ready to play in about 19 hours, I think. I'm so bad at math. Robert, go fuck yourself. I clearly want the Texas Longhorns to win. But you'll never guess what, gang. If, let's say, the starting center. No, let's make it even more personal. The starting strong side linebacker, because that's what I used to play, fucked up and committed a crime. And they interviewed me, the Longhorn legend. What do you think about the guy who's playing your position? He did X, Y, Z. I would ask, has that been confirmed? They would say yes. Then I would say, kick his ass off of my team. The fact that we wore the same jersey does not make him my family. He can get the fuck off my fucking football team with that bullshit. Just because he and I have the same title of Texas Longhorn doesn't mean I'm going to back him up. Well, I mean, shut the fuck up. Not today. Yes, both sides of the political fence do this, but it is more prevalent with Republicans. You want to know why I think that? January the 6th. Go fuck yourself. People are still backing Herschel Walker. Now, gang, the reason why this fuckknuckle made the hit list is because he is so pro-life, he's literally pro-death. Herschel is so forced birth that not even rape, anything, not even if the mother's life is in peril, does he think that a Herschel Walker is a piece of shit. Now, if you were that, quote unquote, pro-life, fuckface, you had better walk the walk. The party of family values, right? We have God on our side. And again, this is one of those moments to where people like me, I've already lost the race. Because that's when Christians get to say, well, Herschel Walker's a fallen creature. We live in a fallen world. That's why he needs a savior. Shut the fuck up. You fucks have the same excuse for everything. Herschel Walker apparently has paid for multiple abortions. Now, gang, I hope this is the video. I do not like Christian Walker, his son. If he and I were to ever have drinks, I'm pretty sure I would not get halfway through my first drink before I threw it in his face. And I've listened to this diatribe, which I hope this is the right one. I've listened to this boy speak a great many of times, and you'll never guess what. I tried, because I don't like him. I tried to dissect it, and I couldn't. Everything he said about his pops, spot fucking on. Let's do this up. Let me make sure I got the right one. Hold on. Or not. Come on.
From our Georgia Capitol newsroom now, that he...
Yeah, hold on, gang. Okay.
I did one campaign of...
All right, the volume's a little bit low on this one. Hope you guys can hear it. So this is Christian Walker talking about his dad. Again, I don't like this fucker, but I cannot disagree with what it is he just said. Roll the tape.
Then said, I didn't want any involvement. Don't you dare test my authenticity. End quote.
My intention is don't lie about your life at the expense of me, my mom, and all of the people that you've affected throughout your life. You don't get to pretend you're some moral family guy. You don't get to pretend all these things. Talk policy, talk normal. Do not lie.
Herschel's son says his dad is not a family man.
Pause the tape. So, guys, I hope you guys heard that. Let's see if I can find. That one was so low. That was all kinds of fucked up. But what about this one? Hold on, gang.
A bombshell.
Yeah, I'm looking at your balls. Get to. You know what? Here we go.
Now, speaking of fuck faces and cowards, before we move on with our evening and our motherfucking lives, let's talk about this fuckface Robert Beatty. Now, many of y'all know this fuckface has been harassing me. Let's rehash what happened for those of you that don't know. As y'all know, I had a debate with Ken Hovind. Let's call it what it was. I whooped his monkey ass, and then we had a little conversation. Now, this fuckface named Robert Beatty comes sniffing Kent's drawers. That's what he does. He's somebody who sniffs Kent's drawers, snick his nose all the way up Ken Hovind's butthole, and all of the shit that Ken Hovind likes to spew out of his asshole, Robert Beatty likes to sweep it up. So Robert Beatty cannot eat unless Ken Hovind shits. Now, apparently, Robert Beatty decided that since I was going to debate Ken Hovind, what he would do is he would come on over to the channel and tell me that he could help me prepare for my debate with Ken Hovind, and then tell me all about the little video he did on Paula Gia's channel, which, by the way, Paula Gia, I'm kind of a big fan, but Robert Beatty played you, used your channel for his own vindictive personal agenda, and you played along with it. I'm just saying, he played you, and you could probably just delete that video and not platform that man, and nobody cares, because if you really check it, I heard it was one of your worst videos, because Robert Beatty sucks, he's boring, he has no charisma, and on top of that, most of us are already aware of Kent Hovind's troubles if we care to know. So the man actually adds no information to the conversation. Now, where was I? So he comes along sniffing Kent Hovind's drawers. Oh, Jay, I heard you're having a debate with Kent Hovind. Let me tell you all about Kent's dirty laundry. And I was like, Robert Beatty, let me put it to you simply. I don't air people's dirty laundry out on my channel. Now, this gives him the impression somehow that I'm some sort of Kent Hovind lover, Kent Hovind fanboy, or me and Kent are buddy-buddy on the ranch or some shit like that. And what the motherfucker doesn't seem to understand is none of that was ever the case. As many of you could relate, I just don't talk shit about people on my channel. I don't let people talk shit about my fans, the viewers, the mods, the people that call in, the people we show on our channel. It's just not what I'm into. Second of all, we call this, because I know y'all are a lot of philosophers, but here we go, Robert Beatty. In case you didn't understand what was fucked up about your approach from the beginning, we call that an ad hominem attack. Yes, say it with me now. Ad hominem attack. Now, what would happen is if I went on a debate with Kent Hovind, which was about evolution on trial, and I started talking about Kent Hovind's personal and legal troubles, I would have been doing something called losing the debate, because rather than whooping his monkey ass all over the place about evolution, as I did without your help, because I'm a goddamn evolutionary biologist, I don't need your punk ass amateur help preparing to debate my field of expertise. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would have lost and made myself look like an idiot by sticking with the ad hominems, instead of doing what I did, which was stay on topic. So go fuck yourself. You were offering me help that would not have helped. So I tried to politely tell you I don't need that kind of help. Then you came on my channel in my chat talking about, Jay, I should help you from your debate. I should help you for your debate. Oh, Jay, I really want to hear you talk about Kent's personal issues in his past. And I said to you very clearly, here, Robert, take a 5-minute time out. I'm not going to talk about that on my channel. So if you come back to my channel and you keep talking about that, I'm going to block you because I don't want to talk about that. This fool, all you had to do was switch up and stop talking about shit I didn't want talked about on my channel. You wouldn't, so I blocked you. Guess what? This is my fucking channel. I block who I want to block. Now, motherfucker keeps tuning in, apparently watches the debate with Kent Hovind, and at some point Kent Hovind says, Jay, I would love to come to your class at Michigan State University to talk to your students. I said, sure, cool. I'll talk to Rob and see if we can set that up. Notice, number one, I didn't say anything about a debate. Number two, I did not guarantee, promise, or book it and tell Kent Hovind that this conversation was going to happen. I simply indicated that I was open to the idea. And number three, it was never scheduled. There was no date, there was no time, nor was there ever any participation at all by Robert Pennock to say whether or not he would even do this. And you knew that. You've always known that from the beginning because you're a fucking liar. And yeah, I'm calling you out on YouTube. You're a fucking liar. And you've been fucking lying since the beginning because you're a fucking liar. Got it? By the way, links in the description. Call me, Beatty. Let's talk. You want to talk? Call me. Let's fucking talk. I know you're watching. You're a fucking liar. Okay? So this motherfucker lies and says that somehow I said that Kent Hovind and Robert Pennock were going to have a debate. Do you hear that, Robert Beatty's fans and friends? He's been lying to you since the beginning because all he fucking does is lie. But you probably knew that because y'all need liars to lie to you because the truth doesn't fit your little fucked up ass narrative. Now, on top of that, the fuckface goes and says that I said there was going to be a debate between him and Pennock, and I simply never said that. So then he goes out of his way to email Rob, which is wrong. Robert Pennock is my teaching mentor. He has nothing to do with my YouTube channel. You should not have contacted him. He doesn't know you. He doesn't want to know you. You are nobody. Here's the truth, Robert Beatty. We don't give a fuck about you. You're not important. You're a pathetic old-ass man who needs to get a fucking life. And you have nothing better to do than hate watch people who are smarter, more talented, and have accomplished shit in life you only wish you could accomplish because you're fucking pathetic. So then what this pathetic motherfucker did was harass my boss. Not my boss. Rob's not even my boss. Hey, dumbass, Robert Beatty. Here's another thing you forgot about all this. I don't work for Rob Pennock. I don't even work at the same institution as Rob Pennock. So you trying to get me in trouble with Rob, thinking that was going to get me fired, was never going to work because, again, Rob and I don't work at the same university, you stupid piece of shit. Whoo! So he emails my teaching mentor, which is totally inappropriate, right? And then Rob is like, yeah, I think this dude misunderstood something you said during a conversation because you know I don't debate a creationist. Which again, I'm like, yeah, he didn't misunderstood what I said. He misrepresented what I said because he's a fucking lying coward. Because again, I never said there would be a debate. I never said Rob agreed to it. I never said it was going to happen. You lied about all of those things. And then he's simply mad at me because I didn't want his help preparing for Ken Hovind.
I'm sick of it. I'm taking
so it's just fucking ridiculous. So then what does the fucker do? I send him an email, y'all, and all the email says is cease and desist. It says, hey, I tried to tell you kindly and not so kindly. I'm not interested in what you're selling. All I tried to tell you, Robert Beatty, was I don't want to talk to you about Kent Hovind. Let me say this to you again. I don't want to talk to you about Kent Hovind. I don't know why you're such a pathetic, miserable human being, but like, bro, you are so full of, I guess, toxic white privilege and maleness, and apparently your dick is so small and your fucking wife hates you so much, because let's all face the truth. I know about you, Robert Beatty. I know that your fucking wife hates your YouTube habit. Why don't you show her this? Why don't you show your wife me calling you the fuck out and telling you we all know your wife hates your fucking YouTube habit? How do we know this? Because there's a Forbes article about it. You're a harasser. You've been harassing people for years. You've been bringing their families into your YouTube business. You've been bringing their work, their colleagues and people into your YouTube business because you're a fucking stalker and your behavior is criminal. The only reason you're not in jail is because nobody gives a fuck about you enough. You're irrelevant. Literally, you harass people and they don't even care enough to do anything about it because you're just pathetic. So anyway, you know how it is, guys. When your fucking own wife hates you and your family thinks you're a fucking embarrassment, you kind of just go to the internet and you become a keyboard warrior, right? And that's who this fuckface is. So I don't understand. Like, all I did was tell dude, bro, I don't want to talk to you about Kent Hovind. You hate Kent Hovind so much, yet all you ever want to do is talk about Kent Hovind. Do you see your problem? You have tried to make yourself famous by being Kent Hovind's worst nightmare, but Kent Hovind is such an irrelevant piece of shit that nobody cares. And so nobody cares about you. You're like the fucking bacterial fungus that grows on cow shit. Nobody cares enough about cow shit to hold a microscope to it and go, oh, would you look at this? There's some kind of shit growing off this shit. Holy fuck, nobody cares. You're the shit on the shit. What we do is we just toss the shit and don't even notice that little shit was onto it. You that little extra shit. My dog took a shit, and before I brought him in, I had to take a paper towel and wipe a little piece of shit off his ass because it was such a tiny little piece of shit that my dog couldn't feel that he had left a little piece of shit on his fur. He couldn't even feel. I had to wipe it from him. He didn't even notice it. That's who you are. You're the little piece of shit that our pets don't even notice after they go to the bathroom outside, bro. That's who you actually, that's actually the sum total of your talent and contributions to humanity. You literally, like, your claim to fame is number one, I don't think I don't know about you, nigga. Your first claim to fame is that you sued Pastor Rick Warren over a parsonage. Yo, this nigga Robert Beatty is gonna fight the noble fight. He's gonna end the fucking taxation of churches. He's gonna make sure those churches don't build any more of those tax-free mansions. Except we agree, you stupid motherfucker. We hate the fact that churches are tax exempt. Why the fuck are you harassing us, nigga? We're former Christians. We think the number one problem in society is these fucking tax-free churches, nigga. What the you threatening us? You threatening us? You're gonna take down Pastor Rick Warren? And what? The atheists are gonna lose sleep over it? Yo, something is wrong with this man. He's so fucking dumb. He doesn't realize he's antagonizing people who he literally has no reason to even antagonize. Bro, get a fucking petition that says churches shouldn't be allowed to not pay taxes and have tax-free parsons. Send the shit over, we'll sign it. What the fuck are you harassing me for? Nigga, we agree. We hate the fucking fact that churches don't pay taxes. This nigga's so fucking stupid. He's like, I'll show that Jay Bundy. Oh, Jay Bundy. What's really important to me is that these fucking churches and these millionaire pastors like Rick Warren pay their fair share of taxes. Sure, you got a pen or something? Like, damn, nigga, shit. You don't have to harass my coworkers. I would have just told you. Yeah, they should pay taxes. Here you go. See you later. Fuck out of here. What is wrong with this fool? So that's his first claim to fame. And y'all can see how well that worked out. Y'all can see Rick Warren is losing a whole lot of sleep over Robert Beatty. Right? Rick Warren then probably bought 3 more mansions since then. Fuck out of here. Then what's the other nigga claim to fame? So now, in that process, he discovered that he hates creationists, y'all. He discovered that he hates creationists, and then for some reason, he got fixated on Kent Hovind. So now what this fucker does is basically just stalk Kent Hovind, and everything Kent Hovind does, little Robert Beatty comes around and fucking tries to make his presence known. So that's what I did, y'all. That's what I did. Like I had a conversation with Kent Hovind, who I fucking can't stand. Robert Beatty, I'm a goddamn evolutionary biologist, you fuckface. What do you think you are going to get by coming on my channel railing against an ignorant creationist? Nigga, once again, I was debating Kent Hovind. I was Kent Hovind's opponent. I beat Kent Hovind. I'm the one person people say dealt with Kent Hovind more effectively than anybody else. So why don't you go find one of the other 300 atheists that Kent Hovind has debated and harass the motherfuckers that sucked at it?
This makes sense.
Why the fuck are you after? Literally, I can't stand Kent Hovind. I can't stand creationists. Literally, I've made a name for myself on YouTube by destroying fucking creationists. And this motherfucker comes, and now he wants to come after me. Why? Why? If you hate creationists, leave me the fuck alone and let me keep destroying them. You're the reason Rob can't have that conversation with Kent Hovind, because what did you do? You doxed our students. You put one of my students' pictures and their name on your webpage, fuckface. Oh, I thought you were so smart. I thought you were educated. Well, if your fucking educated ass had spent even half a semester at a university, you would know that professors can't do anything that potentially reveals the identity of their students. So once we are aware of somebody on the internet who is doxing our students, we can no longer put our students on the internet. If that never happened, we could, because we'd be like, we have no reason to see that anybody's going to bother them. We would have asked them to just use pseudonyms and everything would have been fine. But once you dox the picture of my students, that's why the conversation didn't happen. So why don't you go to the butcher shop, the butcher block, or go jerk yourself off and on your little, type that into your little keyboard. Why don't you type into your little keyboard on your little website that it wasn't a conspiracy? It wasn't that Rob was afraid of Ken Hovind. It wasn't that the university is conspiring to cover up my behavior. It was because you harassed my students. So are you going to tell that truth, Robert? Or are you're gonna edit this part out? Or you're gonna selectively manipulate this to make it fit your little fucked up narrative? You'll never admit the truth. You're the reason the conversation didn't happen. You're the reason my class wasn't streamed, because you harassed me like you harassed so many other people. But here's the fucking difference. I decided I'm done ignoring your ass. So yesterday you went on fucking Sal's channel and said I'm scared of you. You said you scared me off before we even got started. Well, guess what we have today? I know you're watching. You watch all my shit. Everybody knows you watch all my shit. I got proof of your website that you watch all my shit. But it's funny, today I put your name in the fucking title. The link is in the fucking description. It's pinned to the chat, and your monkey ass hasn't called. I thought you were so upset, so offended that I wouldn't let you call in and help me prepare for my debate. I thought you told Sal that you scared me off. I know you watch me every day. Robert Beatty, the link is in the fucking description. Call me. Let's talk. Call me. Just call me. Pick up the phone, nigga. Call. The link is in the description, Robert Beatty. Where the fuck are you? Yeah, because you weren't expecting that.
Let's party.
See, he just knew this whole time I'd never talk to him. I'd never call him out. So he could keep running around, running his little mouth. Nigga, call me. Like I said in the title, you're a fucking coward and I'll prove it. Call me. Call me. The link is in the description. Call me. Talk to me. Come tell me. Come talk about it. What, you the defender of Christianity? Come talk to me about your Jesus, fuckface. Come explain to me why you're doxing my students. Come explain to me why you're posting pictures of my co-host and everybody I interview on your website. Huh? Explain to me what my students have to do with this. What does Cliff have to do with this? What does James Apperson have to do with this? What does my one black friend have to do with this? Why did you publish my acknowledgments? Robert Beatty, I'm not hiding for you. I'm looking for you, Robert. I'm begging you, Robert, call me. I'm on my knees, Robert. Please call me. Talk to me. I got questions. I'm just asking questions. Robert, I'm a nice guy. Call me. I'm in a different state than you are. I can't do nothing to you. Come on, call me. You want my attention? You got it, bitch. But this is the last time. This is it. If you don't call me by 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, that's fucking it. Robert, I have been live for hours. I told James I've been live for hours, buddy. Hours. I blocked your email. I blocked you in my chat. You can't come in my chat, but I know you're watching, and you can see the description, and you can see the chat. Call me. Because from now on, when you talk that shit, I'm scared of you, I'm going to drop this link everywhere. How about that? How about I follow your ass around? How about we hit up your Twitter, and every time you talk shit about me, we just drop this little link of me calling you out, and your ass refusing to show up, Mr. Beatty, because you're a piece of shit, you're a fucking coward, and you don't want the smoke with me. You don't want to talk to me. You just wanted to talk about me so that you could get the fucking rub. That's what you want? You're pathetic. And you need my black ass to stay relevant. How about them apples? You're a pathetic, old, white piece of shit, and nobody gives a fuck about you. And your own wife can't stand you. She thinks your habit on the internet is dog shit. You are an embarrassment to your entire family. And the only thing worse than how you embarrass your entire family would be actually dealing with you. That's how pathetic you are. You're an embarrassment to your family, and they let it continue because if that wasn't your hobby, they fucking might be. Your wife is like, he's humiliating the family, but he stays up there in the attic. Jesus won't let me divorce his ass. And so please, as long as he stays on the internet harassing atheists and Ken Hovind, he ain't sitting up under my ass. Oh, you don't like what I'm saying, Robert Beatty? Call me or shut the fuck up. Because we all know what you're going to do. You're going to keep blogging. You're going to keep making your little website. But guess what, bitch? You ain't going to make me a star because nobody gives a shit about you. Nobody. And that's why you won't go to the bigger atheist. Motherfucker, I have less than 500 subs, and that's the only reason you're trying to get at us. And then the motherfucker does the same shit to me he does to Ken Hovind. He goes after Lamont Stewart. Because I interview with Lamont, so he tries to go on Lamont's channel. Anybody I interview and see, he's going to go after them and try to get on their channels. But I shut that shit down. If I interview with somebody and then they interview you, I will never talk to that person again. That's right. Hardcore gangster shit. Gangster shit. I'm a fucking star. I set the table. I make the matches. I am the fucking show. And if you want to be part of the fucking show, when Robert Beatty comes knocking at your door, you say hell fucking no, because Jay Bundy matters and Robert Beatty doesn't. So people have hard choices to make. You can interview Robert Beatty and the Cult of the Flying Man will consider you unfucking touchable, or you can get down with us and make some fucking money and have a good ass time. We are taking over the internet, and cowards like this motherfuckers are gonna be a dime a dozen. Nobody's afraid of you, Robert. Quite the opposite. We just don't know what the fuck you want. I whooped Ken Hovind's ass, didn't need your help. I'm exposing you, don't need you. You interfere with us having Ken Hovind in my class. Who gives a fuck? You think I need Kent Hovind in my class to teach evolutionary biology? All we were going to do is use him as a fucking example of creationist nonsense. Oh, I could play the fucking tape for my students, dumbass. Here, guys, here's a video of me whooping Kent Hovind's ass. You could hear him making all the bullshit evangelical arguments that we undermine in this class. Nigga, you ain't stopped shit. My students are learning, and they're probably happier without all the bullshit and attention you would bring. So guess what they're doing? They're learning where they should be, in a motherfucking classroom without you. You haven't stopped anything. Now, I will not have my community think that I am that easy to fucking intimidate, bruh, man. You have another thing coming. You done called out the wrong fucking nigger. But guess what's funny, y'all? I know this motherfucker's racist because his entire worldview is sitting on some racist shit. But guess what, Robert Beatty? Leave me alone. Leave me alone, Robert Beatty. That's all I ever wanted you to do was leave me alone. All I ever wanted you to do was stop talking about me. All I ever wanted you to do was be creative. Come up with your own original idea and do something fucking creative, but you can't because there isn't a creative bone in your body. You literally can't get anywhere without people like Kent Hovind. You need people to hate Kent Hovind just enough to make you relevant. You need them to hate Kent Hovind so much that they'll overlook how pathetic you are just to hate a little bit more on Kent. But most people won't because they don't care. So here's the truth, Robert Beatty. All I'm asking you is something simple. Leave me alone. Go away. Why do you care if Sal and I debate or not? Why do you care if Ken Hovind comes to my class? Why do you have to keep talking about me every day? I told you, I don't want you watching me. Do you know what that makes you? I dealt with a lot of people like you, Robert. It's kind of flattering, my guy. You know why it's flattering? You know who you remind me of? High school girls, baby. What's up? You want to ride with Pocket? Yeah, I know. I get a lot of attention around here. Yeah, I'm the starter. Start a band. Yeah, I know. Vice president of the high school. Yeah. Got the cool parking spot. Everybody likes me. I know. Yeah, but here's the thing, baby. See, I can't really get with you. Yeah. See, yeah, you're not really that popular or talented or interesting. You're kind of out of shape. A little too old for me. You know what I mean? And you ain't been cute in a long time. So this is kind of awkward, but I don't really like you like that. Yeah, I know. You promise you're a nice guy, and you really want to help me prepare for Ken Hovind, and you want to talk to my friends, and my chat's kind of cool, but we don't like you. And just like them ugly bitches, y'all, who just didn't get that, like, bro, I'm popular, I got options, and I don't choose you. I don't like you. I don't really care about your viewership or your comments. I just want you to go away. I just want you to go away. I don't like you. I don't think you're cute. I don't want what you have to sell. I don't like you. I don't like you. I'm sorry. I know you like me, but I don't like you. But see, I learned something even better about you, Robert. There's something about you that I do like. You know, y'all know there's that girl, right, that really likes you. And so she comes on to you and she kind of thinks you're cute. But eventually she realized that you ain't really fucking with her, right? And them girls have a little bit too much self-respect for me. You know? Because what happens is it's like they realize you don't like them. And then they realize it's some other cute boys that do like them. And so all of a sudden, they just go start messing with them boys. And all of a sudden, they ain't really fucking with me no more. And I'm like, come on, I thought you thought I was cute. Like, just because you can't have me, you don't want me no more? What, it's like that? I was the hottest guy in the school, but now you can't have me. Now you over there. But you ain't like that, huh, Robert? You hate me, but just like Ken Hovind, you need us. Robert, you like my best fan because you can't stop watching me. So that's what I want you to think about tonight. I would love for you to leave me alone. But the sad truth is you and I both know you can't. You just can't quit me. I'm too exciting. I'm too charismatic. I'm growing. I'm out here. People are paying attention to me, and you know they won't stop. And you're too pathetic to do it on your own. You can't. You just can't. You don't have it. You don't have the chops. So I know people like you. They're pathetic. We're the stars. We go out there. We do stuff. Even Ken Hovind, compared to you, Ken Hovin's a star. Ken Hovind really be on TV. He's really sold books. He's really, considered a spiritual leader. He really has a following. He really has an audience. You hate Ken Hovind because he's everything you can't be. He's relevant. He's charismatic. And even though he's done so many bad things in his life, people still like him. And they still follow him. They'll give him second chances and third chances and fourth chances. And you ain't never fucked up that badly in your life. But it doesn't matter because you're just pathetic. And so you hate Ken Hovind because for as bad as he is, he still has everything in life. He's still everything in life you can never be. And now you see all these atheists and they don't give a shit about you either, but they're all small, they're all big, and they never pay attention, and they get over 1,000 subs, and you're just another troll, and they don't care. You need me. You need me. I'm fueling you. I'm keeping you up late at night. I stream more than they do. I give you more content to consume. You're hooked. You're addicted to me. You can't quit. You're going to need a 12-step program. Truth is, if your wife loved you, she'd be jealous. She ain't jealous because she don't love you. She don't give a fuck. She's glad you're not laying down with her at night. She sleeps better. Nobody wants that dick. Anybody want that Beatty dick? Come on, let's be honest with you. Who the fuck wants Robert Beatty to put his dick inside them? 0 people. 0 people. That's probably why he mad about Kent too. Let's face it. You know, Kent can still get some pussy if he wants some. Y'all can say what y'all want about Kent Hovind, but the man don't struggle with the women, right? Because again, he has charm, he has charisma, he has jokes. They're shitty jokes, but they're jokes. And then the motherfucker be like, are you going to go down to Dino Adventureland? Nigga, I've been told you I'm not traveling. I said it very clearly. I'm not traveling. And then he goes, Jay's making up excuses why he's not going to Kent Hovind because he said he's concerned about the COVID restrictions. But there aren't any COVID restrictions. Bro, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. This rant's been over for a long time. Like, it's just kind of fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like James said. We just feeling ourselves. Like, we just take people that are weak, sitting on some bullshit, deserve to be kicked, and we kick them. We just kick them. It's like kicking weak people. Just kicking pathetic people. I just want to feel stronger than somebody, and I know I'm stronger than this motherfucker. I just want this motherfucker to leave me alone, but I know he can't stop watching me. I just want him to go away, but I know he can't stop. He don't know what to do. He don't know what to do. I can show you my ass, Robert. What you gonna do about it? Keep watching is what you gonna do, you pathetic piece of shit. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's funny. He wanted my attention. He wanted to call, and I'm scared, and I won't talk to him. And I figured out how to put an end to all of that. All I had to do was open up the line. Robert Beatty, where you at, bro? I talked shit about you for 20 minutes, your family and all of that. Where you at? Nowhere. This nigga ain't gonna never call me because he don't want it. He said I was scared. Yo, he said I was scared. I don't understand. Yeah, Robert, we was scared. You're right. We were scared. We were scared we was gonna have to call the cops on you. We were scared we was gonna have to get legal involved. We were scared you were harassing our students. You was scary ass nigga. But scared of you? Afraid to talk to you, bro. And here's what really put the motivation over the edge for me, folks. It's the privilege. It's the fact that this man is sitting on some bullshit, and it's privilege. I'm sorry, it's privilege. All it's privilege. We just had a conversation with James, and I was saying to James, like, yo, man, I done been through a lot. I done gotten caught up with a lot. I can't get too wild, right? And James was like, yeah, man, but James was like, yeah, man, but you know me, like, I just ain't been caught, right? Now, most of us know what? If somebody, why isn't he calling though? Why isn't he calling? I blocked him on Twitter. Why isn't he calling? You know, he's been invited to call. All you gotta do is call the link in the description. He talking all that shit on Twitter. I'm right here. But yeah, it's like, yeah, anybody can call in. All you gotta do is click the link. He know how to call in. He talked to Paula Gia. He talked all that shit. See, when the platform is set up for him to talk about Kent Hovind, you know, and he comes in and the people don't know who he is. That's what he counts on. He counts on the people that talk to him don't know who he is. Now that I done called him out, he knows I know exactly who the fuck he is. All of a sudden, he ain't got nothing to say. What's he saying on his Twitter? See, he don't know. I got ears in the street, bro. He's just jealous, man, just mad because he's not doing anything with his life. He's a leech. Exactly, Wolf Den, exactly. A leech off a leech. I'm so glad even the creationist in the room could see that, man. That's what we call you people. Like, you're a leech off a leech. It's like, cool, you're here to expose how much of a monster Jeffrey Dahmer is. But once we move on and we don't care about the Jeffrey Dahmer story anymore, you making a living off the Jeffrey Dahmer story just makes you a leech. Like, you are literally like a person who offers nothing to anybody. He trying to gain for a name for himself because he ain't nothing. Exactly. Yeah. Look, y'all. He's just citing everything I said, but he didn't call. Look, let's tweet our reply. I noticed you did everything except call and talk to me. Keep typing, Robert. You're not fooling anyone. The line's open. Boom. And that's what y'all is. And there it is, folks. I said I'd prove it to you, and there it is. Let me pull it up just so y'all can see it over here. So I put it on air, so we could air it out on air. Let's call out the wrong person, y'all. That's what I said I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna flip the whole script on his ass. I know the one thing he ain't really. I know how to really get under his skin. The one thing he really ain't expecting today is a motherfucking invitation. And y'all see that's the one thing the motherfucker ain't ready for. And we know he watching. Look at this fool. Look. Yeah, look, we could watch him watching us. Look, 7:29 p.m. And look, he's typing out the words I use. Look at this. And then look at all the ellipses, right? All the parts he wants to leave out. Look, all the parts he wants to leave out. Look, he leaving all the parts. Clowned his ass. He ain't ready. He don't want it. Right. So look, that's it right there, y'all. And that's it. That's how we gonna leave it, right? I don't need to prove shit to the whole world. I'm not here on some ego trip bullshit. But I know a fucking coward when I meet one, y'all. I've been dealing with motherfuckers who want to talk shit about me my whole life. And I'm gonna tell you the thing I've learned about every last one of them. When I showed up to them, this is what we call pull up, right? That's called pull up. See, that's different, right? It's like I'm gonna put my James Apperson always be on. Mike Tyson punched in the face. Here it is. Two things Mike Tyson quotes. Here's the first one. Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face, right? Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face. Let me tell you my everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face story. When I was in high school, we was on a class trip. We were going to Boston. It was real light at night, and you know how glasses are. You know, you get a lot of reflections. You're on a bus. You know, it's a lot of night lights and shit like that.
and everybody starts taking pictures. So I asked real respectfully, hey, can y'all chill out with the pictures? I'll let everybody take their pictures. All right, cool. Y'all taking a lot of pictures. At this point, people just snapping ridiculous pictures. I know how high school kids are. Hey, could y'all chill with the pictures? It's like really hurting my eyes. Like I'd really appreciate that. You know, so, you know, a couple of pictures go off fine. Okay, cool. Now somebody turns around and actually snaps a flash picture in my face, right? Now, you know, this is total disrespect. I've just said, yo, this is really hurting my eyes. You know, could y'all not do that? But now I got one of these punk ass white kids who wants to turn around and chump me and make it look like when I lay down a boundary, you don't have to respect my boundaries. Now, again, I should have just jumped up, choked that person right there, punched him in the eyeball, and that'd have been the end of it, right? But I didn't. Instead, I kept my cool, and I said, next person that snaps a picture in my face is getting punched in the face. Of course, the class clown stands up, turns across the aisle, snaps a picture in my face. What do? Exactly what I said I'm going to do. I stand up, I turn, boop, cold cock him right in his mouth. He has a busted lip. I sit back down. He goes to come after me. People jump in between us. I'm sitting there like this, looking at him. Right? Because I'm thinking, get across that aisle. Right? Because I said I was going to punch him in the face. I punched him in the face. Now, he come across that aisle, I'm whooping his ass. Straight up. He could settle for a busted lip, or he could get fucked up on this bus tonight. Right? He could settle for a busted lip that he earned, or he could get fucked up today. He had a plan. His plan was, I'm going to look cute and I'm going to be fun and I'm going to show everybody I'm the class clown and I dominate everybody. Nope, you done messed with the wrong one. Everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face. And so what happened was our dean of students, I heard y'all had an incident. He sat us down, blase and glaive noise. We was at a little hotel. He took us outside the hotel. Hey, gentlemen, we need to talk about what happens. He comes to me, he says basically, Jay, you can't solve your problems. Like I told him like what happened. He said, Jay, you can't solve your problems like that. That's pretty much all he said to me. Walked out, right? He said to him, he was like, man, back in my day, we'd have taken you out back and let you know what's up. Right? In other words, the person who took the pictures got in way more trouble than I did. Because it was clear that man to man, I let him know what the line was and he fucking crossed it. And our dean of students let me know, Jay, you can't handle your problems like that. But he was the motherfucker that got in trouble. He was the motherfucker that got chewed out. Because again, what was our dean of students knowing? He was from the Bronx. He used to be a New York City police officer. Right? He knows that you can't just disrespect people and expect that they're going to sit there and take it. They're gonna pull up on you eventually. Here's the other Mike Tyson quote. Social media made y'all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. And that's what BATY is. Social media, the internet, these motherfuckers have gotten way too comfortable violating people, disrespecting people, harassing people, crossing all the lines. And that's it. And they never get punched in the face for it. And that's what I learned my whole life. I had enemies. And you know what I learned? I had to pull up on them fools. I had to say, I heard you got beef with me. All right, cool, I'm here. I heard you talking about me. Cool, I'm right here. Where are you? Right? Me and James talked about that too. That's where See Me at Mary Street came from. See Me at Mary Street. That's where we fight. We know that way it's out of the school. We ain't gonna get in no trouble. Ain't nobody gonna be in trouble. That was our fighting spot. See Me at Mary Street, man. And that's what we just did with this Robert Beatty for. We done with this nigga. This nigga ain't got shit to say to me. He could do all of this all over the internet, but I called his ass out. Y'all know we heard it. We all sat there and know we heard it. I called his ass out, and he didn't call. So he could sit there and talk all of that shit. He could talk all of that shit. So he just
you know, he just ain't about shit, y'all. And here's another thing that is the bigger picture that I want y'all to see. That man is a coward. Because again, instead of saying to me, hey, Jay, you know what? I went too far. I shouldn't have done that. Right? He could do that, right, y'all? He could have gone on his website and said, you know what? I really should not. Like, y'all, he doxed my student, y'all. I mean, I know for most of y'all, I don't have to explain what type of violation that is, right? But again, my students ain't got nothing to do with this. Why would you bring my students into this? But he's the type of person, he brings people's families into this. You see what I'm talking about, y'all? I'm calling this man out for harassing me, y'all. I'm calling this man out for lying, y'all. I'm calling this man out for making shit up. I'm calling this man out for going way too far. And what is he doing? He's using it to escalate, right? He's sitting there typing. Now he's going to send messages to Apologia. Now he wants to do more attacks against me, right? I'm calling you out, and this is what I mean about privilege. When most of us get called out, we stop, right? If I'm bothering somebody and they say, yo, you're harassing me, and I go like, yo, wait, can my behavior really be seen as harassment? If somebody goes, yo, Jay, man, you can't be coming at people like that. You can't be talking to you can't be doxing people like that. You can't be you can't be contacting people's coworkers like that. Man, you could get in a lot of trouble for that shit. Man, you can't be, you can't do that shit. You can't be interfering with people's employment, man. You get in a lot of trouble for stuff like that, right? What would I do? You would stop. You would stop, y'all, right? If nothing else, you would fucking stop. Because you don't want to get in trouble. You don't want to get in trouble, so you would stop. Right? You're not going to keep doing something that you know could get you in trouble. But he doesn't stop. Like, any decent person apologizes. Any decent person recognizes, yo, I owe this person an apology. All right, Jay, you an evolutionary biologist? Cool. You an atheist? Cool. I'm a Christian? Cool. We don't agree? Cool. Whatever. But you would say, yo, I went too far. I'm sorry. I went too far. I'm sorry. I crossed the line. I shouldn't have crossed that line. Or he would call. He would call and say, here's the beef. Here's the problem. Here's why I did what I did. Here's why I said what I said, but he won't. Y'all, that's the lowest form of human being, y'all. These are the motherfuckers that make fun of our mental health. They tell us we got no basis for morality. They insult us. They make fun of our if we have addictions or things that we've gone through. You know, these are people who have no class. No class. Yeah, he's just a coward, y'all. Yeah, you're a creepy old dude, get a new hobby. Exactly. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, man, that's just what it is. All right, y'all, my food is here, man. I think we handled that. We settled that, man. I just wanted to speak on it. I decided to ignore it for a long time, but then I felt like this man was feeling off the vapors of me ignoring him and not calling him out. And then it was getting to a place where because I didn't call him out, it's like people didn't even know what was going on or why I was, beefing with this person or making a big deal about him trying to interview with certain people. So, I'm kind of satisfied with it, to be honest with y'all. Y'all see what it is, right? I just want to lay the cards out there for my community. I want y'all to see what it is. He has no remorse. He talked a lot of shit about me. We called him out. We gave him an opportunity to call and say his piece. He's clearly not going to do it, right? He's clearly not going to do it. And I knew he wasn't because he doesn't want the smoke because he knows if he called me, that'd be the end of it, right? He doesn't want to end this. He just wants to keep feeding off this. Now, I made it very clear to y'all. Again, what else? He's harassed my students. He's harassed my colleagues. He's crossed the line. He's doxed people. He's published pictures of my students. He's published my acknowledgments. Now I'm calling him out actively. He's watching me call him out for this. He doesn't apologize. He doesn't deny it, He dare not deny it. He knows I got the proof. He knows I got the proof, so he doesn't dare deny it, but he doesn't apologize. That tells us everything we need to know. That tells us everything we need to know. When people show you who they are, believe them. I just needed y'all to know who the fuck he is and how he is, and now y'all see it, and we cool. I'm gonna leave y'all with Uncle Bobby. I gotta bring my food in real quick. I'll be right back. The other night, I left my ice cream out there. My ice cream got all fucked up, so let me go bring him my ice cream. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna have some fun.
Try this one.
Have an abortion more than a decade ago. ABC News has not been able to confirm the damage, but Walker's son thinks the reports are true. And here's just some of what he said on Twitter in response.
I stayed silent as the atrocities committed against my mom were downplayed. I stayed silent when it came out that my father, Herschel Walker, had all these random, none of whom he raised. And you know my favorite issue to talk about is father absence. Surprise, because it affected me. The abortion card drops yesterday. It's literally his handwriting in the card. They say they have receipts, whatever. He gets on Twitter. He lies about it. Okay, I'm done. Done. Everything has been a lie.
Pause the tape. It was that part right there that hit me the hardest. Let me tell you something, gang, and I know this isn't stone cold proof, but no matter how much I drink, you can hit me on the back of the head with a shovel after I've been plastered drunk. Give me a handful of fucking Vicodin and muscle relaxers. Actually, do you guys want to know how it is I found out that there was no Santa Claus? True story. From Santa to Chris. It's like, that looks just like Dad's handwriting. Right? My point is, if anyone knows their dad, it's their kids. Right? If I sat down with my sister and if we did a show and with no rehearsal, and if I started 10 sentences about our father, my sister could finish every single last one. Every single last one. You can't lie to your fucking kids. I've been underneath the same roof for 18 years. Gang, quick story about my dad. So, there's one thing that I can't stand about my dad. It's how we used to eat dinner. So, my dad, if this is the dinner table, Dad could never eat dinner facing this way. Podcasters, I'm facing the laptop. My arms, my legs, I just belch, hashtag professional. Everything is facing forward. When Dad would eat, he would go cockeyed like this right here. One leg would be out. One arm would be out. He would eat with one, and he'd just sit there and he'd rub his leg with the other hand. Gang, as a kid, I fucking hated that habit. I could not stand that habit. I was like, Dad, please go fuck yourself. That is so annoying. Gang, if I sit down and eat dinner 10 times, I'll do that 4 times. I hate myself. My point is, if anyone knows their father, it's their fucking children's. Gang, when Christian Walker sat there and was like, then the card dropped, that was literally his handwriting. There's no more debate. What makes me mad about this story, again, it's all the abortions for me, but none for thee. It's like fuckface Greg Abbott. Again, this is typical conservative 101. And that is, I'm going to close the fucking door behind me. Greg Abbott is literally getting paid almost $20,000, if I remember correctly, a month because of the accident that put him in a wheelchair. Greg Abbott came behind and shut that door. You could literally get into the exact same accident, get hit by the exact same tree on the exact same corner, exact time of day, everything. You won't get paid. Not like Greg Abbott. He closed the door behind him. From all the reports, apparently Herschel Walker has had multiple abortions. Or paid for multiple abortions. We literally have the receipt on the one that Christian is talking about. But he's now getting up there and fixing his fucking mouth to say, not even if the mother's life is in danger can you have an abortion. Okay, that is some next level bullshit. Now, gang, you know what we're going to do? Tell you what we're going to do. You're going to sing to yourself. You want to know why? Uncle Bobby's got to take a piss. Look at my family, and I'm going to talk to you from the shitter. You want to know why? Because I now know that this mic can reach that far. This is what happens when you're one, you're middle-aged. Two, you blew your nuts out doing the leg press. Now, my bladder is the size of half a fucking thimble. Hold on, gang. Don't you want to get fucked up? Okay. Turning the corner. Good news is my house isn't really all that big, so it doesn't take that fucking long. All right, here we go. You ever notice that the best things in life are represented by the things that come out of you? You sneeze, you fart, you take a shit, you take a piss, you cough, you bust a nut. Happiness is defined and measured by what it is that comes out of your body. This actually was a pretty good day. I think I held it for like 120 seconds, which in Uncle Bobby land is a fucking lifetime. How the fuck did I get here? I don't even have prostate problems yet. And how and when I pee is too much of a topic of fucking conversation. Oh, God bless America. Now look at Papa's monkey ass. Now his fat ass wants to go outside. Good. So I can get some fucking disinfectant on my hands anyway. Okay. Coming back. As I'm limping because God hates me. Buddy's loving the Bears. Have you guys been looking at Buddy this whole time? Say you love Buddy. Say that you love
I love Buddy. Okay. God told me I've already got the life.
Okay. All right. So Seattle is on top of Toronto 3-0. Ground out to first. I don't even have a dog in this race. I just like baseball. Back on topic. Okay, gang. So let's do this one should hurt my feelings. You guys remember, what's his fucking YouTube channel? Hold on. Red Pin Logic. Hold on. Let's cue him up first. Go fuck yourself. Red Pin Logic. He was the dude I did that video on whose facial expressions were way over the top. He kept saying the dumbest shit on the planet. And it just annoyed the shit out of me. Okay, I don't know what. Now the speakers. What's going on here? Hold on, let's get a test run.
Never in the Bible, it was 1946, and the word it replaced.
Can you guys hear that?
The pedophile wonder why they did it, must be a mystery.
Okay, who gives a shit? Back on topic. Hope this works out. Let's roll. So, was this word added in the Bible in 1946? Now, I'm not going to lie. I've heard the first 30 seconds of this, and they're talking about the word homosexual. So, Red Pin Logic is sitting there responding to a TikTok video of what looks to be a female pastor who I believe is gay because she's wearing a rainbow sash while wearing a priest's collar. You know what? Let's just roll the fucking tape. Roll the tape.
It's really common to hear people say or sing that the word homosexual was never in the Bible until translators with nefarious motives added it in 1946. Interestingly, this claim also came up in a video titled Top 5 Bits of Church History That Caused Me to Question My Faith.
The word in Hebrew refers to child molesters. It wasn't until 1946 that anyone even tried to say that it referenced homosexuality. Let me repeat that, 1946. 1946 is when they made that adjustment to the Bible.
Let's pull out the red pen and try.
Pause the tape. Let's pull out the go fuck yourself. So, gang, this is a relatively new argument, right? When I was holy rolling, there was no debate. God hated fags, period, in the story, right? You want to go to heaven, don't you? Then stop sucking dick. That was pretty much it. Now we've got this new argument that states that the word homosexual was now mistranslated. And what the original intent was, don't butt rape little boys. Okay. Someone tried to pull that shit on me last year, and I said, you need to stop talking English words out of your mouth. You mean to tell me that your God sat his fat ass on a goddamn cloud and talked the universe into existence, but was too fucking stupid that Leviticus 18:22 should have read don't butt rape boys, but instead is now easily translated into don't have homosexual sex, and if you do, we're going to throw rocks at you until you're fucking dead? That's what I've continued to say. If the Christian God is real, that fuckface is not worthy of respect, much less worship. How many gay people have been hurt because of this verse because God couldn't say, don't butt rape boys? Go fuck yourself. Roll the tape.
To break this one down. First, the word homosexual was never in the original Bible, and that's because it's an English word, and the Bible was primarily written in Hebrew and Greek. All the English words were added to the Bible at some point in time. So the real question seems to be whether the English word homosexual is an accurate translation of a particular Greek word in the New Testament. The Greek word in question is the word arsenokoitai, which the Apostle Paul seems to have invented by combining two words. Arson, meaning man.
Oh, get with it, fuckface.
So arsenokoitai literally means men who bed other males. Furthermore, nothing in the word itself or in its context restricts the meaning to pedophilia or other exploitive sex. On the contrary, the two words Paul combines appear together in two Old Testament prohibitions against homosexual sex. In fact, they're right next to each other in Leviticus 20:13. Paul seems to be deliberately drawing from Leviticus 18:22 and Leviticus 20:13, which universally prohibit homosexual behavior, not just exploitive sex like pedophilia. But let's just assume, for the sake of argument.
Pause it, Dave. How is this any better? Again, Christians, you're one person war, you're one faith war, and not one faith, lots of faith. Could you guys stop doing that? I'm going to ask you nicely. Could you really stop doing that? Could you stop mentally and emotionally torturing gay people? Again, if you think that you are a guilty sinner and you need to go to hell and the blase and the flavonoids, can you just leave it at that? Can you stop torturing gay people? Can you leave them the fuck alone? These justifications and excuses on why it is God hates them, but he actually loves them. Could you just fucking stop doing that? When are you guys going to realize that it's rhetoric like this that makes gay people do shit that they can't take back? When are you guys going to start practicing the fucking love that you say you actually have? Can you please shut the fuck up? Stop making excuses as to why it's okay to hate gay people, and stop telling me that you fucking love them when in fact you don't. This really pisses me the fuck off. Because watch this, roll this fucked up ass tape.
The word homosexual is a bad English translation. What follows from that? Would that change what the Bible teaches about homosexual sex? No, and here's why.
Exactly.
Even if the word never appeared in the Bible, the behavior is still described and prohibited.
Pause the tape. In the tape, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you never call a black person a nigger. If you sit there and you hang a black person, so I didn't call him a nigger. I mean, but you shut the fuck up. You're still a violent fucking racist. And I don't care. Christians, I do not care that you got a Bible verse that says gay people can't be happy. I don't care. You can do all the fuck face right. It's not my opinion. Jesus is the one.
I love Uncle Bobby's
who hates
gestures.
faggots, so you can't get mad at me.
It's when it is not I who says that the earth was created in 6 days. It is my Lord and Savior who says that science is sitting on some bullshit. Oh, I love it. I love the hand motion.
By what objective standard? Please go fuck yourselves. I don't like his Jesus. So as a result, I don't like him. This piddly ass game. But you Christians can't hear me. You refuse. This stupid fucking game. And I know I called it a stupid fucking game, and now you guys get to say that you're being persecuted. This stupid fucking game that you're playing is costing people their fucking lives. Again, this back and forth with the blase and the fucking glavinoids about it actually means don't butt rape kids, but Leviticus actually says when a man lies with another man. Well, that seems to be the problem, Robert. It wasn't translated correctly. And while everyone is sitting here having this fucked up ass debate on what the word is actually translated to, another gay person hurt themselves. Another gay person hurt themselves. Another trans person hurt themselves. Another lesbian hurt themselves. Another gay person. Another lesbian. Another trans. What? Everyone sits over there and has this fucked up ass debate on what the Bible actually says. Our focus is all wrong, gang. The focus should be, are our LGBTQ plus family members happy, healthy, whole, respected, loved, accepted? Too much of this fucking country is sitting there saying, well, I mean, okay, so if it's translated from Latin into Greek, because it's got to be Greek, then you go from that to Hebrew, then you go to ancient Sanskrit, after that, then you can go to Old English, but we all know that Old English died out at 70. Another gay person just hurt themselves. So Christians, please continue to play this fucked up ass game. Your love is received as everything but love. And I know it makes you feel better, but the better you feel, the more gay people we lose. This is why this topic upsets me. You selfish bastard. Now, gang, let's get one more, because Uncle Bobby just had a little mini stroke. And this is fuckface Marjorie Taylor fuckface Green. Again, just one more piece of shit whose name we should not know. Marjorie Taylor fuckface Green is mad because her monkey ass got kicked off of social media. Let's cue up the Cro-Magnon man.
Marjorie Green is suing another person this time.
Pause the tape. So this is the damage report. Gang, I love the fucking damage report. Look them up. You won't be sorry. This raggedy sack of shit is mad, and now she wants to sue Twitter because she got kicked off of social media. Let's just roll the tape.
I am Twitter because they banned her, and she believes that she's owed damages. She's been providing a lot of damage to the country, to our political discourse, and now she wants money. Listen to this.
Yes, I've already talked to an attorney. I spoke with him last week, John, because I believe
These are it's a complete violation of my freedom of speech. I was a private citizen.
Pause the date. She can go fuck herself. I'm not a constitutional attorney, but I actually had a lawyer tell me this. No right is absolute. And I remember he even said, not even your right to life. It's not absolute. But again, here's another example of how the party of law and order, they're all about the law and the order until they have to follow the law and the fucking order. When you sign up for Twitter, just like I did, I'm on YouTube. I've already gotten a strike. I just belch. Hashtag unprofessional. I appealed that shit. They removed my strike. My point is, when you sign up, again, this is not Marjorie Taylor Greene fucking social media platform. When you sign up for someone else's social media platform, whether you realize it or not, you are subject to their rules. More importantly, you are subject to their interpretation of the rules. So whatever this fucker is about to say next, I don't care, because she signed up for Twitter. And whether none of us read it, what kind of maniac does? Who's going to sit there and is like reading your Apple agreement? Okay, I don't care how hot you are. If I ever found out you read through the entirety of a fucking Apple agreement, it's like, what's wrong with you? You're a fucking maniac. Everyone just hits accept, bam, you move on, you have some fun. Whether you realize it or not, when you hit accept, you have accepted all the rules and regulations. More importantly, you've accepted all the consequences. What are you suing for? You signed up to follow the rules. You broke the fucking rules. You got kicked off. It's just that simple. Roll the tape.
And I'm owed damages. They have no right to do this to me.
Hold on.
I just complete violation of my freedom of speech. I was a private citizen, and I'm owed damages. They have no right to do this to me. I just need to find out how many people I need to name on lawsuits and the social media company.
Pause the tape. Isn't this the party that always says stop being a fucking victim? I'm owed damages. What was it? She backed January the 6th. She's a violent Trump supporter. She thought COVID was a fucking hoax. She's a fucking racist sack of shit. She terrorizes survivors of mass shootings. I mean, which one of the fucking tweets do we want to fucking talk about that got your monkey ass snatched up? You're not being a fucking victim. You're being punished for victimizing, you fuck knuckle. Roll the tape.
I've had enough of it. You know, I'm the only sitting member of Congress that had my personal account.
Pause the tape. Gang, when I hear someone say something like that, all I hear is I'm guilty as shit. She's the only sitting member of Congress. Then it makes me wonder, what the fuck did you do? Al Franken, the AO to the motherfucking C. I'm thinking about Katie Porter. I'm thinking about all the people who have an active social media account. And if you're the only person who's shit snatched up, could I be wrong? Yeah, sure. But the first thing I wonder is, what the fuck did you do?
All right, Wolf, you calling in? Here, I'll make it easy for you. Boom. All right, you got 5 minutes. So here's the deal. In the next 5 minutes, what I want you to do is click that comment or go down the description. Oh, here's what you do. Here's what you do. You go down in the description. You go to the video. Boom. You scroll down. See, it says call the show. Boom. All you got to do, boom, click that link. Boom. There you are. You're right in there. You're right in there, man. You're right in there. That's all you got to do. What the hell is up with my internet connection? Y'all know my internet connection fast as shit. What the fuck going on? What are y'all doing with my internet connection now? Stop playing around. Boom. And then you're ready to go. So look, I made it easy for you.
All you got to do is click the link. I timed it out. That way it's easy. The time is right now. There you go. It's the same thing with BATY, y'all. They really just, they want to talk, y'all. They're all talk and nothing. Because when they call in, they ain't about shit. We all know they ain't about shit. If they was about shit, they wouldn't be religious fucktards.
But it's Margaret Taylor fuckface green.
Like if you take pride in being the only creationist in the room, good for you. You take pride in being the dumbest motherfucker in the entire room. Now get up on here and quit talking that bullshit and call in and talk to us. Cause I'll block this nigga. Cause again, I think a lot of it might be Robert BATY as a troll. It might be his butcher shop account. You know, these creationists, they all talk a great game from the chat, but we all know they ain't got nothing to offer. So let's go. Let's see it.
Roll the tape.
Permanently banned by Twitter for so-called...
Why'd I get timed out again? Probably saying something dumb or asking stupid questions, or Myron Bot felt like it. But here's what I'm saying, y'all. I'm going to be honest with y'all. A lot of y'all strike me as very retarded people. A lot of y'all strike me as very low IQ people. Because you strike me as the type of people that knock on somebody's door. Oh, hey, Red Pill, welcome to my home. Well, motherfucker, let me tell you about something right now, son of a bitch. Piss, shit, cunt, suck, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fuck, turd, and twat. Also, I'd like to yell in all caps, and I'd like to drop this biblical passage on you, all of it. Like, dog, all the bot is saying is, you don't know us, so act like you're a guest in somebody else's house. Don't yell in all caps. Don't use profanity. We don't know you like that. Don't spam symbols or emojis. Don't write paragraphs of text. I got to keep explaining to you guys. People keep complaining about how strict the bots are, and again, it really makes me question your maturity level. Every single rule, quote unquote, that the bot has is actually considered proper YouTube etiquette. Some of y'all sound like you were literally, no pun intended, raised by wolves. Because if you were to literally have an online class or to teach your students or your mentees or your children about how to interact properly online, you would tell them these basic things. You would say, hey, a live chat is a conversation. Unless you're the streamer themselves, you don't want to really put a wall of text. If you put a wall of text, like 2 paragraphs, it takes too long for people to read. By the time they read it, it's scrolled off the screen. You know, so you really want to keep your comments, you know, concise and relevant. For the most time when somebody's streaming, they don't really have time to stop and read a 2-page essay that you left on their comment section. It's generally best to avoid all caps. That tends to make people think you're yelling. It's also best to not spam symbols and emoji. Again, you're a grown-ass person. Use your words. So I get these people, they're just bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching about the bot. And I'm like, bro, I'm sorry, but I'm starting to think the bot's a great thing because it's forcing you to practice your adult communication skills.
That is
sorry, not sorry.
What we're going to do?
You must be very proud of yourself at this point. But yes,
wait.
They did.
God damn it.
Couple fact checks real quick. Jeez.
Pause the tape. End that tape. And again, you guys didn't
There's
see
a link in the description.
She did that right here.
Probably.
For COVID information. Now, I don't care, gang. I do not care what you personally think about COVID. I do not care.
Nah, Logan. The sex words are the ones that we have the most problems with the bots. So no, I'm not loosening up the filters. And to be honest, gang, we've done that experiment. We have done the experiment of loosening the bots restrictions. It has backfired on us almost every time. Furthermore, we've had our accounts suspended recently. It's a vulnerability that we leave ourselves exposed to every time you're dealing with the bot. So nah, I'm not gonna get my account suspended because people can't figure out how to talk biology without using 8th grade language. I mean, you want to talk like a biologist? Talk like a biologist. Biologists don't need these words, right?
So here's the list. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. It's just a list. It's a pretty standard list. I didn't even add any. It just has a standard list. There it is. Don't say Tinder, naked, cock, cunt, dick, sex. I mean, these are words, like, none of us need to be discussing these things. Unclothed, Johnson, member, there's just no vagina, right? You can use, mammary glands. Like, I mean, if you want to talk biology, talk biology. You don't need words like naked, cock, cunt, dick, sex, tit, bitch, whore, slut, anal, fuck, shit, penis, nigger, nipple, breast, XYZ. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. Here's the honest, unnegotiable fact. Unless you are a mod, and even if I even feel this way about mods, honestly, if you cannot say what you have to say to me without using one of these words, here's the honest to God truth, y'all. Don't say it. Just don't say it. It's 2022. The word nope should be on the list. You guys got to think beyond yourself. Stop being so fucking selfish, right? That's how I feel. When people make these comments to me, I just think you're being incredibly fucking selfish. Straight up. Like, I don't want to crap on my audience, so I'm trying not to go off on this, but it really does piss me off, guys. Like, I just think people are being incredibly fucking selfish. Do I have to sit here and count my hours? Guys, do yourself a favor. Count back over the last 7 days and look at how much I stream. Just do yourself this favor. Start doing the math, guys. Do the fucking math here. Here's the math we're going to do. KB Fit got some new shit out. All right, here we go, guys. Let's see. Let's just go with the last week. I don't know. What are we doing today? I don't know. Let's say we got 8 hours today, 10 hours there. I think we deleted a 10-hour stream. So let's say that's 20, 25, 5 hours of streaming, 5, 7, 8, right? Okay, 7, 8, 4, 8. All right, that's just within the last week. Now, if you think, you should just grow the fuck up and not use these words. That's what you should do. You should realize that streamers are at risk. YouTube doesn't care. We have bots. Those bots are porn bots. They drop spam links. You see this on almost every single channel. Like, some of y'all watch YouTube every day. You have been for years. You've seen the sex bot links. Those can get the streamer suspended. They can get your account deleted. So, do you think, as someone who streams, let's estimate roughly 40 to 70 hours a fucking week, that I should risk losing my stream so you can say cunt? Do you understand how pissed I am? Do you understand how pissed off this makes us? Right? I'm putting on a fucking show for y'all, usually 10 plus hours a day. I take care of all the hard work. You have one fucking job. Make a comment without using a blacklisted word. Make a comment without a wall of text. Make a comment without spamming caps. Make a comment without triggering off the symbol bot. And if you do, and it times you for fucking out for 5 minutes, shut the fuck up. I do not care that you cannot make a comment on a YouTube video for 5 minutes. Every single time it times you out, it says you got timed out for doing this. Oh my God, I must have used a banned word. I will rephrase my comment without a banned word. Congratulations. Welcome back to YouTube. Seriously, y'all, just grow the fuck up. Seriously. That's it. Then they don't want to be here. It doesn't drive people away from me. It does not. It does not. Those are called losers. Those are called people I don't want. If you come to my house and you put your feet up, you kick your shoes off, and you kick your feet up on my coffee table, and I tell you, go fuck yourself, my grandmother gave you that coffee table, people are not allowed to put up their feet up on my coffee table, and you go, fuck this pocket, you're not welcoming, I'm out. Yeah, you need to show yourself out the fucking door before I attack you and throw you out of it. No, I don't lose fans over this. There are these casual fucking lame asses on YouTube who are mostly fucking trolls who honestly just really feel like if they can't be as disrespectful and comfortable as they want to be, then the streamer isn't creating a welcoming environment for them. They can go fuck themselves. Because I have people here who watch me all day, all week, week in and week out, month in and month out, and they never have this problem. But it's always the fucking casuals who got a problem with the bot. Get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out. Just straight up get the fuck out. Tired of it. Matter of fact, speaking of tired of it, no, I get you, Logan, but it's for everybody. It's a bigger picture. Sometimes the topic comes up, y'all take shit too personally. We got to say what we got to say because I'm tired of it coming up. It isn't just you. It comes up all the time, and we're tired of having the conversation. So if the community wants to get with it, part of what we do as streamers is we educate our audiences. A lot of times we're trying to meet y'all. We're like, oh, yeah, we want your feedback. Do y'all like this? Do y'all like that? But y'all got to take feedback from us. And sometimes we're telling y'all, look, we're vulnerable out here. I'm not Matt Dillahunty. If I was Matt Dillahunty, y'all don't realize, but when you talk to these big streamers, y'all, they have mods. And I don't mean mods like our mods who, click a bot when it goes wrong or can drop a link. They have mods. There are people sitting there watching every single comment that comes through their stream. Human people that are paid to do this, right? If you guys pay attention to the production of these shows, don't just watch the content, pay attention to how the show is made. You will hear Matt Dillahunty say shit like, yo, we're going to take 1 or 2 more calls, but we got to get out of here. Why? Because I got to let the mods go. Right? There are people off camera that you don't see that are screening the calls. They're screening the people that call in, and they're screening the comments. So they can do that. They can have a much more open chat because there are people sitting there that are able to sit there and approve all your goddamn comments. And if you say something real fucked up, then a mod can pull it. So they don't have to have the bots because they actually have humans that they're paying to sit there and review all your comments. Now, when you go to a smaller streamer, we're doing everything ourselves. We don't have people helping us with cameras. We don't have people setting up our microphones and our audio mixes for us. And we damn sure don't have people modding our chat like that. And y'all, and my mods like my content. My mods tend to watch me every day. My mods, you want to talk about people not wanting to watch me? If I made my mods sit there and approve every fucking comment that came through that chat, you'd see my mods dipping up out of here in a heartbeat. Because again, my channel's not big enough and I'm not paying them to the point that they actually want to sit there and do that type of moderation work. That's very hard mod work. And again, it's easy to do it when a channel can pay you to do it, and it's easy to do it when you know you're only going to have to do it for a couple hours. If you were to mod my channel and I say you got to sit here and watch all the comments and I'm going to stream for 10 hours in a day, nobody would want to be my mod. So to find this balance where I've got to be able to make my content, I've got to protect my ass as best that I can, and I cannot treat my mods like this is a fucking job, because it's not for them. They're just my friends and they're just trying to help me out. I need the bot. Any fan who doesn't understand that doesn't really get it. Furthermore, the bots give us fucking the overlay help. They give us the funny commands. They give us the gambling. They give us, right? So people that really know, Myron Bot's a part of the stream. He's a great part of the stream. He helps the stream a lot. He does a lot of fun stuff. He also mods the chat. So to be honest, I really like Streamlabs. I really appreciate the work they do with the bots. And, I've tried to make the emoji filter a little better so that, I like you guys to do the emoji splashes and stuff. But, yeah, it's just, it is what it is. And, guys, look, none of us like it. Okay? If you see a mod with a bot, if you see a streamer with a bot, they're doing that because they feel they have to. I'm just telling you that. None of us wants to have permissions on our Discord. None of us wants to create barriers to participating in our live chats. None of us want to tell people you can't use this list of 12 words. What we've learned is that if we don't, we will get into a lot of trouble. So I appreciate you guys for letting me go off about this. It does piss me off because it's a necessary evil. And you just get sick of sticking up for something that is an inconvenience yourself. It's like, yeah, in an ideal world, I wouldn't need these things. But because people behave badly on the internet, as we all know they do, I do need these things. And it pisses me off that I need these things. And then it pisses me off even more that I get flack for needing them. Right? That's just frustrating. I'm just honest. I'm a person. Shit pisses me off and annoys me. This is one of the things that pisses me off and annoys me. Right? It's the same thing YouTube does, right? I keep getting these suspensions and stuff. Why? Because a bot comes through or a troll comes through. They put something spammy in my chat, right? And then YouTube holds me responsible for it. And I'm appealing to YouTube, going, YouTube, I'm the victim here. I'm the one working to create a show. You've got some users out there that are, making these bot accounts and doing all this stuff. And instead of punishing them, you're punishing the content creator. I mean, it's crazy. I had a stream pulled overnight last night for playing movies. What? Y'all, I'm playing copyright-free movies. I'm literally going out of my way to make sure there's no copyright on this. There's no, and then for whatever reason, YouTube's like, nope, sorry. So yeah, it's just craziness that we out here dealing with, y'all. But speaking of that, we need to talk about taking the community's content. Nah, it's all good, Logan. I know you're here on a regular basis. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, Wolf Den, we'll see. I think Wolf Den's a troll because to me, y'all, they always have excuses of why they can't call in. It's never the right time. It's Robert Beatty, y'all. And it might just be like his the butcher shop account, right? These people have multiple accounts. And honestly, y'all, I hate to say this, there aren't really good creationists. Sorry, Donnie. Sorry, Kent. Sorry, Matt. There aren't really that good creationists, y'all. So yeah, if somebody comes on our channel and they want to hang out here and they want to be the friendly creationist, they're going to have to really show themselves. But I don't assume that everybody comes in here, says they're creationist and says a couple friendly things is like the next Peter W. Right? And even Peter W, right? We got to remember, like, we love Peter, but he's sitting on that same nonsense. So, a lot of times it's almost like I'm tempted, like, Wolf Den, I timed him out, but trust me, I'm very close to just banning this person because I don't find these people's attention worth it. They're not trying to help us. And so, yeah, they might be a viewer, they might be a comment, they might be some comments, but I'm not so desperate for views and subs and comments that I want to sit here and play this tap dance where it takes me 3 months to figure out who someone is. It's like, look, state your intentions, be clear about who you are. If you're going to criticize us, call the show and talk to us. you know, and if there's a couple times where this is happening and we don't know who you are, I'm just gonna block you. And then y'all gotta live with that. You know, if you were supposed to be some soldier for God, if you were gonna come over here and show us the way of the truth, and you were gonna really shed some light on your faith for us poor atheists, you were given the opportunity to do that, multiple opportunities, and you guys fail. Again, it's like BATY, just call, right? I don't know if you guys have ever heard of cat string theory, but cat string theory is the idea that playing with cats is very different than playing with dogs. Cats are looking for a challenge, right? So you can take a ball of yarn. It's essentially a very uninteresting object, right? But if you roll it all over the place and make it really hard for the cat to get to it, what will the cat do? The cat will keep chasing it. And this is exciting for cats. It plays off their instinct to hunt, to chase things, to exercise, right? It's all really good. But if you want the cat to leave you alone and go away, what do you do with the ball of yarn, guys? Nothing. You just let it sit there in the middle of the floor. And the cat will lose interest in it, right? Because, you know, it isn't doing all the fun running and jumping and flipping and things that make the cat chase it around. And that's who I think a lot of these people are. They're so conditioned to the fact that we don't respect them, that they're sitting on some bullshit, and that we don't want to play their game. So they're used to this sort of fucking dance people play with them. Well, who are you? Who are you really? Well, we want to be nice. Well, we want to be friends. Well, we want to see you. And the easiest thing you can do sometimes is just flip the script on them and say, look, we're right here. If you've got something to say, call and say it, but if not, I'm going to block you because you're just a person who keeps popping up in my chat. I don't know you. You're not one of my friends. You're not one of my mods, and I don't know what you want. So if you've got something to say, call in and say it, or if not, like, I'm just losing interest. I just think these people, like, I hate to say this, I'm a really smart black guy, I have a really great education, and I study a topic that's very controversial, and I'm also a counter-apologist. This makes me the target of people who, quite frankly, are not as intelligent as I am, not that interesting, I don't find entertaining, and I just don't care. And then they want to come through my chat and they want to talk about these things and antagonize me because these issues that I discuss are so important to them, and it's such a challenge to them that, like, I'm a pebble in their shoe that they just have to fucking deal with. But to me, I just don't care. So it's like, call in and say your piece or go away because I'm just going to get rid of you. You are what? Wolfden, gonna have dinner. All right, you said you're gonna have dinner, but then he's still here. Peace, God bless. Like, Wolfden, call in now. Call in the next time you call, or I'm just gonna block you, dude. Like, I don't have time for this game. You could have called in the last 10 minutes instead of running off to your dinner. But that's what I mean. They always gotta go, but then they don't gotta go, but then they gotta go. You know, it's just bored. I'm bored. It's boring. You guys are boring. We don't care. I don't think these people realize how unimpressive they are. I think that's part of the problem. All right. Who is Lupin? Oh, Wolfden is Lupin. Okay, we've talked to Lupin before. I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, we've talked to Lupin. Lupin's a decent dude. But Lupin, we've got to get you off the Kent Hovind bandwagon. See, Lupin is somebody, I guess. See, that makes sense now because Lupin could see right through BATY, but that makes sense. Lupin is a Hovind fan, so then Lupin knows that BATY has nothing to offer. Because Lupin's probably aware of that. But yeah, I actually had a good time with Lupin. I don't know why I keep changing his name, but I thought our conversation was good. But then again, right, he wanted to go to some, I said we made progress with racism. He wanted to jump to, well, then there is no racism. You know, we tell him, you know, hey, we're glad to hear about him listening to Kent Hovind and what he thinks Kent brings to the table. But at the end of the day, He's a young earth creationist sitting on some bullshit that is just wholly untenable. And you guys heard this in Rob Pennock's book. We were reading this. At this point, to support creationism is on par with being a flat earther. So again, what are my thoughts on Lupin? Great, nice person, really glad to meet a genuine Ken Hovind fan who wants to have a decent conversation about it. But bro, you got to come back to us with something that's not flat earth if you expect us to be impressed. Being a Ken Hovind fan, again, just means that you've brought into the lowest IQ form of your religion. I'm sorry. You have brought into a religious fundamentalism that just demonstrably does not accord with reality. So I've only got so much time to deal with that, guys. I'm just not going to debate with flat earthers all day. Yeah, let's catch a vibe. I want to get in airplane mode, but then I want to talk positive, y'all. And it's not necessarily positive, negative. I just want to talk change, right? And I think the conversation I had earlier with James really, I think weighed heavy on me is probably the best way to put it. Also, I don't see James on Dave M. I don't know if they had that conversation and I missed it or what. But let me play some airplane mode. Let's catch a vibe. And then I do want to talk about this. Fuck it. Let's do communion, guys. But nah, Lupin was nice. Lupin was nice. When I had my conversation with Lupin, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And also, I want to be honest. I've been talking about that conversation, right? There are conversations that influence you that you remember. I remember my conversation with Lupin. Sorry, and Lupin, I hope you don't take it personally. We get a lot of trolls. We're being harassed by this BATY guy. And so when new names start showing up and they tell us they're creationists or they're Christians, but we don't know who they are, and then, you know, they miss the timing of calling in and stuff. It just, we don't know. We don't have enough information to know whether that's somebody we like and, you know, it's just a bad time, or they're using a different name, or somebody we've talked to, or if it's just one of these people who has bad intentions, and then every time we call them out on it, they got to go. Y'all saw this with Bless Be He and Rebel Naz. It like took months of, you know, chasing these people just to get them to call me. And I'm sitting there like, yo, look, at the end of the day, I think these people are sitting on some bullshit. I'm not going to spend months begging you to call me so you could tell me your horrible ideas that I already know and I already know are wrong. So, I mean, at some point, I think we got to just start kicking it to these people a little bit differently. But, yeah, y'all know I enjoy my conversation with Lupin. It was actually productive, so I'm always willing to talk to people like that who are genuine. But I got to be honest, man. If you're calling to tell me you don't buy evolution, man, you're really talking flat Earth, and I'm not the right person because I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong. All right, y'all, let's catch a vibe real quick. I want to do, let's do Shot of Jervis Pull Up. And then we got to do communion. Let's do communion. All right, here we go. Everybody raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. It's fucking Friday. Fuck all this bullshit. It's 9 o'clock. Let's do some goddamn communion. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Come on. Oh, the volume is off. There we go. Quiet, I need some more enthusiasm. Louder. Like you mean it. There you go. There you go. With some fucking enthusiasm, choir. Made me forget my goddamn bells. This one's called the MJ interlude, y'all. Congratulations to everybody that's about to get out, man. Joe Biden, let's not forget, man. Joe Biden said he's going to pardon all the people that just have simple marijuana offenses. You need to pardon a whole hell of a lot more people than that. But, hey, got to start somewhere.
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least the dog when we touch, no one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya.
In the afternoon I play with her.
But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane and she the
Joe Bryan. What you talking about, Joe Bryan? I don't know what you're talking about, Logan. What's up, Manny? I see you. What's up, AR, Logan, Carrie Ann, UC Love, Melody Joy, Cameron Bennett. There's a wild YouTube punk. What's up, Spider? I think Wolf is eating dinner. Yeah, Wolf, you gotta let us know who you are, boy. You can't be running around here acting like, hey, boy, you might get beat down coming around here. You come around here in a cassock wearing a cross and don't identify yourself as a friendly. We almost whooped his ass. Wait, I'm one of your friends. You guys were nice to me before. Nigga, you ain't tell us that, bro. Don't be, nah. I think he was Wolf Den Gaming the last time he came through. There's a wild YouTube punk. So James had me really thinking today, y'all. And I really think that he's right. Like, I felt this way about Rebecca, right? So Rebecca, she had this whole thing about there's no such thing as bad publicity. And then I was like, all right, cool. And then I realized, like, we kind of made her like a star in our community. And it was, I remember when we started doing the Atheist Crew Book Club, I remember the motivation, and a lot of y'all probably heard me say this, but I was like, I know we're counter-apologizing, and I know that we're coming strong against religion, but we're still making them the star of our shows. Like, they're the stars of our community. And we're constantly talking about how bad their ideas are, how dumb they are, how they're sitting on some bullshit. And so I started to do the Atheist Crew Book Club.
so that we could share and uplift some of our voices and say, hey, let's talk about, you know, these people that were really important, you know, skeptics or critics of religion, and let's listen to them. Like, let's make a show about our side. You know, let's make our voice the star of the show. But and that's important, and I want to keep doing that. You know, I'm not going to stop doing the Atheist Crew Book Club or any of my other shows, right? Like, I'm going to still do Hot Program. I'm going to always do, you know, me and Uncle Bobby got this thing going. But, you know, when I really think about what I'm supposed to be doing with y'all day in and day out, it's like I want to be building up my academic career. And I'm glad that, you know, I'm getting, like, academic support for what I'm trying to do out here on YouTube, right? But at the same time, it's like I want to be responsible and I want to be professional, and I want to, you know, I want my career to grow, and I don't want to get sidetracked because it's like I'm out here and every time a creationist says something about me or mentions my name or something's going on, it's like all of a sudden now I got to deal with that all day. And now I'm not writing or I'm not coding or I'm not focusing on my teaching. And I feel like I've done a lot of that, and I've said, oh, it's okay. Because, like, you know, oh, I'm trying to build an audience, so, you know, I gotta stay out here and do this or that to build the audience. I gotta call and talk to these people because, you know, I gotta get the word out about my channel, or, you know, oh, I could take all this time to talk about Kent Hovind because I have a debate with Kent Hovind coming up. So, you know, it's kind of fine if we want to, you know, take some time and focus on that. Oh, I got a debate with Sal coming up. So cool. If you want to take some time and focus on that, that's fine. So I'm not really saying that I regret any of those choices or anything like that. Like, that was fine. That's what we had to do then. But at some point you got to say, like, what's going to take us to the next level, or like, where are we trying to go with this? And are we really trying to, you know, rock like this forever? Like, is this really what? And it's like, nah, you know, I'm more excited. And I know a lot of y'all, and I don't think I'm really speaking for myself. I feel like I'm kind of reflecting where I see the community going, and where, you know, where I think, picking up off of the conversation we had earlier with James, it's like, I feel like people are more excited now to talk about science, and they're more excited to talk about evolution, and they're more excited to talk about current events and the David Blackman show, and we're more excited to do games and cards and stuff like that. So I feel like we've kind of grown you know, in that regard, right? So, you know, I think it's okay. I remember feeling like, you know, it's funny when you think about these things as a science educator, because, you know, my approach to education is different, you know, but that's always because my life experience with education was different. See, I always liked to study, because reading, learning, studying, that was kind of the way to live a different life, right? To become something different. Like, you know, you could be a kid from anywhere and you could dream of becoming a dentist, and you could start reading books about the mouth and dentistry, and you could talk to your dentist, and, you know, it's like you could set your sights on something, right? And really learn about it. And so you're like making your way out. You're finding a way to define yourself. But at the same time, it's like, you know, eventually it becomes a job. And for me, I never wanted people to feel like, you know, oh, this is a channel for science nerds, because I never identify with them cats. Like, you know, to me, it was like, I don't know, like I always studied on my own shit. You know, I was into music and social studies and shit. But at the same time, we studied, right? Like, you know, even being a musician, like we studied all the great musicians on our instrument, and we studied our forms and our history and all the genres, and, you know, you wanted to know the language. So when I started making content on Twitch, I was like, I don't want to try to make a science channel because there's already enough of that. It's like y'all say with the Counter-Apologetics, like it's already enough counter-apologists out there. That's how I feel about science content creators. Like, oh my God, there's so many lame-ass, I don't even see lame-ass. There's so many, there are so many lame-ass. There's so many lame-ass biology education channels and chemistry channels. There's so many science nerd channels, and they're trash, right? But there's so many really good ones too. There's so many like, wow, like holy shit, unbelievably good ones, right? And so you're kind of like, the world doesn't really need more of that. So, you know, when I started making content, I was just trying to connect with my fans and have a social life and a little bit of an outlet. And we was mostly down with wrestling. You know, we were putting on our wrestling shows. And, you know, then they were supporting me playing GTA and little casual games here and there. And then what happened is, over time, you know, your audience tries to get to know you. They start asking what you're about, what you do. You start talking about yourself a little bit more. And so what happened was, like, over time, people would say, oh, it would be cool to hear more about your science sometime. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, but I don't really want to talk about work. So, you know, plus you like, come on, what you supposed to do? Like, be like, all right, cool, here, let me give you a little evolutionary biology lecture right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so I realized that it was better for it to be that way, you know? So for me, it was always more about attraction than content. You know, my job is to make science attractive. It's to make school cool, you know. I have a colleague. We was chatting about this at a lab meeting, and he was saying, because he's a science nerd, right? But he's a cool dude. I'm talking about my man Neil. He knows what I'm talking about. Neil's cool as shit. But he was like, yeah, I remember that time when he'll remember what I was talking about too. He was like, man, I remember that time we were supposed to be making science cool because that was going to make it all inclusive, because we were making it, you know, appeal to the kids who normally don't think about science or whatever. He's like, yeah, that didn't really work. And then I was talking about my shift, and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of one of them people though. Like, facts though. Like, I'm one of them people who wants to make science cool again. So, you know, I realized it's like, you know, you want to be the band that plays 5 songs and people wish you played 8. You don't want to be the band that plays 18 songs and people are wondering like why you did a 4th encore and when they can go home. So it was always really cool to try to make people ask for more. And so they'd be like, oh, you should say more about your science. And you would just like drop little nuggets here and there. And then I remember when I made the MC Commandments, that music video I show y'all, the big deal with that was when I finally made 2 things. I made the MC Commandments, and I made this video that was basically like a lab talk where I talked about my dissertation research. But I made it in GTA so that I could do like an academic version of me using, you know, GTA to make cool content. So it was pretty sweet, right? I made a lab talk in Grand Theft Auto, so that was pretty dope. But I kind of put them out kind of close to each other. That's why it took me so long, because I was working on both of them. And I remember like I showed my lab mates the lab talk. And then for my community, my friends, you know, I showed them the music video, and then I put the lab talk up there. And so a lot of people like watched the music video and they really loved that. But then a whole bunch of people watched the science video too. And they were like, oh man, I watched that video about your research. That was like actually pretty cool. So like, that's kind of always how I approach things. Like, you want to build the audience and you want to build some interest, because it's always better to people to say, I'm here for it, rather than you try to say, hey guys, come to my channel and we'll talk about science. People be like, nah, we're gonna go play video games, right? and I get that, because I'm one of them kids too. Like when I got on Twitch, you know, if somebody was like, bro, bro, Twitch, right? If somebody told me about Twitch, y'all, when I got on Twitch, I was like, what are y'all doing out here on Twitch? This shit is crazy, 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 right? If somebody was like, yo, you want to get on Twitch and do science? I'd be like, get the fuck out of my face. Like, oh my goodness, I'm about to hurt this person. Like, why would you? Like, that's how I was coming up, y'all. When somebody said something weird to me, like, I'm telling you, I wasn't a science nerd. So when somebody said something to me, like acting like I was a science nerd or something, I would get pissed. Like, who are you talking? I'm telling y'all, the first time my mentor said to me, Jay, you need to take a class in evolutionary biology. Y'all, straight up my response was, have I ever said the word biology to you? Like, I was mad as hell. Like, nigga, you supposed to know me. What do you mean biology? Have I ever said that word to you? Probably had. But just being young and ignorant, I was really offended. That's how I was, though, because if you knew me, I was a drummer. I was in like law school, talking about girls and pickup and relationships and politics and taking over the world and dominating campus and all of that shit. Biology, bro, come on, dog. I thought we was friends. You know what I mean? You like, as a fan, I thought we was homies, and you out here talking to me about some fucking biology. So that's how it was for me, and so. You know, it wasn't until much later that I really got into science content creators and programmers and watching work streamers and kind of my interest maturing. And then as it did, you know, seeking out different types of content. So, you know, I kind of wanted to do the same deal, which is, you know, grow in that direction, but give my viewers the chance to have fun and to base the community and the experience around having fun, being entertained, getting to know each other, having a good time. And then, you know, we'll get to the science and the work, you know, when we get there. But I think that we're getting there, and I think it's just time, because there's a lot of us. I think we've kind of rode through this community a little bit, meaning people know we're out here. Mostly by that, I mean, I know my friends are out here. I don't have like a long list of people in my head that I'm going, well, damn, so-and-so doesn't watch, or I don't know where so-and-so went, or whatever like that. I don't roll through a chat like if PineCreek is live or Doug is live. It's Doug, same thing. Or, you know, Mythvision is live or something like that. I don't really go through and scroll through the chat, because you know how I pull up like y'all do. Like, I'll pull up on the stream, I just scroll through the chat to see where all my friends are, see who's there. I don't really see a whole lot of people. Like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, there will be some names I know that I'll be like, oh, I haven't seen so-and-so in a while, or I don't think so-and-so watches me. So I'll be like, oh, I haven't seen Hillary's emails in a while, or, you know, I'm trying to think of a name, but yeah, there'll be names I recognize that I talk to, and I'll be like, oh, I don't think that person watches me or whatever, but we're still friendly in chats. So it's not a big deal, but my point is, I don't really scroll through and notice the names of a lot of my quote-unquote YouTube friends who don't watch me, right? Like, most of the people I scroll through in the chat that I would consider like a buddy off of YouTube watches me probably all the time. So I'm just saying, it's like, I don't feel like I have to keep doing stuff out here like that to make sure my friends find me. I feel like my friends found me. They fucking watch me. If I'm doing something they're into, they watch it. If I'm doing something they're not into, they don't watch it. But I don't feel like I have to promote myself or keep going on channels or keep having debates or keep doing all of this shit so that my friends will find me. It's like, they already know I'm out here. So then it's like,
we have enough size and momentum that I think we're going to grow now through intentional collaborations and events, right? We're now at a point where we're trying to grow strategically. So we're growing through collaboration. You know, we're growing through, okay, let's link up with Heathen Queen. Okay, let's work on this class with Derek. Let's take some of his advice and make some videos. Let's link up with Erica. Let's try to do something. All right, we starting a new show with Jen and Truth. All right, let's keep doing hot program with my one black friend. Like, that's what's gonna put us in front of new people and help us grow and keep building our reputation. So I think now we're big enough. Like, I ain't gonna be honest with y'all. Let's keep it real. We went through a modern day debate the other night, where fucking R and Ra was debating, right? And motherfuckers was talking about us. Like, who the fuck is Pocket Locker 80? All right, what's going on with this call to the flying man and these Pocket Locker 86 shit, right? Motherfuckers is like, dog, R and Ra is in front of y'all right now, but they talking about us because we out here, and everybody know we out here, and we doing shit different. We're having a good time. We kind of wild, but we sharp as shit, so they can't really fuck with us. You know, we know how to get places. We know how to get things done. We know how to call people out. You know, it's hard for us even now to get competition. You know, you see BATY, right? They want to talk shit about us, but they won't call. You know, Sal talks about, look, I'll debate him. You got to let me and Bundy debate. And then the very next day, well, I don't want to, I'm scared of that guy. Right? You know, so it's like, and look, this is what should happen, y'all. Let's be honest with y'all. This should, appreciate y'all. It's like, this is what should happen. Do you see what I'm saying, y'all? Think about it. These people shouldn't debate Richard Dawkins. They shouldn't debate fucking Christopher Hitchens. Now, I wouldn't put myself in that same group, but here's what I would say. You shouldn't debate Richard Lenski. Right? You hear people out here talking shit about Rich Lenski. They're talking shit about literally the most accomplished biologist on the planet, or one of them, certainly the most accomplished experimental evolutionary biologist on the planet. Man's won all of the awards, y'all. All of them. They're literally like, there's no Nobel Prize in biology, which is surprising to a lot of people. But if there was, they would have given it to him a long time ago. Think about that, y'all. People who real scientists are like, yeah, everybody knows if there was a Nobel Prize in biology, they would have given it to Rich Lenski. Duh. I mean, duh. Obviously. You know, obviously. Dude, if the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science that actually features a speciation event, and you single-handedly, like, diversify the entire field of evolutionary biology, if that doesn't get you a fucking Nobel Prize, I mean, it's called Darwin's missing evidence. I mean, if that doesn't get you a fucking Nobel Prize, who else were they going to give the shit to, right? And these people want to get on YouTube and tell us that these people failed, as they demonstrate that they clearly can't comprehend the research that they're saying is a failure, right? Y'all, these people are off the wall nuts, right? These are some serious losers, y'all. These are like y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all? There's something real wrong with these people. Let's be honest about this now. Something very wrong with these people, right? So you really shouldn't debate a person like that. You really shouldn't debate Rob Pennock, right? He was, y'all heard the testimony. He was the expert witness at Kitzmiller versus Dover. And what did he do? He fucking cooked them. He cooked them. He just cooked them. He just I forget, there's something about a new asshole. You tore him a new asshole, gave him a new asshole or something, whatever it is. I forget the figure of speech, but he did that to him, right? He just annihilated intelligent design creationism. And what was the result, y'all? It was ruled what? It's not science. And it's unconstitutional to teach it because it violates the Establishment Clause. So literally, we have people who want to have a scientific debate about something that the federal courts have ruled on as a matter of fact that it is not science, and as a matter of law that it is unconstitutional, right? Right? And they were like, but there are serious problems with the evolutionary account. Look at my protein, right? Like, let's be honest. Something is very wrong with these people. So they shouldn't want to debate people like me because I was trained by those people. And those people, the Rich Lenskys, the Charles Afria, the Rob Pennucks, are ignoring those people. Here's another difference that they should be aware of. Those people have tenure. Those guys have brought in millions and millions of dollars in scientific funding. Those guys are literally like in super senior positions in their career. They're either like literally like at the top of their game in like their final assignment, just literally trying to kick all the ass they can right now, or they're literally on their way out the door. They're literally like 1 foot halfway to retirement, right? What am I? I just graduated yesterday, right? Not yesterday, but literally just over a year ago, right? I'm fresh, I'm hungry, and I'm headhunting, right? I'm looking to take fools like that out just to say, oh yeah, I was trained by Rich and Rob. I know exactly how to take these fools out, and I pretty much did it just for target practice. Like, I just did it to remind people I can, right? Let's be for real, folks. They should want no parts of me. I'm young, hungry, and like Sal said, very fucking dangerous. Right? Because what could they do to me? They're wrong. I'm right. We all know this. I'm charismatic. They're not. We all know this. My training is far superior to theirs. We all know this. My credentials are better. My publications are better. I actually do the work. I actually teach at a university. They should want no part of me. And they know it. And we know it. So this is all just a fucking song and dance. It's me calling them out to make sure they know that I see them, right? They think they're fucking special. Like, nope, we usually call them out. In this case, BATY come hanging around here, wanted my attention. No, sorry, Robert BATY, just go away. I'm not interested. I didn't even, right? Robert BATY's interested. He's different. I didn't even call him out. I didn't even know this man existed. But look, let's be honest about Robert BATY. I want everybody in the chat to tell me what Robert BATY wants from me. Go ahead. I guarantee you 2 things are going to happen. Number 1, now don't say something stupid like attention, because that's too generic, too broad, doesn't mean anything. What does he want to do with the attention? Pretend he's sitting in front of me right now, and we actually ask him, what do you want, right? Here's what's going to happen. Either number 1, everybody going to be on something different because none of us know, or number 2, some of y'all will just admit you honestly don't know. Here's the truth. I don't know. That's what I realized. I literally don't know what he wants. That's how stupid this is. He literally made an enemy out of me because he goes, oh, well, he's debating Ken Hovind. He should want to put me on. Oh, he doesn't want to put me on. He must hate me. He's now my enemy. I now hate Jay Bundy. Why? You hate Ken Hovind. I debated the person you hate. Like, when do you go, like, why would that make me a target for you? Okay, so you wanted to come on my show. I didn't invite you on my show. I still debated Ken Hovind. That debate's over. Why are you still after me? Like, literally, what does he want? What does he actually want? He doesn't want to debate me about creationism, right? Because I asked him, call me. He won't call. Okay, does he want to just sit here and talk about Kent Hovind? I mean, I just don't want to talk about Kent Hovind. Is he really harassing me because I don't want to talk about Kent's dirty laundry? Does he not know there's a million YouTube videos about Kent's dirty laundry? Is that what this is? Like what? So if he came on and I said, okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I'm just going to sit here. You get to say all the Kent Hovind nonsense you want. You just get to spew. Tell us all the facts about Kent Hovind, right? I'll literally walk out the room because I don't care. I don't even want to listen to it, right? But all right. So now imagine I did that. I gave him 5 minutes to just 10 minutes. I gave him 10 minutes, uninterrupted minutes to say whatever he wanted about Kent Hovind, y'all. Would he go away after that? Would he look at me and say, "Hey Jay, I'm sorry about everything that happened. I really just wanted to talk shit about Kent Hovind. Thank you for letting me share that Kent has that he's crazy, that he has legal troubles and tax issues. I know nobody knew that. I know that's a fucking huge, fucking earth-shattering surprise to people out there. But now that you've let me talk about Kent Hovind, you've given me exactly what I want, exactly what I was asking for, and now I'll leave you alone." Okay? Did he want to cover the conversation between Rob and Kent? Was that it? Was he gonna watch it? Because he made sure that didn't happen, so he's the reason that didn't happen. If he wanted to see that, maybe he should have. I'm genuinely, y'all see the confusion. I don't know what he wants from me. Because he's so stupid that none of his behavior makes sense. It's just angry, it's antagonistic, he's harassing me, but nobody actually knows what he wants. And that's what I mean. It's just antagonism for the sake of antagonism. That's what I mean about cat string theory. The whole thing he was getting was I was ignoring him and avoiding him and dodging him and doing the whole tap dance. And then he's chasing me. "Jay Bundy, get over here. Jay Bundy, get over here. You're scared of me, Jay Bundy. You're scared of me. There's a conspiracy. Nobody will talk to me. You won't talk to me. You're afraid of me. You guys are avoiding me. No one will acknowledge me." And then I just say, cool. Just call me, bro. I'm sorry. You're right. There's a public link in the description of my YouTube video. We know he's watching. We saw him clicking over there on his thing. So we know he was watching, right? Okay, Robert Beatty, you got my attention. You said I'm avoiding you. I'm not avoiding you. Go ahead, call me. And what do we get? More keyboard jockeying on Twitter. Because what? The truth is, he doesn't know what he would do if he got it. He doesn't know. He doesn't know, right? The truth is he knows the jig would be up, right? Because I'd sit here and ask him, and we'd rehash out what happened, and he would be totally deflated. It will become totally transparent to everybody that was willing to look. Right? He would have to put it on his little webpage. He wouldn't be able to say I was. And then what would he have to do? We have to sit up there and he'd have to admit, well, yeah, you're right. You didn't ever say there was going to be a debate. And yeah, you're right. You're Robert Beatty, why did you document my students? What did I say that do with it? He knows they don't have anything to do with this. Robert Beatty, why are you doxing my co-host? What do they have to do with this? Hey, Robert Beatty, as a grandfather, would it be okay if somebody did this to your granddaughter? Right? He knows he cannot sit in front of me and actually present himself like a decent Christian human being like he wants to pretend to be. So all I had to do to call his bluff was give him exactly what he said he wanted. Because the truth is, he has no clue what to actually do with it. And I realize that about all these creationists, fucktards. They're all the religious fucktards. They're all the same. They're counting on the fact that we won't call them on their shit, that we won't just show up and just start asking them the simple questions. And they know when we do, they don't have the answers. So,
I'm with James, y'all. Like, I just don't want to give this that much more attention anymore. All right, you're done. It's just like I don't think it's the best use of our time. And the thing I was really convicted of, listen to me sounding like a Christian. Let's use my Jesus language. The thing I was really convicted of, feeling like a sinner in my heart over, was I felt like our community is now quote unquote platform or a support system, I think is probably a better way to think of it, for us to be doing a lot of creative stuff. And we have so many great creative ideas. But at the same time, it's like we're holding ourselves back because we're giving them too much attention. We're not gaming. We're not having fun. I'm not working on Sacred. I'm not doing stuff with my club. I'm not playing cards. Like, we're not working on the compound. I'm not doing as much as I can with like sounds. And, I have all these overlays I want to do. And I have all this Streamlabs stuff I want to do. And now more people want to learn Streamlabs. And more people want to learn Pinochle. And, I want to play Tetris. And like, I want to do all the things that we're actually excited about. Y'all feel me, right? And so I just care less and less about that, because when I get off a stream and, I think about what I'm excited about doing, it just rarely has anything to do with them other than like the entertainment stuff, right? Like the shows we do. We'll still do the shows. The shows will be about Counter-Apologetics. We'll still have Counter-Apologetic podcast. We'll still set up these Word Wrestling Entertainment debates. We'll still beat them up in the WWE game. I'm not saying it's not going to be part of my life. It's just a part of my personality. It's part of who I am. And I'm definitely embracing the fact that I'm a YouTube counter-apologist. And so I plan to sort of be in the community forever. So I don't plan to not do counter-apologetics anymore. I actually don't want people to think that. I don't want people to think I'm saying... Obama. Yeah, I don't want people to think I'm saying, like, I'm not going to do counter-apologetics anymore. But what I'm thinking about is, how do we do counter-apologetics for 30 years? Right? And I don't think it's by obsessing over these little tiny shrimp, for decades. I think it's just building a community, being creative, having fun, doing collaborations, doing shows, and then always aiming higher. And I would rather do like Uncle Bobby does, where it's almost like a mix of, the religious fucktards, but also let's focus on the political threats and focus on the bigger fries. When he's talking about Herschel Walker and Tucker Carlson's and, Jesse Lee Peterson's, we're talking about people who have way bigger platforms and, are just able to be addressed in a different way. And then also, I think the algorithm works that way. So if you think about a lot of the bigger platforms the bigger atheists that you guys watch on this platform, I hate to say this, but, I spend a lot of time thinking about the algorithm, right? And so I figured out, I don't want to say I figured out how a lot of them got to where they're at, because they're all different. They have all worked really hard. And they've all built their channels from zero. They've built their channels from zero to wherever they're at now. And they all have my respect for that. But there is a formula to this. And what it is about is you have to play off bigger names, right? The problem with the John Beatty's, the Robert Beatty's of the world is that they take the shit too far, right? Y'all know that. But
everybody's playing, hopefully, a milder, more reasonable version of that game. And so what I mean by that is, you know who PineCreek is because PineCreek made a name off of big name preachers and apologists. He took down big name preachers and apologists who either you had knew of or heard of or were good examples of the type of ministers who everybody had knew of and heard of, right? And then he gets the name off of tearing them down. You know, a lot of people you know because every time William Lane Craig goes live, they watch and then they make something in response to the thing William Lane Craig made. There are some people out there who, anytime Jordan Peterson sneezes, right, they make a YouTube video talking to you about the logical fallacies involved in Jordan Peterson's sneeze, right? And so, again, I'm not taking away from what they've accomplished, but there's a big part of the reason so many people have heard of them and they haven't heard of people like me and James. It isn't because people like me and James aren't making as good of content. It's because they're attacking William Lane Craig and Jordan Peterson, and me and James are going after Rebecca and Sal. Now, to be honest with you, from a content perspective, there's actually value to that. Part of the reason I don't like as much what those guys do is because they're kind of here, and the William Lane Craigs and Jordan Petersons of the world are up here. So William Lane Craig and Jordan Peterson, for lack of better expression, are kind of like A-list apologists, right? And even our A-list atheists in the content creation landscape are like C players compared to the apologists. So they're always kind of punching up at these apologists who don't ever acknowledge them. Notice you don't ever see, you rarely. Now, sometimes people's getting out there. Paula G is out there. Dillahunty's out there. PineCreek gets people's attention, right? Derek gets people's attention. But a lot of, y'all know what I'm talking about. A lot of them, you never hear them mention the atheists that criticized them. That's what it is, right? It's, you know, the lower tier wrestling federation, the WCW, the AEWs of the world, they're always openly taking shots at the WWE. The big ass WWE doesn't ever mention other companies on its television product. Y'all see the difference? So what we're doing by dealing with Sal, Rebecca, Otangelo, Blessed Be He, and Rebel Naz, is we're actually getting kind of in the ring, but we're dealing with apologists that we know. And we deal with them face to face, day in and day out. And I actually love that about this community because it wasn't just like taking shots at the throne. It was like, nah, nigga, call me. Yeah, come on my channel. I'm going to come on your channel. And so I like that about us. But again, it's not going to help us grow because the algorithm is not meant to send people towards people who are watching Otangelo, right? The algorithm goes, Otangelo Grasso's fucking nobody. So if you're just getting there and fighting with Otangelo, I'm not going to send you to viewers. Start making videos about William Lane Craig if you want me to recommend you to more atheists. You want me to recommend you to more atheists? Start making videos about Jordan Peterson. Y'all see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying I don't want us to be the independent scene. I want us to stay independent, but we got to take our shots at the bigger fish too. That's why I debated Kent Hovind. I'm like, if I'm going to get up here and fucking debate Rebecca's crazy ass every fucking day, and I'm fucking cutting these $1 million promos, you know, people love my promos. They like, Jay, you cut amazing promos. Well, I'm cutting amazing promos on Rebecca's ass. Right? I'm like, I'm cutting all these amazing promos. I might as well cut some promos on Kent Hovind's ass. Somebody set up a debate with me and Kent Hovind. And y'all saw, I used that to cut some of my best promos. That's what the logic was. It's like, I'm doing the work. Why not take somebody on with a bigger platform? Like, it's going to help us grow. That's what it was. It was like, if we think about growth, we can't keep going to Dave M's backyard and, you know, fishing goldfish out his goddamn pond. He gonna eventually be like, you're not impressing anybody. Go out there and hunt some fish. Go catch me a fucking sterling in the goddamn ocean. So yeah, I want to, you know, do less so that we can do more, and then do more when it counts and get us bigger opportunities, and do more with those bigger opportunities, and just stop bothering with the day in and day out. And then with that being said, if every once in a while something pops off, something interesting happens, or we could come to somebody's aid, or, you know, we could help promote something, you know, it's just, that's why we like helping James get started. And, you know, if there's small, if y'all know me, like I still need bigger content creators to help me, but if I'm big enough to help somebody that's getting started, I'll take that opportunity too. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking is I think I'm more excited to do more of my experiments, do more teaching, do more about my actual work and my actual passions, have more fun, and focus more on the creative stuff that I think is going to help us grow and bring different people into the community too. Like, I think if we keep doing counter-apologetics all day, then we're only going to get, you know, kind of like radical, emboldened atheists like ourselves, who we love, and that's all love. And then we're going to attract a lot of trolls. But I think if we spend more time doing different kinds of content, we'll actually attract in different people, and then they'll be around for the other stuff too. And so we'll actually be able to start bringing different voices to the table, probably less extreme voices, because they'll be like, oh, I hang out with y'all because, you know, y'all play American Truck Simulator and it's really chill. Or I hang out with y'all because, you know, I haven't been working on music, right? I haven't been playing drums, right? Like, you know, I should just be chilling like, y'all, it's the weekend, and everybody should be like, yo, Jay, you gonna be playing music all weekend, right? Like, I should be playing music, working on music, making mixes. You see what I'm saying, y'all? It's like they distracting us, for real. They're really taking us off our game, kinda. So I'm not really stressed over it. I'm just really thankful that we had that conversation with James, because I've been kind of thinking myself about going in different directions. Some of my thinking has been kind of brought on by some of these changes with YouTube. Like I'm just realizing the community's growing, and I want to put more effort in the Gather, in the Discord. I really appreciate our Discord. Like, our Discord probably has like 100 people in it, or close to it. It's like 80 something, I think. So we could just stream the Discord if we needed to. So matter of fact, I think that's okay. So that's another thing I wanted to do is tell y'all that, like, tonight I think I'm gonna be streaming overnight on Discord instead of YouTube. Also gonna be running stuff in Gather, and we're gonna be having fun tonight. I'm gonna just do some gaming. I'll probably stay up late, chill with y'all, game a little bit, and then try to get off before it's too late. But I'm not gonna go on the other channels. Instead, I'm gonna set it up and run the playlist in Discord. And so I'm gonna try to get Discord and Gather set up. I want to do more there. And yeah, I want to game and have some fun. So let's chill. I want to smoke, catch a vibe, and I'm gonna put something on, and then I want to play some. I want to play cards. I was just thinking about something, but I forgot. Let me see. Aaron Brown did a live stream earlier. Man, check out Aaron Brown. That's my guy.
What's that? Yeah.
Oh, hey. Welcome back to the show.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show.
If you don't like it, you can call a crackhead. Call a crackhead.
Eat a left nut.
Okay, guys. So before we get started, I just wanted to address a video that's been circulating about me. Okay, let's just play the video.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Crystal Kyle and Friends.
I am joined by Crystal, and I am.
Oh
Kyle.
yeah, what do we got to
That's why
do to
we call
get
the show Crystal Kyle? And we.
What do we got to do to get Carrie set up, AR? What is this whole shit about with like Discord if you don't have a phone or something? Let me think. Can you really not get in Discord without a phone number, y'all? Is there another way to verify Discord without a phone? Because to be honest with you, Carrie Ann is literally the only concern I had about streaming in Discord and Gather. Also, Carrie Ann, I think, like, you don't have to worry about your camera or your mic, but you should be able to get into Gather without a phone number. You should be able to get into Gather just with the password, with the link in the password. So if you get a chance tonight, later on, yeah, GatherTown should work fine with the phone or tablet. Yeah, because if we could get Carrie Ann into Gather, that would be fantastic. Yeah, man, let's try to do more in Gather, y'all. I'm going to try to be in Gather. You got to remember, I'm in Gather a lot more than you probably think. So I'm going to show you a couple Gather things. So number one, get the app. The app is good. But when you go home, you'll see all your Gather spaces and you'll see where people are at. So you're seeing that there are 4 people at the ranch. Now, something that's important to remember is part of the reason we have a lot of spaces is because Gather is actually a paid app, and they only give you free spaces up to like $20 or $25 people. And I want to expand that, so eventually I'll pay for our Gather to get bigger. But at first, I kind of like that. Like, I want Gather to get to the point where it's like limited access only. It's only going to be 20 or 25 people in each space at a time. And so sort of like we have the conditions where people are like racing to get to the stream, we kind of want people to like be racing to get to Gather, because that's going to be the first class experience where like you can see each other and hear each other, and multiple people are streaming, and you can walk around and bump into all your friends, and you know, we have this whole little avatar world. So anyway, we get a lot more flexibility by mixing up the areas. So that's why, you know, when you go to the church, that's a different area. And then you go to the university, and then that's a different area. And then you go to the lab, it's a different area. That way, you know, in principle, you know, I could be doing a stream from the church. We could have 25 people there. James Apperson could be streaming from, you know, the Cheers lounge in the speakeasy. We could have 25 people there, and they wouldn't interfere with each other. Now, eventually, I'm going to have to isolate even more spaces, like make the game rooms separate and all that type of stuff. And also, I'll grow up, I'll go bigger. But I just want to explain that to people so you guys kind of know. But yeah, I would say, guys, let's try to get everybody in together. Let's try to make getting in together as much as we can. Have it. Really appreciate UC Love in here streaming. UC Love, I think your sharing might not be optimized for video. There's an option over your share screen that says optimized for video. Sometimes that helps. And I also don't know if we're getting sound, which is good, because I know sometimes we can get sound when you share system sound, but sometimes then it like mirrors, it like echoes the stream. So, you know, some people, there's a reason why they're not sharing their sound. But yeah, just wanted to mention that. What game is this, by the way? Like some pirate stuff. Also, I need to change the settings so that the chat doesn't stay up. That's just one of my... I don't know if that's a home setting, it's a space setting. Preserve chat history, turn that off. All right. But yeah, I appreciate that. Also, folks, make sure that you're in the Discord. After we get going here tonight, I will make sure that the Discord is that we're going in Discord. So exclamation point Discord, and then once you're in the Discord, as long as we know who you are, make sure that you get the invite to the gather with the links and the passwords. Most of y'all should have that. All right, I'm going to vacate this space. I'm going to go to the Pinochle Lounge. So if you guys want to come hang out with me, I'm going to go in the Pinochle Lounge. But if not, AR or whoever, if you want to stream from this spotlight tile, that's cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love that fireplace. Oh, yeah. Oh, my man AR coming with me. Let's go. Come on, let's go to this Pinochle Lounge, man. All right, where? This way. This way. I love the decorations. Melody's in the house. Let's get it. Shit. God damn it. Where's Melody Joy at? Oh, did she go up to the roof with the other fools? All right, I'm gonna let her go there. That's fine. I'm going to Pinochle Lounge. All right. And let me put on some music real quick. All right, here we go. Let's God damn it. Wrong thing. I never know what the right thing to go up is. Oh, it's the outside things. So I always walk around the perimeter. And I went the wrong way. Oh well.
Can't hop out the ghost. Can't hop out the lamb. Blunt in my hand. I'm still a man. Now what was you saying? Can't stand on the gram, cause I'm moving grams. Might hop out the coop. It ain't got no roof. My dog is my troops. Pull up, they might shoot. I stay with my brothers.
I guess no matter what we doing here. All right, let's hit the note. Pull up the game. Oh, I turned my camera on.
That don't matter to a nigga like me, cause you know I keep it moving, yeah. They nervous. And that big boy whiff with your lanes on.
Melody's on the ranch.
Yeah. Whoa. They nervous. And that big boy whiff with your lanes on. Swerving, yeah. Whoa.
They know who I am, they know what I do. You get in my way, I'm not fucking with you. Yeah, my bitch bad with a bad attitude. I taught you to zag, I can't teach you the rules. Posting them pictures, you think you that dude. They gon' run up on you, blasting that too. Thought it was your turn, you look like a fool. I front you the packing and watch how you move. Thought you might float, but you really gon' sink. Fuck up the party, then fuck what you think. Smoking these blunts and I'm wearing a mink.
Alright, here we go.
Drinking, just play with the pink. Fuck up the city, then fuck up the state. I'm running in circles, you running in place. Ain't talking money, then get out my face. Never gonna stop, bitch, I've been here to stay.
All right, house rules, y'all. Double deck, modern scoring, play to score 500, bid style auction, declares pass, none, kitty, nope, stick the dealer, yes. At least a marriage and trump, absolutely. 20 and meld, yes. Ask to throw in, nope. Double royal marriage bonus, nope. Must head trick, always. Minimum 20 in tricks, yes. Must bid set to win, yes. Review last deal, nope. Meld display, medium is fine. Allow suggestions, no. Show all hands, no. Time to bid should be 15. Time to play should be 15. Since I'm doing practicing, I allow 30 seconds to bid so I can stare at my hands a little bit longer. But house rules are 15. 15. It's all listed for you here. If you go over to this board, it shows you the house rules. You can go over here. It'll show you the house rules. So you don't have to remember them. But you will. They're easy to remember, actually. I know it looked like a lot, but trust me, it's really easy to remember them. Once you realize what they're all doing, they're very easy to remember. All right, so those are the rules. They're set. You say create, boom, there you go, table. All right, I gotta do something with this music. It's just too loud. All right, let me see. No runs. Marriage. I got 20 in diamonds. I'll just pass 2 right now since I'm trying to figure out the music thing. I'll pass 2. My partner didn't really give me anything. I'll go up. My partner still wants to bid. And now they passed. I'm gonna pass. They're really up there, huh? $18. We'd have made it. We'd have been all right. They're gonna have to make 22. Can I just get some? Oh, I had Lisa right there. There. All right, here we go. Don't want to give him points. All standard stuff. They're just playing their winners. We're just trying to avoid giving them kings, tens, or aces. All right, now he played off. He gave it to my partner. Partner got in. I laid a point on it. We did. Let's get in. Partner gonna come back. Start playing. I have no more trump, so I'm just gonna give him a point. He knows I don't have trump now. Same thing. Just keep giving him a point. Oh, that's an interesting play. I think that's their trump. I think they got an ace. Ah, my partner won that. Okay, my partner. I should have pointed him, but I thought that ace was gonna get him. All right, go ahead, man. All right, now we open though. I played it safe. Wasn't a bad move. Fuck out of here. All right, let me get in. winners. Don't cut my clubs, thank you. Let me get these spades in. Let's go. One more. Ah! Played the rest. Yeah, they won that. They took that. All right. Damn. Ace 10, king, queen, jack, running hearts. Ace 10, king, queen. All right, there's extra marriages. There's a double, that's 4. That's it. No queen of spades, and there's no aces, kings, queens, or jacks. Here we go, 19 in hearts. I could pass 2. Oh, I got the bid in hearts. All right. I wonder if I could have taken that at 50. I had the dealer. Yeah, that was a stick to dealer. Should have paid attention. They probably all passed already. Hey, but we there already. We had the melt. All right. I didn't see my partner. I wasn't paying attention. All right, we're good. Let's get that out. Let's see if anybody gets rid of their Trump. Probably not. They're good. All right, cool. Boom. Get my winners out here. All right. All right, now let's see if I can find my partner. Maybe I find him in spades. Nope. All right. Not yet. I don't want anything like that. I ain't like that either. Do it again. I would have liked it that time. I'd have cut the shit out of it. Go ahead, and then partner. I like that. He done. Nice cut. Take it. I'll just take control. Oh, nice cross cut. Let's go. Yeah, I had to take that. Still cross cutting. That was pretty. Oh, and they offsuit. They just thrown off. We good. You good, partner. Yeah, we'll take that ace. Thank you. And that one. And oh, he took that one. That was in suit. That was on suit. Okay, but they ain't make nothing that hand. And we got back up in this bitch. Let's go. Back up in this bitch. Like, whoa. Ace 10, king, queen, jack. Ooh, that running hearts is looking sexy. No extra marriages. Yeah, that's it. I got 15 of hearts. All right, so I definitely want that bid though. Sorry, my heart's is too strong right now. Like, sorry, partner. Like you don't understand. You know what I'm saying? When I'm sitting on the hearts right now, bruh. You gotta understand what I'm doing in hearts right now, bruh. Ooh, AR about to go play Tetris. Yeah, that Tetris is getting lit. The Tetris is lit. We got the casino games. I got my phone going. Man, the gaming is so deep right now. Man, I'm leading. Give me some of them aces. Somebody give me an ace. Nah, all right. Whoops, look at that. I'm about to cut spades. Don't play them spades. Them spades ain't safe. Ooh, my heart's long. Yeah, I knew I had to let them get in here or something. But man, I ain't worried about you. Go ahead, give me another one. Ooh, that might have been it. That might have been, he might be done with hearts. Now I could probably beat with my 10. Let me see. Take that, nobody cares. I'll take those. Oh my goodness. Oh, Oh, good shit, partner. Oh, and we got that ace. He ain't want to get that ace up. He done. I'll take that. Take that. No, I'm not cutting with that because them 10s is going to kill everything. You're not touching them 10s. Come back in clubs. All right, yeah. Now his 10s is gone. It's fine. I'll take those. Oh, he mad about that. Go ahead, see what they got in diamonds. Oh, good play. I'll take that. He's still not good. Everything else in mine, give me the board. Give me the board. Stop playing. Man, get out of here. Boof. Let's get it. All right. Diamonds. No extra marriage and hearts. That's it. I'll go 52. 34. I'm just trying to gas him up, really. But I'm wondering ace 10, king, queen. I only got 17 in diamonds, and I know what my partner got. I don't want to fuck around and take the bid. And 30 mil, that's pretty good. 4. Wrong suit, man. Yeah, that worked out nicely for him. Oh, that's such beautiful table control. Got across to his partner. It's really annoying. All right, there we go. Sorry, I got to cut up in here. Good shit, partner. Oh. Oh, they knew exactly they could win with that. Fuck! Cut that shit. And we gotta give up points. Yeah, they making this. Alright, that ain't gonna do shit. It's just too little too late. I should play that other 10. All right. Can I have some cards, please? Please, partner, have more mail than you signaled that you don't have shit. $26. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why you didn't signal that you had 30 mil in your goddamn hand. That gotta took that motherfucking bid. Got us out here looking like some chumps, Fred. Come on, give me cards. I'm done. Nice. Cross that bitch. Nice. Clean up. Clean up. All right, let me get a donut real quick. Bucket gang, I got these morally superior cake balls. Oh, I really won that with that hoe. Let's go spades. Oh, these cake balls are dank, y'all. Oh, that's good. It turns out I was being a Christian, bragging about something before I really tried it. But I investigated and the evidence supports my initial position. Don't cut my shit. Don't cut my shit. Woo! All three aces got them fucking aces out there, baby, baby. Oh, come on now. Oh, my partner had the other one. Oh, and my partner had the other one. That was nasty. Oh, he sliced and diced him right there. At this point. Shit today. It finally got in there. Good shit, partner. He done. up the sky. He normally don't send milk, and this time he didn't have any. We all right though. We all right though. We only need what, 22? Gotta make 20 anyway. Gotta play careful though. Somebody give me an ace, god damn it. All right. Gave it to me. He gave it to me there. I don't know where to come back to this dude at. Play partner. Damn. Oh, I needed that. Yeah, we got set. God damn it. That's that stick the dealer. Running spades. Oh, thanks, Carrie Ann. Yeah, I go with the 4 colors. It's nice, especially in Pinochle because they don't have any relationship with each other. So there's no need to just go with the 2 suits. I also like that it makes the Trump yellow, and I like the animations. There's a lot of customization on these cards. I don't have a ton of aces this hand. Got stuck with the bid. caught my 10. It's all right. Oh man, we cleaned up that game. 94. Wow. Wow. Yeah, also you have your bids down here per suit, but I try to manually count them. No runs. There's a pinochle. Aces is 10. Queens is 16. Jacks is 4. It's 20. All right, so then you just pass 2. Go again. I'm bidding against my partner. I want the bid in spades. Oh boy. Nice. Well, I had a longer diamond suit and I had more top, so yeah, I could have. That was an interesting one. I went with the one that gave me the highest meld, which is usually the best move by default. You see the clock, man. That clock, I like the clock, man. The clock is nice, actually, getting on you. It just keeps the game moving. But when you guys practice, you don't need to keep the bid timers and the play timers on. I'm just gonna go back and clubs. There we go. Nice. Damn. Ah, wrong button. Woo! Partner came in there and saved it though. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, I definitely should have played the queen, but my partner cut it, so that was fine. That's mine. Yeah, we're good. 70. We are good. All right, we got a bid to get out of here. We're 70 away from that. We don't want to push it though. We got 20 no matter how we slice it, I guess. Take it in hearts. Partner, tell me you got something for my 22, please. I'm mostly just trying to keep them away from control of the table, which I should give up in a situation like this, but you know, we got to make a certain amount anyway. Partner, have 10 for me. Partner, have 10 oh my God. Oh, we about to be set. All right, here we go. Let's get him. Give me the ace. I need that ace. Got that fucking ace. I still don't know. I had a lot of winners though. A lot of winners. Nice, partner. Nice, partner. A partner got in. That crosscut could be big. He got the ace. Oh, he didn't have an ace. Oh, I let him take my 10. I'm dumb as shit. Alright, got it. Damn it. Oh, why did I do that? We were fucked anyway. Oh, I could have taken them. Did I get enough? I just made that bid. Holy shit, we just made that bid. I didn't think we was gonna make it. And I gave away 2 points. I was really worried. I don't have a goddamn thing. And my partner bid, I'm passing. He took a bid. Okay. Sorry, I ain't have nothing to help you, bro. I passed. I did the right thing. If we make this, we in there. That's it, though. I'm gonna give him my ace. Yeah, listen, we need these points. Let's just get these points. We need our 20. Nice. I thought he was gonna try to get back to me. I knew he was gonna get back to me in diamonds. All right. Yeah, he's got to take that. I'm out of Trump. Oh, okay, my partner got him. Oh, I was lucky. I was a little lucky right there. Fuck. Give me that. Nice. Nice. That should be the game. I think we did that. Pocket Locker and Fred win. First to 500, and we took the bid. Plus 61 for making 50 bid by 11. Them. Plus 64 defending details. You can see the details. Fred's mail, Pocket Locker's mail, points taken. Oh, I never looked at the summary. This is great. Fred's mailed. You can learn so much like this. You can see the mailed. You can see the mailed. Points taken. 11 aces, 5 tens, 9 kings, total trick points. Man, this game is so fucking nice. You can see theirs. So nice. Yeah, I really loved that. That was super fun. Good game too. We definitely owe them a rematch. Let's go. That was fun. Oh, I fucked up. I didn't mean to do that. I have 46 no matter what I do. Sorry, I'm gonna just do this real quick. Pass. What did everybody pass? I'm gonna just send the 40. I'm gonna leave the table. We're gonna do that again. I don't have any fucking. I'm sitting over here with 40 mil like a moron. I don't have a marriage. I wasn't paying attention. All right, look, I need to pee real quick, so I'm gonna go right back. We're gonna do another one with the same rules. Let me just run to the little boys' room real quick, because I forgot I can't interrupt in the middle of the game. All right, you said you could download the Gather app, but can't get it to install. All right, so try installing it. It might just take a minute, but there's the website. You should have a link in your email, and you can just use it on the web browser. But let me know. Try that. Try to see if you can. No, it's all right. It just takes time. You're all right. Nobody's hopeless with technology. They're just machines. They don't have personal vendettas against anybody, fortunately. No. Don't turn off the tablet. I should have sent you an email with the links and passwords to the ranch. And so there should be a link in there that has the link and password to the Bundy Ranch, and you should be able to just open it from the web browser in your tablet. So your tablet probably has Chrome or whatever web browser. In other words, you shouldn't need the app. The app is nice. I use the app. I recommend the app. Maybe if we play around, we can get the app working. But if you can't use the app, you should be able to just log into... you should be able to just use the link and then just tell it that you'll do it through the website. Yeah. I'll be right back, folks. Let me just go to the be right back screen since the music's playing.
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human. But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue. Touch your neighbors and say it's time to doubt. Here's a new kind of faith. It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart, or helps you deny reality, or only works seldomly. It's the kind of faith that's reliable, repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions, all biases, embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it. You can explain it. It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick. We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility. You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately? What has your faith done for society lately? Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years. But it was science that cured smallpox, measles, polio, and infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true. You can't fly. You can't walk on water. You can't raise the dead.
That's right.
Let's be humble.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning. say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing. And yes to medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book or a pastor or a priest or a rabbi or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
Okay, I feel you, Brother Doug, but, what's up with that jacket, though? We need to, have a little chat about that jacket, Doug. Has your wife seen this? Because I highly doubt that she's cool with the jacket, Doug. We like your Counter-Apologetics, Doug, but, the jacket is sus. I ain't even gonna hold you. The jacket is sus.
Yeah, the jacket's not okay. Doug, something wrong with that jacket, Doug. It's not okay to harm others, y'all, in case you didn't know that. All right, I want to show y'all something. I'm probably still gonna play the computer, but we're gonna start. This is what we're gonna start getting into, where you can compete, you can play these games, you can create. Like I have an account, right? And when you make an account, it comes. So the reason I picked this is because we can join. This is how we create games. So when we create games with each other, it's always free, right? But one of the things I like about this app is that it has real competitions. And so you can join these lobbies and play, like you have this. It has like a channel currency. You can have higher stakes games where you create these rooms and you can win, you know, their stacks or whatever, their chips, trickster chips. Buy-in and winnings are in trickster chips. They have no cash value and cannot be redeemed or refunded. But it's connection issues that result in the computer playing on your behalf or cause you to not be present at the end of a game is not a basis to refund or buy in. Yeah, but this is really fun. It's how you can compete and you know, start playing online. And then there's other apps, you know. So and eventually, y'all, we could play for cash, right? We could set up our own games, play for cash, Cash App, Venmo. We're also going to set up a cash room. See, this is the type of things I'm talking about that we can't be messing with these creationists all day. I want to set up some cash rooms where we play different, where one, we have the app set up so that you can actually gamble for money. Y'all know that, like, we're setting up basically like casino rooms, right? We start with the street games, then we go to casino games, but we have a lot of like the slot machines and the roulette and a lot of that stuff you just play for free. The idea is that a new kind of faith where gambling is ties. But you know, so imagine you're over the internet under the table. There you go, Logan. You already know. But it's like, you know, imagine you're kind of by yourself, right? Like you're by yourself in the gather, ain't got nothing to do. There's nobody to play dice with. There's nobody to play cards, and you don't want to play Tetris. You know, the idea is that you can go with, here, let me show you my screen real quick. I'm going to show y'all real quick. It's a good little break moment for me to show y'all this anyway. So everybody knows what's up anyway. I gotta start doing my tutorials again so people know how to get connected. All right, so waiting for my little screencast, my little screen share to come up here. There we go. I don't know why you took so long to see my computer. Real nice, real nice. Allow, always say, always allow. Okay. All right. And then, boom. So now y'all see my screen, right? So let's say you're by yourself. You're chilling, right? You just want to have some fun. You're hanging out. Hang on. I forgot to turn off the damn lo-fi. Goddamn lo-fi. Oh, hang on. Let me just end this one review real quick. Where y'all be seeing all my damn messages and shit. What the hell is going on? Here we go. There it is. Disconnect. Perfect. All right. My bad. All right. Let's try that again. There. Start. Boom. There we go. All right. Nobody send me titty pics right now. Nobody show me your tits for the next 10 minutes. And then immediately resume sending me pictures of your titties. All right, so you're bored, you're in here, you get your little bonus. You're like, damn, I don't know what to do. So you go in here, you're like, oh, cool, I'm gonna go play Panda's Gong real fast. Right, so you're like, this is cool. You're like, yeah, Panda's Gong. I don't even know what this is. It looks dope. These games are awesome. I'm not even gonna lie. These games are so much fun. Opening up this machine. Oh, here we go.
Happy to see you.
Oh, the room getting empty. Boom. Let's move to another room. That room was getting empty. Wasn't enough people in the casino there. It's like, boom. We know you don't want a game where nobody's at, man. Come sit down and have some fun over here. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Spin.
Happy to see you.
Bummer. All right. Bonus credit. All right. Give me that. Give me some more bonus credits. Yeah, I like that. Come on, baby. All right, also, these $250,000 spins is kind of expensive, so you could change your bet. Let's go down. Let's say I want to spin a lot, but I don't care if I win a lot. Let's go down to 25,000. Boom. Let's get it. Hit me with it, baby. Come on now, Papa need a new car. Come on now, you know we out here. Sacred death, bitch. I need some work on my motorcycle. I came all the way from San Andreas to gamble. Come on now. Backstage unlocked. Boom, let's go. Come on now. What, is celebrities back here and shit? Welcome backstage. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, pick an outfit I like. Oh, yeah, well, let me see. I'm about to say, right now, I'm feeling kind of Manda Bay. Nah, I'm feeling kind of MGM tonight, I don't know, I'm feeling kind of swaggy. It's date night, you know what I'm saying? I probably got my ladies with me. Let me go like this. Yeah, date night. That says I'm on a date. But me and my ladies is trying to have fun. We keeping it simple, okay? Yeah, we got that. Okay, I'm backstage. Okay, Bellagio, boom. I like the Bellagio look. All right, cool. I got a little inbox message. You hit me in my inbox. Free spins, let's go. Yeah, free spins. Y'all caught up. Check again later. All right, hit me with them free spins, boom. So we could get in here, right? So then you're gambling, right? And now the problem is, exit. You're just in love with gambling, and now you're chilling, and so eventually, that's just not gonna do it for you. Hang on. Yeah, we want to exit. No, we out. Peace out. We out, dog. We out. Bye. All right, why y'all tripping? Here we go. Close everything. Boom. Close everything. Now we don't pull up nothing crazy. All right, cool. Then we go, but see, now what you could do, though, is you could go to, like, the Here we go. Casino. Real money. Right? So we could play Eagle or we could play Golden Nugget. You know what I'm saying? You could start to play the DraftKings. So we could actually go in here and play. So that's the point, is we're gonna link up some of the apps so that we have the free slots. So we don't actually have these apps put in the thing yet, but we're gonna put them in, let everybody know which apps to get. And then, like, we'll have a cash room. So the idea is you could go in the cash room, and then you could play some of these real money casino games, or like, here, I'll give you another example, WSOP, right? You could play the World Series of Poker, right? This is, right? The World Series of Poker has, like, a real money poker app, right? Some of that stuff is, like, state dependent or whatever the fuck, but a lot of it's not. So, yeah. That's the thing. So, like, we'll have a free version, and then I guess if y'all want to play for cash or whatever. But, yeah, so that's kind of what'll be going on in the cash room. Like, there'll be some apps where you could, play for money, and then also if y'all want to play, like, under the table or whatever, Cash App, that's kind of what that's for. All right, let me, clear all that. I hate notifications. They're the worst. All right, let's just end the smart view thingy. Boop. Oh, you know what I should do here, y'all? Here's what I do. Boop, I should go to this first. I'm getting better. I go to this, then people can't see what's on my phone, although I'm not doing anything other than in the damn screen capture at this point, but it's a habit. You got to make those good habits, and then it just becomes second nature. All right. Yeah, we're good. Also, did somebody just message me? Because my phone just beeped. I don't like that. Don't make my phone beep. Oh, all right, cool. Let me see. Let me send the link, Carrie Ann, if I can. Yeah, I should send you the link. Okay, what the fuck do I search to pull up the ranch? It should just be in one of the emails I sent you. Let me see Carrie Ann. I might resend it. Let me see. All right. All right. Carrie Ann's getting the phone. Let me see. Sent. Gather. It says gather passwords. Nope. Maybe no. Does it? No. It says. Oh Lord. Oh, maybe I didn't make it a separate email. Hang on. Yeah, here. Let me open this file. I'll send it to you again. Under separate email. Y'all hear that? You know my computer freezing on me. Come on now. Come on now, machine. That isn't playing nicely. But yeah, y'all. So y'all see what I'm trying to do, man. I'm trying to do the virtual vision, man. We gotta up the vision, man. We're taking things to the next level, man. We're taking Gather to new heights, man. All right. Here is I got the email pulled up. All right, Carrie Ann, I'm gonna send it to you right now. Gather passwords. Oh no. Why is the formatting like this? All right. Hang on a sec. All right, hang on. I'm just getting it to format so it's a little bit easier. All right, Karen, I sent you an email. Oh. Gin link in email with passwords. Yeah, there should be a notification for mods. Yeah. I sent you an email with the password and stuff, so you should have it now. All right, here we go. All right, let's All right, let me go see what's going on over here on the ranch real quick. All right, Melody's over here. And AR. UC Love and Cameron are off somewhere. Who the hell is Linda? Club League, Baseball Clash, Football Strike, Golf Battle. Wait, these look kind of fun though. Hang on though. Hold up though. Baseball Clash, real-time game. Yeah, y'all, there's some sports games up in here they've been making. It's just fucking ridiculous. I'm with it. Yeah, you got to. And we also gotta make a board game area because we gotta get the famous games in here. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to do. All right, let me play another game of Pinochle and then maybe I'll do some other stuff. I don't know, man. I gotta remember, y'all, the Pinochle, time to get serious about Pinocles now because I think literally in the next week or so, hopefully the next week, my dad was talking about this coming week, knowing him maybe the week after or something, but it's just a matter of pinning them down to a time. So we might try to pin down a time this week and miss it and then actually make it next week. But yeah, my dad's going to get on and start playing with us. And so y'all going to see that, you know, even tonight I might play a couple more games because I'm trying to really get ready to play Pinochle and get y'all ready to play Pinochle. So I'm having fun, man. That last game was fun. You win some, you lose some. Sometimes you just don't have the cards. But, yeah, man. Let's get in here. We gonna chill for a minute. With Bart, we call this, I love these Bart Simpson lo-fi. We call this Bart Simpson and chill. But yeah, I'm really excited about the stream, man. Maybe James will come back around. I don't know if James is done for the night. But, man, James put a lot on our minds earlier, y'all. But yeah, I love these little Bart Simpson, these little Simpsons lo-fi channels. Carrie Ann is in airplane mode. Appreciate you. Yeah, I can't wait to get Carrie Ann in here. It's all right. We're going to get it all worked out. There's going to be some more stuff to do, man. Let me take a little quick look around. Whoa, what just happened? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what is that? What? UC Love, why aren't you sharing your sound? Or maybe he is. Yo, that's crazy. There we go. Yeah, appreciate you. What are you streaming? Holy shit, this is crazy. This is so cool. All right, y'all. See, that's the vision, right? Like, you could just walk around and, like, you don't know what the fuck is going on in here. First off, I don't know how UC Love made himself a robot. That's awesome. Oh, you can import animations and stuff. And I think that might be one of the special ones. I'm gonna send him a message. What are you working on? Yeah. Who are you talking to? All right, gang. I mean, that's super cool, right? So that's what we want here is that, you know, it's a compound. There are people here. And you know, you don't know who you're going to bump into or what they're going to be doing. All right, guys. So here's just a couple things to remember is when you're streaming in here. So number one is, hang on, let me make sure I don't mess up his game. But when you share your screen, right? You pick a screen, you share your screen. Afterwards, go here and it says optimize for video. If you're sharing like a game or a video, you need to make sure you turn that on. That's really important. That's what fixed UC Love's screen. If you notice when we first started watching his stream, it was really choppy. I sent him a couple messages and then it got a lot smoother. That's what I told him. I said, hey, there's a setting called optimize for video. Make sure you turn it on. So that's that setting. The other thing is he's streaming locally. Right? If we walk over to him, we'll see his stream. But if we walk away from him, we can't see his stream. These are called spotlight tiles. They're like little stages. If you stand on a spotlight tile, everyone in the room can see and hear you. So if UC Love were to come and stream over here, everyone throughout the entire room, even in these private table areas, could still see and hear him. So ideally what I would like is I want people to be streaming from everywhere. And I don't care if you stream locally. Like I don't care if you want to stream at a table or stream in the middle of the room. That's fine, right? But I want you guys to be aware that you're more than welcome to broadcast to the whole room. And that's what these spotlight tiles are for. So ideally if you're a streamer and you're going to make content, go ahead and, you know, stream on a spotlight tile. That way it's easier for people to see and hear you throughout the room. Yeah, that's all. So you guys will notice that too. Like, I should probably, you know, a lot of times if I'm in here playing Pinochle, I don't know how AR got outside the wall. Yeah, AR got outside the wall there. We got to make that impassable. You know what? There's just not enough impassable. There should be impassable tiles over there, and I didn't put the impassibles. All right, so let me share my screen. Let me optimize for video, and I'll do a little bit. I'll show you guys a little bit of gather building. Something like that is really easy to do, actually. Just go in, we go to the ranch, we go to edit the map. We pick our room. It's called the Pinochle room. I have a second Pinochle room, and I haven't looked at that room in a second because I built this one out, and I decided not to use that one. But yeah, see those impassable tiles are missing. So we just go to stamp. We go to tile effects, impassable, boop, boop, boop. And now all of a sudden, nobody will be able to get through there. And we'll save. All right, that's that. Let me just take a quick gander. Yep, that'll be fine. And that's what happened. He walked down there, but then there was nowhere to go. All right, so that's now done. And let me see what the Pinochle 2 looks like. Oh, you know what? I made that the dive bar for the university. Let me just get rid of that. Delete. We have a Zen garden I haven't used. That's going to be a Zen garden, though. Rat tunnels? Oh, that's probably something with the garden or one of the other maps. Oh yeah, I built Dark Castle. That's a race car, tent, AR. Speakeasy. All right, most of these we got rid of. All right, let's create a room. Let's call the. Actually, you know what? I want before I do this. I need to do some intelligence gathering first. Let's go to manage space. Just get me out of there. Let's go over here. I just want to go see. I'm going to gather some intel. All right, let's just. All right, now we pull back out. I want to look at this room. Yeah, I kind of like their rooms to make you guys high-level gather users. And I like this being games and stuff. More for like group bonding and shit. Yep. And then... yeah, that way. And I'm actually gonna build a separate space for the casino area with the maybe cash room off of it, or build it into the malt shop. But this is really supposed to be for the theater. It's a problem because I wanted the casino to be in here because it's good. But we should actually call this. Maybe we should call this the Village Malt Shop or the Steam Room. I got to think about that. What's in here? Yeah, because this is for gaming, like Steam and shit. And then like the malt shop overnight type shit. And there's nothing here. There's nothing there. I gotta think about this. Yeah, all right. Let's look at the rooms. Let's look at the rooms. That's gonna decide this. Let's look at the rooms. I'm not even gonna want it in a new room though. I'm gonna want it in another space. Go home. I already know that. Gather. Sign in. And I'm gonna want a new space from a template. Oh, that could absolutely fucking work wonders. There's like a stage area. There's all these booths. It's easy to build rooms off of it. Okay. Nah, that's way too officey. We already got the fancy office. Don't want it in the forest. Don't really want an office space, but that one would work. The unfurnished one. It's really not bad. But it might take more work. I've been wanting to build a theater. But I think that's what I'm going to use the casino room for. All hands room. Oh, that was the medium. That one's just bigger. Nope. All right. Holiday, we're not going holiday. We're gonna use these for holidays, but we're not doing that right now. Nope. We have the dungeon and escape. It's actually an escape room. We put it on the church and we're gonna use it as an escape room. We have gather games. Really fun. Wait, there's one place I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen this. Oh yeah, we have seen this, the volleyball. That's where we sleep, the Dark Island. We have a mystery mansion. Y'all see, we make use of our gather spacings. Oh, the speed gathering. Oh, I want to do a speed gathering. But that's not for this. Oh, taking sides. Yeah. That's voting with your feet. Tetris tournament. That'll be fun. The beach bar thing goes with the housing. Now we've got enough in our area. We've got an open mic cafe. Which actually wouldn't be bad for it, but that was the one we did for the cafe. We've got the tavern. Absolutely. Don't want to do the camp out because that's for camping out. Got a captain's cabin and it's too small. The castle's got all those rooms in it. The castle's kind of an interesting way to think about it. Because it's easy to create a cash room. It's easy to create rooms dedicated to certain games. It gets people over by the church. It's already on the compound. That's an interesting one. I've got the cyberpunk apartment. It's fun. Also got that to go off my apartment. That's my private little hangout. We built this for the students. We don't want to reuse that. And this is what we've got. Well, they're like, I don't want to show you the diner for some reason. Carrie says she got no link. Carrie, the link should be in your email. Let me check. wait, hang on. No, wait. That's the wrong email account. Okay. Oh yeah, that's weird. It doesn't have the links. All right, hang on a sec, Carrie. You're right. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, it didn't have the. It had the passwords, but not the links. I thought I put them in there. I'm sorry. All right, let me put the links in. I'll resend it, Kari. Sorry about that. No. That's my fault. I assumed the links weren't here. I'm like, I must have sent out the links separately or something. All right, let me grab the. Did everybody else get links with your stuff? Is that why people aren't in Gather? Yeah, no, that's why. No. I need to send you a link, Carrie. Sorry. Hang on a sec. I'm taking care of it. No, you can't get in without the link. Can't get in without the link. That way we can't be harassed and bothered by people we don't want in there. All right, here, hang on. Let me get these links in here. All right. Where's Flying University? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boom. All right. All right, that should be better. So sorry about that. All right, let's send these out. All right, and then it screws up the formatting again. All right, here we go. All right, I send it to you. Sorry, Carrie Ann. Oh my goodness, that explains a lot. All right, here we go. You know what? I might just stick with those as medium game rooms because we already have the game rooms. They aesthetically will match. Yeah, the game rooms are really nice, even the small ones. And we have a large one. It would make sense to just build a small one off the side for cash room. This is the other one I was thinking about, potentially a lounge. Yeah, I think the lounge switches it up nicely, actually. +100 people, that's a lot. All right, a small one. Yeah, we don't want to park. The rooftops are fresh. But we've got a rooftop. Space station is the office. We've got the speakeasy. It's gorgeous. The study's really nice. I think people should use that in their personal spaces. Oh, yeah. This is for Wayne. A tiny drawing room. They're so romantic. We've got our island, the waterfront, and sweet. Man, there's so many cool gather spaces, and they keep adding more. Then Garden's cool, we got one of them. All right, I think I'm good. Basic conference. Yeah, you're not interested. Deluxe conference. No. schools. I love the school. Blanks, empty rooms, empty spaces. Here we go. All right, I've looked through it. I'm always looking through it, always poking around for ideas. I definitely know where I'm going, though. I think this one's got to be the small lounge. I think the large is just too big. Let me see the small one first. You can call it the casino for now. Will be password protected. Let me go and put a password on it. Oh, that's great. Hang on, yeah. Let me come actually help you guys out with that. Probably more important right now. Let me jump on that. Oh, it didn't make me make a guy this time. Really? Okay, that's nice. Oh, I see. The small lounge is one room. Yeah, I kind of like it because this keeps it a little bit smaller. I actually don't want it too big. I thought I didn't know what to do because I didn't want two rooms. I kind of like this. Because we can decorate this to make a cache area, and then we can keep like cache. Like you could just make cache along this wall for now because we don't need a lot. And then fill this out with the casino games. And I guess what I want to do then is I want to put it inside the casino. Because I've been thinking about what to do. I'm like, I want to make a casino theater. I want to make this the casino. I don't want to put the casino things outside the casino and then have to rename the casino. Although I can name it. No, I thought about it. We could make this the casino room. And then I'll rename the casino room the Village Malt Shop Theater. Yeah, and then this is perfect to have a little casino and cash games area. Okay, I like it. I like this area. I just gotta figure out where I'm putting it. I gotta think, y'all. All right, let me get back in here to my people and I'll think about that. All right, I love the room though. I love the room. I think that room is fantastic. It gives it exactly what I want. Something different. It fits in the aesthetic. It's just a matter of where to put it. And I think the answer is going to be, all right, here we go. Here, I'm in the casino. Yeah, I think I'll just put it off the casino. All right, Cam, come on real quick. Carrie Ann is in here. Come on, Cam. I feel bad for Cam because I'll be doing shit for so long. Cam probably go chill for a minute, and then he come back, I'll be moving around. But Cam learning how to follow me around the compound. I did just see Carrie Ann on here, and then she popped off, so... but yeah, Cam is out with me now. Oh yeah, I think this will be nice, y'all. And that room kind of has a left entrance. It has like an entrance over here. Oh, and we could build the Zen garden maybe off of here. Because there's enough Zen in the office. Because I want this to be like our little hideaway. You know, it's like we got our office in here on the compound, and then we got our little hideaway. The office has plenty of Zen. I think making a little Zen room off of here would be nice. And then, yeah, I can put the casino room in the casino malt shop, which will make it a little bit more social. Pinochle room's the only real isolated room. And then you go to the casino malt shop. Oh, and it's just like the casino. The casino's in there. The malt shop is like the diner. The theater's right here. Yeah, because I might be able to build even a proper theater off the room. Yeah, because that'll be better than, and then I could use the all hands room for work stuff. Interesting. Or I could put the theater in here. Yes. That way people are in the same room that I want to be in. That is nice. Okay. Okay. And there's TVs up too. Yo, this could work. This could work. I like this room. A very nice room. And then I think what I want to build is a little bit of a... All right, I like this. This is gonna solve a bunch of problems for us, y'all. And it'll give me 2 areas inside the casino to stream at. Okay. Oh, I can't rename this damn space though. And I really don't want to. It shouldn't be called the casino because it should be called the... Man, what are the rooms in a fucking casino called, man? These are called rooms. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up calling it the casino room, I guess. Or like the gambling hall or something. Interesting. Yo, I gotta just chill right now, man. I gotta relax, man. I gotta relax, y'all. Man, I'm so excited, man. James Apperson is here. Yeah, I like Dave M, man. The vibe was killer with Dave M. Yeah, James, I'd love to chat. I don't know where you're at. I don't know if you could hop in with us. But James, if you want to chat, let me know, man. You can hop into Gather with us, or I could. I got a restream link up too. Hi, Lena. How you doing? Let me see if I'm coming out the right goddamn input. No, maybe not. Muted, I think. Don't know if it's me. Oh, Lena's not in the spotlight or close to me. Boom. Now I can hear you.
You like...
All right, hang on a sec. This thing is doing this thing again. All right, sorry. You're good.
No worries. I'm just curious if everyone can hear me or just you.
Everyone can hear you.
Cool.
They can't see you. There.
But we can only see if she's on.
Now they can see you.
On that tile spot, I think she's out.
Yeah, she's close enough to my tile spot. She's sucking up my spotlight.
Oh, goody.
No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna try to keep spotlight tiles in the general area around the spotlight tile. That way I don't have to put a bunch of them, but people can kind of congregate there and make it more of a stage area.
Yeah, I think it should depend on the room.
Yeah.
But usually like having 1 or 2 is good.
Yeah, but I at least want there to be 1 or 2, and then, you know, like in an area like this where the tiles, it's kind of like a tiled area. I can put a few around there. You won't see them. It's kind of like the same way in the speakeasy. There's one that you see there, but then there's a bunch there you just don't see the spotlight mark. That way it doesn't look tacky. But, you know, if you're up there on a panel or something, it'll naturally have everybody there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a little weird. So, like, the classrooms they have set up to where, like, the students are all in, like, this little gridded area, and as long as they're in that gridded area, they can, like, see and hear you as long as you're on the spotlight tile in the front, but they can't see and hear each other, and you can't see and hear them, so we had to, like, manually add spotlight tiles under all the chairs. so my students can't see them. But once I did that, it was like so much nicer because then it's just like a normal Zoom meeting where like everybody could see everybody. You know,
which is what you want.
Yeah. They have that set up. I guess the way they were thinking about it was that you'd have a lecture portion and then you'd have like the little breakout rooms, and that when you're lecturing your students, you don't need to see and hear all of them. But with a small class, that's not, you know, with a small class, you want to make it so everybody can see and hear everybody. If I had 50 students, that'd be different.
If you had funding from the school, you'd be able to add more spaces in, right? Are they not funding this?
Not yet, because I think it's like, you know, my own thing. But I think if I like needed it for a class, I could get money for it. It's just like, it's sort of like, I think part of the problem is Gather. I think Gather's in that they seem to be in that space in their business model where they're not quite sure which direction they're going to go. Like, they're doing really awesome work, but they're still like, hey, this is like Zoom with like hella premium features. So like, let's give people like, you know, a room of like 20, 25 people for free. But then beyond that, it starts getting weird because they're like, oh, you could pay for the person by the hour. Because the idea is that they want it to be for like an event. So you're going to, like, they literally want it to be like reservations. They want it to be like, we're having an event and we need 45 seats. Like they if you go to their website, like they talk about it like a reservation, right? And so the deal is like, we're going to have this event from 8 to 10 on Friday night, and we need to seat 45 people.
And you don't have to build anything. You just get the template.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do. Yeah. But you got to pay like per person by the hour because they're treating it like a restaurant. You know what I'm saying?
That's kind of bizarre. I mean, how pricey is it?
It depends. I think it's like $2 per person if you do it by the hour or something like that. But it's like $3 if you want to do it by person for the day, and then it's like $7 if you want to do per person for the month. So they're kind of thinking of it like it might be like an event where it's just like a little gathering or something. It might be like a day thing. We don't want to kill you for that, so we'll just give you something flat for everybody. And then if it's like a virtual office or something, then you're probably going to pay per person per month. And it's not unreasonable, but it stops it from being, I don't know. It just needs to be like, they just need to get over it. Yeah. They need to make, and part of it, they're trying to limit their servers, right? And so they're trying to make sure that if you pay for it, then you get like server priority. They have reasons, right? It's not. Yeah.
And then, the most lucrative strategy would be to implement ads for the free version. And you can pay to get rid of ads.
Yeah. So they've got to kind of figure all that out, right? And then I think there probably won't be much integration. Like, I think because, you know, they don't want to get in bed with Steam or the Google Play Store or anything like that. If something like that happens, it's hostile takeover. It means they got bought by Google. Right? Right. Like, they get bought by Google, and that's one thing, right? But, you know, it's like, even if you think about something like Steam just, you know, made its own mobile gaming device, and Steam is trying to push the Steam operating system, and Steam's trying to take over the world.
Realistically, they'll make their own metaverses, right? That's kind of
yes, that's kind of the idea. Yeah. And I think we're just gonna bounce around to whoever's
got the best free version.
Got the best free version, or at least giving us the potential to do what we feel we need to do. And that's why I isolated our spaces, right? Was because the hack is that you can treat your separate room as separate spaces. So if I made the compound all one metaverse, then we'd only be able to have 20 people in it at one time. But the way we have it set up, we can have 20 people at the church, 20 people in the tavern, 20 people in, you know, the residence, and they're kind of separated. We
James,
don't have.
Are you in the call?
Oh yeah, it's James. Yeah.
Well, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out how to show something other than a black screen for my avatar. for the stream or whatever.
I do like the James Apperson screen thing. That was cute. Whoever came up with that for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, did you make that or?
I did make that. I made that like many months ago.
Yeah, it's clever.
Yeah.
I like it. It's got the swipe right vibes.
Yeah, it does. Swipe right, swipe left. I'm good either way. Let's make it happen.
So, yeah, go ahead. You want to talk about Dave or what?
So I had a great conversation with Dave, and he went ahead and published it to his page. He said he's going to clean it up later. 3.5 hours. We did not plan that at all, but that's what happened.
Damn.
And then I've got this. Wes is a producer for different shows and for different channels. And he works for Godless Engineer and Skeptic Haven and a bunch
I've heard the name. Yeah.
Yeah. So he wants me to debate Father Gad, and apparently he's like kind of a big name in the debate circuit. Like he debates Richard Carrier and a bunch of other people. And I'm like, why does he want to debate me? I'm not anybody. He's like, oh. So I'm like, okay, well, I could do it.
Well,
So he wants to
sometimes
schedule
these guys are looking for cannon fodder.
Yeah, well, he can assume that. That'll be fun.
Yeah, and I'm just like, that's fine. But yeah, that's great, dude. I'm just trying to get each other out here, man.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you about that. Did you follow up with Lamont Stewart?
I did not yet. I love that name, though. It always reminds me of Sanford and Son.
Yeah, but he's looking to interview people, and I want to kind of hook him up and send some people his way because he's trying to help us and do the right thing, and so I appreciate that. I'm sure he'd love to have you on. I didn't know if you were interested or not, but
yeah, I'll talk with him. Do I already have a link? I can't remember.
He's in Discord.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look for him there.
Yeah, it's Vandalia 1998. So you see him in chat a lot, but it's one of those things where his name in chat isn't the same. But yeah, I'll try to link you up with him this week. And yeah, he's just looking to interview people. He's trying to grow his channel.
Awesome. Oh, so I went and watched a video with Father Gad and James Carrier. I fast forwarded it to a random place in their 2-hour debate, and the moment I picked just happened to be them reading a question from My One Black Friend.
Oh, fantastic.
Just happened to be.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, he's out here, right? I'm glad he's starting to do stuff on his own channel because he's like popping up all over the place, and I don't think he's had really anywhere to send people.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you remember what his question was?
Oh, something to the extent of, is there anything that a god could do to prove his existence that couldn't happen if there was no god? And
that's a good one.
I thought that was brilliant.
That's almost like a remix of the Hitchens question, right?
Yeah, it is, but I love the way he put it. So, they kind of wrestled with it a little bit. I thought it was a powerful question. They didn't have a good. Richard Carrier doesn't believe in like that kind of a god, anyways. He's got some other kind of beliefs. I can't remember what they are, and but yeah, neither one of them like really could tackle the question very well.
Wait,
so
Richard Carrier he doesn't consider himself an atheist?
I don't think so. He's got some weird. He's atheist-ish, I think. It's like
yeah. But I know he said he was Taoist or something, but I don't think he's that anymore.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm under the impression he's an atheist now, but he registered as a Taoist when he went into the army. And I guess this thing is just not gonna work with my camera. Like, I guess I gotta move my camera now because it just puts that name bar there over my face or whatever. Like, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's weird. I noticed this. But yeah, I think Richard Carrier is a cool dude. I got thoughts about him that I'd like to share because I don't get to share him often. But damn it, there's so much. James, you're becoming one of my real good friends. Same with Lena. Because when I see you, I'm like, James, there was this bucket of 50 things I needed to talk to you about. But now that I see you, there's 30 new things in the bucket. What the fuck? How are we gonna get through this bucket of topics, James?
Right.
But all right. So Richard Carrier and I have different types of scholarship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I always say this, like, I love this. There's different type of academic jobs. So Richard Carrier's thing is I can even distinguish him from like a Bart Ehrman because they both get rewarded to sell books, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Bart Ehrman is like, he still has to teach at the university. He's got committee responsibilities. He's got faculty shit to do. And even though he does his own thing, he's like flying the banner of the UNC, and they're kind of always looking down at him, like, what are you doing? Not looking down at him badly, but just like over, like, yeah, like we expect you to be, doing something we could be proud of or whatever, right? But it's fine because he's in history, and historians sell books. Well, historians write books. They mostly don't sell them, right? But they do write them, right?
They do write them.
That's kind of the currency of the field. Matter of fact, even to get a PhD in history, your dissertation is more or less expected to be a book, right?
Right, and I bet you most of the books that he sells because of his exposure in our YouTube communities.
Right. So from an academic perspective, his department is like, knock yourself out, right? Because they know it's helping them sell books. But Carrier is free to like push his blog and do his whole thing independently because he doesn't have any of those restraints.
Yeah.
And that also means, though, that when Bart levies certain criticism about him, Bart's standing on solid footing. I don't always like the way he uses that. But when he says that Richard Carrier's work doesn't have the same restraints that his does, and, well, Bart starts his cackle, and he goes, nobody's taking nobody's taking that Richard Carrier stuff seriously because, just, if more academics would just say that it was reasonable, I'd be perfectly happy to talk about it, but nobody's talking about that stuff, right? And it's kind of like, unfortunately, he has a point. Because that's the same game we want to play with science, right? Mm-hmm. We're always like, yo, IDC, yeah, we're cool. You want to be skeptical of the most well-accepted theory and of how this goes? Great, knock yourself out. Just convince the consensus of academics that you even have a case.
So that's an uphill battle, though, because the problem in that particular field is that it's mostly stocked full of people with religious beliefs that are invested in
100%, but you know what? Not so much that you can't get the work done.
Yeah.
And so to me, you got that in terms of history, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
You got that in terms of Bible colleges and theology departments, 100. But Bart Ehrman works at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
Right.
You don't even know he in a theology department. It might be religious studies or something, right? Like, he ain't talking about no Bible school stuff. Right. And Richard Carrier got a degree from Columbia.
Yeah.
So I love Richard Carrier, y'all. I call myself a carrier dome. I think that's what he should call his fans, right? Richard Carrier all in your head, a carrier dome. Come on, I think that's great. He got to go with that. That's marketable. And I paid to take his class because Derek took it. I've read his blogs. I watch all his YouTube stuff, anything he does on YouTube. And I have read The Historicity of Jesus cover to cover, fuckfaces.
Nice.
When I took his class, bro, you're saying I was studying. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want people to think I'm throwing shade on the man. Like, I love that man's work, and I think his voice is so brave, and to take that issue on, as thoroughly. Yeah. I mean, come on. No. So he has my unbelievable admiration, and I want to also qualify this with something else. I've talked to him about this. I've asked him questions about this via Super Chat, and I've had the opportunity to directly ask him questions, and I've asked him about this directly, so I'm not saying nothing I wouldn't say to the man's face. He's just not interested in academia.
Right.
Doesn't want to do it, doesn't care. But that very disinterest is what's holding back the field.
Yeah.
Look, I wanted to be a lawyer. I make a lot more money as a lawyer. I wanted to work in politics. I make a lot more money in politics. Y'all know I'm connected, right? Like, straight up, right? Like, you know, I could play my ass off, James. I could make a living playing drums anywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when that research bug gets you, you like, man, we got to do this. Right? And then when you start doing it, it's only one way to do it. And we all do it. And we all, it's a whole bunch of us that's talented enough to be doing all types of shit, James. Right? But we understand, boy, you want to make a contribution to this here scholarship, the only one game in town. It's called academic research.
Right.
And so you just nut up and shut up, right? And Richard Carrier won't. And then his main complaint now is that the scholars won't take him seriously. And I'm like, do y'all see the problem this man is presenting to me?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all they're saying is Richard Carrier, and like, he's like, nah, I don't want to take a job. But I'm like, but Richard, what about training the next, right? Part of it is if you want scholars, okay, fine, they won't take you. But if you take an academic job, then somebody else gets to come along and say, hey, Richard, I was watching your YouTube videos. I have a dual undergrad in history and classics, right? And I was thinking, you know, I could do some historicity of Jesus, you know, look into some of these finer points and see what's worth digging up, right? Like, in other words, I'm trying to tell him, like, homie, you might be the dude that could be doing what Wayne talks about with WWE, setting the table, right? Creating a lane for everybody else to come behind you and eat.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to come make this whole case about the historicity of Jesus and then be like, I'm not interested. And I'm just like, bro, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan, but I'm honestly just disappointed. And I've told him as much. Like, and it's like, I celebrate you. I'm a huge fan and I'm happy that you are personally doing what makes you happy. Again, it's like I tell you about your stuff. It's like, we'd be disappointed if you stopped making a blog. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Now, if I know you personally and I'm like, yo, James just didn't want to do the blog anymore, I'm happy you're not writing the blog anymore. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm disappointed because we lost the voice. You see what I'm saying? And that's how I feel. I'm like, Richard Carrier, like, we trying to fight out here, bruh. Do you know what? Hang on, y'all. They're serious. Just look, Christians. There's just serious, accepted academic doubt about whether or not Jesus existed. I mean, it's a game changer. So I'm happy that he's found success. I'm happy he's selling books. I'm happy he's got a Patreon. I'm happy people follow his blog. I'm just personally a little disappointed that he's not more interested in academia. But as a fan, I've accepted that's not what he's interested in.
Right.
But yeah, that's my thing with Richard Carrier. Just, I get it though, right? I see the bullshit every day. And so when he's like, I don't want to deal with the bullshit, I'm like, can't blame you.
Right.
Yeah. Can't blame you.
Yeah, I can't blame him either.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he makes a better case than Bart Ehrman does for
I do too.
mythicism. Now, I happen to think there was a guy. I think there was.
That is interesting because that's the journey I've been on. So I started, obviously as a Christian, and then even as a Christian, I really started to doubt the historicity of Jesus, as a matter of fact. And I think it is a little bit more responsible for bringing me into this community than I talk about. And then I remember looking it up. Like, I remember going out of my way to look up, like, whoa, is there really, serious doubt that this dude existed? I remember it being one of the things I looked up. And the first time I really read something written by, like, an atheist author, an atheist organization, rather, I could probably pull it up right now. And it was a game changer for me. And then when I went through Richard Carrier, I thought exactly the same thing. I thought, man, I don't know if there wasn't a guy, but I now know they haven't made the case that there was.
No, they have not made their case that there was. Barth's reasoning is heavily fallacious.
Yeah.
You know, it appeals to popular ideas and appeals to tradition and appeals to like the authority of modern institutions. It's like and big giant assumptions.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah.
you know, you can't sit there and, you know, you can't get past the fact that it was decades of silence as far as we know. And then suddenly, you know, there's Paul who admits he didn't witness shit. And then decades later, there's some Gospels who can't even agree about it with each other about what really happened. And they copy off of each other in parts and disagree with each other in other parts. And it's all just this religious people trying to justify their religious bullshittery. And so, you know, they can't really build the case that there was a real guy. They just can't.
And I think Bart Ehrman is almost the king of the self-own in the sense, right? Because his real passion is allegedly running around telling Christians the Bible's literally the epitome of contradictions and unreliable stories.
Right.
But then he has to flip and tell us that at the core of it, pretty goddamn reliable. You know, and it's just
right. And part of me doesn't know, like, is Bart still like emotionally attached to the idea of a Jesus and he can't completely let go? Or is it just because his paycheck and his standing in his community requires that he play ball on their terms? You know, Chapel Hill and these other peers that are Christians, and he doesn't want to like hurt his own career by standing up and admitting that Carrier makes some pretty good points.
I almost wonder sometimes if that whole thing's a cry for help, right? It's like I ask about Christians. Are they asking us to wear, you know, it's like I said with COVID, like I'm not going to be in the first wave. So what's happened, the reason I'm not going back out there is because I haven't seen my friends and close ones go back out there and it's all good. I've seen everybody go back out there, but about every third person is getting real sick with COVID, even the vaccine boosted ones. So I'm like, I'm good.
Right.
Now, you know, when y'all catch a couple of real movie seasons and nobody's getting sick, we'll chat.
Right.
But I think people do the same thing with faith. Let me see. Jay's strong. James is strong. Let me see how they wear atheism. Let me ask them all the tough questions. Right? And then, you know, and then they try it out vicariously. I wonder if that's where a lot of the arguments, and you said something about the conversations I have with people where I said people bring up the arguments or they'll bring up the apologist, and you kind of said, well, if they do that, they're already too deep in it. And I was kind of wondering about that because sometimes they catch me off. Like, I don't know, right? I think I'm good at, you know, picking up what's going on with people. But of course, I can be manipulated like the next one, right?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think I'm pretty easy to get over on in some ways.
Well, we all have our
vulnerabilities,
our blind spots and our weak spots, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, the thing is, like, I think Carrier could make a better case for example, for there being, I don't know. Like, I think all of them could make a better case for this. I just think that the line isn't significant. It's not important. Here's the thing. Every fictional character that's ever been written has been based on a real person, period. Now, sometimes it's not a person that the writer personally knew.
Right.
Sometimes it's only someone they've heard something about from someone who heard something about. I can't think of any fictional characters that were made up from scratch. Dracula was built on Vlad the Impaler. Santa Claus is based on St. Nicholas.
Yep.
You know, Wonder Woman was based on the writer's polyamorous relationship with two different women. And even if you don't know, even if you're writing about someone you don't personally know, if you trace it back far enough, you're going to find elements of somebody's real life somewhere.
Right,
So I just think it's not. Plus, proving or disproving a mundane guy is like a world away from proving a person with superpowers that came down from the sky to like save himself or save us by some ritual sacrifice bullshit. So, I don't think it's that meaningful. I think the reason why I would say that there was a real guy, that there was a Jesus, is because the writers were bad. They were not good writers. They suck at writing. But but here's the thing. There's this very real character that bleeds through the obvious bullshit. And this very real character is very human. And it all ties together in a very reasonable way, talking about a guy that had severe unresolved daddy issues, and he wasn't regulating his emotions very well, and he had schizophrenia, and this kind of the voices in his head. He became.
All right, I'll tell you what I told Derek, man. That shit gives me chills, man.
Which shit?
That there's a guy.
Why?
I don't know, man. It's like, to be honest with you, I hate to say this, but Christians don't take the idea of Jesus seriously. They just don't. It's just a name. There's something about that name. Bless that wonderful name. It's the go-to, whatever, blanket, almighty. Like, it's this vacuous, vaporous thing.
Right.
Right? And there's no weight to it. There's no weight to it, right? When to me, when you take the truth seriously, when you take reality too serious, it's heavy to you. So when you look at a chimp, right? If you understand anything about evolution, when you look at that chimp and you realize how closely related you are to that chimp, you realize that, it's less than a snap of a finger difference in gene, and you could be that chimp. And they about to wipe these motherfuckers off the planet. And the chimp is sitting there locking eyes with you and will look right at you. And you will recognize it's what? It's humanity. You'll realize it's chimp-like. No, you're chimp-like. It's human-like. Like all of that will just blur into nothingness. And you will just lock eyes with this thing that is clearly locking eyes with you. And holy shit will be the only thing you capable of thinking, right? If you recognize shit about life and you recognize you're on a rock hurling around the sun in space, and the next time you go to take your dog out in the middle of the night and you catch a glimpse of the moon and you really take a second and think about the moon, and you're not thinking, holy shit, you don't understand the moon, right?
Right.
So now, again, tell me, if Taylor Swift walked in this room, you'd piss your fucking pants. And, oh my God, if I met Barack Obama, it would be like the greatest shit ever. And, oh my God, Michael Jordan signed my Jordans. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, fuck all that. There was a Jesus Christ, my guy. Right? Like, fuck everything. Like, let's just go with the very basics of the story. This was this illiterate, itinerant motherfucker, half raised by a barely competent carpenter, right? And he has this little roving gang like us, right? Jesus was like us, y'all. It's like 10 people watching us right now. That's it. Like, right? That was Jesus, right? Y'all think we ain't Christians? Dog, Jesus was on some call to the flying man shit. He was like, I got me, Peter, couple of ragtag people. We good. Let's go. Right? Right? And then, for whatever, he tries to have some noble message. Maybe it's crazy. Maybe it's half righteous or whatever. But for his time, he's pushing, he's making people think, right?
Right.
And then he gets himself in so much trouble, they off him. Like, they just straight execute him. The Romans was good at that. But
that crew, like literally that call to the fireman, yo, they was like, nah, that was our guy, man. And we know what he taught us to do. We got this. Come on, to the four corners of the earth, right?
All four corners of this big old planet.
Exactly. You know, and so they started rolling out, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And here we are 2,000 years later. And the motherfuckers that take this book seriously and connected him to being the son of God and all this, now ain't none of that true, right? Like, they are sitting on some bullshit. And quite frankly, them people is basically trying to ruin the world right now, right? But y'all, at the end of the day, there was really a dude. Like, there was really some ape. Like, there was really a monkey that other monkeys cared about this much. So it just gives me chills because, you know what? It's like I always say it's bullshit when I go home on the holidays and my mom's pastor wants to sit up there with the fucking orchestra with the blase and the glavin noise about the, you know, the census and the slaughtering of the innocents and all the miraculous signs of Jesus and the wise man. And we all know that's horseshit, right? But he always starts that Christmas horse shit with the standard, and this is the greatest story ever told.
The greatest story ever told.
You know what? And I'm like, it's all a bunch of bullshit. But if there was a dude, it might be one of the greatest stories ever told, if we ever figured out the true story. That the true story would be just because of the result, because of the impact. You see what I'm saying? Like, if they write a real biography, we all reading it, or it's going to be a bestseller. If there was a real movie about it, you see what I'm saying? Like,
I'm going to do it. I'm going to write the screenplay for that because I got it figured.
Yeah, go. I mean, go for it because it is a story worth telling, and so that's what I mean, James. It really does give me the chills, like the fact that, like, thinking about there might have really been a dude, and Derek's kind of that way too. Like, he's kind of agnostic, leaning historicist, and I'm kind of in that camp lately too. But I'm just telling you, the idea of it is real heavy to me. It like really is like wow, and I don't think Christians take it seriously. I really don't. I think it's just word games to them at this point.
Yeah, I think it's just it represents their emotions, their hopes, their fears, their narcissism, their sense of awestruck about the universe, but not knowing how else to explain their sense of awe, and their tribal identity and their community, and it just the narrative that they couch their sense of identity and worth within. Like, it's a bunch of different things.
You know what I just realized?
Hmm.
There's no room for a human in there. Like what you just said. Like, there's no room for all that to be tied to an actual person. Like, everything you just said, the awestruckness and the wonders and their identity and their tribalism,
right?
That's too big for a person.
Sure. So it's not the person, right? It's what they've replaced the person with. It's these much larger constructs.
It's like MLK. We can never sell people. He did a lot of drugs and was cheating on his wife. They assassinated his ass because he was fucking white bitches that night, and they knew exactly where he was, so they set up on him. Right? Like, that's the truth. And most of us don't care, right? Who cares? Like, Martin Luther King was a human being, right? But he means something. His legacy means something. People mad at me for even bringing it up. Jay, why you got to crack on MLK? What MLK had to do with this, right? But that's how people are, right? The identity and the legacy of the man, he means so much to people that we don't even want to know the actual human details of his story because it just somehow takes something from us. A lot of times we feel that way, right? We feel like we're losing something if you take, if you make this hero just like the rest of us, And I think that matters, right? Because I think this is what I thought about Jesus, right? Maybe Christianity would be better off if he wasn't a real person. And it was almost like there's some Christians, I think the word maybe is like Jesus mysticism, right? Not mythicism, mysticism, like a mystic understanding of Jesus.
is similar but spiritual, right? It's like, oh, I'm a Christian, but Jesus is an idea, right? And that idea represents this perfect person. But we live in such a broken, fallen world because we're all so imperfect. And again, this is true, right? We call it mutations and the world's fucked up. And we all say nobody's perfect, and we know that that's true, right? We know everybody's made mistakes and everybody's been shit on a little bit or whatever. Hurt people, and we've all been hurt. So, but at the same time, right, it's like, we want to still aspire to something. So it's like, well, what story will be good? Well, the story isn't you should be perfect, because then you'd like lose. You'd be better than all of us. No. So if you were perfect, we'd reject you and kill you. Right? But you should still try to be perfect. Right? Like, you know what I mean? And so it's this mystic idea. And that's why I think we feel like we lose something if you take our heroes down, because there's something in us that wants to aspire to be greater than we are ourselves. And if we have no examples of that, then it's a harsh reminder that it's probably not really possible. And so I don't think it's so much that you can't tear down Jesus. It's that we can't live without heroes. And for so many people, he's the hero that you can't live without. And I've lived the other life where, people say don't know your heroes because they'll disappoint you. I've known most of them. My heroes are all people I've known. Right? But I've had to learn to live with that disappointment, and it's fucking just devastating. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. I talk about, my love of Cory Booker, but holy shit, I've had nights where that man's literally put me in a line of fire. Right? Where I've literally had, he's made decisions that, like, I've had to go to community organizations, like, opposing this man while I'm on the campaign team, and I'm just sitting there and your blood's boiling. How the fuck could you fuck this up so badly right now, dude? Right? Right? Got me sitting, and you're literally having to play both sides in real time, going, holy fucking shit. And you're just taking shit from both sides, right? And it's just unbelievable, but that's what happens when you become family and you're stuck in the mud because you're here and you're expected to be part of figuring it all out.
Yeah, I've been in a similar situation, similar but different.
Yeah, and Rich Lenski's the guy who ripped my fucking writing to shreds and made me feel like I can't write sentences. And I don't know my own work, right? And boy, you don't want to deal with him when he's in a bad mood. He's just very rarely in a bad mood, but it's not a thing you want to see, It's because that sharp rhetoric, that sharp scientific mind gets turned on scrutinizing you.
Yeah.
Not fun. Not fun at all.
Not.
So it's but that's what it's like, when it just comes with the territory, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense that people want to be identified with something larger than themselves. I was talking to Dave M about that earlier, about the whole once a Marine, always a Marine thing that happens when people leave the Corps. And, I'll admit that even though I think they've been psychologically conditioned into that it's not all bad. Like, if I had been part of some elite fighting force and went and kicked bad guys' asses, for the rest of my life, I'd be, let's say we called it like the Fighting Wolverines or something.
Yeah.
For the rest of my life, I'd be like, once a fighting Wolverine, always a fighting Wolverine.
Yes.
It's like, because I would identify with that badassery, that cool team I used to be part of.
Yeah.
And so I get that. Like, I don't fault people at all for that. And that's a big part of what people get from Christianity. This whole, like, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and it's a glorious thing to be part of, kind of a thing.
We also live in a hyper-social species. And so there's some things that are bigger than everything. Like cachet, for instance. Social cachet is actually worth more than money, because you can go broke and get wealthy all over again.
if you know the right people. Donald Trump. Right? You can fail over and over and over again if you know the right people. Most of us, if we get rich, that's it. That you got like one shot, right?
Yeah.
You know, and you fuck that up, you done, right? But not if you got this other thing, right? Power, right? You could be broke, dumb, stupid, but if you're the mayor, right? Like, you could be all of that, and you got the key to the city very, very literally. And so we're like, we talk about this in my academic circles, but like pedigree, right? Like my training program's concerned. They got to be concerned about our pedigree. And it's like, yeah, because you live in this competitive market where if somebody's resume is Penn State, Michigan State, University of Minnesota, and somebody else is Northampton Community College, University of Phoenix, and Appalachian Midwestern State Southwest Campus, right? You just are gonna lean towards the person with the schools you've heard of before, right? Because you've got limited information and limited resources. One job, we got to call it. They're both just sitting here. They're just pieces of paper in front of us. And I got to worry about the person who's got Yale, Stanford, Harvard on theirs, and I'm going, fuck this guy. Right? I'm just going. So that's why it's the same thing, right? Like that's the Uncle Bobby thing, right? Uncle Bobby's like, nah, bro, I wasn't like junior college, bro. I was like, name a college I could go play there if I wanted to. Because it's different. It says something, right? It's a different level that it puts them at. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we're in a species where that type of thing, unfortunately, matters, right? We're all taught that. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So, you know, that's just one of the consequences of being this hyper-social species is that in some sense, and it's why I always said I don't like false humility. Oh, that's what you were saying. You were saying you don't like when people are like falsely humble or falsely modest or something. And I was saying, yeah, that used to really annoy me when I was in school because it would be like I would find out senior year that people could really play an instrument. And I'm sitting here like, you didn't see us busting our ass for the last 3.5 years trying to do something mildly entertainment in this fucking black hole of talent called this tiny ass Catholic school where there's like 5 of us that can really play. Your ass has been sitting here, ain't heard a violin at shit we have done the entire time we have been in high school. Yeah. And now senior year, you want to invite us all to your motherfucking violin recital. And it turns out you are throwing down. I'm like, Katie Burke, listen, we're going to have a talk, and it's not going to be very fun for you. Right? Because I'm like, I love you, and you're beautiful, and that was amazing, but where the fuck have you been? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, we needed you. Like,
right.
And so.
Yeah, where the fuck had she been?
Being the valedictorian of the class, James, so she kind of had that excuse. Yeah. And, yeah, that's what I said. That's what
I was busy being popular, damn it.
Yeah. She's like, I was like, yeah, you did. You were kind of the valedictorian. All right. Yeah, sorry. I guess you were. You weren't. You're not lazy. I'm not saying you're lazy. I'm just saying you had talent you weren't sharing. Okay. Mm-hmm. You were holding out on us. Both things can be true. But yeah, that's why you want to know. You want to know when somebody around you could cook and shit because you know y'all be sitting here eating ramen. And you could throw down, but you didn't want to, you know, you're too humble. You don't want to embarrass us. Look, we want to eat, you know, fuck our feelings.
Wrong. It's wrong to hoard your talents, which is why I became a gigolo. Gotta do it, man.
Oh man, yeah. You know what, James? That's why that's why I don't pay for sex, right? I feel like the money is changing hands in the wrong direction. You know.
Someone said Dr. Josh is in chat.
Yeah. You know, I try not to blow him up. You know,
Part of being an A-list atheist is you got to let them come through. They're just trying to relax, y'all. They just trying to enjoy a little pocket locker right now.
I don't know if he's still there or not, but I do plan on. I talked about it earlier. I plan on doing a showcase for Megan's channel where she reads things and discusses like Homer's Iliad. Like I plan on covering that this weekend. I'm going to do a short stream about it.
Also, can we just say that Dr. Josh is a fan of mine and that I'm trying to let him enjoy Pocket Locker 86, James. It's not that I'm lazy and I'm a fucking moron who has Dr. Josh watching him but hasn't reached out for an interview. It's not that I'm dumb and retarded and should quit YouTube for being that retarded. It's that I'm letting him enjoy. I'm letting him passively enjoy me, James. I'm being noble. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm gonna tell myself.
Yeah, fair enough. But everybody wants some Dr. Josh. Everybody wants a piece of Dr. Josh.
Yeah, exactly. Can't blame him though, man. It's just hard out here.
Yeah, he's brilliant and he's fun and he's handsome and I'm not even gay, and I'm like, oh, I can't even wait for the calendar to come out, man.
Dude, the funny thing is, like, scholars are kind of in right now. I'm like, chicks would be digging a sexy academic calendar. We get Dr. Josh up in there. We should do a Men of YouTube calendar. Put Derek in there and Cameron.
Yeah. So, like, but I noticed, and you don't want to talk about this, but Derek, man, always has these really beautiful female scholars, right?
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory.
Like, I apparently should have went into that. Like, I should have, like, went to school for that and became, like, one of those, like, history nerds. Because apparently there's a bunch of hobbies in that whole, like, field. Like, there's everywhere.
Nah, man. Nah, it's the worst. It's the worst. I'm gonna tell you a couple things. Number one, there are incredible women, but number one, they're all taken.
Of course they are, because I wasn't there in the ground floor when the opportunities were there.
Exactly. Number two, the climate is the worst. Like, the climate is so anti-sexual. Like, people have to work hard to be nice to each other. Because there's just so much, like, there's just so many issues, right, with, like, stuff in the workplace, right? So you're just walking on eggshells constantly, basically, right? Like, it's one of the things I love about being remote. I can be as nice to my female colleagues as I want, and ain't nobody worried about a goddamn thing, right? But yeah, it's just like weird. But yeah, no, I think what happens is over time you get to know people and then you warm up, right? And then you get more comfortable. So yeah, there's a lot of really, really awesome women, but the numbers suck, man. It's like there's a lot, especially biology. Biology's great. There's like sometimes like you get an incoming class, it might be 60% female, 70% female. Like there's a lot of great women in the field. But yeah, it's just mostly taken and then mostly not that type of party. So it just ends up being, you just have a lot of crushes and you can't pursue any of them. So
yeah,
it's like being in the goddamn candy store all the time, but you can't even buy any goddamn thing. You're like, I'll pay, take my money, take my time, take everything. They're just like, nope.
Now you're reminding me of No One Ever Is to Blame, that song from the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, who did that?
Now, you know what I really did think that, though, James? Law. Go to law school, baby. Lawyers.
I don't know. Some lawyers have a hard time, though. They just don't do as well as you think. I think I would have made a great one. Don't get me wrong, but there's an awful lot of lawyers in the fields where they just can never pull it together.
Yeah, but you know what it is? It's not the legal work. What it is you get politically involved or you do some public sector work, and then you get invited to all the parties. It's the political party life. That's where it's at. Like the fundraiser, dinner scene, charity, baseball event. That's where all the honeys are at. It's the events. It's the event circuit.
True that.
And they're just drunk, always, constantly. Now, that's the great thing about scientists, too. Scientists just drink. Scientists drink a lot. Drinking is the official pastime of
I believe it.
academia.
But, you can't really like get anywhere with drunk women because if you're not drunk, then that's the R word. So you just can't win. When they're sober, they don't want to talk to you. When they're drunk, it's illegal. So you just can't win.
Just can't win.
So I prefer to like date potheads because then they can be as stoned as they want and it's still legal. Yeah.
Yeah, Carrie Ann said, must have mastered the ability to convincingly lie to be successful. Yeah, it's the same skill set of being a preacher. Like, it's kind of interesting because I'm thinking about my grandfather, for instance, and he preaches with such conviction that it's a problem one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm afraid he's a true believer. Like, that's what I'm afraid about most of them.
Yeah.
And that, yeah, it's a sucker class.
Yeah, I agree with Kata. Consent. They can't give consent if they're drunk. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get that beforehand. With dates
Yeah, you got to get them signed in triplicate and notarized, stamped and sealed, and fucking affidavits and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. I'm like looking for a friend these days. You know how it goes. You know, like it's so weird. I think it's like if I think about being in a relationship with somebody, I genuinely am starting to think it's like good if we get to know each other first.
Yeah, I'm old-fashioned in that way, despite the fact that I don't hold the society's social sexual norms. I'm still old-fashioned. Like, I would absolutely rather court somebody and then just like get to really know them, and long walks on the beach and go out dancing, and you go to movies and you just sit up all night, laying on the lawn with the telescope, looking at the stars and talking about life. And like, I'd rather do that like for weeks or even months before we like move on to like more serious.
Yeah, and I also got to realize I got to stop doing that. Like I do too much fun in the beginning, and then so I've realized this about myself. I'm not fun to date, I don't think. Yeah, like I can be the life of the party. I can be like it's really, don't get me cool. It's really cool to be the girl that's with the drummer on Sunday morning, and some girls like to flirt with streamers, but
we need to send some of those girls. Nobody flirts with me, but I also don't get hate mail.
No, those girls need to come through my stream more, right? But no, I mean, I've actually met girls online in person that like they've liked to come through before after shows, but it's like the actual life isn't exciting. Like I can be fun on a date, but my life is like, I want to be in my studio. I want to be, I'm in here all the time, coding, streaming, whatever, and I don't want to like not be. So I don't want to like spend, hours a night lying in bed under somebody like doing nothing. Like I want to grind, watch wrestling for 2 hours and pass the fuck out.
That's fair.
Like I like being available to my students at weird times.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had a girlfriend got mad at me, and and I'm the type of person who, if like a student's busy and they're like, oh, me and Rob are like, Rob will be like, I'm only available Friday after dinner, so it'd have to be like 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the students are like, because they work and they have classes and stuff, right? And I'm there, right? I'm like, yeah, of course we'll be there, right? Because that's what we tell them. Like, we don't have office hours. We're available when you need us. If they need to meet on Sunday night, like I'm there. And then sometimes it's like that means a lot because y'all see like the chapters of Rob's book are long, right? So if a student says to me, oh, you know, they want to meet before they present something.